In a strange place surrounded by lush forests and distant mountains, there are a lot of people dressed up like adventurers. They are, in fact, adventurers in a tower. They are minding their business when they hear a small voice calling all the humans to pay attention. And when they turn around, they find a talking cat trying to sell them something. The adventurers are surprised to see a wandering merchant cat, and they are smitten by his cuteness. They ask him what he is selling, and the cat shows them a cherry tomato. The humans are not impressed with the product after having high hopes for the cat. They were hoping for something grander, like legendary weapons or mysterious potions. A common cherry tomato was something that they could eat whenever they wanted to. But the cat tells them that they would be foolish if they judged the tomatoes before even appraising them. He claims that the tomato he was selling was nothing extraordinary, and they should check its status window to learn about its special features. The humans are curious, and they look at the status window of the magical cherry tomato. It could increase 0.1 MP for 10 minutes, and it could immediately burn 10 grams of fat when eaten. A man says that the value is too low, but the tomato has already found its target audience. The women are going crazy over a product that can burn 10 grams of fat just by consuming it. The cat smiles smugly and tells them that this tomato would cost them 0.5 tower coins per piece. But he is scared when the women adventurers rush at him, willing to buy all the tomatoes he has for even a higher price. A competition breaks out among them, and everyone wants to have the benefits for themselves. A man asks the cat where he got the tomatoes from, and the cat smiles and tells him that it was a secret. Then we are shown the scene of a field where those cherry tomatoes are being grown. A man picks up a tomato, and it seems like he is packing up for today. He tells his assistant, a rabbit carrying a trolley full of tomatoes, that they have harvested enough tomatoes for the day. The man tells his other workers to take a break too, and we see 2 rabbits trying to harvest another crop. The man then squeezes a tomato into a cup and asks a honeybee to give him some honey. She spits out a big drop of honey, and the man mixes the contents of the cup. His special energy drink is ready, and he drinks it along with his rabbit helpers. The honey and cherry tomato juice is a vitality drink, and the man says that this is how life should be. All his rabbits also raise their tiny glasses to show that they agree with him wholeheartedly. But then he is hit by a sudden quest. He has to distribute the honey and cherry tomato drink to the manager of the tower. There is no reward for the quest, but if he refuses to do it, the penalty would be disappointment. The farmer doesn't want to do it, but when another message pushes him, he agrees to complete the quest later. Just then, the cat merchant comes back to the farm. He calls the farmer Master Sejun and jumps on him. Sejun is also glad to see the cat back and says that he completed the work faster than he expected him to. The cat's name is T, and he tells Sejun that he sold out and earned a lot of tower coins. Sejun is impressed and thinks that it will not be long before he becomes famous in the tower. And when T hears this, he panics because he was keeping Sejun's name a secret. But the money-minded cat is already thinking of going to sell another round of crops after eating, as he wants to earn a lot of money. As T rushes to a black rabbit, asking him to refill his supplies, Sejun asks him to rest for a bit longer. The black rabbit shows exceptional skill at fishing and catches a few fish for T. Sejun watches T and thinks that he is addicted to earning money, but then he suddenly remembers something he had almost forgotten. Sejun takes a piece of charcoal and makes a symbol on a stone wall. The wall is half full of the same letter, and this one was the 30th. Sejun says that it has been 150 days today. He introduces himself as Park Sejun, and his class is a tower farmer. Sejun is going to harvest the crops, and the black rabbit and T jump on his shoulders and say that they will help him too. Sejun thinks back about how he has been in the tower for 150 days since he got lost. He looks at his fields, with different types of crops growing and rabbits and bees helping him out. And then he gets ready to do some work too. He then begins telling the story of how he survived after getting lost in the tower. 10 years ago, on an ordinary day, a 99-story black tower suddenly appeared in the middle of Gangnam. And it was not just in Gangnam but in every corner of the world. A total of 100 towers appeared, and every country started to investigate them. But all anyone could find was the height of the tower, which was 990 meters, and that it was made from a material strong enough to withstand nuclear bomb explosions. But then one day, people started coming out of the tower, walking right through the wall. There was an uproar, and the news reporters surrounded them. They asked the returners how they entered the tower in the first place, and the answer they got was that one day, a black hole appeared in front of them, and they got sucked into the tower. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves on the first floor of the tower. The news gathered everyone's attention, as the same incident was happening all over the world. The people who had gone missing a little while ago were suddenly found coming out of the tower. The following discoveries were made by collecting information from different people who escaped the tower, and they will be made public soon. All 100 towers are connected to one another, and when a person entered the tower, they would find themselves on the first floor. There, they would have to pick one role, either a warrior or a magician. A man is saying this in a press conference. He says that monsters start appearing on the second floor, and every time they clear a floor, they get different rewards. And if they were lucky enough, they would get a ticket like the man has. It was an item, and a rare one at that. People who were sucked into the tower were called the Awakened, and they could enter and exit the tower as they pleased. But if any ordinary person wanted to enter the tower, they would need this ticket. But it did not mean they could also climb up the floors of the tower. The reporters ask him what makes him think that people would volunteer to go into the tower, which had dangerous monsters. And the next question is, what was the purpose of the tower's appearance? The man does not know the answer to the second question, but he is going to tell everyone why one would go to the tower. On his cue, a woman comes forward with a small treasure box in her hand. And when she opens it, a heap of gold and jewels is piled up on the floor. The reporters stand up in shock, and the man on the podium tells them that he is sure of one thing. Going up the tower will give them money. This was all a way to get people interested in entering the tower. The Awakened Association had the monopoly over the tickets, and they were charging a ridiculously high amount of money for them. The news of the ticket prices rising from 150 million to 200 million won is live, and a woman is watching it on her smartphone. She is in a mall shopping for vegetables and starts talking with the cashier. She complains that people were putting their lives on the line to make money in the tower, but it was too much for them to charge $200 million for one ticket. She asks the young cashier if he agrees with her, and he nervously tells her that she is right. He was Sejun, 26 years old, and trying to save money for something special. He calculates his savings and finds that after deducting all his expenses, he had about $12 million to spare. He wonders how he could keep his dream alive if the prices for the tickets increased again. He is walking home after his job, and he asks himself when will he be able to buy a ticket. But he knows that the better question was if he would ever be able to buy the ticket. He is tired of hustling so hard for money, but then he snaps out of his despair. He shouts at himself to keep his spirit up and not give up. He thinks that there will be some way to save more money. Just then, he thinks of the vegetables he had bought at a low price. He could plant them because he had heard that their price was also increasing. And he had seen an advertisement for an automatic vegetable grower recently. It was endorsed by none other than his favorite idol, Sarah. Sejun starts thinking optimistically, almost too optimistically. He thinks if he saves the money and buys a ticket, he might land a contract with a good guild. And then, if he cleared the tower, he would propose to his celebrity crush, Sarah. Sejun imagines how good that headline would look as he giggles. He cheers himself up, but then he notices something weird happening behind him. Sejun turns back to see a black hole-like portal and recognizes it as the vanishing point. It was the same phenomenon that sucked in the first generation of the Awakened. Sejun is excited. He thinks that the vanishing was here for him. He declares that he is ready to risk his life to climb up the tower and asks the black hole to take him in. But nothing happens. Instead, the hole starts shrinking, and Sejun is shocked, asking why it is getting smaller. But the hole is getting even smaller and is about to vanish. Sejun panics, saying that he will not let an opportunity like this pass him by. If the vanishing would not take him, he would come to it himself. As he says these words, Sejun jumps inside the hole. He lands on his face when he reaches the other side. He picks himself up and wonders if he really made it inside the tower. Sejun excitedly looks up, speaking of all the things he knew were on the first floor. He wanted to see the fancy chandeliers, marble plaza, and shops selling potions and equipment. But there is nothing like that here. Sejun is in a desolate hole somewhere in the wild. It is an underground dome with an opening at its top through which sunlight pours inside. Sejun gets up and looks at his surroundings, having no clue at all about where he was. He cannot believe it and screams in dissatisfaction, asking where the hell he was. And we see that he was somewhere far away from the tower, in the middle of a forest. Inside the top floor of the black tower, a crystal orb is glowing red and beeping. We see the silhouette of a dragon looking at that crystal ball with shock. The ball had detected a change in the tower, and the dragon must find the cause, because that was its duty as the manager of the tower. But neither the dragon nor Sejun have any idea about each other yet. Sejun recalls everything he had heard about the tower's first floor in the interviews with the Awakened. Someone said it was like a very spacious palace, and there were many things that they could buy there. Yet another man said in an interview that the training hall was the most important thing on the first floor. That is what Sejun had heard, but looking at his place, he wonders where he was. A small pond of water, an overhead opening for sunlight, and a cave that surrounded him on all sides. This was all he could see right now. Sejun is defeated by his fate, and he is sitting on a corner, visibly exhausted and utterly devastated. He had roamed the cave for an entire day and found no exit. There was no trading ground or store. In fact, there was nothing here at all. He had screamed for help, and no one heard his call, which meant no one was even around this place. And there is only one possibility that comes to his mind, and it terrifies him. He was lost inside the tower. As he is having a bout of panic, his phone alarm rings. Sejun is sure that his alarm is accurate, and it marked that one whole day had passed here. His stomach growls, and Sejun admits that he was hungry. He takes out all the things he had with him. A bottle of water, some cherry tomatoes, green onions, sweet potatoes, and an apple. That was all Sejun had with him, and he decided to eat the apple first. Eating an apple in the morning was something he liked, and the one he just ate is too delicious. But it is not nearly enough, and Sejun eats a sweet potato after it. And the texture, taste, and moistness of the sweet potato were something he was not expecting. It was much better than he expected it to be, even though it was raw. But because he was talking while eating, he choked on the sweet potato and drank water to swallow it. Then he lies down and thinks that it was a good meal. Sejun looks at the open roof of the cave and wonders how long he will stay here. He must find a way to escape before he runs out of food. He looks at the small amount of food he has and wonders how long it will last him. At this rate, he will die of starvation if he is not rescued. But Sejun kicks that thought out of his mind, determined that he will not die like this. It was his dream to get into the tower, and now that he was finally here, he was not going to die right away. He has an idea when he sees the apple core. Sejun takes it and plants it in the soil. Then he takes a green onion and snaps it near the base. He plans to eat the leaves as food and plant the roots to get more crops. He also takes 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes and plants them. Whatever is left now will be his food till the crops grow. Sejun says that he will do anything it takes to survive, that is, until his crop plants grow up. He addresses them and says that he will wait for them, they are his future. But just then, Sejun hears the scream of a monster that makes his hair stand on end. He is shocked. What he just heard was the sound of a monster. But there were no records of monsters on the first floor. And then everything turns dark, and Sejun looks up to find something even more shocking. The moon has eclipsed the sun, and Sejun knows that it was a blue moon. He hears the deafening scream of the monster again, and his body cannot take the pressure the scream puts on it. And just as the screams stop, Sejun notices a black dragon flying in the sky. He is mesmerized by the black dragon and says that it is beautiful. Then he loses consciousness and goes into a deep slumber. But something strange is happening with his green onions. They start shimmering at the top, and new growth starts. Sejun is woken up by his alarm, and his head is still aching. He looks at his phone to see how long he slept. And he gets startled when he finds that he was unconscious for 2 whole days. Because he slept for 2 days on hard ground, his back is aching, and he is much more tired than before. But as he sits down, complaining that his whole body is hurting, his back gets some support. Sejun turns back to see a plant and wonders where a tree came from. But then he looks at it again and finds that it was a green onion plant, the same one he had planted. All of them had grown, and they were gigantic. Sejun is perplexed. He wonders if green onions could grow this big in just 2 days. He realizes that this unnatural growth must be a property of the tower. He had seen a documentary that taught how the growth of plants was dependent on the environment. And he is sure that the tower's power has affected the green onions. Sejun is hit by the realization that maybe other crops are also ready now. And as he excitedly checks them, he finds that tomato seedlings have also emerged from the ground. He is excited about his plants growing, but then he notices that the green onion plants are blocking sunlight. He decides to cut them off so that his tomato seedlings can also get sunlight. He breaks the green onions a fair bit above their base, and it is a harder task than he thought. Sejun has finished harvesting, and he wonders what the green onion leaf would taste like. He takes a bite and burns his mouth because the leaf was spicier than anything he had tasted before. He splashes his mouth with the water of the pond, complaining that the leaf is much more spicy than the original one. But even though his mouth was scorched, his stomach did not feel the heat. Sejun thinks that he can get used to this, and whenever he needs something spicy, this will be great. He decides to dry the other green onions and save them for later. He goes back to his regular sitting spot, a rock in the center of the cave, and starts eating tomatoes. The sun never set in the tower, but occasionally there were instances where the moon eclipsed it. And this phenomenon was called the blue moon. But the blue moon did not happen until the 10th floor. Sejun believed that he was somewhere on the 1st floor, but now he is not sure. And what was even more confusing was the dragon. It was not an illusion, and Sejin does not know which floor it was found on. When the tower appeared 10 years ago, one of the major guilds, called the Phoenix Guild, cleared the 37th floor. It was an achievement that has not been topped yet. And because of this, the information about floors 30 to 37 was kept secret from the world. But there was plenty of information about the floors below 30. The floors until the 10th floor had skeleton monsters, from 11 to 20 it was goblins, and from 21 to 30 it was orcs. Sejin had heard some rumors about spider monsters being found on floors above 31. But there was no surety of the news. Yet he had never heard anything about a dragon. He had never heard of anything mildly similar to it, not even lizard monsters. Sejin is lying down as he wonders if he is on a floor so high that no one has yet reached it. But then water drops fall on his face, and Sejin gets up. Was it raining in the tower? He had heard that the weather was almost always pleasant, and as he looks up, the sky is clear too. But he spots something moving very fast and gets scared that it is a monster. But the creature he just saw comes forward, and it is a cute rabbit drooling over Sejin's crops. Sejin is surprised and wonders if the rabbit was a monster too. The rabbit jumps down the hole, and Sejin rushes to catch it. But the rabbit uses his head as a stepping stone and lands safely on the ground. He hops to the green onion plants, and Sejin realizes that the rabbit was something extraordinary. The rabbit points at the green onion plants, and Sejin asks if he wants to eat them. The rabbit gives his response, and Sejin understands that he wants to eat. He breaks the leaf of the green onion and gives it to the rabbit, who gladly takes it. He eats it greedily, and Sejin tells him that he could have more if he liked it. And then Sejin notices that the plants have already grown back. At this rate, he will have to harvest them twice daily. But the rabbit starts saying something loudly, and Sejin finds he is not talking to him. He looks above, to the entrance of the cave, and finds another rabbit coming towards them. She lands and hands the first rabbit a straw hat and a watering can, and they both stand in front of Sejin. Sejin is surprised to see another rabbit, but then he thinks that the two are somehow related. He asks the rabbits if they are married, and they tell him that he is right. Sejin starts thinking of keeping a diary of his life in the tower, and on the first page of that diary, there will be the story of a rabbit couple who joined him in the cave. The rabbit couple starts working for Sejin, and their job is to help him raise and harvest the crops. They are chatting with each other as they do their jobs, and Sejin can tell that they are a great couple, even though he does not understand them. But he wonders how it came to this. Yesterday, after the rabbits introduced themselves to Sejin, they told him that they wanted to live in the cave, and they looked too cute as they tried to persuade him. Sejin felt that he might die from a cuteness overdose and accepted their request with a condition. He told the rabbits that they could not live here for free. If they helped him in farming, he would consider letting them stay. He thought it would dissuade the rabbits a bit, but instead of hesitating, they jumped at him and started cuddling. And Sejin had to show great restraint to not let them in without a test, because cuddling with their soft fur made him want to adopt them both. Now he is sitting in his position, watching the rabbits work. He thinks that the rabbits were using their cuteness to control him, but he lets that slide. But on that note, he asks the rabbits if the tools they were using were items. The husband rabbit had a watering can that seemed to have an endless supply of water, and Sejin is not sure about it. But it seemed to him that the wife rabbit had a magic pocket that contained all the tools she needed for farming. Sejin says that he was jealous and wished that he had such a wonderful item. The rabbits have completed harvesting the green onions, and they are excited to show them to Sejin. Sejin tells them to dry the green onions and starts inspecting other crops too. But the rabbits are looking at Sejin with eager and impatient eyes. They are asking him a question, and Sejin understands what they want. He tells them that they passed his test, and now they could live in the cave. The rabbits jump for joy upon hearing the good news and start talking about something. They rush to a corner of the cave, and Sejin wonders what they are up to now. The wife gives her husband a shovel, and he starts digging. And in no time, he creates a home for himself and his wife. The wife places a floral wreath on the door to their new house and welcomes her husband to enter. But he is exhausted from digging and building a house and can barely stand. Sejin approaches them and says that the husband rabbit was great for making a house so quickly. The husband rabbit gives him a thumbs up, but then he feels his wife's hand on his shoulder. She is blushing and cutely pointing at the door, and the husband is terrified. He is scared, but his wife drags him along for some sweet lovemaking. Sejin hears the sounds coming from their house and wishes the husband all the best. But he is crying inside, as he is jealous of him for having a wife. That jealousy does not last long, and Sejin walks back to his spot. He says that it was boring to be alone in the cave, and now, thanks to the rabbits, he had someone to help him and something cute to look for. As he says this, Sejun lies down on the dried onion leaves. Smoke starts rising from under his back, and Sejun feels something hot on his back. He jumps into a standing position and rolls on the ground, feeling that his back is on fire. He is wondering what just happened as he gets up, and he sees the reason behind it. The plastic water bottle filled with water was acting as a lens and burning the dried onion leaves. Inspiration finds Sejun, and he goes into full wild survival mode. He starts acting like the host of a popular survival show. He says that the environment in the tower was hard, but he did not give up. He had a plastic bottle and dried green onions that helped him survive. Coming back to his normal self, Sejun says that he can use the plastic bottle as a convex lens to start a fire. He had learned that from a famous survival show. But it does not work, and Sejun starts to cry and whine. The leaves only gave out a little smoke but did not catch fire. As he sighs, thinking about what he's doing wrong, a small spark lights up, and Sejun has found the missing piece. The rabbits come out of their house and spot Sejun doing something they do not understand. He is blowing wind on the pile of dried leaves, hoping that they catch fire. The rabbits approach him, and Sejun asks them to blow wind on the leaves while he uses the bottle as a lens. They start working together, and Sejun begs for a fire to start. And just after a little while of trying, the leaves catch fire. Sejun is elated. He finally has fire. He looks back at the onion plants and decides to cook them. He cooks one stalk over the fire, and the rabbits stare at him with confusion. Sejun thinks that his onion was cooked enough. He peels the burnt part and then takes a bite. The rabbits see him shuddering, and Sejun lets out a cry of joy. The cooked onion leaf was so sweet that Sejun was overjoyed. He thinks that his mouth felt like a green horse running wild in a green field. He repeats that it is delicious and starts roasting another one. The rabbits are also curious about what difference cooking would make, so they roast one for themselves. And as they eat it, their eyes gleam with the joy of eating something so sweet. This is the second entry in Sejun's diary about staying in the tower. He discovered fire, ate warm food, and went peacefully to bed. Many days have passed, and now Sejun is used to the lifestyle of a farmer. He wakes up in the morning and goes to wash his face at the pond. He returns to his crops, and now the cherry tomato and sweet potato plants have also grown considerably. He has completed harvesting the green onions for the day. Also, he has finished watering the tomato and sweet potato plants. Sejun is now all set for the day, and he feels really good. A lot of things have happened in the past few days. After he discovered fire with the help of rabbits, they made torches out of green onion leaves and put them around the cave. That helped him roam around the cave easily, especially in the dark areas like the pond. He was near the pond with a torch in his hand when he saw something moving in the water. A fish jumped out of the water, and Sejun was so startled that he barely dodged its open mouth. The fish had jumped with too much power and found itself on land, not able to return to the water. This was the first time Sejun had seen it. He wonders if the fish was attracted to the light of the torch, and his intuition is proved correct. And just like that, Sejun discovered fish in the cave. He kills the fish and roasts it over the fire. Even though he has no seasoning, the fish is really tasty. Sejun finds the rabbits drooling as he eats the fish and asking for their share. He is shocked. He had not expected rabbits to be meat eaters. But since they were basically monsters, he thinks it was natural. 2 days after that, the blue moon showed up. And using his phone, Sejun found out that the blue moon appeared every 30 days on this floor. He was using a laptop and a power bank to keep his phone charged so that he could keep track of the date. But their batteries also dried out eventually. So Sejun had no choice but to start marking the number of days on a wall. And this was how he was keeping track of time now. Back in the present, it is the 61st day. And Sejun thanks the rabbits that go to bed exactly at 7 p.m. and wake up at 5 a.m. Because of that, he can keep counting the days without making mistakes. And even though the sun never set inside the tower, their body clock was adequately reliable. And a few days ago, something amazing happened. We see the tired husband rabbit open the door of his house, and without wasting a moment, a group of baby rabbits bolt out. They were the children of the rabbit couple that were recently born. And now they are fond of Sejun, who is their uncle. They run straight at Sejun and jump on him, casting him to the ground. They are really cute, and Sejun cannot get enough of their cuteness. Even as they chomp his face, he laughs and enjoys their company. Sejun looks at the sleep-deprived husband rabbit and says that it must be hard raising babies. But right now, he says that he will take care of the babies for a while, and the couple should relax and eat breakfast. The cherry tomato plants have started flowering, and Sejun takes the baby rabbits with him to check them out. The babies are frolicking around on the farm as Sejun checks out his plants. The flowers had bloomed, and even though they were tomato flowers, Sejun now thinks he has a flower garden. To bear fruit, pollination is necessary, and he has to do it manually. Sejun uses a small stick to artificially pollinate the flowers, but all the bending and working is taking a toll on his back. He says that it would be great if there were bees around here, but thinks that he is asking for too much. A baby puts his face inside a flower and gets pollen on his face. He sneezes, and Sejun starts laughing. But then Sejun notices something. The tomato plants have started to bear fruit. After so long, his hard work is starting to show some results. Sejun celebrates the first fruits of his cherry tomato plants and dances with the baby rabbit. This day is the one before the blue moon, and as it is about to approach, Sejun makes preparations to survive it. He puts out the fire and stores a small amount of burning leaves under huge boulders. He is wearing makeshift clothes made from onion leaves and thinks that it will be enough to stay warm and hidden. The rabbits also head back to their homes as the time for the blue moon draws near. There is something scary that happens whenever the blue moon occurs, and Sejun is confident that they are going to survive it like the previous ones. He thinks it's going to be a piece of cake and goes into hiding. The blue moon starts, and monsters start screeching throughout the forest. Sejun is not afraid, but he is tired and hopes that the blue moon ends soon. To prepare for an unlikely situation, he has already hidden the things with a strong odor and is now hiding in a corner. But since it is hard to tell how much time has passed, he is getting tired of waiting. The monster cries do not help either, they are far away, but they can still make him shiver. As he hopes that this blue moon also passes without incident, he hears a loud roar. It was different and more intense than the voice of other monsters, almost like it was close to him. And indeed, a huge monster was walking towards the cave, squashing full-grown trees beneath its feet. He approaches the entrance to the cave, which is too small in comparison to its size. The monster stares down the hole, and inside, Sejun gapes as he sees it. Now he is scared of the giant bear-like monster in front of him. But thankfully, the monster has not noticed him yet. Sejun thinks he should hide in a better place before the monster spots him. He is trembling as he picks up his bag and starts moving quietly and slowly. But taking the bag with him turns out to be a mistake. The things inside the bag drop as Sejun picks them up, and because of the loud noise created by the empty water bottle, the monster's attention is attracted. Sejun stares in horror, first at his stuff and then up at the beast, who is now trying to peep inside the cave. Sejun screams in fear, and the bear roars in response. But a few moments later, Sejun is sound asleep, and the rabbits are trying to wake him up. When the baby rabbits fail to wake him up, their father slaps Sejun, and he gets up. He gets up in shock, still afraid of what he saw before passing out. He asks the rabbits what happened to the blue moon, and as he looks around, he realizes that it was over. The husband rabbit tells Sejun that he was unconscious when they found him, and he says that he passed away when he saw a monster. But he himself wants to know what happened after that. When he saw the monster trying to force his entry into the cave, he was terrified and could not move. The monster roared, and he passed out. Sejun remembers it and shivers. He almost lost his life at the hands of that monster. He is feeling cold, and the wife rabbit creates a big fire and a blanket of onion leaves. Sejun sits in front of the fire with the baby rabbit snuggled up with him. The wife's rabbit also brings him roasted fish, and Sejun thanks her. As Sejun is eating, he realizes that the monster has noticed this place. It may have been because of another monster or because it could not get inside the cave because of the small entrance. But the monster left without causing harm. But there was no guarantee that if it came the next time, he would stay safe. He thinks that he got lucky this time, but it may go differently next time. After everything he has done to survive, he does not want to die. And he thinks that what he could do right now is eat well and survive. Sejun is eating his fish when the husband rabbit comes to him, wanting to show him something. Sejun follows him and finds something unbelievable. A cherry tomato was ripe, but it was nothing like he had expected. It was blue and glistening in the sunlight. Sejun is shocked, but the blue color is not the first thing he notices about the fruit. He bows down and tries to pick up the big and ripe fruit, and then he wonders why it was blue. He wonders if the tomato is ripe, and just then, something appears in front of him. A window opens up in front of Sejun, and it tells him that he has completed the quest to harvest a fruit containing the energy of the blue moon. Sejun is shocked. He cannot believe that the thing in front of him was an actual message window. The message on the window changes, and now it says that the manager was interested in him because of his amazing achievements. It was keeping a keen eye on Sejun, but it was not happy. Sejun is confused. Why would the tower manager not be happy with him? and the husband rabbit does not know anything that is going on. Sejun is informed that he was not a duly invited guest, and the tower manager has accepted it as a blunder it wants to hide. Sejun is shocked and asks the window what it means. Was it a mistake that he ended up in the tower? He lashes out, saying that after he spent more than 2 months in this place, the tower manager dared to say that it was a mistake. He says that if that were the case, he should be allowed to go home immediately. But the window says that the tower master wanted to kill Sejun to eradicate all proof of this mistake. Sejun is flabbergasted. He screams at the screen, saying that he completed a wonderful achievement, and instead of rewarding him, the manager wanted to kill him. The system window falls silent for a while, and Sejun wonders what was happening. The next message he gets changes his mood from scared and angry to elated. The tower manager is awakening him. Sejun feels an aura surrounding him as soon as the message is displayed. He cannot believe it and confirms with the window that he is officially awake in the tower now. He wants to know his job, and since he thinks that he is smart, he should be a wizard. The tower master is assigning him a job, and Sejun eagerly waits to see which one he will get. And his job is a tower farmer with proficiency of F rank. All the joy and excitement leave Sejun's face, and he goes blank. The windows keep giving him messages about his job. He will never get sick and be close to nature because of his job. And he will get his experience points by harvesting crops. Sejun is shocked. There was no job class other than a warrior and a magician inside the tower. How could he be a farmer? He commands to open his status window and finds that his talent is ordinary and his stats are all at 1. He stares at his status window, but the only thing he can focus on is his ordinary talent. He thinks of a far-fetched scenario, one of a future where he succeeds in clearing the tower. He is the main guest of a late-night talk show, and the host introduces him as the man who cleared the tower despite having ordinary talent. The host asks the audience to applaud for Sejun and then asks him what his job was. Sejun acts cool, and as he says that he was the tower farmer, everyone finds him attractive. But this imaginary scenario is too pathetic. Even though Sejun has cleared the tower in it, he is still a farmer. He yells out in frustration and tries to smash the blue tomato to the ground, saying he did not need it. But then he looks at the scared and concerned faces of the rabbits and stops. Sejun is taken aback by the influence his actions had on his friends and looks at his farm, then at the tomato in his hand. He was not alone in growing it. Everyone had worked hard to reach this point. Sejun decides that he is going to keep farming, and the rabbits are happy. He looks at the blue tomato in his hand, and an information window opens up, telling him about the tomato. It was a magical cherry tomato, imbued with the power of the blue moon. Not only was it tasty and nutritious, but when consumed, it would increase 0.05 MP permanently. Sejun is shocked. The tomato in his hand was actually an item. Even though the effect was small, it was permanent, and it could boost one's stats. Sejun is amazed by himself. He grew something as great as this. But the tower manager is watching him, and he is not satisfied with how things are going. As Sejun thanks the rabbits and celebrates with them for achieving this feat, a message window pops up in front of him. A quest had been triggered. He had to offer the blue cherry tomato to the manager. The reward for the quest was a job-related skill, and the penalty for refusing was death. Sejun reads the entire message, and when he reads that the penalty was death, he is scared. He asks the window if it wasn't a joke, and if it was in poor taste. Sejun is shocked when he reads that the penalty for refusing the quest is death. In front of him, the window was open, and Sejun could still not believe that something so extreme was happening. He accuses the admin of blackmailing him and using the name of a quest to justify his actions. Sejun tells the admin that if he wants it, he should ask for it properly. If he played dirty games like this and made it look like he was giving Sejun options, that would not be good. Sejun is a bit relieved after venting his anger, but he says that how worthless was his life to the admin if it would kill him just for not giving up one tomato. But even then, the penalty of death cannot make him any braver. He gives up and offers the blue tomato to the administrator, who asks to spare his life. The tomato in Sejun's hands vanishes, and he receives the message that he has completed the quest. The next window has the quest reward, and Sejun is excited to get the reward. He knew it was a job-related skill, but since he was focusing solely on the death penalty, he forgot about it for a moment. Sejun flatters the tower manager and calls him generous. Then he decides to check what kind of skill he has and opens the quest reward. The reward is the skill sowing at level 1. It slightly increases the probability of germination when a seed is planted. Sejun does not understand how to react, but he sure is disappointed. But then he consoles himself by saying that since his job was as a tower farmer, he could not expect much from the reward anyway. He goes to the dark parts of the cave with a torch, and a fish jumps out towards the flame. Sejun uses a club made of green onion stems and leaves to hit it towards the land. The fish dies, and Sejun learns that it was a piranha. He had killed a piranha, and the information window tells him that he got 2 experience points for it. This was the 5th fish Sejun had caught, and with that, he now had 10 experience points. After awakening as a farmer, Sejun was able to collect experience points, and he caught several piranhas every day for several days and reached level 2. He wants to catch more of them, but it is clearly a bad idea. He thinks he should not kill a living thing without reason. Besides, he got valuable protein from the fish. If he killed all of them and their population went extinct, he would not be able to eat them again. Sejun roasts the fish and calls his friends to eat, and the baby rabbits are much more hungry than their parents. They run towards Sejun, who was their human uncle, and he gives them fish and onion leaves. They had grown a little and started eating a lot more compared to before. Sejun asks them to leave some food for their mom and dad as well. There was another benefit Sejun got from awakening. He could get information about the rabbits. He gives them their share, and the rabbits happily take it. They were farmer white rabbits, and Sejun had a few ideas about how they ended up with him. They were a type of monster he had never heard of outside the tower. Based on their name, Sejun realizes that they specialize in farming and not fighting. He thinks that this must be the reason they were not known. The rabbits start flirting as they eat, and as Sejun watches them, he wonders what happened to them. But he assumes that they must have lost their farms, and after wandering for some time, they found this cave and him. He wants to know if the rabbits have a hometown to return to, but he can't understand them, and neither can they understand him beyond basic farming terminology. Sejun tells this to the husband rabbit, saying that he wishes they could understand each other, but he does not understand human speech either and is confused. But now that they are done eating, Sejun says that they should head back to the farm. Today is an important day for all of them, and the husband rabbit is also excited. They reach the farm to find the cherry tomatoes perfectly ripe. Sejun is amazed to see them. They were even better than the tomatoes he brought with him. The rabbits are also pleased to see the red tomato fruits. Sejun gets sentimental as he says that now is the time to harvest them. They had worked so hard to grow them. They had harvested one after the blue moon, but it didn't count. Sejun is nervous as he goes to harvest the first tomato. His hand is trembling, and the rabbits are watching him anxiously too. But Sejun picks up a fruit, which easily separates from the branch. He exclaims that this was his first cherry tomato, and it had ripened so well. The tomatoes bring more good news with them. Sejun sees information windows telling him that he had harvested a well-ripe magical cherry tomato, and he would receive 10 experience points for it. Sejun is surprised to learn that these tomatoes were also magical, just like the blue tomato. He reads their information and finds that, when consumed, this tomato decomposes 10 grams of fat and increases 0.1 MP for 10 minutes. The MP effect could be stacked up to 10 times, and the maximum time limit for that would be 1 hour. Below this information is Sejun's name as the cultivator of the tomato, and it is also mentioned that it was an E-grade item whose shelf life was 30 days. Sejun is impressed that even though the effect of one tomato was quite small, if 10 of them were eaten together, they could boost MP by 1. He wonders if other tomatoes are also the same and sets out to harvest them. He harvests a tomato, and it is also a ripe magical cherry tomato, as is the next one after that. But then he harvests an unripe magical cherry tomato and only gets 7 experience points for it. Sejun is taken aback that he made a mistake, but he still got 7 experience points. And when he harvested an unripe fruit, it was not an item anymore, it was back to being a normal tomato. Sejun now understands that he must take care to harvest only the well-ripe fruits to get them as an item. It is harder than he thinks, but Sejun keeps it up, and his level increases. He is already level 4, and Sejun thinks he has harvested enough crops for the day. He takes a tomato and says that he should have a taste, but the rabbits are stomping their feet aggressively, and Sejun looks at them. They are angry, and he apologizes. Sejun offers the tomatoes to them. They had achieved this together, so they should reap the rewards together too. But the husband rabbit is furious, even as he picks up a tomato. Sejun says that they should celebrate the successful harvest, and everyone should eat. And when Sejun eats the tomato, his mind is blown. He thinks that he is lying on soft green grass, looking up at the clear night sky. And then suddenly, a flare flies into the sky and explodes, a firework. Sejun gets up and looks at it with his mouth open. The fresh scent of grass and the sweet and sour taste of the tomato mix with that scent. Sejun feels that this feeling is similar to the fireworks in the middle of a summer festival. Sejun sheds a tear of joy as he remembers the summer and feels it in the tomato. The wife rabbit asks her husband if he knew what Sejun was saying, and he has no idea. The rabbits take the remaining tomatoes and store them in a makeshift storage facility. They cover the tomatoes with onion leaves, and Sejun is lying down and watching them. He thinks that the rabbit kids are now big enough to help their parents. He is ready to sleep on mattresses and with an eye mask, both made of onion leaves. Sejun says that they were indeed the children of farmers' rabbits. Sejun yawns and says that he should go to sleep now as he is feeling sleepy. And he is sure that when he wakes up tomorrow, another wonderful day will greet him. Sejun lays down and immediately begins to snore. But then a quest is issued for him. He must offer 100 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. The reward was a job-related skill, and the penalty was the same as before, death. But Sejun is really asleep and does not notice the window. But then it suddenly starts ringing loudly like an alarm, and Sejun is forcibly woken up. He offers 100 tomatoes to the manager in frustration, and the manager is satisfied. It gives Sejun the reward for the quest. Sejun says that the manager was forcing him to do things, and he better give him something more useful this time. As he opens the quest reward, Sejun finds that he has received the skill harvest at level 1. It enabled him to obtain harvested crops in optimum condition even if they were slightly overripe or underripe. Sejun is disappointed and asks why he needs a harvesting skill. That is what he thought initially, but it was much more useful than the previous skill. Sejun admits to this as he harvests tomatoes with his husband's rabbit. Whenever he harvests slightly overripe or underripe tomatoes, an effect activates, and they are perfected to their optimum condition. As he does that, the proficiency of the harvest skill increases along with Sejun's experience points. He says that since he did not have to wait for the cherry tomatoes to ripen, it was easier and faster for him. They have finished harvesting, and Sejun tells the husband rabbit that they should take the rest of the harvest home. But just then, he gets another quest. Sejun was also anticipating it, but he was not expecting the quest to have no reward. Sejun calls the manager a thief for giving no reward. But since his last reward helped him significantly, Sejun can give him at least that much. As he offered the tomatoes to the manager, the husband was shocked. But Sejun did not know that he was entering a vicious cycle. The manager issued the quests again and again, but they kept increasing in demand. It was getting greedier without an end in sight. The required number of tomatoes keeps on increasing, and finally the manager reaches new heights of shamelessness. A new quest is triggered, and Sejun has to offer 500 tomatoes to the manager for no reward. And yet, the penalty for refusing is death. Sejun is really flipped now, and he clearly refuses to comply, and the manager of the tower is surprised. This was yet another entry in Sejun's diary about getting lost in the tower. This was the first time he stood up to the greedy manager. But after calmly refusing, Sejun throws a tantrum. He says that the manager had already taken hundreds of tomatoes. The manager had already taken hundreds of tomatoes. He needed to eat too, and so did the rabbits. But the tower manager replies that it was the farmer's problem and not his. He tells Sejun to stop protesting and give him the cherry tomatoes. But this irritates Sejun even more. He says that he worked hard for days and suffered a lot to harvest those tomatoes. The tower master still insists that Sejun's job was as simple as sowing the seeds. It asks him not to overreact over something that is not a big deal. And this is where the tower manager crosses the line. Sejun says that he is not giving anything to the manager because he doesn't want to. The tower manager is flustered, but Sejun ignores his messages. He keeps on harvesting onions as the manager asks if he really wants to refuse. It says that Sejun could die, but the latter is busy cooking fish. And even when it emphasizes death, Sejun replies that he was not going to give his crops to someone who didn't value his hard work. But the tower manager says that it was Sejun's job, and since the manager was his superior, he should listen to his orders. Sejun replies that this was the reason he was not giving the tomatoes. The manager forcibly made him do this and did not even appreciate his efforts. Moreover, the compensation for the exploitation was also too low. And since it was the manager of the tower, this proved that it was a bad employer. Sejun's words and the hurt in his eyes shocked the tower manager. It had not realized this before and tried to apologize. But Sejun is eating the tomatoes while teasing them, and the manager gets angry. It tells Sejun that it was angry because he ate the tomatoes himself. The manager threatens to kill Sejun on the spot if he doesn't complete the request. But Sejun acts like the manager is no big deal and gives him just 5 tomatoes. He says that he will give the rest later since he needs them to feed the kids too. Behind him, 2 baby rabbits are fighting for a tomato as their father tries to calm them. The tomato vanishes, and the tower manager says that it will compromise this time. Sejun thanks him, and the message window vanishes. He laughs to himself, realizing that the manager was about to say sorry just now. But then he says out loud that the tower manager was simpler than he thought. It is now the 91st day, and the 4th blue moon event happens. Sejun is sitting in a dark corner, eating the cherry tomatoes. He had heard that people with high MP could endure the roars of monsters to a certain level, and that is why he was eating the tomatoes, but he still hopes that nothing like the last time happens again. As Sejun wishes for time to pass quickly, his plants begin to gleam in the blue light. Sejun realizes what is going on as the energy of the light enters a tomato, and it turns blue. Sejun cannot wait to harvest it, but then he notices that the tomato plants are not the only ones getting blessed. Even the sweet potato leaves were getting illuminated. The desire to check on them overcomes Sejun, and he walks towards his farm. He digs out the sweet potatoes with his bare hands and is amazed at the result. He had a blue sweet potato in his hand. It was filled with the energy of the blue moon, and when consumed, it would increase one's strength by 0.5 points permanently. The system windows tell him that he harvested a sweet potato with the energy of the blue moon, due to which he gained a lot of experience. The proficiency of the skill harvest has also increased, and now it will be leveled up. Sejun then looks at the blue tomato and harvests it too. As he holds the sweet potato in one hand and the tomato in the other, Sejun thinks that he is holding the world in his hands. But that happiness is soon disturbed by a quest Sejun was expecting. And there were not one but 2 quests. Sejun had to offer both the products imbued with the energy of the blue moon to the manager. There was no reward for either of the quests, and the penalty was death. Sejun thinks that the manager was really pushing it with 2 quests at a time. If Sejun refused, it might just kill him this time. But Sejun has a way to solve this issue. He offers 500 tomatoes to the manager, saying that he needs to complete the previous quest first. The manager quickly accepts the tomatoes and says that he is happy with the cherry tomatoes. But then it asks Sejun why he has not given the energy-filled crops to it already. Sejun apologizes for calling the manager simple earlier. He asks them to let this slide for today and promises to give them it later. The manager sighs and accepts this condition. Sejun then looks at the items in his hands and wonders what he should do with them. And that is not even a question. He tosses the blue tomato in his mouth and shudders. He could feel the summer festival and the fireworks in his mouth again, almost as if it were the first time he ate the tomatoes. The system window tells him that his MP has permanently increased by 0.5 due to eating the tomato. But then Sejun cannot hold on to his hunger and desire any longer. He wraps the sweet potato in onion leaves and throws it into the fire. He thinks it would be even better if he had tin foil with him. But the multi-purpose onion leaves were also good enough. Sejun is happy and says that the time spent waiting for delicious food is the happiest time. The blue moon passes, and the rabbits also come out. And they all have questions for Sejun as they see him cooking something. He says that they had great timing. He was just about to call them. Sejun then excitedly says that he presents to them the sweet potato with the energy of the blue moon. And its delicious smell makes the rabbits drool. Sejun says that it was not much, but they should share it. But the husband rabbit stands in front of his family and stops them from taking up Sejun's offer. They are saddened as he tells them something, and Sejun realizes what the rabbit was saying. He wanted Sejun to eat the sweet potato himself, as there was only one. Sejun is touched and thanks the husband rabbit for being the only one thinking about him. But even as Sejun accepts to eat the sweet potato alone, he is hiding the fact that he has already eaten it secretly before. Sejun peels the sweet potato and takes a bite. But it is too hot, and he burns his tongue and spits out whatever he just bit in the sweet potato in his hand. As Sejun screams about burning his tongue and scalding his palate, the rabbits are watching the sweet potato on the ground. The husband rabbit reaches down to grab a piece of the sweet potato, but his children swipe everything before him, and then they eat it as their father watches. But it is too hot for them, and they too spit it out. The baby rabbits start crying, and the husband is dejected that he got nothing and that the sweet potato got wasted. And this is another entry in Sejun's diary in the tower. He ate a fiery meal today, a little too hot for his liking. A few days later, Sejun is telling the baby rabbits that they are going to plant sweet potato sprouts from now on. The rabbits are confused, and Sejun says that it was the thing they were eating right now. Sejun scolds them and says that the baby rabbits are prohibited from eating the sweet potato sprouts for the time being. These words come as a devastating shock to the rabbits. The sweet potato sprouts have been the favorite snacks of the baby rabbits lately, and now they are trying to protest against Sejun's decision. All of them have different reactions to the order, and Sejun says that no matter how they complain, his decision is final. He thinks that there will be nothing left to plant if the babies keep on eating the sprouts. Sejun tries to convince the rabbits by saying that they will be having even better sweet potatoes for dinner. But if they helped him plant the sweet potato sprouts before that, he would give them a special snack. Sejun had decided to expand the farm area to cultivate sweet potatoes, and for that, he needed the baby rabbits to cooperate with him. And as soon as he tells them about the special snacks, they look at him with drooling mouths and gleaming eyes. Sejun tells them to start working, and the rabbits carry the sprouts to plant them. Their mother is harvesting the green onions, and Sejun asks her to leave one plant. It would then bloom a flower and Sejun could get seeds from it. He had reached the conclusion that he needed to plant a seed for something to become an item. After all, he had harvested green onions many times, but there was not a single one that was special. In the newly expanded farm area, the baby rabbits are hard at work. One of them digs holes, and the other plants the sprouts in them. But in a corner, one of the babies is too greedy to part with his favorite snack. He cannot control his urge and takes a bite of the leaf. Reacting to that, his father smacks him for doing something like that. Sejun is also harvesting the tomatoes, and he gets a lot of messages from the tower system. He had a little bit of experience, but it was the final bit he needed to level up. And now that he had reached a designated level, he had ranked up from an F-rank farmer to an E-rank farmer. His job level has increased, and his job characteristics will be strengthened because of this. Sejun is also glad to know that he has reached level 8, and to celebrate that, he decides to make the snacks a bit earlier. He takes the cherry tomatoes and puts them on a skewer. At the same time, he gets a message from the tower manager. The manager was keeping an eye on Sejun and what he was going to cook today. The message disappears soon, and Sejun thinks that this was quite a harmless action. He begins roasting the cherry tomatoes and then calls the rabbits to start eating. They leave their work and come running to him, and Sejun presents them with special roasted cherry tomatoes on bone skewers. The information window for the roasted tomatoes also opens. The skewer used by Sejun was made from cleaned piranha bones, and because of the cooking, the tomatoes were softer and sweeter. The rabbits take a skewer each, and they look really excited to eat it. Sejun tells them that it is easy to carry around and eat in this form, but he also warns them that it was quite hot and they should blow before eating it. But the rabbits are already enjoying it. Then he says that since the sweet potato sprouts were already planted, they should dig some sweet potatoes for dinner. As Sejun digs the sweet potatoes, he finds 5 sweet potatoes in a plant. He reads the information about them, and they are called strength sweet potatoes. It had similar effects to the magical tomato, but with strength. Anyone who ate it would get an additional 0.1 strength for 10 minutes, and this effect could be stacked up to 10 times in an hour. The other effect was that it would break down 10 grams of fat and help with bowel movements. And this bonus would also apply to those who had not awakened yet. Sejun counts that he now has 15 sweet potatoes, which means he got 5 potatoes for each one he sowed. And that was pretty good for a first harvest. But then Sejun spots a fallen potato sprout. He plants it, thinking it would be a waste to leave even a single sprout. But then he gets messages from the system saying that the proficiency of skill sowing is increasing because of this action. Now Sejun realizes that even this qualifies as sowing. And he also realizes that he must plant all the sprouts himself to increase his skill level. Sejun asks the baby rabbits to stop in a hurry because now he wants to do it. Inside its office, the manager is trying to copy what Sejun just did. It has cherry tomatoes on a skewer, and they are roasted over a fire. The manager eats the tomatoes and immediately spits some of them out since they are burned and bitter. But then it ponders what was wrong with its tomatoes. The humans seem to eat them fondly. And then the sweet taste of the tomatoes spreads through its mouth, and the manager realizes how delicious they are now. It uses the magic crystal ball to see what Sejun is doing right now. And when the manager finds him eating the sweet potatoes with the rabbits, he gets angry. It screams, saying, "How could those punks start eating sweet potatoes without it?" It was the great black dragon, Alien Fritten. The manager sends a quest to Sejun immediately. He demands 1 roasted sweet potato. There are no rewards for this quest, and the punishment for refusing is death. Sejun is not in a mood to do the quest and tells the manager to postpone it. The manager is shocked and says that he wants the sweet potatoes right now. If Sejun did not give them it, there would be consequences. Sejun says that there was only 1 sweet potato left. He asks the manager what it could offer in reward. The manager considers it for a while and then revises the quest. A reward is added for another job-related skill. Sejun thinks that this reward is good enough and offers the sweet potato to the manager. He opens the reward and finds that it is a level 1 seed store. When this skill was activated, Sejun could buy a product at the seed shop every 30 days. Sejun is overjoyed. A seed store meant that he could purchase things inside a tower that were similar to what other awakened had. He says that this was an amazing reward, and the tower manager should have given it to him earlier. Sejun activates the skill, and the seed store is opened. Before that, it checks the transaction history of Sejun and finds that there were no previous transactions. But thinking about the transactions, Sejun arrives at an important question. How should he make purchases when he has no money? But then he gets another message that the store will offer entry-level services to the customer, Sejun. He was the first rookie-tier customer at the seed store, and because of that, he would get 1 tower coin that would be added to his account at the seed store. The tower coin appears in front of Sejun, and he is shocked. He says that the seed store was the kindest and the best. The tower coin was a currency used inside the tower, but in the outside world, the cost of each tower coin was 1,000,000 won. Sejun opens the seed store to see what he can buy there. The message window tells him that for rookie tier, he could see 3 random types of seeds, and at his current level, Sejun could only purchase 1 of them. The 3 types of seeds for this time are shown, and Sejun sees that he can buy 1,000 seeds of either red pepper, cabbage, or carrots for 0.1 tower coin each. Sejun thinks that the name seed store was quite fitting as it only had seeds. But then he looks at the price and thinks about the outside world's value of the tower coin. He was getting 1,000 seeds for 100,000 won, and that was very expensive. Sejun thinks about what he should choose. Red pepper and cabbage could be a good combo to make kimchi, but he could not buy them together. Neither did he have the resources to process them here. And then the only thing left was carrots. As soon as he says carrots, the attention of all the rabbits turns to Sejun. Sejun asks them what is wrong, and the rabbits try to tell him that they want carrots. Sejun sees their excited expression and says carrots again, getting the same reaction as before. He is enjoying this a bit too much, and the husband rabbit kicks him in the face for wasting time. Sejun purchases the carrot seeds for 0.1 tower coin and gets 1 seed store mile. The mileage could be used to raise the level of his seed store, and he needed 100 points to get to the next level. Sejun gets the seeds in a fancy pouch and thinks that the pouch is more expensive than the seeds themselves. But then he sees a message from the manager saying that he is satisfied with Sejun's purchase. Sejun makes a face and asks why it's getting satisfied. This is another entry in his diary now. He got carrot seeds by trading at the seed store. Sejun is excited to plant carrots, and so are the rabbits, but someone else is watching them from a distance. A large and cute bee is watching Sejun, and the rabbits celebrate getting carrot seeds, and it seems like the bee also wants in. This chapter starts with the husband rabbit and wife rabbit laying on their bellies in front of mounds of soil. They are excitedly chatting about something as their children frolic around behind them. And Sejun watches them from his regular spot too. The rabbits start flirting with each other, and Sejun wonders what has gotten into them recently. He had planted carrot seeds on a patch of land a few days ago, and even though the seeds had not even sprouted yet, the rabbit couple was acting like this in front of the place where he planted carrot seeds. Sejun wonders if they love carrots so much that they spend most of their time daydreaming about them. But he decides to leave them to themselves and take a nap himself. After he wakes up, Sejun plans to pollinate the flowers and cut the green onions. Sejun closes his eye, and a baby rabbit also sleeps with him. But then he notices a buzzing sound whizzing past his ear. Sejun tries to swat away whatever is bothering him without losing sleep. But since nothing changes, he gets up. He is frustrated and says, why did a bug suddenly show up now? But when he looks at the cause of the buzzing noise, he finds it to be a giant and cute bee. The bee looks at Sejun curiously, and he stammers for a while before saying she was so cute. He thinks this is a monster in the form of a bug. He calls the bee close so that he can read what kind of monster she is. But that happiness at meeting a cute thing vanishes when Sejun finds that it was a poison honeybee. He is scared and flinches as he reads the name, and he turns back to ask the rabbits if they knew whether the bee was dangerous or not. But the rabbit couple is already taking their children back to their burrow. They are scared of the bee too, and Sejun is stunned as he watches them run. He screams at the rabbits, calling them mean. His face twists as he asks them how they could leave him alone like this. The remaining information is given by the tower manager, who tells Sejun that the poison honeybees were carnivores that hunted monsters with their poison stings. The bee stingers were very dangerous, and the manager advised Sejun to stay away from them. Sejun is scared after reading that the bees eat meat. He thinks that they cease to be honeybees at this point. The bee flies towards him, and Sejun tries to shoo it away without any result. He says that he was just bones and had no meat for her to eat. He asks the bee to spare him, but she is still moving towards him, and Sejun sees her as a fearsome monster. He is fumbling around with his other hand when he finds something he can use to fend off the bee. It is just a broken tomato branch with a flower, and Sejun swings it towards the bee. He asks her to eat it instead of him. The bee curiously looks at the tomato flower, and Sejun is still afraid of her as she moves towards the flower. But when he opens his eyes, he finds that the bee was actually feeding on the flower. Sejun is shocked, but then the bee smiles at him after feeding. Sejun asks the tower manager if he is sure that the bees are carnivores, and there is no reply from the manager. But then Sejun remembers something very basic: bees love nectar. He approaches the honeybee and tells her that if she was hungry, she could feed on other flowers as well. Sejun tells her to eat to her heart's content, and the poison honeybee flies to the flowers happily. Sejun smiles at himself. While he was initially scared, he found something good after all. At this rate, he will not have to artificially pollinate the cherry tomatoes anymore. Then he spots the rabbit family hiding behind his rock. Sejun gives them a scornful glance and says that they ran away because they were worried only about themselves. And he asks them how they still had the nerve to come back. The rabbits try to soothe Sejun's anger by clinging to him and acting cute. And he says that he will not stop being mad at them. But then the poison honeybee returns after feeding. She flies straight towards Sejun, and he takes a few steps back until he is forced to stop by his rock. He asks the bee if she is not full yet, and as she comes close, Sejun is worried about his safety. But the bee lands on his stomach, and after adjusting his t-shirt a bit and stretching, she lays down in her sleeping position. Sejun also realizes that the bee did not mean to harm or scare him, she just wanted to sleep. And he feels that she was too cute even while sleeping. But a small part of his mind is still anxious, and Sejun asks the bee that she isn't going to sting him. And this time, the rabbits have also not run away. Sejun has another chapter to add to his diary about getting lost in the tower. His family in the dungeon gained one more member today. A few weeks have passed since Sejun's first meeting with the bee, and the tomato crops are ready to be harvested again. The wall where Sejun was marking the number of days is also showing 24 characters. Each character meant 5 days, and that means he has been here for 120 days. We see Sejun harvesting tomatoes along with the wife rabbit while the husband rabbit is watering the carrot seedlings, and the baby rabbits are still playing around. Sejun is getting disturbed by the baby rabbits playing near him, and he scolds them and tells them to go somewhere else. The baby rabbits run away without a care, and then Sejun looks at the rest of their siblings. They were also busy playing with each other, and he felt good seeing them so carefree. He says that they were having a great time, and of course, they had to play around when they were still young. And then the poison honeybee also comes to him and sits on his shoulder. Sejun asks her if she has sucked all the nectar for today as she lands. Sejun remembers that several weeks have passed since the poison honeybee came here and became a member of their family. He tells her that it is going to be lunchtime soon, and the bee is also excited about it as she rubs her cheek against Sejun's cheek. Sejun says that the routine of the poison honeybee was fixed. She goes to work in the field in the morning, and that is also when she sucks nectar. And then, in the evening, she returned to the forest outside the cave. And thanks to her, Sejun's workload had decreased. Sejun calls the rabbits, saying that it is time to eat, and they all come running towards him. Sejun thinks that the poison honeybee was probably not going back to her group or her hive. Maybe she did not have a hive. As they are eating, Sejun is holding a roasted green onion stem, and the honeybee is sitting on it. She had started spitting honey a few days ago, and right now, she was doing the same. The honey spreads over the roasted onion stem, creating another dish called honey onion. The sweet flavor of the freshly roasted green onion was enhanced by the sticky and sweet honey of the poison honeybee. And Sejun is the one who knows the truth about the statement. He takes a bite of the honey onion and exclaims that it is sweet and delicious. And the rabbits also share the sentiment because they are also eating the honey onion. Sejun talks to the honeybee and tells her that he was scared of her at first. He thought that she was poisonous and hence dangerous. But thanks to her, he was able to quickly get honey. And he also expanded his field with her help. As Sejun enjoys the honey onion, he says that in a few months he will eat so much honey that it will match what bears in the wild do. He used to be jealous of bears for eating too much honey, but that would stop happening in a few months. The Tower Master also gives Sejun a message, saying that it is happy for him. But he does it where Sejun cannot see it immediately. And as Sejun turns to see the message from the Tower Master, it disappears. A few more days have passed, and Sejun thinks that the blue moon is also going to come soon. He is reading the characters on the stone wall while the baby rabbits are playing and eating. Sejun is worried a bit about the blue moon. Even though nothing bad had happened yet, there were chances that things might go wrong at any time. He hopes that the blue moon goes safely this time as well. It is the 121st day after getting lost, and it is also the day of the blue moon that occurs every 30 days. Sejun is carrying a bag made of onion leaves and full of cherry tomatoes. He puts them inside their usual food hiding place, a rock circle covered with green onion leaves. Sejun is also wearing a jacket made of green onion leaves, and he says this much food will be enough. The poison honeybee had also not come to their farm for a couple of days, and Sejun thinks that she was also preparing for the blue moon somewhere. But then he sees the rabbit family. The husband rabbit and wife rabbit were trying to tell their children something, and their children were listening quite attentively. Sejun also notices that the rabbits were especially anxious today. But it is almost time for the blue moon, and Sejun asks them to go home now. But he stops mid-sentence as he sees the rabbit family huddle up. Sejun cannot think of anything that would make them behave so seriously. But the rabbits do not appear worried or scared either. Sejun is about to ask the rabbits if everything is alright when the rabbit couple bolts towards their home, leaving their kids behind. They go inside their house and Sejun is shocked at what they are doing. But then the rabbit couple turns back and waves at their children. They also say something, but Sejun does not understand it. And with that, they slam their door shut. Sejun is shocked at what he just witnessed. He asks the parent rabbits how they could just leave their babies out in the open during a blue moon. It was dangerous, and they were still kids who could not fend for themselves. But as Sejun says that the blue moon is coming, it arrives. The moon eclipses the sun, and blue light covers the world. And Sejun hears the roar of a monster coming from behind his back, and he goes speechless. He nervously turns back to see what was happening and sees a sight he will never forget. There is even more noise and even louder roars and growls, and they were coming from the baby rabbits, and they looked nothing like their cute selves now. Right now, they were ferocious monsters who seemed to have lost their reason. Sejun silently watches the baby rabbits, who have suddenly transformed into something monstrous. They had grown in size, their fur had turned white and their eyes red, and they had sharp claws and fangs. And as the baby rabbits roar, Sejun wonders what in the world is going on here. Sejun screams, "What on earth is going on here?" as he fails to understand anything. But neither can he understand the rabbits' language, nor can they listen to him right now. They are all transformed into beasts with muscular bodies. As the rabbits bare their sharp fangs and claws, they roar loudly, and Sejun just stands there watching them in beast mode. But then the rabbits suddenly started to glow with a dazzling purple light. It is too bright for Sejun, and he closes his eyes as he tries to shield them from the blinding light. And then something even more unexpected happens. As the light starts to dim a little bit, the baby rabbits that had turned into beasts start transforming even further. But their features now resemble those of normal white farming rabbits, and their fur also seems to be glowing white. And then a rabbit jumps up in joy and says something. He has transformed into an adult white farming rabbit. And he is not alone. All his siblings have also transformed. 4 of them are white farming rabbits, and 1 of them is pitch black in color. And as the rabbits bounce around with joy, Sejun stares at them with his mouth wide open. He asks them what just happened, but the right words do not come out of his mouth. But then Sejun collects his thoughts and asks them if they have become adult rabbits now. They were larger than they were before the blue moon, and their fur had also turned white. And the rabbits happily affirm. Sejun now realizes that it must be a part of the farmer rabbit's growth cycle. It was the 4th blue moon night since they were born. And Sejun wonders if this was some kind of coming-of-age ceremony. Did the baby rabbits have to be left in the blue moonlight so that they could become adults? And the rabbits also try to tell Sejun that he was right. Sejun suddenly reflects on how he thought something was wrong with them. He covers his face with his hands and starts sobbing, and the rabbits are all shocked and worried. The black rabbit tries to console Sejun and wants him to not be sad anymore. And when Sejun sees his gesture, he thinks that the rabbit's nature is still the same as before. Sejun is overwhelmed by the cuteness of the rabbits who have just reached adulthood, and he stops behaving normally. He calls the rabbits little cute things, and he wants to give them retribution kisses. The rabbits panic and run away, but Sejun catches the black rabbit and smothers it with kisses. And he also tells the other rabbits not to run away from him. And then the blue moon finally passes, and everything returns to normal. The husband rabbit opens the door, and his wife is just behind him. And they see that their kids have grown up, and right now, they are sitting around a fire with Sejun. He waves to them, and the husband rabbit cannot stop smiling. The couple rushes to their kids and they hug them as Sejun fondly watches them. He wonders if he should prepare a coming-of-age feast for the rabbits as a gift. But then he notices one rabbit excitedly raising his hand while saying something. Sejun watches him carefully, and then out of nowhere, a shovel appears in his hand. The rabbit proudly displays it, and Sejun is surprised to see it. He asks what those were, because it was not the case with just one rabbit. All his siblings had something. One of the rabbits had gotten a sickle and a bandana. Another rabbit had gotten a cart, and he was hauling his black rabbit brother. One of the white rabbits had a watering can, and the one with the shovel was the first one to show his tool. The rabbits are glad to get their tools and affectionately show them while their parents enthusiastically clap for them. Sejun realizes what just happened. The rabbits could summon items. He understands that when the rabbits become adult farmer rabbits, they can have their own item. And he also knows that he can borrow the items. But then the white rabbit with a cart drops the black rabbit down, and Sejun wonders why the black rabbit is not summoning his tool. The black rabbit decides to summon his tool to show off too. And his tool is a huge wooden hammer, at least huge by rabbit standards. Sejun wonders why the black rabbit got a hammer. It was not a farming tool. But the black rabbit gives him attitude and tries to tell him that he is not ordinary. And then Sejun notices that the rabbit is indeed different from his siblings. While he could read their species as the white farmer rabbit, this one was not of the same kind. He was a warrior black rabbit, and as the rabbit hears his name being taken, he winks at Sejun. After a while, the rabbits start working at the farm. And now, the children are also working as much as their parents, and sometimes they are even outperforming them. The rabbit with the watering can is supporting his father in watering the plants. The one with the sickle quickly cuts the green onions, and even her mother is impressed by her skill. The rabbit with the cart is carrying tomatoes, and the one with the shovel is digging holes for new crops. The cart rabbit brings the tomato-laden cart to Sejun, and Sejun tells him to put the tomatoes in the nearby heap. He is near the storage and plans to do something with the tomatoes. As the cart rabbit goes off to get some more tomatoes, Sejun gets teary-eyed. He thinks that the rabbit children are now helping their parents with farming. Until yesterday, they were carefree kids who just ran around the farm having fun. And seeing the sudden maturity in their actions touches his heart. But then he sees that the black warrior rabbit was just lying next to him. Sejun turns to him and finds him eating tomatoes without a care. And Sejun thinks that this one was just unemployed. He starts talking with the black rabbit. Sejun says that since he was a warrior rabbit, his job was to fight. But since they are in the cave, there won't be any monsters that may harm the farm. In that case, the black rabbit had nothing to fight for. The black rabbit is also aware of this disappointing situation. And then Sejun says that his hammer could not even help them with farming. And he wonders what they should do. But then the black rabbit has an idea, and he tells Sejun about it. He leads him to the pond in the cave and excitedly points towards it. Sejun also exclaims that he was right, he could hunt in the pond. Hunting could also be considered one kind of fight. And Sejun thinks that even the warrior rabbit could be helpful now. He says that he will lure out the fish using the torch, and the rabbit will have to catch the fish. Sejun asks the black rabbit to show him the power of a warrior, and the rabbit is eager to start. Sejun frantically waves the torch over the boundary of the pond, and a piranha jumps out of the water straight towards the flame. Sejun tells the black rabbit that this is his chance, and he jumps up with his hammer. And then the black warrior rabbit strikes the fish with his full strength and sends it flying. The fish goes and crashes into the cave wall with a huge impact, and Sejun is stunned as he sees what has just happened. The black rabbit had attacked the fish with such great force that it was utterly destroyed, and pieces of its meat were falling down. The black rabbit turns back and gives Sejun a thumbs up, but he does not realize the mess that he has made. The fish had turned into mush, and apart from the head and the bones, everything else had turned into a meat slurry. Sejun is shocked beyond belief, and his reaction is justified. And later, when he presents the fish at dinner, it is a mood dampener. There is an air of gloom over the dinner, and Sejun and the black rabbit are the ones who are the most disappointed. And the other rabbits are also not happy that they have to eat a fish like this. Sejun tells the black rabbit that he will get better if he keeps on practicing. He tells him to not be sad and to eat the food now. And just like that, all the rabbits began getting used to their roles. Even the black warrior rabbit was getting more adept at catching fish after his initial failure. He can swiftly catch the fish with just his hands, and Sejun is cheering on him. The other rabbits are also busy with their jobs, and everything is going perfectly. Another day passes, and the 125th day comes. The 1-month cooldown period to open the seed store has been completed, and the store opens again. Sejun is also excited to see the seed store open again. He wonders what kind of crops he will be given this time and which one of the options he will choose. The system window tells Sejun that 3 random seeds that were being sold today will be shown to him. At his current level, he could purchase only one. The options are 50 sweet pumpkin seeds for 1 tower coin, 10 watermelon seeds for 5 tower coins, and 200 waxy corn seeds for 0.5 tower coins. And Sejun is flabbergasted to see the list of seeds this time. He says that the price of the currently listed seeds is much higher than the seeds of last time. He had only 0.9 tower coins left after purchasing the carrot seeds, and with that, Sejun could only buy the waxy corn seeds. Sejun ponders what he should do. If the seeds keep on getting expensive, he will have no money to buy anything the next time. And then he did not even have a way to increase his money while being stuck in this place. Sejun remembers that there were 3 ways to get tower coins inside the tower. The first was getting rewards for clearing a floor. The reward was high, but it was the first clear reward. That meant it could be obtained only once, and the hunters did not actually earn too much profit from it. The second method was to hunt the monsters and sell their body parts. The monster parts could be sold to either the traveling merchants or to the store on the first floor, and it was regarded as the best source of income for hunters, as they could make a continuous profit from it. The third method was to complete quests and get rewards for them, but that was the most gamble-like method out of the 3. The quest rewards varied greatly, so it was hard to say how much money could be earned. Sejun thinks of his situation. Among the 3 options, 2 were practically impossible for him. He could not even think about clearing the floors, as he could not even leave the cave. And then he thinks that the only way for him to get money is by completing the quests given by the tower manager. Sejun asks the tower manager if it can hear him, and he asks the tower manager if he could reward him with tower coins for clearing the quests right now. The tower manager replies, saying that he doesn't know what Sejun means, but it will give him whatever he asked for later when Sejun is all grown up. Sejun is confused. The tower manager did not know about the tower coins, and it said he would give them to Sejun when he grew up. Sejun casually asks the tower master how old it is, and the manager replies that it was a secret. Then Sejun asks another question. How long would he have to wait till he was recognized as a grown-up? And the tower manager replies that Sejun should be at least 300 years old. Sejun lashes out at the tower manager, asking if he's kidding him. He says that he will have to record all the tower coins he is to get and then inform his children about them. They will pass it on to their children, and this will go on for 300 years. And Sejun thinks his 7th generation grandchildren will receive the tower coins in his stead. And he is even more angry at the manager because, in this condition, Sejun has no chance to even have children. But the tower manager is not in the mood to listen to his rants, and the message windows disappear. Sejun also realizes that it's no use getting angry. It would be his loss if he got angry right now. But then he decides to do what he can right now to increase the chances of a comfortable survival. Sejun says that the only item he can purchase right now is the waxy corn seeds, and it was not a bad choice at all. Corn was delicious to steam and grill, and Sejun thinks that he can even grind it into flour and make something like bread here. And even though he doesn't know if the idea of making bread would work, he selects the option to buy the corn. The system tells Sejun that he has purchased 200 waxy corn seeds. 0.5 tower coins were being deducted from his seed bank account, and he had earned 5 seed miles, using which he could eventually level up the seed store. The cooldown period starts again, and the system tells Sejun that he can access the seed store again in 30 days. And with that, a cloth pouch filled with corn seeds falls into Sejun's hand. He empties a few seeds into his hand and shows them to the husband rabbit. Sejun asks what he thought about the seeds. Were they looking good? And the husband rabbit thinks that they are of good quality. Sejun says that they should start working, and all the rabbits cheerfully join him. But then he completes his sentence and says that they should eat something before that. They roast the fish and eat tomatoes as sides. And Sejun has finally filled his empty stomach. He exclaims that he cannot eat any more, and he thinks that he should dry the rest of the fish and store it. The rabbits are also full, and they are also relaxing around the fire like Sejun. The poison honeybee also returns, and Sejun welcomes her. He asks the honeybee, who is spending a lot of time in this cave, if it will be okay if she does not return to her home. But the bee smiles and rubs her cheek against Sejun, as was her habit. Sejun says that it was all right, even if she doesn't go back to her home. He would be more than happy to permanently welcome her here. But then there is rustling at the entrance of the cave, and the antennas of the bee pick up something. Her happy expression changes to a serious one, and she flies up and faces the entrance with a mean look. And the black rabbit also does the same. He is ready with his hammer, as he has also sensed an intruder at the cave's entrance. Now Sejun also notices something moving, and he exclaims that it is a monster. The black warrior rabbit says something to the intruder angrily, and then the intruder replies. He asks everyone not to get him wrong. He was not a shameless cat who was here to steal their food. Sejun is shocked to find that it was a cat, and he wonders how a cat can talk. Next to him, the black rabbit and the poison honeybee are ready to fight, and the other rabbits are scared. Sejun asks the cat why he came here then, and in response, the cat jumps down and lands in front of Sejun. He is wearing a cape and carrying a small bag, and then he gets up and presents his paw to shake hands. The cat asks him if he is the customer Park Sejun, and then he introduces himself as the traveling merchant Theo. Sejun has yet another chapter to add to his diary about getting lost in the tower. He met a wandering cat merchant today, and as Sejun and Theo look at each other, they do not know how beneficial they are going to be for each other. This chapter starts with Theo introducing himself as a wandering merchant to Sejun. But Sejun is shocked to see a talking cat, and the black warrior rabbit behind him is still suspicious of the cat. But then Sejun remembers that he heard that sometimes people meet a traveling merchant as they go up the tower. But he was not expecting the traveling merchant to be a cat. But Sejun finds the cat merchant quite adorable. He looks at his big and shiny eyes and his soft and chubby cheeks, and the soft, jelly-like paws of his outstretched hand. Sejun wants those jelly paws to knead on him, and he exclaims inside his mind that this was completely unfair. With a merchant so cute, it would be easy to scam people. And by people, he means himself. Sejun really liked cats, but as the cat merchant asks him if he is Park Sejun, he tries to act cool. He confirms his identity and then asks the merchant what he wants. Theo says that he heard about a new rookie who made transactions in the seed store, and he was here to greet him and make some deals with him. Sejun is curious about the deals and asks Theo more about them. The cat merchant rummages inside his bag and says that he has some pretty good items, but his stomach growls loudly, and now Theo is nervous. He apologizes to Sejun, saying that he had not eaten anything today, and he ended up showing an embarrassing image to a customer. As Theo nervously laughs about the silly thing, Sejun is staring at him curiously, and then he has an evil and mischievous grin on his face. It seems like he is up to something, probably something like taking advantage of the cat merchant. Sejun asks him if he heard his name correctly, was it Theo? And he offers him a roasted fish with a bright smile on his face. Theo is so shocked by the sudden offer that he meows out loud. His eyes glisten, his mouth drools, and his ears twitch as he looks at the delicious roasted fish. And Sejun asks him not to decline his offer. But Theo controls his hunger and tells Sejun that it's alright. He cannot touch a customer's food. Sejun is taken aback slightly and tries to convince the cat merchant again. He asks if Theo really does not want to eat it. He talks about the smell of the tender meat grilled on fire. As Sejun holds Theo's shoulder, he says that the fish had that distinct fishy flavor that cats can't refuse. And it seems like his words were working as Theo drooled over the fish again. Sejun says that it was obvious that Theo wanted it, and he could have it too. And as Sejun persuades him, Theo cannot stop drooling. He tries his best to stop himself from eating the fish, but as Sejun pushes it closer to him, he finally gives in. He eats a lot and is finally satisfied. Theo says that he is full now as he happily lays down on the ground, holding a fishbone. He says that the fish was so delicious, and now he was full. And Sejun tends to the fire while saying that Theo ate 5 fish. He must have been really hungry. Theo gets up and sincerely thanks Sejun. He says that he gave him such a nice treat, and he does not know how he can thank him enough. And Sejun smiles at him and says that it was no big deal. He should be the one who is thankful. After all, Theo came all the way here to meet him. And as Theo grabs his bag once again and starts talking about the deal, Sejun asks him for 0.5 tower coins. Theo asks him what he meant, and Sejun replies with a smile that he should pay for the roasted fish he just ate. Theo is shocked, and he panics as he asks Sejun if the fish wasn't free. And Sejun replies that nothing in this world is ever free. And since Theo said that he was here to make a deal, he was not going to eat his customer's fish and run away. As Sejun says, Theo is nervous, and then he looks around himself, and that nervousness increases. The black rabbit and the poison honeybee were ready with their weapons, and even the farming rabbits were ready to beat Theo if he tried to leave without paying. With tears in his eyes, Theo pays 0.5 tower coins to Sejun, and Sejun thanks him for that, even though he just scammed the poor cat. As he checks his balance, Sejun is happy that he got some tower coins, but Theo is dejected and sad as he realizes that he was scammed. He is crying because instead of earning money, he lost it. He came here to earn some money from the customer but ended up paying him. His business had already started at a loss, but then he brings his emotions under control. Theo is determined that he will not be defeated like this. He will definitely sell all his items here. He loudly says that it is his turn now, and he requests that Sejun look at his items. He opens the cloth bag and unfurls it to display the items he has. Theo proudly displays them and asks Sejun what he thinks of them. They were luxury items from another floor, and on the cloth, there are 3 items with their prices shown on an information window. The first is a tumbler worth 5 tower coins. Then there is a mini fan worth 5 tower coins. And lastly, there is a portable hand warmer that is also worth 5 tower coins. Sejun asks Theo if these items weren't from outside the tower, and he says that Sejun really noticed it. The rabbits also gather around them, and they are curious about the items. Theo starts his sales pitch and tells Sejun that the tumbler has preservation magic. It will maintain the temperature of the things kept inside it, whether they are hot or cold. Then he talks about the mini fan, which has a wind magic enchantment, and whenever they need wind, they can just press the buttons. As Theo demonstrates how the mini fan works, Sejun stares at him in disbelief. He apologizes for cutting off Theo when he was talking, but he had to tell him the truth about the items he was selling. The cat merchant asks what was wrong, and Sejun says that all the items he brought were trash. Theo is shocked and angry. He shouts at Sejun and asks him what he is talking about. These items were from outside the tower, and how could someone not recognize their value? As he says this, Theo collects his items close to himself, and even the rabbit next to him is disappointed. Sejun tells Theo that he was also someone who had come here from outside the tower, and the terrible truth dawns upon him as he loses his confidence. Sejun explains that there was no magic in the items he was trying to sell. The tumbler prevented heat transfer by blocking contact with the outside, and the portable fan and hand warmer operated on batteries. If they used them only for a few hours, their batteries would run out. Sejun presses the buttons on the fan as Theo watches in confusion. The cat merchant gets angry and says that Sejun was lying. Scarum, the person who sold these items to him, said that there was magic inside them. But the fan is about to stop now as the battery has run out, and Sejun points that out to Theo. Theo loses his calm and starts hitting the fan so that it can start working again. He also changes his formal accent to a natural one where he talks more like a cat, and Sejun tells him that he got scammed by that trader named Scarum. Theo is depressed, and he can still not believe it, and Scarum was so kind to him. He starts crying and says that Scarum was a bad goblin, and Sejun notices that Theo has changed his accent. And then the cat starts crying, saying that why did he always get scammed. Sejun tries to comfort him and asks him to tell him about what happened. In the background, the rabbits are checking out the items that Theo brought with him. The sad cat merchant starts his story. He was from the 75th floor of the tower, which was one of the tower's neutral zones. And for the longest time, he had been in love with a cat named Meryl. She was the most beautiful girl in their Granner village. And finally, one day, he gathered the courage to propose to her in front of everyone. As the villagers cheered him on, Theo told Meryl that he liked her and asked her to date him. He presented her with a bouquet of fish, but Meryl did not seem interested. She clearly depicted her disgust at the poor bouquet Theo was giving her. She slapped it away, saying that the smell of cheap rice fish disgusts her. Theo was taken aback and asked Meryl what she was doing. He had worked hard to get those roasted rice fish. But then another shock came for Theo. Someone told him to know his place and asked how dare he try to win Meryl's over. And as Theo turned back, he saw Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village. He was well dressed and carrying a big and beautiful fish as a gift. Oren laughs at Theo and asks that how could he give a low-grade rice fish to a lady. And he says that he should have brought at least a high-quality salmon as a gift. With that, Oren presents the salmon to Meryl, and she looks happy upon seeing it. A flustered Theo says that Meryl doesn't even like greasy food because she is afraid that she will gain weight. But then Meryl speaks for herself and says that the fish was so beautiful. Theo is shocked and heartbroken as he hears those words. Oren has his arm around Meryl now, and he was taking her to his home to enjoy the salmon properly, and she was happy to go with him. Theo tells her to wait and stops her by grabbing her arm. And from his point of view, it is like a scene from a romance drama. He is the handsome but poor protagonist, and the woman he loves is going with a rich guy. Theo asks Meryl about all the moments they shared together and all the memories they made. But Meryl replies that she didn't mean any of it, it was all a lie. But she is shuddering as she says these words, and Theo says that he can see her tears. Could she swear that all that was a lie? He thinks back about the unforgettable days when they used to play in the flower fields. But Meryl angrily frees her hand from Theo's grip. She is angry, and that is the reason why she was shaking earlier. She asks Theo not to get ahead of himself. She just smiled at him a few times, and he got delusional that she liked him. And even though she said that she really did not like him, he kept following her. And in her memories, it was clear that she was running away from Theo because he annoyed her. And then she says that she hates poor cats who smell like cheap rice fish the most. And as she points at Theo, he is left speechless. He falls into the pit of despair. Meryl was taken away by Oren, the son of the richest cat in the town, and Theo ran away crying. He decided to run away from his village and become a traveling merchant with the determination to become rich one day to get his revenge. As Theo has finished telling Sejun and the rabbits the first part of his story, they are nervous and feel bad for him. Sejun feels guilty for scamming him now. Theo says that he even went through the necessary procedure and brought the license and other important stuff required to become a traveling merchant. And that cost him his lifelong savings, worth 50 tower coins. He was planning to buy something to resell from the peddler with the remaining 5 tower coins. And that was when he got scammed by Scarum. Theo was in an inn when a goblin called him and asked him if he was a new wandering merchant. The goblin told him that his name was Scarum, and he asked Theo to ask him if there was anything he needed to know. And being a naive cat, Theo believed him. In the inn, Scarum told Theo about items from outside the tower. He was shocked, and Scarum said that they were really precious and that he was only telling this to Theo. He said that if Theo took these items to the upper floors, he could make quite a profit. The creatures on the upper floors collect such things as a hobby. Theo was curious about why Scarum was selling such precious things to him at such a low price. Scarum replied that it was because he came to like the cat merchant, and this could be considered the goodwill of a senior who wants to train their junior merchant. Then Scarum told Theo that if he did not like the deal, it was not a problem for him. He could sell them to any other merchant. And poor Theo immediately bought the items as soon as he heard this line. Scarum then told the cat that since he was in a good mood, he would also give him a bonus. He handed him a piece of paper and said that this was a map with the location of the new user of the seed store. And since it was a new member, Theo could make a great profit from him if he was lucky. But even that information was not really a bonus. Scarum told Theo that since he had given him good information, the drinks would be on him tonight. And poor Theo accepted this offer and even thanked the scammer. So Theo gave all his remaining money to Scarum and bought these items. He had high expectations that he would be able to resell them for a high price. So he starved himself along the way and barely ended up here. As he tells this to Sejun, he is quite sad. But then he starts rolling on the floor and crying. He says that all of the items turned out to be trash. And on top of that, the customer took his remaining money by trapping him with fish. And he cries that he is not really good at anything. Sejun thinks that the cat merchant was really a pushover, but then he suddenly gets an idea. He remembers something, and that was a way he could use it to gain tower coins. Sejun smiles and tells Theo to calm down. He even offers to eat some roasted fish to cheer him up. But Theo has learned from his mistake and says that Sejun was just going to ask him to pay later. He was not stupid to fall for the same trick twice. But Sejun says that he will really give it to him for free. And he will even consider the 5 fish he ate earlier as just a treat. And Theo looks at him with big, hopeful eyes as he asks if he really meant that. But even this kindness is not for free. Sejun asks Theo if he could work with him in exchange. And as Sejun smiles and asks Theo what he thinks, he gets a thought. He asks Theo if he would like to work with him. And Sejun thinks that Theo will agree to him because he was just a pushover. Theo is shocked, and he asks Sejun if he really meant what he said. Did he want them to work together? Sejun replies that he wants a good merchant to sell his items. But Theo asks if Sejun really thought that he was a good merchant. He does not believe Sejun. He says with drooping ears that he was just a noob who was completely useless. But Sejun tells Theo that even though he made some mistakes, he still had some qualities of a decent merchant. And then Sejun smugly smiles and says that Theo touched his heart by telling his story, and that is why he wants to become a business partner with him. Theo is surprised, and Sejun is going to tell him about the business partner deal. But before that, he signals the rabbits to show the merchant their hospitality. And the husband rabbit and his wife are ready to give the cat a relaxing experience. They have created chairs from onion leaves, and there is also an umbrella. The mood is set for sunbathing on a beach, and the rabbit couple is also wearing garlands made from tomato flowers. They are now lying on the chairs, and Sejun is sipping something from a bottle made of onion leaves. Even their straw is made of onion leaves. The rabbits are also fanning them. And now Sejun repeats what Theo told him about himself. He was desperate and took a deal from a shady merchant. But he ended up being scammed and could not sell his goods. And right now, he doesn't even have any money to buy any goods he can resell later. And Theo sadly says that Sejun was right. Sejun excitedly tells him that that is why he wants to become a business partner with Theo. He was proposing an offer that would be a win-win situation for both of them. Theo would take Sejun's products and sell them to other people, and he would get an incentive according to the amount he sells. Theo asks what the incentive was, and Sejun explains. Theo had to sell the goods above the price Sejun had marked. And of course, the more Theo sold them for, the better. And Sejun believed in his ability to sell them for a much higher price. And he would get 5% of the price of the items he sold. Meanwhile, the black rabbit is trying to roast a fish. Theo is appalled by the offer. Only a meager 3.5% incentive was too low, and he thinks that the condition is too unfavorable for him. He then angrily sips from his glass, thinking that Sejun took him for a fool. He would not be deceived. But before that, Sejun has yet another thing to tell him. And this was the most important part. Sejun asks the rabbits to bring something, and we can see them walking with many roasted fish. Sejun says that there was not only an incentive, he would pay Theo 10 fish or their value in coins each week. And Theo is absolutely stunned. Sejun says that these were all the terms and conditions of the contract. And now Theo is drooling as he asks Sejun if he was serious about the roasted fish. Sejun asks him if he wants to sign a contract now, and Theo is not so easy to convince. He reminds himself of what happened in the past with him. He was betrayed by Meryl and Scarum, and he has to be smart if he does not want to be deceived like that again. But he really cannot resist the fish. Theo wipes the drool off his face and says that he will consider it if Sejun offers him 20 fish per week. Sejun has that creepy grin on his face again. The cat was really a pushover. He tells Theo that he is in a good mood right now, and on top of accepting his request, he will add 5 more fish. Theo is shocked to see 25 grilled fish piled in front of him, and he cannot stop drooling. And then Sejun throws in another bonus. Theo could eat as much fish as he could when he was here. And that is the last thing Sejun has to say. He repeats himself one more time, and Theo still finds it hard to believe. He is so excited that he has forgotten everything that happened in the past. Sejun asks if he has a paper with him, and Theo has one. Sejun takes the paper and writes the terms of contact on it. And then Sejun signs it as Party A, and Theo puts his paw there as Party B. Sejun says that the contract is complete now, and Theo is also okay with that. But then he immediately realizes that he got so excited that he did not even realize that he signed the contract. And now he is shocked as the contract flies up and disappears. This way, it has been finalized into a contract accepted by the tower. An information window appears where the contract disappeared, and it displays the details of the contract. It was a lifetime distribution contract. Starting now, Theo would have to sell Sejun's products for the rest of his life and bring back the profit. The compensation was as mentioned earlier, 25 grilled fish or equivalent coins per week and 3-5% of the sales as an incentive. There were also special clauses in the contract. As an initial deal, Sejun would give Theo his crops. The contract would be terminated if the sales amount was less than 5 tower coins in 1 month. Theo should sell the crops above the marked price. Also, he could not form any additional contracts without Sejun's permission. And lastly, he had to talk with a cat's accent while selling items. Sejun is happy to sign a contract. He has only heard that it is one of the most important documents in the tower that cannot be destroyed. On the other hand, Theo is devastated, wondering why he signed his first contract like that. Sejun says that he used to wonder why they made the contract so hard to edit and destroy. But now he knows that it helps to make the deals more effective and valid. But then Theo asks him what the 4th condition was in the special clauses. He asks Sejun what he meant by the cat accent. Using the accent from his village was embarrassing for Theo, and he is angry about that. But Sejun laughs and says that he will understand it when the time comes. Sejun puts his hand forward to shake hands with Theo, but he slaps it away. He says that they will see if things work out or not. There was the first condition of the special clauses that said the contract would be terminated if the sales were less than desired. But Sejun pats Theo's head and says that he would be a good salesman. He says he believes in the reliable and resourceful merchant cat, Theo. And as Theo hears himself being called resourceful, he gets happy. Sejun also thinks that he was quite simple. Then Theo asks Sejun what kind of things they are selling. Sejun confidently tells him that it was cherry tomatoes. Theo is confused, and Sejun gives him a freshly picked cherry tomato. But as Theo looks at the tomato, he finds that it was a magical cherry tomato that could temporarily increase MP by 0.1 for 10 minutes. He asks Sejun how much he is planning to sell it for. Theo thinks that if he were lucky, he could get 0.01 tower coins per tomato from the new people who come into the tower. Sejun replies that he wanted to sell it for 0.05 tower coins per piece, and Theo is shocked to hear the price. He says that only an idiot will buy it at such a high price. But then Theo thinks that a high price might be a good thing for him. If he fails to sell enough tomatoes to earn 5 tower coins in 1 month, his contract will be terminated. Plus, he could eat grilled fish in the meantime. Theo asks Sejun how much he should take with him for the first sales trip, and Sejun says that he should take 1,000 tomatoes. Sejun has put 1,000 tomatoes in a basket and even prepared the payment of 25 grilled fish. But Sejun wonders how Theo will carry all this with him, and Theo replies that he will use his item, the bundle. Theo unfurls his cloth and says that this is his item, the bundle. It has space expansion magic, preservation magic, and magic to make things lightweight. He could store all the things he had in his bundle and keep them in their original state for long periods of time. Theo throws the cloth over the tomatoes and fish, and they get stored inside it by magic, and then it turns into a small pouch. Sejun exclaims that it was so convenient, and as Theo gets ready to leave, he tells Sejun that he will be back. As Theo leaves, Sejun and his friends wave him goodbye. A few days later, Theo had reached the 38th floor of the tower, and right now, a fight is taking place there. A group of awakened people are fighting a giant spider monster. The spider screeches, and the humans say that it was the last one left. They can't let it get away. The spider attacks the hunters, and their leader blocks its attack with a shield. The magicians on the side use fireball magic to attack the spider and divert its attention. And then their leader takes advantage of this situation and beheads the spider in one swift strike. He was the leader of the Phoenix Guild, Kim Dongshik. His team cheers on him and says that this was to be expected, and many of them were betting for it to end with one strike. Kim Dongshik says that everyone should stop praising him and start with the cleanup already. He points out a woman named Jessica and tells her not to slack around. He would not forgive her like the last time if she ran away. And Jessica starts flirting with Dongshik, saying that he must know that she loves him. As Dongshik thinks about what to do with the girl, he feels some movement in the nearby bushes. He turns back and gets into battle mode immediately. He asks who was there as he draws his sword. But Theo comes out of the bush and asks the humans if they would like to see some stuff. Dongshik is surprised to see a cat, and his team is also surprised to see that he is a traveling merchant. As Theo greets them, the girls in the group say that he is cute, much to Theo's surprise. One girl also says that his paws look too cute. Sejun had told him about this. If he used the accent from his village while talking, it would be easier to attract the attention of humans. And now Theo realizes that it really worked. He takes out the tomatoes from his bag and tells them to look at what he is selling. But as the humans see the cherry tomatoes, they are underwhelmed. They say that if Theo was here to sell food, he should have at least brought something like meat or bread. Cherry tomatoes were not good enough to be eaten in this battle. Theo laughs and says that he anticipated that reaction from the foolish humans, but he tells them that these were not ordinary cherry tomatoes. He asks them to check the stats, and the humans are surprised to hear that it was an item. They see the information window and find that it was a magical cherry tomato. It could increase MP by 0.1 for 10 minutes, but humans think that this value is too low. One human asks the price of the tomatoes, and Theo says that it was 0.05 tower coins per piece. The man is shocked and snaps at Theo. He says that he must be making fun of them. Instead of buying things like that, he would spend his money on buying equipment. He starts walking away and tells others that this was a waste of their time. But a girl is still reading the information window, and she seems to have found something important. She says that if she eats this, she will lose 10 grams of fat. And those words stop everyone right in their tracks. They look back and ask, what did she just say? And then everyone starts checking out the stats of the tomatoes by themselves. And the girls eagerly wondered if it was true. And then they start asking to buy everything Theo has. All the girls aggressively start demanding a few hundred tomatoes for themselves. Theo is shocked as he sees them fight and bicker with each other. Some of them even want to buy all the tomatoes for themselves. And they tell others to back off. And the rest of them can only watch them dumbfounded. Theo tells them to get in line. And now even those who were not interested earlier want to buy some tomatoes now. Back at the cave, Sejun is harvesting more tomatoes, and he has just leveled up and got a bonus stat. The wife rabbit is with him, and he asks her if Theo would be doing well right now. And he thinks that the cat must have already met some hunters by now. At first glance, the magical cherry tomatoes looked like an item that would only boost their magic power. But on closer inspection, it had an even greater benefit. It could dissolve 10 grams of fat just by eating it. And it would also rejuvenate the body. Sejun thinks that this is the perfect diet food one could hope to find. And as he eats one, he says that there were no side effects either. He thinks that they will definitely sell a lot, and he trusts the Earthlings need to follow a diet. And Theo really has sold all the cherry tomatoes, and he does not know how to react to that. Now, this chapter starts with Sejun looking at the carrot seedlings that have sprouted, and he is lost in thought. He asks if the figure was about 70%, and the husband with him seems to agree. That 70% referred to the germination rate of the seeds. Out of the 1,000 carrot seeds Sejun brought from the seed store and planted, only 700 germinated. And he had also planted 12 magical cherry tomato seeds that he harvested himself. And among them, only 732 seedlings had sprouted. Then we see the scene of Sejun's farmland, which is starting to look like a proper farm. And the poison honeybee is also busy with her job of pollination. Sejun is still calculating the germination percentage of other crops and finds that the corn seeds and sweet potato sprouts also had a germination rate between 60 and 70%, which was close enough to that of carrots and cherry tomatoes. Sejun thinks that it will be great if the seeds sprout some more, but then he starts thinking about the reasons the germination was limited. He suspects that it might be because his level as a farmer was low. Or maybe the land inside the cave was not fertile enough. But Sejun decides to keep going on like this for now, and he is hopeful that he will find a better way to cultivate crops later. He thinks that now that they had Theo by their side, who would sell the crops, they needed to harvest as many crops as possible. And the husband rabbit also agrees with him. But then something else grabs Sejun's attention, and he turns back to find out what it was. He sees that the black warrior rabbit tossed a torch up in the air while he was waiting by the lake. As soon as the torch reached near the surface of the water, piranhas jumped out of the lake. And that was what the black rabbit was waiting for. He leaps towards the fish and hits them with his hammer. He deals one blow to each of the fish and then lands safely on his 2 feet. And just as the fish fall to the ground, he also catches the torch he had tossed up. Everyone was watching him heroically catch fish. Sejun compliments the black rabbit that he has gotten really skilled at hunting. And then he notices that the rabbit's body is shining. That meant that the black rabbit was leveling up. Sejun congratulates him as he says that this is the first time he has seen this. He had seen the white farming rabbits level up quite often while farming, but seeing a black rabbit level up was rare. He pats the rabbit's head and tells him that he is gradually becoming a true hunter, and the rabbit is also glad. He shows off before his siblings, who clap for him. As the rabbits are playing, Sejun suggests that they should take a break now, and during that break, they should drink coffee. Sejun appears very happy as he holds the tumbler he got from Theo, and as he opens it, it becomes clear that he was not mistaken about drinking coffee. Inside the tumbler are many sachets of coffee, and Sejun is happy to see them. He thinks that Theo and Scaram, the goblin who scammed him, both omitted something really important. They had not even opened the tumbler. If Theo had opened this and tried to sell coffee to him, Sejun would have spent all his money just to buy it. And as Sejun tears a packet open, he thanks them for their ignorance. Because of that, he got some good stuff for free. Sejun pours the coffee powder into his water bottle. He says that even though they do not have any tools to boil water or make ice cubes, having coffee in this place is a luxury in itself. He could not make regular coffee or iced Americano, but he at least had coffee. Then Sejun gets the poison honeybee to spit some honey into the water bottle, and he thanks her. And after a bit of mixing, he finally has coffee. Sejun names this drink Honey Americano, which is a combination of coffee powder dissolved in the cool water of the cave and mixed with thick honey from the poison honeybee. It was the perfect harmony of bitter and sweet tastes, according to him. Sejun claims that a single sip of this drink can relieve fatigue and hunger, and as he takes a hearty sip, Sejun finds that it is really quite delicious. Then he offers the coffee to his rabbit friends, and the black rabbit is the first one to try it. But as soon as he takes a sip, he is overwhelmed by the bitterness of the coffee and is too stunned to even react. Other rabbits are also curious about the taste, and when they try it, all of them find the drink too bitter for their liking. Sejun just laughs as the rabbits spit out the coffee. He says that the rabbit's tongue must be more sensitive to bitter tastes than humans. But then he notices something that he had not expected. He sees the honeybee flying towards a hive inside the cave. Sejun calls her, and the bee excitedly shows him her hive. Sejun asks her if that was really a beehive, and the realization hits him a moment later that the poison honeybee is finally moving here with them. He asks her, and she affirms. Sejun and the rabbits are glad to hear this news. Sejun says that it was saddening whenever she had to go back to her home every night. And now he finally feels that they are a family. And on this joyous occasion, Sejun wants to throw a party. But then suddenly, he gets a message from the tower manager. It is a quest, and the manager has requested that Sejun give him 10 magical cherry tomatoes. There is no reward for completing this quest, but the penalty for refusing is disappointment. Sejun is shocked to see a new type of quest, and then he thinks that because he kept on postponing the quests, the tower manager must have realized something after seeing his deal with Theo. Sejun snickers as he thinks that the tower manager is not threatening to kill him anymore. Rather, it was asking him in a manner that was pitiful, and Sejun feels some sort of pity for the manager. He decides to give some of his tomatoes to fulfill the quest. He offers the tomatoes, and the tower master accepts them. It also thanks Sejun for his kindness, and Sejun is surprised. He smugly says that it was satisfying to see the manager thank him. But then he suddenly realizes something. He acted like a pushover just now. Sejun is dejected upon realizing this, and he does not notice that the husband rabbit was sipping coffee calmly behind him. On another floor of the tower, we see a building. A goblin places a drink on the table, and then we see that he is Scarum, the one who scammed Theo. Scarum is angry that the pushover cat has not returned yet, and his friend asked him if he was talking about Theo, who bought his items the last time. His other friend says that Scarum was quite smart to sell the trashy items by deceiving the cat, and he also wants to learn some tricks like this. He then asks Scarum why he was looking for Theo. Scarum begins to explain his reasons. He says that the cat spent all his money to buy items from him, and he is worried that the cat has not yet returned, even after much time has passed. By now, he should be back to complain that he could not sell the items. His friend asks him if he is really worried, and what would he do if the cat really returned. Scarum says that since he was such a good guy, he would not be able to pretend not to see Theo. He says that he will buy the cat a glass of milk and inform him about a big opportunity, and then he would lend him some money to take advantage of the opportunity. The other goblins are surprised, but then Scarum explains his real plan. He says that the poor cat will have to work very hard to repay the loan he takes from him at a high interest rate, but he will neither be able to pay the debt nor the ever-increasing interest. And then Scarum gives a menacing expression as he says that Theo would become his slave until his death in the end. The other goblins say that Scarum was a genius, and one of them asks him if he should not hurry and find the cat as soon as possible. It was not easy finding such a pushover, but Scarum laughs confidently and says that they still have plenty of time. He advises his friends that they should not chase their prey so recklessly, and the other goblins are impressed yet again by his carefree attitude. But then Scarum says that they should look at today's wandering merchant sales ranking. The other goblin also says that it was about time for it to be updated. And then they open the information windows in front of them, showing the ranks of wandering merchants according to their sales. Scarum sees that he has reached the 999th rank, and he is happy to finally make it into the top 1000. His friends are amazed to see him in the top 1000, as they are not even ranked yet. Scarum laughs inside, thinking that it was worth selling those things to the pushover cat. And then he starts to scroll through the list to see the names of the people he has to beat next. But a shocking discovery is waiting for him there. Scarum exclaims, "How could this happen?" as he sees Theo's name on the list. He was at the 982nd position in the list after selling goods worth 50 tower coins in the past day. The other two goblins start murmuring that it was the cat that Scarum scammed, and Scarum is trembling in anger. He slams his fist into the table and loudly says that Theo couldn't have sold those items for such a high price, and he is now curious about what the cat was doing. Meanwhile, Theo has returned to the cave, and he declares his return. Sejun is shocked to see him and asks where he has been. Theo flinches as Sejun moves towards him, and he apologizes. He says that he will not go out to play on the other floors even if he sells out. He promises to return right away the next time, but it turns out that Sejun knew nothing about this. He is confused and asks Theo what he meant. For how long was he out playing? And Theo tells him that he was playing for 4 days. Sejun said that last time, Theo said that it would take him 10 days for a round trip to the 30th floor, yet he had time to play for 4 days even after selling out. Theo nervously apologizes, but Sejun is surprised by something else. He had thought that it would take a few days to sell everything. But Theo returned to the cave within 14 days, and adding the 10 days for the trip and 4 days of playing around, Sejun realizes that Theo sold out as soon as he reached the 30th floor. And then Sejun places his hand on Theo's shoulder. He makes a scary and menacing face and asks Theo to tell him the details if he does not want to see his sacrilegious side. And the cat is too terrified to do anything else. He tells everything that happened to Sejun and the rabbits, and Sejun asks if the hunters really bought everything after Theo just talked a little bit. He is in disbelief, but Theo exclaims that it was exactly as he said. He hands over the bag containing 50 tower coins to Sejun, who checks them properly. He then calls the cat merchant employee Theo and says that he worked well. Sejun also gives him his incentive, 2 tower coins. But Theo is shocked and asks Sejun if he wasn't the sales cat Theo, the resourceful. But Sejun coldly tells him that he got demoted. What kind of sales cat returns after playing around for 4 days? But then Sejun adds that if Theo works hard the next time, His position as the sales cat will be reinstated, and Sejun also says that he will raise the incentive to 5%. Theo says that he understands and promises to work hard and become a salesman. Then Sejun asks Theo why he is constantly talking with his cat accent now, and Theo says that he has decided to live this way now. He says that humans seem to like this side of him. Sejun starts laughing and says that everyone will soon know his name. Theo asks him what he means, and Sejun says that the name of the farmer is displayed on the status window of the cherry tomato, and that is why people will soon learn his name as the person who cultivated the magical cherry tomato. But these words are enough to scare Theo and make his hair stand on end. He suddenly realizes that he is in trouble. There was a system in the tower that forcibly hides the origin of goods that beginner wandering merchants sell. It was done to prevent the wealthy traveling merchants from stealing the suppliers of the beginner wandering merchants. And because Theo was still a beginner wandering merchant, Sejun's name was forcibly hidden from the status window of the cherry tomatoes. Theo thinks that Sejun will be very angry if he learns the truth. He might demote Theo from the post of an employee to an intern, and he fears that he might even become a part-timer. Theo is scared, and Sejun asks him what he was thinking. But then Theo acts up to cover his fear and says that nothing was wrong. He asks Sejun to hand him the cherry tomatoes so that he can leave to sell them right away. Sejun says that it was too soon and asks Theo to rest for a few days. He also had to receive his weekly payment. But Theo is in a hurry to go out and sell more tomatoes. He tells Sejun that he should work as everyone else is also busy. Theo rushes to the rabbit carrying harvested tomatoes and starts putting them inside his bundle, much to the rabbit's shock. The reason he was doing this was to remove the restriction on displaying the cultivator's name from the status window of the goods. And there was only one way to do that. Theo needed to achieve 1,000 tower coins and become a mid-level wandering merchant to do that. And seeing the cat so eager to work, Sejun wonders if he has started to believe in him. This chapter starts with a scene from a large building on Earth. A group of people are gathered there, and they are talking about something. And on closer inspection, it turns out that they are the adventurers of the tower. They were from the Phoenix Guild, the same group that Theo sold the magical cherry tomatoes to. One man is trying to convince his friends that he is speaking the truth, and the others do not believe him and say that what he is telling them is impossible. But as they continue their conversation, their leader's phone rings. He is the leader of the Phoenix Guild, Kim Dongshik. He checks his smartphone and finds that he has a message from his daughter. She tells him that the effect of the cherry tomatoes he brought for her was great. All her friends were jealous of it, and now she wanted more. The girl asks her father that won't he buy more of them for his lovely daughter, and Dongshik is moved to tears. The man next to him asks what was wrong, and as Dongshik sips his coffee, he tells him about his daughter. She was usually annoyed by everything because she was struggling with her diet. But today she was happy and said that she loved her dad. Dongshik then adds that he only bought 20 pieces of the cherry tomatoes the last time and left the rest for the other team members. He did not know back then that his daughter would like them so much. If he had known that, he would have bought all of them. Another man asks him if he was talking about the cherry tomatoes sold to them by the wandering cat. He wonders why the girls are so obsessed with it. But another man gives his testimony about the power of cherry tomatoes. He was having a fling with a girl, and he gifted her the cherry tomatoes. Now, they were dating. The other people can barely believe him, and they are quite shocked. One of them says that he also bought the cherry tomatoes and still had some of them left. And two others enter a bidding war for the miracle fruits. They both want him to sell the fruits to them, and one of them offers to buy each fruit for 100,000 won. But Dongshik stops them and says that they cannot progress like this. And then he orders his men to summon the rest of his team. They are going to the 38th floor right now. Dongshik is serious, but his underlings are confused. They think that it has not been long since their last expedition, and it was not easy to go on one again. A lot of people would complain about this decision, but that is what the boys think. And as they are saying this, the girls also come into the room, and they say that they are ready to go. The boys look around and find that Jessica and other girls are raring to go. They were wearing clothes to show off their slim waists, and striking poses to highlight their weight loss. One girl says that they had already prepared the tower coins to buy the cherry tomatoes, but she stops herself before she can complete the sentence and says that she means they had collected coins for the expedition. Jessica also makes the same fumble when she says that they were ready for cherry tomatoes. She then corrects herself and says that they are ready to defeat the spider monsters. That is all Dongshik needs to hear, and he issues a command to his team to follow his lead. The boys are excited to go on the expedition, and the girls are super excited for the cherry tomatoes. And as Dongshik leads his group, he thinks that he will get those magical cherry tomatoes and become a great dad no matter what it takes. Next, we see the scene inside the tower. Theo is roaming the middle levels of the tower as he sighs about his goal. He wonders when his sales amount will reach 1,000 tower coins. He looks quite dejected and tired. Theo says that the maximum amount of cherry tomatoes that he could store in his bundle was 15,000. And even if he sells out completely, he would have to go back and forth more than 10 times to reach his goal. Theo decides to forget the complex things for now. At this time, his focus is to make as much money as possible. And right now, he is on the 38th floor, at the same spot where he met the human party the last time. Theo wonders if this was the place where the humans were gathered last time. He looks around for them, but it is the humans who find him first. They locate him and excitedly tell their comrades that they have found the wandering merchant cat. Theo is surprised and asks the man in front of him if they are looking for him. The man replies that that is true as he opens up his pouch. He says that since they had no idea when he would appear at this place again, they had been waiting for him on this floor for the past 3 days. And with that, the man asks Theo if he has the magic cherry tomatoes again this time. Theo is shocked as he hears the man's words. They had waited 3 days in the dangerous area just to buy the cherry tomatoes. The man asks Theo if the price of the cherry tomatoes was 0.05 tower coins per piece. But Theo acts smug as he tells the human to stop there. He had found the perfect chance to gain more money, and he was not going to let it slip. Theo says that the price of the tomatoes had already gone up. The man is shocked as he hears about the hike in price, and the commotion attracts Dongshik's attention. He comes forward and asks if anything is happening here. The man tells Dongshik that the price of the magical cherry tomatoes has gone up. Dongshik gets to business and asks about the new price, and Theo says that it's 0.07 tower coins now. But contrary to his cool and confident act, he is nervous inside. He wonders if he raised the price too much, but it turns out that his price was not a big deal when compared to the value of his product. Dongshik says that if that were the case, he would like to buy 200 fruits. He drops a pouch of tower coins in front of Theo, who is shocked. Even the other team members think that the price was justified. They say that it would be weird if such a great item was sold at a low price, and they think that if they fail to buy the cherry tomatoes this time, there is no telling when they will next come to market. With that, the people start demanding the amount of fruit they require. After a while, Theo is yet again sold out. He is glad, but he is also surprised that it was too easy. His basket is empty, and in front of him are pouches full of tower coins. Some are even on the floor. Even though he had raised the price, all 15 cherry tomatoes were sold out in a flash. As Theo is busy contemplating his situation, Dongshik asks him when he will appear again. Theo asks him if he would wait for him in this place again. And if that were the case, he would be back in about 10 days. Dongshik is pleasantly surprised to hear that answer. He says that 10 days is a perfectly reasonable time to regroup after completing a quest. And he tells Theo that they will be back to buy more cherry tomatoes after 10 days. With that, Dongshik commands his team to get ready. He tells them that they will now finish the spider quest and be on their way out of the tower. And his team members are also ready for the action. Theo laughs inside as he realizes that he has now found regular customers. At this rate, gathering 1,000 tower coins was not so far away. He thinks that he needs to quickly become a mid-level merchant by acquiring 1,000 tower coins. Then he can uncover the name of Sejun as his vendor and get back his title as the sales cat. But as he is about to leave, someone interrupts him. A group of girls is excited to talk to Theo, and they call him Mr. Cat. Theo is curious about what they want, and the girls start talking among themselves. One of them says that they look really similar, and the other one also agrees with this. But Theo interrupts them and says that his name is not Mr. Cat, it is Theo. The girl in front apologizes and introduces herself as Suha. Then Theo asks her what she meant by look-alike. And Suha replies that Theo looks like a cat she knows. He tells her that she must be mistaken. He says that he is the only handsome cat in the world. With that, Theo turns around and says that he was busy, so he will get going. But as Suha frantically searches for something in her purse, she asks Theo to wait a minute. She takes out a long red packet from her purse, and Theo looks at it, wondering what it was. The girl asks him if he would like to eat churu, which is one of the famous Korean cat snacks. Even as Theo opens his mouth to take a bite, he asks the girl what a churu is. He says that he does not eat anything except grilled fish, but he stops before completing his sentence as he takes a bite. He is overwhelmed by the deliciousness of the snack. He takes it in his hands and cannot stop licking it as he praises it. He asks what this flavor he was eating is. Even though it smelled like fish, it had a nutty flavor and it melted in his mouth. Theo immediately finishes the packet and then asks Suha if she has more. She is holding more packets in her hand, and she tells Theo that she had different flavors with her. He excitedly asks her to give him more, but Suha laughs and says that she will give it to him if he takes a photo with her. Theo immediately agrees to her request, not even knowing what a photograph is. In return, he wants all the chiru packets. The girl takes out her smartphone and tells Theo to just look at the screen and say peace. He strikes a pose alongside the girl, and the photo is clicked. Theo leaves happily while licking the chiru packets, and Suha waves goodbye to him. Her friends are surprised, and they say that it was the first time they saw someone bring cat snacks inside the tower. But she asks Suha if she found Theo cuter than what everyone said. The other girl also says that it was nice to see Suha smile like that. She asks her if she would come here to see Theo the next time too. Suha smiles as she looks at the picture she clicked with Theo, and she says that she will surely come again. Now, we are shown the scene of Sejun's cave. The black warrior rabbit is in the water, and Sejun is encouraging him. He was giving the black rabbit special swimming training right now. Sejun asks the readers if they are afraid that it would be dangerous because of the piranhas. But it seems like that is not the case. Other rabbits are also watching the black rabbit from the sidelines. Sejun tells him to relax his body and stretch the floating tube made with green onion leaves forward. The rabbit follows his instructions, and Sejun says that he is doing a nice job. He then tells us that, for safety reasons, he had temporarily blocked the holes from which the piranhas came. He was in the water too, and even though he had checked the effectiveness of his block a few times, he was still nervous. The black rabbit has gotten good enough, and now Sejun wants him to practice swimming without his floating tube. Sejun then says that this was a great development compared to the time when the black rabbit almost died by jumping in the water as he was too happy after leveling up. Sejun says that he was astonished because he thought the rabbit was going to be eaten by piranhas. Sejun remembers the scene vividly. The black rabbit was floating on his belly inside the pond, and Sejun suddenly went into panic mode as he realized that the rabbit was unconscious. The mother rabbit was so scared for her child that she fainted. But luckily, the piranhas did not attack him. Right now, Sejun says that just thinking about that incident makes his heart skip a beat, and the black rabbit nervously laughs. He is out of that water now, and his siblings are taking turns trying to learn the skill of swimming. Sejun is also tired after playing in the water, and he says that he wants to eat something sweet now. He reaches into his bag to find his stash of honey, but it turns out that his bottle is empty. Sejun has already eaten all the honey he collected last time. Thinking about the honey, Sejun is reminded of the poison honeybee, who has not come out of her hive since she set it up inside the cave a few days ago, and Sejun wonders if something happened. But then he sees something that shocks him in the black warrior rabbit. There are numerous small poison honeybees around the hive, and Sejun can read their information window, stating that they were the babies of the poison honeybee. Sejun is surprised. It has been so long since he last checked on the honeybee, and now there were so many children around the nest. Sejun wonders if they were all kids of the honeybee he knew. He had not even noticed them before today. Sejun thinks for a while and decides that since she has not seen the bee for a while, and because she has kids now, he needs to congratulate her. And as Sejun looks at his tomato fields, he says that he cannot visit her without a gift. And then he takes the only gift he can afford in this place, tomato flowers. But the baby poison bees are curious when they see Sejun approach their nest. Sejun calls out the honey bee and asks her if she could come out for a moment. He is holding a bouquet of tomato flowers in his hand, and 2 rabbits are with him. Sejun says that he has a gift for her housewarming, but then he suddenly notices that the baby bees are looking aggressive. Their eyes are glowing red, and they are angrily flying towards Sejun. The farmer rabbits run away when they see the bees approaching them. Sejun is shocked, and the black rabbit summons his hammer to fight against them. Sejun asks the bees what they are about to do. He tells them not to do whatever they were planning to do because they are not enemies. And as he says that, someone inside the hive is listening to him. The baby bees look menacing and threatening, and the black warrior rabbit is ready to fight them. Sejun tells him not to fight the bees, but he knows that there might be no other way to save their lives. The bees are angry and they charge at Sejun. He closes his eyes in anticipation of their stings, but then the baby bees stop suddenly. Sejun opens his eyes and sees someone he does not recognize. A large bee-like creature with a crown on her head was flying towards him. Sejun is shocked as he asks her if she was perhaps the poison honeybee he knew. The creature that looks like an anthropomorphized honeybee is surrounded by the baby bees that are indeed her children. And as she gladly replies to Sejun's question in her language, Sejun can read her information window. She was a poisonous queen honeybee. Sejun can only stare at her with his mouth wide open. And the reaction of the black warrior rabbit is also the same. Sejun wonders if she was really the honeybee he knew. This chapter starts with a description of poison honeybees. It was an insect-type carnivore monster found in the tower that hunted its prey using its poisonous sting. And that was all the tower manager knew about them. We see the tower manager, the black dragon, as he nervously reads a book titled Ultimate Handbook for Tower Manager. He is concerned with the situation, but there is nothing in the handbook that can help him do his job more efficiently. There was no explanation for the situation in which a poison honeybee evolved. But since it did not look dangerous, the manager decided to just keep an eye on the situation for now. He would ask for the details about poison honeybees and what to do with them from his grandfather later. And as the dragon looks into the magic crystal, showing Sejun with the honeybee, he thinks that he already has a solution if this situation turns into a problem. Meanwhile, the story in the cave starts where it ended in the last chapter. Sejun and the black warrior rabbit are stunned to see the honeybee, which now looks more like a humanoid monster. Sejun asks her if she is the cute little poison honeybee, and the bee cheerfully smiles as she affirms. Sejun cannot believe it, despite the bee's confirmation. He says that her looks have changed a lot, and the bee blushes as she thinks that Sejun is flirting with her. Then we learn how the cute little bee turned out like this. After the day she first drank nectar from Sejun's cave, the bee suddenly felt changes in her body. Every time she ate that nectar, those changes became more prominent. Her body emitted a strong scent that did not sit well with other bees, and she also gained a lot of weight. Ultimately, even the queen of her colony noticed her and got wary of her. The bee soon realized why everyone was on edge around her and why the queen was wary of her. The reason was that she had become capable of laying eggs. Although it was a surprise for her, the little bee decided to take this chance and become independent. She left her previous hive and made a hive inside Sejun's cave because that was the safest place she could think of. Once inside her new hive, the bee silently suffered from the pain of transformation. And after several rounds of transformations, she finally attained the human-like form of a queen bee. She herself was shocked at how she looked after the final transformation. Now, back to the present, Sejun congratulates the bee for becoming a queen. He says that even though the timing is a bit awkward, he has brought a gift for her. And as Sejun hands her the tomato flower bouquet, the queen bee is touched. She is so happy that she hugs Sejun and starts rubbing her cheeks with his, as was her habit. Seeing that their mother was so friendly with the human, the baby bees also decided to follow her lead. They cling to him and start cuddling with him. Sejun is initially overwhelmed but quickly adapts to the change. The baby honeybees are now friendly with the rabbits too. And as the queen bee does not leave Sejun, he says that he likes her too. A few days have passed since that incident, and it is the day of the blue moon again. But it seems to have already passed when the rabbits wake Sejun up. He is still sleepy as he asks them what's the matter. He thought that he could sleep peacefully during this blood moon, but the excited rabbits are leading him towards the farms. There, the father rabbit points towards a plant, and Sejun finds that it was a carrot, blessed with the power of the blue moon. Sejun is surprised when he sees the carrot with the energy of the blue moon. He had not expected this to happen, as the carrots were still quite small. But he thinks that it's great that he can harvest it so early now. And seeing the rabbits excitedly gathered around the special carrot, Sejun realizes that this is the reason why they disturbed his sleep and rushed him. Sejun decides to harvest the carrot and pulls it out, with the rabbits going crazy with excitement. The carrot was of a decent size, and as Sejun reads its information window, he finds that it was an agility carrot. Since it was blessed by the blue moon, the agility carrot could boost the agility stats of the consumer by 0.05 permanently. Its rank was E+, and Sejun got 70 experience points for harvesting it. His proficiency with his level 2 skill, Harvest, also increased greatly. Sejun thinks that since it was an E+ ranked crop, he got more experience than ordinary crops, and he thinks that by harvesting more high-quality crops like this, he will get 70 experience points instead of 50. And then Sejun decides to do the right thing. He says that he has no claim on the carrot and gives it to the rabbits, who are happy to receive it. Sejun thanks them for their hard work and asks them to keep helping him in the future. The rabbit family is excited to try out a rare version of their favorite delicacy. And then the sickle rabbit volunteers to cut the carrot into equal parts. Her father tosses the carrot up, and she accurately cuts it into 7 equal parts. Everyone gets one piece, and Sejun compliments the sickle rabbit's skill. She is also proud of what she just did, and her siblings clap for her. But there is one rabbit who is not happy. The black rabbit feels like he has the smallest part of the carrot. Then, Sejun harvests the cherry tomatoes blessed with the energy of the blue moon. This time, there were 5 such tomatoes. Sejun remembers that the tower manager had given him a quest to offer a blue cherry tomato, and this was the right time to fulfill that quest. The quest is completed as the manager accepts the tomato and thanks Sejun for it. Sejun says that if he was really thankful, he should give him a skill as a reward. The tower manager replies that he will think about it and give it to him in a little while. But Sejun asks the tower manager what he meant by thinking about it. But then suddenly, Sejun is disturbed by Theo's loud screams. Sejun is excited to meet the cat merchant, but he turns back to find him in trouble. Theo was surrounded by the baby poison bees, who thought of him as an intruder. They are murderous, and Theo is terrified. He asks Sejun to tell the poison bees to not attack him. Sejun thinks that Theo was not here when the poison honeybees were born, and that is why they did not know him. And as Sejun sees the typical reaction a threatened cat would show, he wonders if the bees thought of him as a threat. To clear up the confusion, Sejun picks up Theo and starts rubbing cheeks with him. He tells the bees that Theo was not an enemy, he was family. But doing that came at a price. Sejun sneezed because of Theo's fur. The baby honeybees have also accepted Theo as a friend, and they peacefully disperse. Theo thanks Sejun for saving him and calls him brother, and Sejun pulls his cheek in response, asking why he was suddenly addressing him as brother. He was just an employee, and he should not dare talk like that to his employer. They were not on the same level. Theo replies that Sejun said that they were family, but he apologizes for getting ahead of himself and also because his cheek hurts now. Sejun leaves him and then gets to business. He asks employee Theo to show him the money from the sale of cherry tomatoes so that they can get down to calculation. Theo hands him a pouch full of tower coins, and Sejun is pleased to find that it contains 75 tower coins, the full price for the 15 cherry tomatoes Theo took to sell. Sejun compliments the cat merchant for working hard, and Theo has another surprise for him. He excitedly shows Sejun another bag full of tower coins. The humans had been waiting to buy cherry tomatoes from him for some time, so he thought it was fine to increase the price. Theo increased the price by 0.02 tower coins, and they still bought the tomatoes. As Sejun checks the contents of the bag, Theo asks him if he was surprised by his performance. He knows that he did well and now wants back the position of the sales cat. But as Sejun hands him his incentive, he calls the cat employee Theo again, making him sad. Theo says that Sejun should give him another title. He had done well, so why could he not become the salesman? But Sejun tells him that he is still unqualified for that position. He tells Theo that he would have to work much harder. Theo is disheartened, and the Black Warrior Rabbit consoles him as he rants about how hard it was to become a sales cat. But Sejun is smiling to himself because he already knew that Theo sold the tomatoes at a higher price, and that was thanks to the tower manager. The tower manager had sent a message to Sejun. It was spying on Theo and informed him that the cat merchant was making more money per piece of cherry tomato. And Sejun smirks, thinking that he should give the tower manager one more blue moon fruit for such valuable intel. But then he hears slurping sounds and turns to find Theo snacking. He looks extremely happy and satisfied, and Sejun is curious. He asks him what he's eating. Theo replies that it was called a chiru. Sejun is surprised and asks Theo where he got a chiru from. Meanwhile, a rabbit has also taken a liking to the cat's snack. Theo tells Sejun that he got the bag full of churros from a human in exchange for taking a photo with her. He explains to Sejun about the different flavors, and his personal favorite was the salmon one. Sejun is shocked as he thinks about what Theo said. A human gave those snacks to him. There were only 2 ways to get things from outside the tower. The first was vanishing, the method using which Sejun entered the tower. The newcomers who enter the tower this way bring whatever they are carrying with them inside. Originally, they were summoned to the first floor, so the items they bring are mostly used for trade that helps them climb up the tower. The second way to bring things inside was when an awakened hunter brought something in. It was said that only 1 kilogram of outside material could be brought inside the tower, but there were no restrictions on how much stuff one could take while leaving the tower. Usually, the hunters brought along simple and necessary things like a hunter's smartphone, also called a hunter phone. It was a device that could charge using solar power, the most common natural resource in the tower, where it was always sunny. It only had some basic features, but it was a reliable item and a must-have for all hunters. Then there were things like general supplies, cigarettes, and instant foods that could be eaten while the hunters were climbing the tower. And that made bringing something unnecessary like cat snacks seem like a luxury. As Sejun thinks that a hunter brought it just to meet a cat, he gets an idea. As he gives off a wicked and twisted smile, he thinks that he is a genius. A new business idea had just crossed his mind. And as Theo looks at Sejun, smiling maniacally to himself, he does not have a good sense of foreboding. But still, he politely offers Sejun a packet of churu in case that is what he wants.
But Sejun snatches the churu from his hand, saying that he is confiscating it. Theo is shocked and pulls Sejun's shirt, asking him to return it. He says that he got the snack by taking a photo with a human, and it was his. But that is exactly what Sejun plans to use against him. Theo took a photo with someone in exchange for the snacks, and that was technically a deal he was not allowed to make. According to the contract they had signed, Theo was not allowed to have additional clients without permission from Sejun. This was a breach of Special Condition 3 of their contract. Theo is stunned. He did not even know that this condition was so strict, but getting him sad and upset was just part of Sejun's plan. He tells him not to be so upset, calling him Sales Cat Theo. Rather than that, they should talk about the new clients. Theo is confused and asks Sejun when he was given back the position of the sales cat. Sejun tells him that he is giving him the sales cat position for 1 hour right now, and if he did well in future trades, he could even become the sales cat for multiple hours. The cat forgets his disappointment from earlier and gladly agrees with Sejun's idea, and then begins his special treatment. Sejun picks Theo up and makes him sit in his lap, calling him Sir Sales Cat. They are sitting in front of the fire while a rabbit is fanning them. Sejun asks Theo if the warmth from the fire and wind is to his liking. The other rabbits are preparing a delicious meal of roasted fish. Sejun lets Theo lay down comfortably on his lap and says that he should enjoy his churu snacks like this. Sejun pats him as he feeds him with his own hands, and Theo thinks this was the best experience. He is ecstatic, thinking that being a sales cat comes with some amazing perks. This was the best feeling in the world for him. Sejun asks him if he enjoyed the churu, and now the sales cat wants to eat grilled fish. Sejun replies that he will bring them right away. Not only that, he was also preparing them himself. As the fish are being cooked, he asks Theo how he can go to the 38th floor so easily without encountering monsters. He replies that it is because of his wandering merchant license that he proudly displays it to Sejun. It was in the shape of a badge, and it proved he was a wandering merchant. There was an expensive annual membership fee to be paid to the Wandering Merchant Association to maintain this license. The higher one's level as a merchant, the more fees one has to pay, but the benefits also increase with the fees. Sejun is impressed, and Theo further tells him that one could use various association-protected facilities with the license. Not being attacked by monsters was just one of the privileges it granted. Monsters can recognize that they are wandering merchants and will not attack them. Sejun asks if Theo can bring the hunters to this floor using the license. But that is not possible. Theo replies that even though the monsters won't attack him, they will still attack the hunters with him. Besides, he uses an exclusive shortcut called the Merchant Passageway that is accessible only to wandering merchants. If one wants to use the shortcut to go to other floors, they must have the license. And if Theo did not have access to the Merchant Passageway, there was no way he could go to the 38th floor from here in just 5 days. Sejun is curious about this and asks what floor they are on right now, and Theo replies that this was the 99th floor. Sejun's brain takes a moment to fully process the implications of that sentence. He asks Theo to repeat, who asks him if Sejun did not know they were on the 99th floor. The shock hits Sejun now, and he is terrified. The 99th floor has to be the most dangerous place in the tower, and he was struck here. He falls to his knees, and Theo asks him what was wrong. Sejun is still reeling from the shock. He had previously thought that Theo did not meet monsters, but he went to the 38th floor using normal means. Since it took only 10 days for a round trip, he thought they were only a few levels away from the 38th floor. But just knowing that they were on the 99th floor is enough to terrify Sejun. He tries to snap out of it, convincing himself that it does not make a difference. Theo is also trying to wake him up, and he finally manages to do so by pressing Sejun's cheeks. But he was not doing it for Sejun. He was doing it because the fish that were meant for him had turned into ash. He points Sejun towards the fish he was supposed to roast. Sejun starts cooking a new batch as he thinks about his situation. The hunters had only started climbing to the 40th floor a few weeks ago. It would take years for them to reach the 99th floor, and Sejun wonders if he should just give up on leaving the tower. Theo orders him to grill the fish properly and not burn them like the last time. These were the commands of the sales cat. But Sejun is irritated and tells him that his 1 hour is over. Theo is shocked that his time as the sales cat has passed already. He thinks that it was such a shame, but Sejun was probably not even keeping track of time. But then Sejun notices the medal, or the merchant's license, and seeing it gives him some nice ideas. A group of hunters are on the lower floors. They are in a desperate condition. Many of them are wounded, and their rations are about to end. They have no potions or food left, and there are too many monsters in the wild for them to retreat while carrying their wounded friends. And as they despair that they are going to die here, someone comes to their aid. Sejun is there with Theo, and he asks the hunters if they are looking for some good items. The hunters cannot make a mistake in identifying the legendary wandering merchant and tower farmer, Park Sejun. And along with him is his mascot, the orange sales cat, Theo. They exclaim upon meeting them, and Sejun acts smug as he says that his story has reached everywhere. The hunters praise him, saying that the legends about Sejun are true. He appeared in front of the helpless hunters and saved them. They want to buy everything he has and give him all the tower coins they have. Sejun and Theo are happy to have earned a lot of money. This was what he imagined as he saw the wandering merchant's license. It was a nice dream, and Sejun asks Theo if he can also become a wandering merchant. But Theo says that he was someone from outside the tower. Only creatures born inside the tower could become wandering merchants. He asks Sejun if he did not know even that. Sejun is devastated yet again. As he shivers in rage and disappointment, Theo tells him that no matter how cool it sounds, he should give up on it. But then Sejun shouts at the top of his lungs, pulling his hair and cursing his fate. Theo and the Black Rabbit are startled as they are standing closest to him. As Sejun curses the tower, other rabbits are also shocked, as are the bees. The tower manager feels like he heard something, even though his office is far away from the cave. Sejun cools down and finds everyone staring at him. Theo is standing on the Black Rabbit's head and asks him why he was shouting like that. He scared them. Sejun sighs, thinking that nothing has changed with this knowledge. He should have prepared himself for any type of hardship the moment he entered the tower. And it would not be a good thing for him if he got angry like this. And as he thinks about what he can do if he cannot escape the tower, Sejun takes a deep breath. He then says that he will live every moment to the fullest. If he could not get out of the tower, he would make this place his home. The story then moves on to the human world. In an office, a woman has brought 2 magical cherry tomatoes to show a man. He asks her if they were the rumored magical fruits that were recently gaining popularity among the hunters. The woman says that he was right. These were the same mysterious fruits. They belonged to her brother, who was a part of the Phoenix Guild. He had told her about his meeting with a wandering merchant, from whom he bought these tomatoes. She cannot see the information window on the fruits, but she knows that the man is a hunter and can see it. The woman is named Jenny, and she is the CEO of Easter Pharmaceuticals. The man is called Michael McLaren, and he is the vice president of the Gaggle Food Company. He laughs as he reads the description of the magical cherry tomato. He is not impressed and calls it a crappy item, asking what Jenny wants to do with it. But she asks him if Michael, who was the vice president of a company that controlled 39% of the global food market, lost his touch for business. Michael does not like her words and tells her that even though she is the CEO of the Easter Pharma Company, nothing good will come out of running her mouth carelessly. That was a warning and a threat for her not to speak nonsense, but Jenny is not intimidated by the threat. She confidently snaps her fingers and a screen opens up showing the details of the research they had done on the cherry tomatoes. It mentions that not only could the cherry tomatoes dissolve 10 grams of fat instantly upon consumption, but they could also improve one's metabolism. It could increase the basal metabolic rate by 5–10%, meaning a person would burn more calories while doing the basic life-sustaining things like breathing and digesting food. As Michael reads the report, he is stunned. It seemed too good to be true, and now he realizes what Jenny wanted to say. She then explains that they failed to extract the active compound of the magic cherry tomatoes in the lab. It was obvious since the tomato was an item from the tower, but even in such a short period of time, they were able to get some astonishing results from their research, which were already beyond their imagination. Michael reclines in his chair as he asks Jenny what her reason was to show him this information. This was a business she could monopolize on her own. But Jenny replies that she needs something from the vice president. She needs his previously unsuccessful tower farming project. Michael is shocked. He asks how Jenny knew about the project, but she just laughs as she gets up. Jenny asks Michael if he does not want to regain the trust of his father, who is the current president of Gagel Company. The board of directors was going to choose the new chairman of the company on behalf of the current chairman, who was sick. And it seems that Jenny has eyes on that position. That is why she was willing to exchange this valuable information with Michael. She asks him what he thinks. She then asks if the cherry tomato looks appetizing to him. Michael grins as he takes the cherry tomato from her hand and then eats it. It was sweet and delicious. After saying that, he burst out laughing, and Jenny quietly watches him. But then he eats the second tomato too, because it was so delicious, and asks Jenny if she has more. She said the second piece was hers, and he ate it. If he wanted more, he should just go inside the tower and buy some himself.
Now, back in the tower, Sejun is trying to sort out some things that will make his life in the cave more comfortable. He scribbles knowing about the surroundings and daily necessities on the ground as he explains to his animal friends that since they are going to settle here, they have to fix some inconveniences they have experienced till now. And they also need to increase the number of items they need for their daily activities. Knowing the environment outside the cave is also important, and Sejun asks Theo if he saw any monsters outside. Theo replies that there was no monster near the cave, but there was one monster a little farther away. Sejun asks him what kind of monster it was, and the cat replies that it was a giant crimson bear. Sejun suddenly remembers the incident during a previous blue moon when the crimson bear almost attacked him, and he is taken aback upon knowing this. Even Theo is scared of the monster, despite being protected by his license. The crimson bear was terrifying and always glared at him as he passed through the area. And just like Sejun had expected, the area surrounding the cave was dangerous, and he could not yet think about going out. As the black rabbit and Theo play in the background, Sejun watches the queen bee pollinating the fields. Thousands of cherry tomato flowers will bloom soon, and in turn, the number of poison honeybees will also increase. Sejun plans to use this thing to his advantage. He plans to ask the poison honeybees to patrol the area around the cave's entrance and ensure that no monster can get nearby. Also, he can ask them to tie a rope he has made using onion leaves to a nearby tree outside, and using that, he can finally step outside the cave. Sejun is really happy but nervous at the same time. He tells Theo that he has a mission for him, and the cat merchant asks him what it is. Sejun butters him up before disclosing the details, saying it was an extremely important mission that only a sales cat could accomplish. He asks the sales cat Theo if he could do it, and excited by getting his title back, Theo does not even wait to hear the mission and agrees to do it. A few days later, he is back on the 38th floor, where the hunters have set camp, in order to wait for the sales cat with his magical cherry tomatoes. Theo watches them from a distance and thinks that there are many more people here compared to last time, and it seemed like they were all competing to secure their place here. But it only works out in his favor. The more buyers he has, the better for him. Theo jumps and lands in front of the hunters, startling them. As soon as he declares his arrival, the hunters leave whatever they were doing and rush towards him. They are all pleased to see the wandering cat merchant and surround him. A fat man pushes the other hunters aside and asks Theo if he has the magical cherry tomatoes. He wants to buy all of them and has a big pouch of tower coins ready. The other hunters do not take this behavior lightly and confront him for cutting the line. They say that those who were here earlier had already made arrangements regarding the purchase. But the man fights back, saying that the Phoenix Guild does not own the 38th floor and could not monopolize it. They quarrel more, and the fight is about to get physical when Theo intervenes. He asks the humans to wait and listen to what he wants to say first. Starting today, Theo declares that he is going to change his selling method. The humans are curious and ask him what method he means. Theo tells them that starting today, he is going to sell 500 pieces of cherry tomatoes to the person who pays the highest price. It was going to be done in auction style, and the hunters are stunned. Theo is confident and says that those who do not have the money should simply leave. He starts the auction at the rate at which he sold the cherry tomatoes last time, at 0.07 tower coins per cherry tomato. He starts the bids at 35 tower coins for 500 of them. This was the mission Sejun had given him. He realized that the popularity of the cherry tomato outside the tower was even greater than he imagined it would be. and it could be judged easily from the fact that humans would give Theo churu just to win his favor. Sejun has predicted that there will be some competition to secure the goods this time, and it will all work in his favor. As Sejun and the Black Rabbit watch the farmer rabbits harvest the cherry tomatoes, he tells his rabbit friend that since the supply was limited and the demand was very high, and would continue to rise, the best way to make money out of it would be to hold an auction. He asks the Black Rabbit if he does not think so, but the rabbit does not even understand what auction means. Other than the auction, Sejun has also given Theo some other missions, and using this opportunity, he was planning to confirm Theo's trading skills. With that, Sejun gets up and says that he should also get back to work, and the Black Rabbit is also ready to go fishing. But then suddenly, a quest window pops up in front of him. The tower manager has issued an additional quest. It wants 1 glass of the magical cherry tomato and honey juice Sejun just drank. The reward was a job-related skill, and the penalty for refusal was a great disappointment. Sejun complains, saying that squeezing the juice out of cherry tomatoes will take some time, so he will complete this quest later as he has to do work now. But the manager insists that Sejun completes the quest immediately because there is an amazing reward waiting for him this time. The manager emphasizes a lot on the skill he has prepared for Sejun and says that he would find it very impressive. Sejun asks him if he wants to show off his quest reward or if he wants to drink the tomato honey drink. He asks the manager if they couldn't just give him the skill in advance, and the tower manager replies that Sejun has to complete the quest to get the reward. It was the rule of the place, and it could not be broken. Well, Sejun understands and asks the manager to give him a moment. Earlier, he had a sudden craving for tomato juice, so he squeezed 50 cherry tomatoes that he had freshly harvested. He mixed some honey into the juice and shared it with the rabbits. It was very delicious, and they kept whining that they wanted more. And now, Sejun goes to his storage and takes out some cherry tomatoes that he thinks will be enough for the tower manager. And then it is time for deadly juicing. Sejun uses all his strength as he crushes the tomatoes with his hands and fills up a glass with that. Then he asks the queen honeybee for her help, and she spits out a large blob of honey and throws it into the glass of juice. With a little bit of stirring with a straw, the juice is ready. Sejun takes it and offers it to the tower manager, who is really curious about the taste and is flapping its wings. Sejun is confused as he reads about the manager's wings and wonders what kind of creature it was. He does not know that the manager was the black dragon he saw on the first blue moon. And right now, it is enjoying the tomato juice, which is really sweet and tangy. It is overjoyed and praises Sejun because the juice was too delicious. And then Sejun gets his quest reward that the manager was hyping so much. He opens the reward and finds his new skill, beekeeping level 1. The tower registers the hive of poison honeybees in the cave as being owned by Sejun, and this is registered in his new skill. Sejun is surprised by his new beekeeping skill and checks out its details. He can use the beekeeping skill on the beehive he owns. The honeybees in the hive will not show any hostility towards him, and he can give them specific instructions. Also, the foraging range of the honeybees will increase slightly, as will their speed of collecting honey and the rate of pollination. In addition to that, the egg-laying speed of the queen bee will also increase by a small amount. Sejun is really glad to have this skill. Earlier, he was concerned if the poison honeybees would regard him as a threat if he went out of the cave and came back in. But with such skill, he can do it with ease. Sejun asks the tower manager if he is listening to his concerns. He thanks the manager, who is stumped and happy to receive Sejun's gratitude. The dragon plays around with the empty glass and straw and says that if Sejun is really so thankful, he can give it another glass of magical cherry tomato juice with honey. The happy mood of the manager is going to be ruined soon, as Sejun has a question for it. He wants to know what species is the manager, and he assumed it to be something like a winged pig based on its eating habits. Now, the manager is furious, and he shouts at Sejun through the message windows before cutting contact with him, and Sejun has no idea why he was so furious. Meanwhile, at Theo's location, the people are taken aback by the declaration of the auction. Everyone is anxious, especially Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, who thinks that if he cannot buy cherry tomatoes today, his image will worsen in the eyes of his daughter. Therefore, he is the first one to place a bid, raising the price from 35 to 41 tower coins in one go. His teammates are surprised, but he tells them that right now it was important for them to secure the goods. They can later pool money from anyone who wants the cherry tomatoes. But the fat man outbids him, and then everyone else also joins. The bidding does not stop and goes up to 60 tower coins, and now Dongshik feels that they may not have enough budget for it. Even his teammate does not have much with her, as she was only going to buy a little amount to give someone as a gift. But no one among the people gathered there is going to win the bid. A man comes out of nowhere and outbids everyone by a huge margin, declaring his intention to buy the 500 cherry tomatoes for 100 coins. He is Michael, the vice president of Gagel Food Company. No one can match his bid, and the tomatoes are sold to him. Everyone is shocked to find him there, and they murmur amongst themselves about what just happened. Dongshik recognizes Michael, who was also known as the young master of the hunters, and he wonders why he was here. But there is someone behind Michael he recognizes, a hunter named Chris who was a part of the Phoenix Guild. Dongshik asks him what he's doing here. This was supposed to be his day off. Chris stammers and apologizes, saying that his elder sister Jenny asked him to guide Michael to the place where the wandering merchant was. Dongshik knows that Chris' sister is the CEO of a big pharmaceutical company, and he thinks that now they will even have to compete against the big pharma for the cherry tomatoes. He did not think that the rumor would spread so fast. Now, there are only 2 rounds of auctions left, and he is determined to win at least one of them. And now, Theo says that he was going to start the second round of auction. He starts again with 35 tower coins, and Kim Dongshik, who is determined to win this batch, immediately raises a big bid of 60 tower coins. But Michael outbids him with 100 tower coins again, and Dongshik is shocked. He shakes one of his teammates, asking him if he had some tower coins to spare, and the other hunters have already given up on winning against the rich man. Theo counts twice and then declares that the bid was successful, and Michael has bought the second batch of cherry tomatoes too. And then he starts the auction for the third round, but Michael stops him, saying that there was no need for that. He would take the third batch for 100 tower coins too. He was buying all 15 cherry tomatoes for 300 coins. Their deal is made, and now Dongshik is dejected, thinking how it was impossible to fight back against a billionaire, and his teammate tells him that they should aim at the next opportunity. On the other hand, Michael's team has also loaded the tomatoes onto their backpacks and ask him what they should do now. And as he inspects some tomatoes, he is really glad that he came here in person to buy such a wonderful product. He tells his team that they are going to the first floor immediately. Meanwhile, as Theo is packing up his money, the girl who gave him churu last time and her friend approach him. He recognizes her just by that and tries to remember what her name was. And the girl named Suha is glad that the cat merchant remembered her. But after thinking for a while, Theo asks if her name was Buha, and the girl thinks that it was good enough that he even remembered her in the first place, so she decides to go along with him calling her Buha. She asks him if they could take a picture again today, and she has brought more churu to give to him. Theo is really excited to see his new favorite snack, but he controls his desires and says that he does not need churu. Instead, he wants her to give him coffee in return for taking a picture. Suha fiddles around in her bag and then takes out a packet, asking Theo if this was the coffee mix he was talking about. And that is exactly what he wanted. Then Theo asks her if, by any chance, she also had something like salt and pepper. And Suha and her friend think for a while before pooling some of their resources and giving him the salt and pepper they had. They ask if this will be enough, and he thanks them for it. This was another mission Sejun had given his merchant cat employee. He had told him to ask for things like salt, pepper, and coffee if people wanted to take pictures with him. And depending on his performance, he would let him become a salesman for an hour or 2. For the sake of getting the coveted position, Theo immediately agreed, and right now, he thinks that with this, he will become a sales cat and spend good time on Sejun's lap again. He takes a lot of pictures with Suha and she thinks that they came out well too. Theo also thanks her for the deal, and as he stretches his hand out for a handshake, Suha sees his toe beans and she cannot stop herself from touching and pinching them. They were really soft and felt good, but Theo asks her what she is doing and she is startled. She says that she couldn't help it because it felt so good. And she was also going to give Theo the churu in exchange for letting her touch his paws, since that was a very relaxing experience for her. Theo is surprised and asks Suha if humans really felt relaxed just by touching their feet, and she says that it was true. She flatters Theo, saying that humans don't have those soft and pretty toe beans, and they are lucky just to touch them because cats usually don't like holding hands. Theo is really shocked, as he has made another great discovery that he can use to earn more. He thinks that his toe beans are a lucky charm for him. Then, Suha's friend asks Theo if he could take a picture with her too, since she was the one who gave him the pepper earlier. He has no problem with that, and after taking the picture, he moves on to the next step. He puts his hands forward and asks the girl to touch his toes, and in exchange, he wants some reward. The girl obliges, and after touching his paws, she gives him some of her rations, including packaged food and butter, among other things. Theo is really happy and laughs loudly, while the girl thinks that he was really cute and that she should also bring churu for him next time. Theo is happy that just by letting humans touch his paws and getting rewards, he could become a sales cat for 24 hours. But then he suddenly remembers that he had another mission too, and drops the items immediately. Meanwhile, Suha is uploading the selfies she clicked with Theo on social media, and smiling to herself when he suddenly appears behind her and startles her. He calls her Churubuha and asks her what she is doing, and she asks him if he has still not left. Theo has an important question for her. He wants to know if she came from a place called the Republic of South Korea. The girl is surprised and asks him how he knows about that, and he replies that he found out because he smelled a familiar scent from her. Suha has not yet understood everything, but Theo asks her if she could help him, and she has no idea what he wants her to do. Back in Sejun's cave, the poison honeybees are collecting nectar from the cherry tomato flowers and pollinating them as Sejun watches over them. Also, they are collecting the honey they make into his water bottle. For each milliliter of honey they give him, Sejun's proficiency in the beekeeping skill goes up a little. And gradually, as the bottle is half filled, the proficiency increases, and the skill reaches level 2 from level 1. Sejun thinks that it was going well. The honeybee population was steadily increasing, and his beekeeping skill was also leveling up quite quickly along with that. Also, the queen bee was laying eggs nowadays, and Sejun had not seen her in a long time. There were also some ambiguous changes in the description of the skill of beekeeping, and he does not know if they will make any difference. But the maximum number of beehives he could own had increased from 1 to 2, and he now thinks that if he can split the beehive later, he will be able to own both of them and increase his efficiency. Also, the bottle is about to get full of honey, and he thinks that he will need another container to store it, and he would be lucky if he could get a bottle. But he can think about that later. Right now, he has a more important task to do. The carrots were ready to harvest, and Sejun picked one out of the ground and called his rabbit friends to eat it. They immediately rush to him as Sejun keeps on harvesting the agility carrots and gains 10 XP for each of them while also increasing the proficiency of his skill harvest level 2. He had only been able to harvest them yesterday for the first time. Before that, he harvested the blessed agility carrot on the day of the blue moon a few days ago, and the rabbits could not control their happiness as they saw the ripened carrots. The type of food that can be eaten and is grown in the cave has increased by 1. Now, Sejun tells them to take 1 each, and the rabbits are really glad. They even bow down to him, and he asks if it really was such a big thing. Then, as they are sitting around the fire and eating the carrots, Sejun looks at the information window of the agility carrot. It could increase the agility of the consumer by 0.1 points for 10 minutes, and this effect could be stacked down for up to 10 times. Other than that, it had all the health benefits of cherry tomatoes and more. It could not only burn down 10 grams of fat upon being eaten, but it could also boost the vision. And now, as Sejun eats the carrot, he thinks that since they are even more beneficial than tomatoes, the carrots will be really popular once he has enough to sell them. Sejun finishes eating quickly and then moves to harvest the remaining carrots so that they can be stored. The rabbits also help him, removing the leaves from the carrots and transporting them to the storage. And even the black rabbit helps, even though he is really not good at farming. He collapses while carrying some carrots, and Sejun asks him if he is already tired. But it turns out that he was just trying to be smart and eat the carrot while he lay down. But Sejun catches him in the act, and the father rabbit also beats him for stealing. The storage is almost full, and Sejun decides to stop harvesting the carrots for today and wrap up the job. But then suddenly, there is an influx of system messages telling him that he had gained XP from harvesting the carrots, and that now he had finally leveled up. Sejun is also surprised to learn that he has already reached level 10. He has acquired a bonus stat for leveling up, and a quest has also been issued. Sejun asks the Tower Master what the quest was this time, but the manager replies that it was not from him this time. This is a job quest that appears when a hunter reaches level 10. One must clear this quest to get the new class traits and move on to the next level. Sejun has heard about the job quests from the hunters in the real world. For normal hunters, it was often combat-related quests such as monster subjugation, but since he is a farmer, he is sure that the quest will be something different. Sejun opens the quest window and finds that it asks him to expand the cultivable area by 50 square meters. He thinks that this will be easy and gets to it almost immediately. He completes the quest and gets rewards for doing so. He has reached level 11 and acquired 1 bonus stat. Also, he had gained 10 tower coins and 1 job trait as rewards. Sejun is really glad that it is over because it was much more exhausting than he thought it would be. He is tired, and so are the rabbits, who have already collapsed. But at least he has a good job trait as a reward for his hard work. He can now acquire XP every time he creates 1 square meter of the crop field, and he thinks that it was a good thing he completed the quest quickly, as he can gain more experience now. And after eating and planting the carrot roots, the field has increased more than he thought it would. Sejun is too exhausted to do anything else for the day, and he tells his rabbit friends that they should also sleep and finish their jobs tomorrow. As he goes to his spot, the rabbits are also heading back to their burrow. But then their parents stop them from coming inside. They tell them that they cannot come in and slam the door in their faces. The rabbits are sad and shocked. 2 of them bang on the door, while another one just sits there and cries. Sejun also comes to them after hearing their voices and realizes that they have been kicked out of the house. But they were full-grown adults now, so it was time for them to be independent anyway. The rabbits are not really cheered up by what he said, and Sejun says that it is too late to create new burrows right now, so for today, they should just sleep with him. The rabbits cheer up a bit and agree to his plan, and now Sejun sleeps on his bed with his rabbit friends all over him. He laughs, saying that this was also good sometimes. It felt soft and warm. On the other hand, at Theo's location, Dongshik is really stressed that his daughter will nag at him for not being able to buy any cherry tomatoes this time. But then suddenly Suha comes there with Theo, and he is quite surprised to see that the cat merchant has not yet gone back. She says that the cat has something to say to him, and Theo asks Dongshik if he was the leader of the people who came from South Korea. Dongshik says that it was true, but he wants to know why the cat asked him this. And then Theo asks him if he would like to make a contract with him. Now, as Theo asks Dongshik if he would like to sign a contract with him, he hands the confused hunter a piece of paper with the details of their contract mentioned on it. Dongshik reads the contents of the contract, and it states that he must give 50 million won to the family of Mr. Park Sejun, who lives in the Sosa district of Bucheon City. Theo adds that they also have to tell Sejun's parents that he is doing well. For their part of the contract, they would be paying the hunters 50 tower coins, and the better reward is 200 magical cherry tomatoes that Theo hid during the auction. As he puts a basket of cherry tomatoes in front of Dongshik, the latter is stunned and cannot believe what he is seeing. He thinks that with this amount of cherry tomatoes, he will surely win his daughter's heart, and she will call him the best dad ever. He is lost in the imagination of a happy future, and then asks Theo about Sejun. The hunter assumes that since it was a message for his family, Sejun was a hunter who could not currently get out of the tower. Theo hesitates to give him an answer because Sejun has forbidden him to. He wanted the cat to keep his being on the 99th floor a secret, and now, as Theo thinks for a while, he comes up with a good cover story. He tells Dongshik that Sejun saved his life on the 40th floor, so he was just doing some errands for him. Even this story is not really helpful in keeping a low profile, and Dongshik is shocked as he hears about someone being on the 40th floor. No one has yet officially reached the 40th floor, and he asks Theo if the person named Park Sejun was the one who discovered these magical cherry tomatoes. But Theo replies that he could not tell him anything more than this. After all, Sejun was a great man, and he had many secrets. Dongshik can only think about a person being alone on the 40th floor. Even if he made a team using only the elite members of their guild, it would be difficult for them to cross the 39th floor. And he has not heard about any hunter who got that far in the official records. Dongshik thinks that Sejun must be a solo hunter who is not affiliated with any guild, and that is why not much is known about him. But it also means that he was remarkably talented and strong. And now he thinks that this was a great opportunity. With this contract as an excuse, Dongshik feels he might stay in touch with Sejun. And if things go well, they may even be able to recruit him into his guild. Not only that, they may also be able to monopolize the distribution of cherry tomatoes, which are surely going to be harder to obtain in the future. Thinking about all this, Dongshik tells Theo that they should enter into a contract. Both of them sign the contract, and it is finalized. Dongshik says that the deals signed inside the tower were valid even when one was outside. But to deliver more accurate information, he would like to meet the cat merchant after 10 days. He also tells the cat to notify Sejun on his behalf that Kim Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, will take responsibility for delivering the news to his parents. At Sejun's cave, the young rabbits who were kicked out of their house have started making new homes for themselves. And as the black rabbit pulls him towards the newly created homes, Sejun finds that they are already complete. He is amazed by the houses they have made that look much better than their initial house, and the rabbits are also quite proud. He compliments them, saying that the roof was made of green onion leaves and the walls looked quite solid too. He thinks that the shovel rabbit and the sickle rabbit must have worked the hardest for this, and both of them are quite happy about their accomplishments. Also, they have made a small room to rest in between work hours, and Sejun wishes that he also had something like that. With that, he again compliments the rabbits and pats their heads. Then he declares that they should have a housewarming party, and the rabbits are all excited. It had been a few days since the young rabbits moved out of their parents' house, and now they had made their own while the couple rabbits were still clinging to each other. As they sit to eat a celebration feast, Sejun raises a toast for the rabbits who have worked so hard. He is drinking the cherry tomato and honey juice in his tumbler, and the rabbits have made small glasses for themselves using hollowed carrots. Sejun pours the juice on the black rabbit, thanking him for always supplying them with such excellent quality fish, and he is quite pleased. Then he compliments the rabbits in general, saying that they are quite smart to think of using hollowed carrots as glasses. Though it was a little small for Sejun, it was still fun since he could eat the cup after finishing the drink. But then he notices the rabbit couple getting quite flirty with each other, and as he stares at them, Sejun says this is quite suspicious. He thinks of the reason they made their children leave and then comes to a conclusion and tells the rabbits that they are soon going to have more siblings. But they don't understand what he wants to tell them. But then suddenly, a system window opens up in front of him, and it informs him that the seed store has opened. Sejun is happy as he finds that today was the due date for the seed that he forgot about, and he excitedly opens the store, wondering what he can buy this time. He has the option to buy 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 tower coins, 100 potato seeds for 5 tower coins, and 1,000 lettuce seeds for 0.1 tower coins. And the thing that excites him the most is lettuce, since he really wants to have some roasted meat wrapped in lettuce leaves. But then he realizes that fish won't cut it and he has no other meat, so he decides to skip lettuce. With that elimination, only strawberries and potatoes are left, and both are also good options. He has enough money to buy anything he wants but can only buy one, so he is really confused. But then he decides to go with potatoes since they are not only a great source of carbohydrates but also quite versatile. Sejun selects the option to buy the 100 potato seeds, and 5 tower coins are deducted from his account. Also, he had earned 50 seed store loyalty points, making their total up to 56 points, including those in the past. With that, the cooldown period for the seed store starts again, and now he can access it after 1 month. And then, a big sack of potatoes falls from the sky, and Sejun is taken back because he was expecting it to be another small bag. He barely dodges the potato sack that was about to crush him and says that he was quite scared for a moment there. The rabbits are also shocked, and the husband rabbit is especially furious since his wife was scared. Sejun apologizes, and then he picks up a potato to see its quality, and thinks that it looks really delicious. He plans to plant it right away so he can harvest it quickly and cook it in different ways. He is really excited to boil and steam them and even make potato pancakes, and the rabbits also start drooling along with him. But then Sejun says that they should take rest today, and tomorrow they will plant all the tomatoes. The rabbits are also glad to get an early break, and then Sejun wonders if Theo is doing alright too. He thinks that the cat merchant must have completed the errands he told him to do by now, and Theo is just doing the last of the tasks Sejun assigned him. He is in the Central Merchants District, which is like a well-established market town with a huge population and big buildings. All kinds of creatures peacefully live there and do their jobs without feeling any danger. And in one shop, Theo is buying the things Sejun had asked him to. He has already purchased blankets and pillows, and is now looking for ladles, spoons, and bowls. And as he rummages through the items on sale, he finds a decent frying pan and a pot. He asks the shopkeeper, a dog merchant, about their price, and he tells the cat to give him 1.6 tower coins in total. Theo does not waste a moment and asks him for a discount, and the shopkeeper laughs, saying that he was quite straightforward. He then asks Theo if he is new around here, and then offers to give him a small discount and charge only 1.5 tower coins. But the cat merchant is not satisfied, and he asks for more discounts, and the shopkeeper is shocked and replies that he would not be able to make a profit in that case. He says that he can't give any more discounts, and Theo says that it's fine. He would buy these items from some other shop in that case. He tosses the items to the shopkeeper and turns around. The dog merchant asks him to stop, saying that he couldn't leave like that. He is already nervous, but then Theo replies that since he could not offer him any discount, he couldn't buy things from him. The shopkeeper admits his defeat and says that he is willing to sell the items for 1.3 tower coins. But Theo gives him his price, 1.2 tower coins, or he would simply leave. The shopkeeper takes the deal, saying that he cannot go any further. The cat places the coins on a nearby barrel and thanks the shopkeeper as he walks away with the things he just bought. The shopkeeper is also amazed by his skill. Initially he took him for a beginner, but it seems that the cat was a master. But then he notices that the coins were wet and that a paw print was left on the barrel itself, and he wonders what it was. It was Theo's sweat, as he was too nervous while negotiating. He is panting now that he is away from the shopkeeper, and then he exclaims that he finally did it. He shouts that he finally bought something without being an idiot, and the other people on the road stare at him. And this was thanks to Sejun, who gave Theo a detailed lecture on how to not be a stupid customer. In the cave, he had told the cat 3 golden rules to get a good deal. First, no matter what price the shopkeeper offers you, always ask for a discount. Second, if they refuse to give you a discount, just leave. And third, if the shopkeeper stops you, get a discount 3 times. Sejun told Theo to remember just these 3 rules and he would not be fooled. And it really worked as he said. Theo smugly laughs to himself as he says that now he is a wandering merchant who knows how to get a discount. But then, as he reaches a corner, he hears some familiar words. Someone was trying to sell some items from outside the tower, and as Theo looks towards the merchant, he is shocked to see a familiar face. It was Scarum, the goblin merchant, who scammed him on his first day as a traveling merchant. And right now, he was trying to do the same with another newbie with the same tactics. He tells them that this was a secret he was revealing so that more newbie merchants would become high-level merchants, and the beginner merchants seemed to be convinced by his words. And Theo is furious upon finding out the scammer is in action once again. He pulls up his invisible sleeves and shouts at Scarum, who is startled as he hears his voice. Theo says that he finally found him, and as he walks angrily towards Scarum, he is fearful of what is going to happen now. But he needs to keep up an act in front of his new target while also pacifying Theo, so he acts friendly with him, asking him where he has been for so long. He asks him if the items he gave them were quite good, and Theo just pushes him aside, saying that how dare he pretend to be close to him. Then the cat merchant turns to the newbie who was going to be scammed and tells her not to trust the goblin. He calls him a fraud, and now Scarum panics, asking him why he was saying such things. He adds that he gave him those wonderful items at a very low price because he pitied his situation, and that is why he was so successful. But now he was trying to harm the person who once helped him the most. Theo is angry now and tells him to stop acting like a good merchant. He turns to the newbie and asks her if the goblin was selling her that tumbler by saying that it has conservation magic. And before he even gets an answer, he explains what Sejun had told him. The tumbler cut off contact with the outside world and kept things warm or cold by preventing the flow of heat. He says that there is no magic in those items, and everything Scarum sells is trash. Scarum is sweating now, and he wonders where Theo learned all that from. He tries to pacify the cat merchant, saying that it must have been a misunderstanding and he must have made a mistake about the product. So he wants to talk with him peacefully. But Theo has already spotted the guard dogs, and he calls them over, saying that the goblin was trying to trick an innocent newcomer. Scarum has given up on acting like a nice guy, and he runs, telling Theo that he will definitely get his revenge for this. After that, the cat merchant is a little satisfied, and he tells the newcomer not to believe what people are saying so recklessly. She thanks him for helping her so much and asks his name, and Theo proudly tells her his name. She thanks him again, and he leaves, telling her to be more careful and not be fooled by anyone. But under the hood of the newcomer merchant is a clever fox, and it seems she is hiding something from the cat. As soon as Theo is out of her sight, she says that the mission was complete and asks her underlings to come out of their hiding places. A bunch of dog policemen come out of hiding and kneel before her, and the fox asks them what is happening. She had told them to get rid of anyone who could pose a threat to their mission, and despite that, a cat merchant came here. One of the dog officers nervously apologizes, saying that their agents had been guarding the nearby 100-meter area as planned. But they have no idea how the wandering merchant was able to enter. The fox puts a security officer cap on her head, and it turns out that she is Zerath, an agent of the Secret Investigation Bureau of the Wandering Merchant Association. She is disappointed by this failure, which was largely because her team did not do their work properly. They had been planning an operation to arrest Scarum for the last few months, and when they finally got so close, it all went into the bin with the input of the cat. She tells her team that they should return to their headquarters now, and there, all of them should write 100 letters of apology to reflect on their mistake today. Zerath is furious and serious as she says this, and her team knows that she is not just messing around. They are scared as she walks away, thinking about how they had been receiving a lot of complaints about a fraud merchant in the Wandering Merchant Association, and after a long time they were able to track down Scaram's movements. He was the only one who knew how to find items that belonged on the outside of the tower, and they were not even sure if he got them from illegal routes. Zerath knew that it would be very hard to catch him in action, but she was able to make initial contact with him by posing as a beginner merchant and willfully walking into his trap. And before she could arrest him on the spot, Theo interrupted them. Zerath thinks that they will have to revise their strategy, but she is also curious about Theo now, and since he is not on good terms with Scaram, she decides to look into his story. And unaware of all the trouble he has caused, Theo is just happily eating his fried fish as he goes back to the cave to report to Sejun. In the cave, Sejun is instructing the sickle rabbit on how to cut a potato efficiently so that it is more useful as a seed. She does it as she is told and cuts it into 4 even parts, and then Sejun moves on to the next step. After gently wetting the soil with the help of the father rabbit and his watering can, he puts the cut section of the potato there. Sejun asks him if he is not curious about his strange technique of planting 400 potato plants with only 100 potatoes, and then goes on to boast that he learned it from a YouTube video. And now he thinks that something he saw without much interest is helping him so much. He receives the experience points by planting the potatoes and expanding his field, and for every 33 square meters, he gets 10 XP. It is not much, but it was still additional income. The potato sowing is done, and Sejun thinks that he should now harvest some sweet potatoes. The rabbits are also excited, and he says that they have not tasted sweet potatoes since the rabbits were little babies. And before he gets to harvesting, he asks the young rabbits if they know what they have to do. They are confused, and Sejun tells them that he was talking about the sweet potato sprouts that would be used to plant more of them. They had to remove the wines first, and he tells the baby rabbits to be careful with the sprouts, and they are dejected because they plan to snack on them along the way. But the black rabbit says something to them, and they cheer up. He says that in the past, when Sejun got the notification about receiving experience from sowing the sprouts, he decided to do it by himself, and he suggests that this time, too, he would do it on his own. The farmer rabbits start laughing at this, but Sejun seems to have caught on to their plan. He startles them when he says that they must think planting sweet potatoes was only his work, but this time he has decided not to do it all by himself. He says that farming is all about timing, and he cannot ruin that just to increase the proficiency of his sewing skill. And the rabbits are disheartened as they realize they will also have to work. The rabbits are hard at work. The mother rabbit and the sickle rabbit are cutting the grapes, and the cart rabbit is carrying them away. The black warrior rabbit is also trying his best to help, while the other rabbits are preparing the soil for the next round of planting. Thanks to their help, Sejun creates a 500 square meter field of sweet potatoes rather quickly, and he is quite tired. He has received experience by expanding the planting area even though he took the help of the rabbits, and he thinks that this was good even though he could not get the whole XP he would get by doing it alone. He has leveled up and received a bonus stat. But then the parent rabbits start singing, and their children join them. They get in line, shake their tails while singing, and start circling Sejun. He is confused and wonders what they are doing, and the tower manager gives him some answers. The rabbits were hoping for a full harvest of sweet potatoes, and that is why they were doing the cheering dance of abundance dedicated to the tower farmers. And the tower manager was also cheering up Sejun, shouting roasted sweet potatoes from his office. Sejun thanks them and says that now they should work together and pick up the sweet potatoes. But as he uncovers the first sweet potato, he is stunned to find a bright golden light coming from the ground. Everyone is shocked and overwhelmed by the light, and Sejun finds that it is coming from a huge golden sweet potato. He reads its information window and finds that it was called the sweet potato pumpkin of the sun, a mutant sweet potato that absorbs the sunlight at the tower's highest floor and is thus imbued with the sun's energy. When consumed, it burns down 100 grams of body fat instantly and grants full resilience against cold for 24 hours. Its rank was still E, and its shelf life was also only 30 days, but this was a rare crop. And the tower manager sends him a message that Sejun has reached the achievement of spawning a new breed in the tower. And Sejun cannot believe that he just obtained a new breed of food crop. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a black car stops in front of a building, and from there comes Kim Dong-sik. He is carrying a gift, and as he looks at the building, he thinks that he has come to the right place. Sejun and the rabbits can only stare with awe at the new variety he just discovered, and he looks at a list of messages from the system about his achievement. While the job XP and harvest skill proficiency increase only by the previous amount, the real benefit is the exclusive right to cultivate the new variety. No one in the tower could cultivate the sweet potato pumpkin of the sun without his permission, and Sejun is amazed. He realizes that only he can grow and have this sweet potato. Even if he harvests it in bulk and gives it to anyone else, they cannot grow it without his permission, and he can earn profits from it forever. So he does not waste any time and plants the new variety back in the soil again. Sejun admits that he really wanted to see what it tasted like, but at this point, the best decision was to plant it and harvest it later. After he is done with that, Sejun exclaims that it is time to harvest some regular sweet potatoes, and the rabbits are as excited as he is. Everyone works together, and they get a good yield of sweet potatoes, which they include in their dinner for the night alongside fish. After the sweet potatoes covered in onion leaves are roasted enough, Sejun pokes them with a pointed stick to see if they are cooked to the center, and then he and the rabbits blew air on the sweet potato, hoping to cool it quickly. As Sejun breaks it, he says that it was something to die for, and the rabbits are already drooling. Everyone gets their share, and they enjoy it, but the husband rabbit is too impatient and almost chokes on it, while his wife comforts him. Then Sejun gets a message from the tower manager, who was waiting for his turn while wiping saliva off his mouth. Sejun thanks the manager for letting the rabbits eat first and then gifts 10 sweet potatoes to them. The manager is grateful and says that he will thoroughly enjoy himself. After that, Sejun asks the sickle rabbit if she is done eating and could she help him, and she gets ready to work. Inside his office, the tower manager is enjoying the sweet potatoes one at a time because they are smaller than his bite size. But he has eaten all of them and now craves more. As the tower manager tries to ask for more sweet potatoes, he sees Sejun doing something strange through the crystal ball. With the help of a sickle rabbit, he had made long French fries like slices of the sweet potatoes and was drying them over onion leaves. He says that after drying them completely on one side, they should turn them over to the other side, and he asks the sickle rabbit to cut one more sweet potato. She does that quickly and effortlessly, and Sejun praises her for the even sizes of the pieces, and she is quite proud. The tower manager sends him a message, saying that he is very furious that Sejun is throwing away delicious sweet potatoes. But he calmly replies that he was not throwing them away but drying them to make something even more delicious later. The manager is curious and asks him what he is making, and Sejun asks him in return if he has ever heard about the dried sweet potato. In the outside world, Kim Dongshik has reached Sejun's home to fulfill their contract, and as he rings the bell, someone shouts, asking who he is. Dongshik asks if it was Park Sejun's address, and his younger brother Sedal opens the door in a hurry, eager for any news about his elder brother. His parents are quite shocked, but then they are even more confused when they see a man they do not know. They ask Dongshik who he is and then let him in the house, offering him fruits to show hospitality. He says that they do not need to serve him anything, and Sejun's parents ask him why he was looking for their son. They say that Sejun has been missing for some time and that they have had no contact with him. Dongshik realizes that he never introduced himself and says that he is the leader of the Phoenix Guild's 5th team as he gives them his card. Sejun's father is a bit shocked, but his younger brother is flabbergasted as he realizes that their guest was from the world-famous Phoenix Guild. Even as his parents ask him what was wrong, Sedal can only focus on his card, and he trembles as he finds that it was real. He says that the Phoenix Guild was one of the top guilds in Korea, and the leader of the 5th team was a marvelous top-tier hunter. Dongshik enjoys a fan complimenting him but acts modest, saying it is not a big deal. Sejun's parents' attitude changes quickly, and they decide to present the best thing they have in their house to their esteemed guest, and he insists that they just sit comfortably. Then the parents ask Dongshik if he was a hunter and was here for their son. Was Sejun also in the tower? They are confused about when he entered the tower and why a top-tier hunter was here instead of him. Dongshik replies that he was here to deliver something to them at Sejun's request and takes out an envelope from his coat pocket. He places the envelope on the table, and Sejun's family is horrified. They think that it was a will and their son was dead, and they start crying and wailing, and Dongshik panics as he tells them that it was not a will, and their son was alive and well. The family calms down a little on hearing this, and they open the envelope to find a check inside. It takes them a lot of time trying to comprehend the zeros before they realize it is worth 50 million won. They are stunned, and Dongshik adds that Sejun gave him the message to apologize to his parents for going to the tower so suddenly, and he was well, and he wanted this money to be delivered to his parents. Sejun's father exclaims in joy, saying that his son was smart just like him and that he always knew he would make it big wherever he went. His mother asks Dongshik if Sejun was really doing well, and why he did not come here himself to give this money to them. Dongshik replies that Sejun probably could not exit the tower because of the quests, but it was a very common thing that happened with all hunters, and he urges her not to worry. Then he turns to Sedol and asks him what he meant by Sejun being missing and if they really had no idea that he entered the tower. Sedol replies that his brother suddenly went missing about 5 months ago, and they have had no contact with him since then. They received no news from any channel, and just in case, they even contacted the Awakened Association to ask them if someone named Park Sejun was registered there, but there was no one. Sedol asks Dongshik if people use fake names in the tower, and he replies that there are some people who do that. But he promises to inquire more about Sejun from the association through his guild later. As Sejun's family gets busy with themselves, Dongshik wonders if someone could really climb up to the 40th floor of the tower in just 5 months, and that too with solo play. The towers had been present on Earth for 10 years, and there was no hunter who could make it that far in such a short period of time. Dongshik wonders if Sejun was a genius hunter who was unprecedented in history. Then Sedol asks the hunter if they have a talent development program in their guild, and his father smacks him, saying that while his brother was working so hard in the tower, he was just fooling around and not helping him even a little. Dongshik says that being a hunter is an extremely dangerous job where one can lose his life. The Awakened Association also does not recommend registering more than 1 hunter per household in case there are any casualties. After completing his task, Dongshik gets up, saying that he should take his leave now, and Sejun's parents try to stop him for some more time. They say that they have not served him anything yet and ask him to at least have a meal with them. Dongshik politely refuses their offer, saying that he came here to complete Sejun's request just as he left his tower, and had not even gone home yet, where his family was waiting for him. With that, he wishes Sejun's family goodbye and gets into his car, where he gets a message from the tower that he has completed the contract quest. Dongshik is glad and then decides that he should go home now. As he is driving back, he gets a call from his daughter, whom he really loves. He acts like a baby as he talks to her and asks her if she missed him. He asks her to guess what he brought and then answers himself, saying that he brought the thing she wanted the most. And meanwhile, in the tower, Theo is walking back to Sejun's cave while eating something he bought in the market, and he complains that the 99th floor is too far away. With this, the chapter ends. In the present, Sejun is preparing to plant carrots using a new technique by dipping the carrot tops in water till they sprout, and then he plants them in the soil. He is happy that the new technique worked well and he could plant carrots quickly, even receive job experience, and increase the proficiency of his skill, sowing. The method was great for recycling too, as he took the leftover hard tops of the carrots eaten by the rabbits, and then soaked them in water in bowls made of onion leaves. After some time, leaves sprouted on the top and roots began to grow at the bottom. Then he just planted the tops in the ground and covered them with soil until only the leaves were in the open. Because once the root has been eaten, it does not grow back. The plant focuses on developing its stem part, and it soon flowers, using which one can collect carrot seeds. Some of the early planted carrot plants had begun flowering, and Sejun was very happy that everything was going well. He tells his rabbit friend that this was what he liked about farming. Working hard gives one the feeling of being rewarded with unexpected gains that build up over time. But then Sejun gets a message from the tower master, who wants to know if the dried sweet potatoes are ready yet. Sejun gets up, saying he was going to check them soon anyway, and he goes to the central rock with his rabbit friends on his shoulder to see that the sweet potato shards have dried really well. He picks up one chip and is very excited about its taste, and as soon as he takes a bite, he is overwhelmed by its deliciousness. The dried sweet potato was sweet and savory, its crust was dried sufficiently, and the inside was still perfectly moist and soft. He is lost in the taste, and his rabbit friends think the same thing about the new snack. Sejun says no one can resist the soft, chewy, and addictive texture, and the information window for the dried sweet potato opens up. It mentions how the roasted sweet potato was dried in the sun for 24 hours to lock in the moisture and sweetness while providing a crusty exterior and a savory and sweet taste. He is really excited about this success and decides to dry many more sweet potatoes to snack on them whenever he is bored. As Sejun gathers more of them to eat, his rabbit friends are also enjoying their taste. And then the manager sends him a message informing him that he was forgetting something. Sejun apologizes and prepares an offering to the tower manager, who wants to eat the dried sweet potatoes quickly and wants him to complete the quest right away. But as Sejun looks at the onion leaf bowl, he thinks of something. He tells the tower manager to wait for a moment and begins to look for something inside his bag. Sejun says that it does not feel appropriate to send food to the manager every time in an onion leaf bowl, and this time he has a better idea. The manager does not care about formalities and just wants the snack soon, but Sejun promises that it will take only a while, and is already done in a minute. He presents the dried sweet potatoes packed nicely in a poly bag and exclaims that his packaging is complete, and the manager is surprised. Sejun explains that outside the tower, he used to work in the convenience store and has some skills in packaging. He has packed the sweet potatoes in gift form and is proud to present them to the manager since it was their first time trying this. Sejun wants this experience to be even more special, as not only will the packaging make it look more pretty, it will also keep it fresh longer and the moisture will remain locked in inside the chips. The tower manager is lost in thought, and when Sejun asks if they were not going to take it, the manager starts and thanks him. Sejun is not impressed by the reaction and is upset that he just got a lukewarm thanks after he worked so hard to impress the manager. He asks the manager if they thought he was playing a joke with food, and the manager is actually smitten by the cuteness of the package. The manager is blushing and trembling with excitement as they hold the tiny package in their hand and panic, shouting, "How could someone eat something so cute?" And Sejun likes this over-the-top reaction. Only a few hours later, Sejun is running out of the dried sweet potato strips. He says that he had dried 40 whole sweet potatoes and wonders how they could disappear so quickly. But it is clear that he and the rabbits could not resist the delicious snack and were still munching on them. Then suddenly the queen bee comes to him with something interesting, and Sejun asks her what the matter was. She happily places a ball in his hand, and Sejun is confused about what it is. Then he reads the information window that says it was a pollen bundle made of corn pollen. Sejun is surprised to see it and then realizes that his corn plants are already in the flowering stage. He goes to them with the queen bee and says that he has not been paying much attention to the corns lately, and the plants were already this big. All of them had flowered and silked, but then he realized that there was no nectar in corn flowers, so the bees could not collect honey. That is why the worker bees were collecting pollen using their furry hind legs. Sejun wonders if he should try eating the pollen bundle because some people take them as health supplements, and he decides to try one, which tastes slightly bitter but sweet like candy. He likes it and thanks the queen bee with a huge smile, and she wants to make him happier, so she orders all her worker bees to immediately come over to her. They make the bundles of pollen they were carrying and give them all to Sejun as he thanks them, and the queen bee hovers above them proudly. He says that there were too many pollen bundles, and he could not eat them all as they were too precious. At the same time, Theo announces his return as he jumps into the cave. But as soon as he sees the queen poison honeybee, he is scared and stands on his toes with his tail stiff. He tells Sejun that he was scared, but he replies that it was fine since the honeybees knew he was on their side. The queen bee also wants to become friends with Theo, so she gives him the remaining pollen bundles. But Theo is allergic to pollen, and he clings to Sejun, wiping his nose with his shirt and pulling it with his claws. Sejun tells him to get off because this is his only shirt and he does not want it to be ruined. But then he asks the sales cat if he did what he was asked to do, and Theo replies that he completed all the missions and even sold out. Sejun asks him if he conveyed the news and money to his family successfully, and Theo replies that it should have been done because there was a contract in place. Sejun is surprised to find that the contract was already complete, and he realizes that the 50 million won and his regards were successfully delivered to his family. He asks Theo if everything would have gone smoothly, and the cat merchant replies that it would have. The tower contracts are ironclad even outside the tower, but he would go and meet the person he contacted to confirm the details. Sejun thanks him and says that he was dependable. After that, he begins to think about his family, which included his parents and his younger brother Sedal. Sejun says that he was in a pinch because he disappeared without leaving them a message, and it was bothering him a lot. He thinks that they must have been extremely worried about him, but now they would feel better. They must have had no idea that he went inside the tower and began farming there, and they could not even dream about him partnering up with some rabbits, bees, and a cat merchant. Sejun wonders what kind of face his family members would make if they learned about him being a tower farmer. He thinks that his little brother Sedal will definitely make fun of him since he always annoyed him. As Theo greets the rabbits, Sejun continues with his remembrances and thinks that his dad has a hobby of gardening and growing flowers, and he would certainly be curious about his cultivation practices and even give him some tips. Sejun thinks that he has inherited his natural talent for farming from his dad, but then he gets even more nostalgic as he remembers his mom, who always served them a full-course meal including everything they liked. As Sejun thinks back about the simpler and happier times with his family, he begins to miss them a lot. But then the rabbits, the bees, and Theo come up to him and remind him that they are his family here. As the queen bee sits on his head, he cuddles with the black rabbit and Theo, saying that they are also his family. The cat merchant feels the need to confirm his status in his family, and Sejun replies that, of course, he was also a part of the family as his one and only employee, the sales cat Theo. The cat is pleased by his praises and decides to report everything to Sejun about his recent business trip. He says that he used 50 tower coins for the contract, 14 tower coins for facilitating it, and then some more for buying the necessary items. Even after all that, he still has 208 tower coins left. Sejun is shocked to learn about the ridiculous amount that was much greater than the last time. Theo says that it was as he had told him. In an auction, people increase the prices of the goods on their own. Along with the money, he has other good things for Sejun, including the utensils he had asked for. Sejun is amazed as he inspects the pan, saying that it has been so long since he last saw the sign of civilization. The rabbits are also trying to make sense of the utensils with their silly antics, and then Sejun finds that even the cast iron pot has an information window, and its own item mark since it was made in the tower. He finds that the item was rank D and its manufacturer detail was undisclosed, and he asks Theo about the last part. But before he can get an answer, he spots a dagger on the ground, and as he picks it up, he feels like being inside the tower for the first time in ages. His eyes gleam with wonder and excitement as he says that this was his first weapon ever since he came inside the tower. The information window of the dagger does not tell him much and is full of question marks, but it mentions that the dagger was of E rank, and only those with strength above 5 and a level above 10 could wield it. Sejun is curious about the question marks, and he asks Theo where he got the dagger from. Theo is busy playing with the rabbits and replies that he heard about blacksmith's lottery, where some things were sold at a cheap price, so he just bought what he thought would be good. Sejun does not understand much about the dagger and the lottery corner, but since he meets the requirement, he thinks he should use the dagger. But the tower master sends him a message, saying that if he used an unappreciated item recklessly, he could put himself in danger. Sejun is curious about what could happen, but the tower manager offers to appraise the dagger for him. A new quest is generated about the dagger, but that is joined with another quest in which Sejun has to send dried sweet potatoes to the manager to get his dagger appraised. Sejun is disappointed and says that this was not the right way to do it, and the manager replies that it was necessary to give something so that he could help him. The tower manager still acts like it is not doing this for the food. But then the message window says that the manager was wiping its saliva. Sejun is furious and complains that the manager took too much earlier too. But since it would feel uncomfortable to use an item with undisclosed information, he decides to follow up with the requests. He gives the dagger first, and then the tower manager uses his appraisal skills to find that the dagger was not harmful. Then, as Sejun offers the dried sweet potatoes, the manager gives him his dagger back. Sejun reads the information about the dagger, which was named Keen's training short dagger, and was used by the ranger Keens of the Red Mountain to train during his childhood. The blade was made of black iron and was decently heavy, but a small amount of mithril was also mixed in it, so it was quite sturdy and could retain its sharpness for a long time. It was produced by the blacksmith Raven, who was a black hammer dwarf, and its true rank was B. It had a skill called Proficiency Increase Level 1 that increased the proficiency of any skill the user practices with the dagger 5% faster. Sejun does not need to read all this to be amazed, and he is blown away by the fact that it was a named weapon. They were very rare, and in the outside world, even the lowest quality weapons were sold for 100 million won, and this one looked very rare and precious. Sejun is stunned that Theo got this from the lottery, and he thinks that the cat was not just some pushover like he thought. He indeed had some talent for finding useful things. But outside the cave in the forests of the 99th floor, there is one more creature. It is the red bear who scares Theo and almost killed Sejun during one blue moon night. But right now, it does not look anything like a monster and is just a cute little bear. As Theo and the glutton rabbit are enjoying churros, Sejun inspects his farms, and then suddenly, he takes a fighting stance and uses the newly acquired dagger to slash the onion plants in front of him. The dagger is quite sharp, and he asks his friends what they think about his skills, and they clap for him. Theo asks him if he liked that short dagger, and he smiles, saying that he was very impressed that the cat brought it. Theo gets angry and demands to be called by his title as the sales cat that Sejun had promised to give him in return for completing the missions. Sejun pats him, saying that he was sales cat Theo, and he did an amazing job. The cat merchant accepts his apology and quite arrogantly tells him that he will let it slide this time as he pushes Sejun's hands away. But he notices that, despite seeming like a naive pushover, Theo actually had golden paws. Speaking of paws, Sejun starts playing with the cat's toe beans, and he suddenly finds him cute. Theo asks him what he was doing, and he replies that his paws look really amazing, before holding him in his lap and asking him if he would like one more pack of churros. Theo is overjoyed, and his internal celebration is quite aggressive, as he thinks that at the end of the day, even Sejun was a human, and no human could resist the superiority of his paws. He laughs, telling Sejun that he was a busy cat and that he should hurry with the treat. He does not like that attitude and thinks that something is fishy, so he silently picks the cat up and places him on the ground. Sejun tells Theo that his 1 hour as the sales cat was over, and the black rabbit tries to control his laughter. Theo panics and tells him that it was too fast, and he wants to stay as the sales cat for a little longer. Even as he requests, Sejun refuses, saying that his decision is firm. Theo cannot stay away from the position of the sales cat any longer, and he decides to reveal the trump card he had been hiding and asks him to look at the other things he had. He empties his bag, and as the modern food items come out of it, Sejun is trembling with excitement. He crawls down to check all the seasonings while Theo brags about getting them as a reward for clicking pictures. Sejun pours a bit of salt into his hand, and as he tastes it, he is overwhelmed by the salty taste after months. He smells and tastes other seasonings too, and the pungency of the peppers, the taste of spices, and the richness of other seasonings were the only things he was missing in his food. As he exclaims about it, the rabbits are also curious to check things out, and then Theo asks him if he thinks that he deserves to be a sales cat now. He wants to be a sales cat for 2 hours in return for this, and the overjoyed Sejun lifts him up and swings him around as he says that he could be the sales cat with these items for 24 hours if he wanted. As Sejun dances around in joy, the glutton rabbit has already started trying out salt on his carrots. Thanks to the new utensils and seasonings, Sejun cooks great food that day, and its aroma flies out of the cave. He has grilled fish, and after seasoning it with salt and pepper, he puts it on a skewer along with onion stems. As he is humming and preparing food, the smell reaches the home of the rabbits, and it wakes them up from their sleep and calls them out to the lunch place. Sejun says good morning and asks them if they are hungry because he has prepared a special dish to show off his skills today. It is a banquet of dishes, including fish and onion skewers, roasted tomatoes, dried sweet potatoes, roasted fish, and roasted onions, along with salt and pepper. Sejun tells everyone to choose the dish according to their taste and add salt and pepper if they want more. Most of the white rabbits find the pepper too spicy, but the black warrior rabbit likes the taste. Sales cat Theo is still sleeping, and Sejun wakes him up for breakfast and asks him what he wants his roasted fish to be seasoned with. But Theo gets angry and replies that no one should play a joke on food by adding anything to it. He sits on Sejun's lap and enjoys his plain roasted fish, and he tells the cat that he does not know the greatness of salt and pepper. After a hearty breakfast, Sejun and the rabbits get back to their work for today, which is harvesting tomatoes, and he uses his named dagger to cut the tomato bunches. He not only gets the regular XP and skill proficiency, but the proficiency increased skill he gets with the dagger makes his progress 5% faster. Sejun likes it that the proficiency increased skill of the Keen's dagger is not limited only to battle but any task done with it. He says that a B rank named item was expected to be this wonderful, and he wants to work hard using it to quickly increase his proficiency. Sejun takes the bunch of cherry tomatoes he just harvested and gives them to Theo, whose job it is to pluck them one by one and store them in his bag. He does not like the job and complains that why does he have to do such menial labor when he was the sales cat. Sejun replies that there was no shame in working with their hands. He was the chairman here and was still working on the farm. Theo is stunned to learn that Sejun was the chairman, and he asks him if a chairman was a higher position than the sales cat. Sejun replies that it was very high, and he commands Theo to keep working hard. The cat immediately loses his arrogance and says that he learned something good today and will not stop working hard. He gets ready to leave, but laughs mischievously, thinking that one day he will climb up to the position of chairman, and then he will monopolize the right to sit in Sejun's lap. His magic bundle is full, and he starts preparing to leave, and Sejun asks him to stop by the store again and buy more things he has told him to. And on top of that, He asks Theo to go to the blacksmith's lottery again and buy anything he likes there because he does not want to let the cat's amazing talent go to waste. Theo affirms, and he says that he will soon be back before leaving. With the sales cat gone, Sejun can now focus on harvesting the rest of the cherry tomatoes in the row, and he gets 90 XP for harvesting 6 tomatoes at once, which was 50% more than the usual amount. He wonders what the reason is behind it, and the truth is revealed as he reads the information window about the cherry tomatoes he just harvested. The reason their XP was high was that their rank was D, and their properties had also increased. Each D-rank tomato could break down 20 grams of fat upon consumption and also increase mana by 0.2 for 10 minutes, and the shelf life had also become 60 days. Sejun is amazed to find that as the crop went from E rank to D rank, all the attributes almost doubled. On top of that, it was mentioned to be even tastier than the previous cherry tomatoes, and Sejun wonders if there were more tomatoes like this. He had recently leveled up quite a bit, and he was a D-rank tower farmer now, and he suspects that all the crops he cultivated after that grew up to D rank. He thinks that if Theo had waited a little longer, he could introduce the D rank tomatoes to the market, and they would fetch an even higher price. But there is no use in worrying about it now, and Sejun thinks that they should try out how much the taste improved as the rank of the tomatoes increased by 1. He suggests to his rabbit friends that they should eat the new tomatoes and then take a nap together, and no one has any complaints. And as Theo makes his way down to the 38th floor, he feels disappointed somehow. Meanwhile, in the tower manager's office, there is a room full of all kinds of treasures, and the greatest attraction is the shining sculpture of a dragon. It was an ice statue of the tower manager, whose name is Aileen Furtani, and it was made by another dragon called Kaiser Furtani, using an ice fragment of the Blue Penguin Kingdom. But the manager has no need for the beautiful ice sculpture now and breaks it down mercilessly, and then places the gift-packed sweet potatoes in their place. The warehouse where all the treasures were kept had a permanent preservation magic spell, and the manager plans to keep the cute-looking packaging here instead of eating it. And the way the manager acts is like a high school girl experiencing her first crush, saying that her human gave it to her. Then the manager goes back to check on Sejun with the crystal ball and finds him sleeping peacefully with his rabbit friends, unaware of the dangers surrounding him. She wants to go and check out the area surrounding the cave to ensure his safety, but then spots something that Sejun needs to be alerted immediately about. He wakes up after getting wake-up calls from the manager, who tells him that this is not the time to be sleeping around. As Sejun looks around, he finds a monster at the entrance to the cave, and he screams as the black warrior rabbit climbs upon his shoulder to see what is happening. The red bear is at the entrance of the cave, and the tower manager tells it to go away, but it is startled and slips into the cave as its footing comes loose. Sejun panics and runs towards it, successfully catching the red bear that was no larger than a teddy, and he is not even sure what kind of creature he is dealing with yet. But then he reads the information window that comes along with the monster and learns that it was the baby crimson giant bear, and the innocent-looking bear is just staring at the face of the human. Sejun is shocked as he holds the baby giant crimson bear in his arms, and he wonders if it was the child of the monster who once attacked the cave on a blue moon night. The giant crimson bear was truly humongous and ferocious, and compared to it, its baby looked really small and cute. Sejun is a bit unsure about what to do with the bear cub, who looks quite innocent, but then the tower manager asks him why he caught it. He replies that how could he not catch the baby from falling because it would be quite dangerous for him otherwise. The manager asks Sejun to quickly send the bear out of the cave and says that his mother must be nearby and looking for him. But he does not plan to send away the baby bear immediately, as he sets him on the ground and says that even if he sends him away right now, he will feel bad because the bear is too small. He thinks that it will be better for them to wait for their mother to come back and take him. And the baby bear is excited to see friends of his size for the first time and runs towards them. The tower manager warns Sejun that the crimson bear is a gluttonous monster, and he will eat all the food in the cave. And he thinks that the tower manager was just overreacting and says that it was just a small baby. The baby bear tries to be friends with the black rabbit and feels happy when the latter pats his head. He is playing around with the rabbits when he spots the poison honeybees and their queen, and he tries chasing them too. But the honeybees are furious, and as they stare at the baby bear and chase him, he is afraid and runs straight to Sejun for protection. He clings to his feet, and Sejun comforts the bear and then tells the bees that the new guest was not an enemy. He tells the bear that the bees acted so aggressively because he suddenly attacked them, and he tells him not to cry. Then he asks him if he rushed towards them because he smelled something nice from them, and the baby bear can only cry. Seeing him looking so pitiful, Sejun asks the queen bee a favor, and while she does not want to do it, she does it for Sejun with a sigh. She gives the baby bear honey, and Sejun tells him to try it out. The little bear is happy to taste the honey, and as the glutton rabbit pats his head and other rabbits surround him, Sejun says that he knew the bear would enjoy honey, and he must have come here because of its smell. The baby bear finishes the honey quickly and goes back to the tower farmer, who tries to spoil him some more and asks him if he wants more honey. Meanwhile, the tower manager is furious and then suddenly snaps out at Sejun, generating an emergency quest to send the baby crimson bear out of the cave. The reward was a job-related skill, and the penalty upon rejection would be starving to death. The manager then expresses anger towards the baby bear, who is afraid, and Sejun and the queen bee are also shocked. He shouts at the tower manager, saying that this was unfair, the bear was just a baby, and it could not eat enough to make others starve, and he accuses the manager of being jealous. The manager replies that he is just chasing away monsters that can be dangerous to his tower farmer, and Sejun says that he is too much. He says that the baby bear would not have fallen into the cave if the manager had not startled him, and he replies that it was an honest mistake. But now the only thing that was important was that Sejun send the baby bear outside the cave immediately. Sejun hugs the baby bear and says that, talking of mistakes, his coming inside the tower was a mistake too. The tower manager orders him to return the bear outside for the last time. But then, seeing the gloomy faces of the farmer and his rabbit friends, he decides to give up and tells Sejun that he can do whatever he feels like. He is also not pleased and says that how much can the little monster eat that the manager is all jealous of him. He agrees to reach a middle ground, saying that he will send it outside when it is time. He then lifts up the baby bear, asking him to stand up since the scary thing had gone, and finds that it was sleeping peacefully. Sejun finds him quite cute and decides to let him sleep inside the cave today and then send him back tomorrow. He falls asleep next to the baby bear, who wakes up as everyone else is asleep and begins doing something sneaky. The next morning, the black rabbit wakes up first, and as he comes outside his house, he is shocked to see the scene in front of him. He begins shouting, and Sejun wakes from all the noise and then realizes that the baby bear is no longer next to him. He lazily walks to where the rabbits had gathered and were angrily lashing out at the baby bear, and when he realizes what had just happened, he is also shocked. There were half-eaten carrots and sweet potatoes lying on the ground, and one of their stores was empty, and the baby bear was ransacking the remaining storehouses for more food as he looked at them, not knowing what he was doing wrong. Sejun is devastated, but the rabbits are furious, and the black rabbit even takes out his hammer to beat the baby bear while the others scold him verbally. Sejun checks the remaining storehouses and finds that 1/3 of their sweet potatoes and carrots had been eaten or otherwise damaged, and the bear did not touch the cherry tomatoes at all. The bear then runs to Sejun after being scolded by the rabbits, and he starts crying. As Sejun picks him up, he realizes that the baby bear had grown twice in size overnight, and was now much larger and heavier than before. He realizes that he forgot that plants and animals grow at a different rate inside the tower, and now he is no longer surprised by the fact. But then he remembers the manager's warning that the baby bear would eat all the food in the cave, and now he realizes that he should have listened to him. The manager sends Sejun another message, saying that the baby crimson bears are the biggest gluttons in the tower, and can eat up to 100 kilos of food every day if it is available. Sejun is relieved to get the support of the expert again and apologizes for doubting him. The tower manager replies that he does not mind it since he has apologized now, and Sejun replies that he thought the manager was just jealous because of him feeding the bear cub. The tower manager replies that what was important right now was to send the baby crimson bear away, and even though he agrees, Sejun wonders how he can do that. Ultimately, he takes the help of his friends and an onion leaf rope, which he ties around the baby bear like a harness. After that is done, he asks the team outside the cave if they are ready, and they are also prepared to get the bear cub out. They pull him up using the rope, whose other end is tied to a tree outside, and all the rabbits except the mother rabbit, and all the worker bees use their full strength as Sejun cheers them on. But the bear cub starts to flail as he does not want to go, and as he starts crying, Sejun offers him some honey to calm him down. He tells the baby bear that he should go back to his mom now, and the honey pacifies the bear enough to not resist being pulled up. He wishes Sejun goodbye happily, and then the quest to send him out is completed, and the tower manager gives the reward in the form of a skill called Seed Gathering Level 1, which slightly increases the chance of obtaining better seeds from harvesting crops. The bear cub was dropped home by the rabbits, and as they return to the cave, all of them are tired. Sejun commends them for their hard work, but then everyone feels hungry at the same time, and seeing their supplies thrashed, he asks them if they should eat cherry tomatoes today. A few days later, on an otherwise ordinary day, Sejun and his rabbit friends are intimidated by a giant bear that casts its shadow inside the cave. Everyone is shocked and afraid as they look upward with open mouths at their friend, the baby bear, and his mom, the giant crimson bear, who did not seem to be here to harm them. And on realizing that the baby bear invited his mom to the cave, Sejun panics and fears what is going to happen next. And as he thinks that she might be here to eat him, he panics. He is sweating profusely as he imagines the mama bear angrily picking him up and saying, how dare he kidnap her child for one full day. She won't forgive him and eat him while he is helpless against her. Sejun wonders if he really will die here without seeing the faces of his family one last time. He gets down on his knees as he begs the mother bear to let him go since he is not tasty because the only thing he eats is tomatoes. She is confused, and then the tower manager relays her message to Sejun, saying that she does not plan to harm or threaten him. Sejun is shocked and asks the manager if she understood what the bear was saying, and after affirming, the manager gives him the reason why the bears were here. The mama bear wants him to give her honey to feed her cub. Sejun is a bit confused and takes some time to process that the bear mom is not here for herself but for her kid. And as she growls loudly, the black rabbit shuts his ears. The manager says that the mother bear was saying she was going to protect the surrounding area in return for honey, and then she stretches her palm to the floor of the cave. Now Sejun is relieved, and his rabbit friends are also happy, and he tells the giant crimson bear that he will give her honey. The tower manager tells him to get on the mama bear's paw, and he obeys. Then the giant bear slowly takes him up and outside the cave, and as Sejun looks back at his farms inside the cave, he gets nostalgic. He thanks his crops that have been growing well inside the cave all this time and have been sustaining him. The reason he is so sentimental is because he thinks he is finally getting out of the place to see the tower, and he is excited to see the true world that was outside his little cave. As he comes out, he is momentarily stunned by the bright light. But as he gets used to it, he sees an amazing sight. He exclaims as he sees the expanse of the tower, with a giant glowing tower in the center and a vast mountain range stretching from it to his place. He was so far away from the central tower that it appeared as if the mountains were quite tiny, and from this distance, they looked mostly barren to him. Sejun is still dazed by the magnificent scene, and he asks if this vast area is really inside the tower. But then his attention goes to the central tower and the glowing beam coming out of it that pointed straight to the sky, and he wonders what it was. The tower manager tells him that it was a waypoint, and Sejun is shocked to hear that. A waypoint was the only device that allowed hunters to move between the floors of the tower. It was in the form of a giant magic crystal placed inside a stone configuration. Sejun finally sees a ray of hope to get out of the tower using the waypoint, as he would first get to the first floor and then exit the tower to go into the real world. He is overjoyed, but then reality hits that going there will not be easy, as he is thinking about whether he should cross the wilderness to reach there. The baby crimson bear is asking his mom to let his friend down. She puts him down, and Sejun thanks her as the baby bear runs to him and hugs him. He is still thinking about the waypoint and realizes that, with a normal human walking speed, it is impossible to cover that distance. So as he holds the bear cub, he asks its mom if she could take him to the beam by any chance. The mama bear says something, and the tower manager interprets it as her refusal. Sejun wants to know why, and the manager tells him that the waypoint or the area before that was not her territory. If Sejun wants to get to the waypoint, he will have to defeat about 3,000 monsters to get there. Now that he knows that there are monsters on his way to the device, he realizes it would not be easy getting there, even with help. Then the mama bear points to the forest on the other side of the cave, and the tower manager interprets it as her saying that her territory is from inside the forest to the surrounding cave. Most monsters from inside the forest don't come here because this place leads to the wilderness, and the mother bear says that it might be hard for her to protect Sejun if he leaves her territory. Sejun realizes this and is a little disheartened when his rabbit friends and Queen Poison Honeybee come out of the cave. The black rabbit has brought his backpack, and Sejun thanks him as the queen bee reaches his shoulder. The baby bear hugs the black rabbit, who is initially startled, but then he pats its head happily. The mama bear is saying something to Sejun, and as she exhales loudly, He feels a strong gust of warm wind, and the queen honeybee hides behind him. On the ground, the bear cub is licking his friend. Sejun understands what she means this time, and he takes out the bottle of honey from his bag. He tells the bear cub that it is time to eat honey, and he immediately turns to Sejun after covering the black rabbit's face in drool. Sejun gives him the honey as his eyes sparkle with excitement, and he starts to eat it with everyone watching. Sejun then asks the mama bear if she also wants to have some more honey, and the queen bee is even more timid now. The tower manager relays the mother bear's message that she is fine and wants the farmer to give the honey only to her cub. She says that there was nothing to eat in this place, and that is why her cub has not been growing well. But he grew up a lot in the one day he was in the cave, and as Sejun thinks about that day, he is upset along with the bee. He thinks that the bear cub grew a lot because it ate a lot and almost finished their stored crops for good. Then the mama bear says that the honey was really sweet smelling, so it will help a lot. And now the queen bee is shy on receiving the compliments. Then Sejun asks the mother bear if there was nothing to eat in the forest, did she starve herself today? He had heard from the tower manager that giant crimson bears eat a lot, and if the kid could not have much food, she would also not have much. The mother bear replies that she has been starving for 3 days to find this cave, and Sejun is shocked. He says that 3 days is a lot, and even though her baby was more important to her, moms shouldn't act this way. He says that this will not do and asks her to wait for a moment as he gives the black hunter rabbit an urgent order. The rabbit is also excited, but not as excited as Sejun, who plans to show the mama bear his skills as a chef. Inside the cave, the black rabbit hunts down fish, while the sickle rabbit chops carrots into small parts so that Sejun can use them in his cooking. He cooks the carrots, onions, tomatoes, and fish in a delicious stew, and as he tastes it, he says that it is complete and perfect. He has not only prepared a lot of stew for the mother bear, but also roasted skewers of fish and onions, whole roasted fish, and vegetables too. The giant crimson bear is a bit confused about it, but her cub is already drooling, and as Sejun explains that the stew was a bit basic in ingredients, it was full of taste and nutrition, and the baby bear has already started eating. Sejun tells the mother bear that she should also eat well so that her baby grows up healthy and well protected. And now she is also drooling. She is emotional and suddenly puts her paws around Sejun and the 2 rabbits that just helped him, and then hugs them. The bear hug is really too much for them to bear, and Sejun and the rabbits cry out in pain. The tower manager is also watching this from the office and relaying the message of the mother bear thanking the tower farmer to Sejun, who cannot breathe. The manager sighs, saying that she had been watching over the bear family ever since the bear cub left the cave a few days ago because she was worried that the baby bear would call its mom to attack the cave. The manager does not know why, but the crimson giant bear wants to establish friendly relations with humans, and since she thought it was a good thing, she stepped up and told the mother bear that she would act as an interpreter. She did not expect the situation to turn out like this either. The tower manager is glad that now she will have more to eat if Sejun comes out of the cave and increases his field. She thinks that if the giant crimson bear becomes his bodyguard, she will have one less thing to worry about, and it would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And then she praises herself, saying that this was to be expected of the genius black dragon alien Furtani, and laughs happily. Meanwhile, on the middle floors of the tower, in the Wandering Merchant Inspector Bureau, the Fox Inspector Zerath is reading a report on Theo. The information is missing, especially because Theo was a beginner wandering merchant, and his rights were protected by the tower. So the only thing Zerath knows is that he is from Granner Village and trades mostly with humans on the lower floors, and his sources have not been confirmed yet. The same goes with Scaram, who also did not seem to be a skilled merchant, but he was still steadily making money without disclosing his supply channel. Now Zerath is confused about how Scaram and Theo earned so much money, and he finds it suspicious. Then suddenly, a poodle assistant enters the office to present a report about the burglary incident at the Great Landlord Grid's warehouse on the 55th floor. The stolen goods were recently making their way back to the black market in small batches, and she was here to deliver the report of the stolen items that the director had asked her to make. Zerath is not impressed that he has to solve a case involving Landlord Grid, who was notorious for being vicious and overcharging the peasants. He complains that their inspection bureau has to step in to solve cases for people with such nasty personalities, and he wants the director to be less chummy with such people. But then another of Zerath's subordinates comes to report that they got information from one of their agents managing the passageway that a wandering merchant by the name of Theo had just arrived on the 75th floor. Zerath was waiting for this and gets up, leaving the current report on hiatus until the matter with the cat merchant was solved. He puts on his hood, determined to find out the truth behind the wandering cat merchant while putting his honor as an inspector online. Meanwhile, unaware of the troubles coming for him, Theo is just busy eating some snacks in the market. 3 days have passed since Sejun made the deal with the mother bear to protect him and his farm in exchange for feeding her cub. She visits Sejun in the morning with her baby, and they happily greet him while he welcomes them too. He then asks the mother bear to bring him outside the cave, and as she brings him outside, he gives him a big food package to eat while she is outside on patrol duty. The bear is grateful and leaves to patrol the area while leaving her baby, who was as big as Sejun now, in his care. This was her daily routine, and thanks to the protection she provided, Sejun was beginning to expand his business. He and the rabbit started moving their things outside the cave little by little and started clearing the area around the cave. But the situation was completely different here, as the soil was not as fertile as the underground soil, and it was also full of rocks and pebbles. As Sejun and the shovel rabbit examine it, both are worried about the soil, which is too dry and full of stones, which would make growing the crops here too difficult. But then they hear the roar of the baby crimson bear and see him recklessly digging around the ground as if he were swimming in it. He is having fun while playing in the mud, and the black warrior rabbit and cart rabbit are picking up the stones from the dugout ground. Sejun is excited to see them working so hard and especially praises the bear cub, saying that picking stones will be easier now. As a reward for his action, he treats him to a roasted sweet potato, which the bear gladly eats. Sejun says that in just a few days, the bear cub had grown almost as tall as him, and he is scared just thinking about what may have happened if he stayed inside the cave and ended all their food. Then Sejun starts planting the sweet potato crop because planting root crops in barren soil may provide a better result than other crops. His sowing skill is in progress and boosts the chance of the sweet potato taking root, and his skill proficiency and XP both keep on rising gradually. The shovel rabbit is also helping him out, and Sejun says that they will try for cherry tomatoes later. But then he is in for a shock as he turns back and finds the bear cub digging around the area and eating the sweet potatoes they had just planted. He looks really proud but is shocked when Sejun scolds him, saying that they are not digging the ground for treasure hunting. Their hard work has been neutralized by the bear, who is depressed as Sejun says they will have to replant the whole field. As the shovel rabbit lectures the crimson bear, Sejun thinks he needs to teach the cub the concept of planting because he is going to stay here. Meanwhile, Theo is back on the 38th floor of the tower, ready for another batch of sales. This time, he declares that the sales will take place in batches of 300 magical cherry tomatoes, and he has 18 of them in total. The hunters are excited for the auction, and after it ends, Theo finds that the gold was much less than the last time because the rich pushover was not here today. As he thinks it would be nice if more people like him came, Kim Dongshik approaches the cat and asks him if he has checked that the contract from the last time is fulfilled. Theo welcomes the veteran hunter, who wants the cat merchant to relay the message to Sejun that King Dongshik of the Phoenix Guild has talked to his family so that they don't worry. Theo says that he got it, but then asks him why he did not take part in the cherry tomato auction this time. Dongshik tells him that this time he needs something other than the cherry tomatoes and asks him if they can take a picture because his daughter likes cats. Theo agrees in exchange for a reward, and the hunter gives him a pouch of red pepper powder that was indispensable to Koreans. The cat merchant is curious about how this spice tastes, and he makes the mistake of following his curiosity before Dongshik can warn him. He screams in pain as he jumps while saying that his tongue is on fire. Later, Theo goes to the market city and upgrades the load-carrying capacity of his bundle. He is still reeling from the damage he took from the red pepper powder earlier, and his face is still swollen. But he is happy that now that the capacity of his bag has been increased, he can fit much more cherry tomatoes inside it, and that way, he can increase his profit. He thinks that it is worth it to invest all the incentives he got from Sejun to upgrade his bundle. Theo laughs to himself, saying that at this rate, he will soon gather 1,000 tower coins and become a mid-class merchant. And soon after that, he hopes to become chairman and make Sejun kneel before him. Theo decides that now he should stop by the hardware store and finish Sejun's errand when he is enticed by the smell of roasted skewers coming from a roadside stall. Theo goes to the stall, hoping to soothe his mouth with it, and follows Sejun's teachings to procure a discount from the shopkeeper. As he laughs about it while eating the roasted fish, someone stops him. It is Zareth, who is in the disguise of the merchant of the last time, and Theo recognizes her as the pushover from the last time who almost got tricked by Scaram. Zareth is furious upon being called a pushover by the cat who ruined her operation, but she has to keep calm as she introduces himself. Theo asks him what the matter was, and Zerath says that she never got to thank him for saving him back then, so she wants to treat him to a meal. Theo rejects the offer, saying that he is busy right now, shocking Zerath, who tries her best to get him to come with her. She asks him not to be so cold and says they can just have tea if he does not have much time. But the cat merchant says that he cannot drink hot things. Zerath changes the bait and says that one of her friends works at a really popular dessert shop where people have to wait a few years for reservations, and they can have a very special dessert there for free. Theo is getting annoyed by her persistence and says that he does not even like sweet things. Zerath is irritated by his firmness, and she has no choice but to kneel down before him and ask him to listen to her. Theo is flustered and asks her why she was throwing such a tantrum, and Zerath puts on an act, saying that she became a wandering merchant only recently, and that is why she is lacking in the skills of a merchant. She says she was very impressed when Theo saw through the clever ploy of the evil Scarum at once and saved a complete stranger like her out of his consideration. Zerath then loudly says that she respects Theo and wants to learn his merchant skills, calling him the amazing and cool great wandering merchant cat, Sir Theo. Theo is overjoyed to hear so many adjectives before his name, and he smugly says that since she was so insistent, he can teach her a bit. As Zerath thanks him, she grins because her ultimate technique worked again. Her unheeded begging technique had never failed her, and now Theo finds it embarrassing and awkward that she was on her knees in the market. Everyone is staring at them, and Zerath gets up nervously and then asks Theo where he was going. He tells her that he was about to buy something from the smithy alley, and now Zerath is curious. She wants to see what kind of excellent stuff the cat merchant is going to buy and follows him silently until he comes to a shop, which he thinks should be good. Zerath is surprised to see him enter a shop that had a 50% discount on everything, and as they enter it, she notices that it was a bit shabby and had a lot of old items. The shop contained only unappraised items, and that made them unfit to be sold. In short, this store was a junk store, and she wonders what kind of merchant skills Theo is going to teach her here. As the cat asks the shopkeeper if the board outside was true and they really sold all items for 20 tower coins, Zerath recalls the shops they had been to on their way here. She had asked Theo if he was looking for items that could be resold, but he just smugly laughed and told her that she would find it out when she saw them. They passed through a lot of stores, and Zerath found a pretty dagger in one of them, and she told Theo that there were many high-class items in the smithy she just visited. But Theo confidently told her that he doesn't buy those trifling items. And now he was in a junk store where the owner clearly told him that most of the items in their shop were unappraised, so they could never know their true value. He adds that if he pays for items that are old and rotten because of their age, they will forge them too, and tells him to choose whatever he likes. Then suddenly, Theo slams his paws on the table and loudly asks the shopkeeper to give him a discount. Zerath is stunned for a moment, followed by loud internal screaming as she realizes that the merchant's skill of her target was something so stupid. As Theo demands the shopkeeper give him a discount, Zerath is completely baffled. The junk shop already sold everything at a high discount, and he was asking for more. And on top of that, he was confident that he would get it. The shopkeeper tells him that he could take the items for 18 tower coins instead of the regular 20, and Zerath is speechless because Theo's tactic worked. But he is not satisfied with that and demands more discounts, and now the fox can't believe it anymore. The shopkeeper is impressed at the cat merchant's boldness and tells him that he cannot go lower than 15 tower coins. But Theo demands that he take only 13 tower coins. He promises to come here very often if he gives him this discount, and the shopkeeper laughs at how determined he was. He says that it has been a long time since he met someone so amusing and agrees to sell the wares for only 13 tower coins. As Theo celebrates, Zerath cannot understand what just happened, and then he turns to ask her if she just saw what he did. She tells him what he wants to hear and calls him cool, and as she claps for him, she knows that he was just being stubborn. Then Zerath asks Theo what he was planning to buy here in the first place, and he takes a look around as he tells her that he will decide it soon. It does not take him long to find what he is looking for in an old wooden box, and he shows off a straw hat to Zerath, saying he was planning to buy this. She cannot believe it and asks Theo if he was serious about buying that thing, and he replies that he was serious, but asks why she was reacting like that. Zerath asks him if he cannot see what was wrong with his choice because he did not even select a weapon but a worn-out straw hat that definitely had to be junk. The shopkeeper hears her words and asks her if she has any complaints about his shop, and she is taken aback as she says there is nothing like that. Even Theo scolds her for being a nuisance, and she apologizes while being upset and confused about why she was apologizing. But Theo has decided to buy the straw hat, as Sejun had told him to buy whatever she liked, and he liked the hat at first glance. Then they leave the shop, and he tells Zerath that since he has shown her everything, he will be going back now. She is confused, and Theo gently pats her shoulder while acting smug and tells her that his merchant techniques must have passed on to her nicely. He tells Zerath that he hopes that she becomes a good merchant, and with those parting words, he takes off. She is stupefied for a moment, but then thinks that she can't help it. She thinks that, despite her doubts, it would be unnatural to follow the cat merchant any more than this and decides to retreat for now. But as she turns to go back, something clicks within Zerath's mind. She turns back in shock, takes a good look at the straw hat with Theo, and suddenly remembers that it was on the list of stolen items from some landlord. She is shocked and wonders if it was really the same hat, and she tries to convince herself that the probability is very low. Back in the cave on the 99th floor, Sejun is extracting seeds from the carrot plants that he grew. The carrot plants had flowered earlier than he expected, and they had produced nice seeds. He thinks that he will plant half of them in the cave and the other half on the land. Recently, the carrots in their storage have been quickly getting less because of the baby bear, and now the rabbits have started to become impatient, so planting more carrots would be a good idea. Then suddenly the cart rabbit and black warrior rabbit called out Sejun because they had caught fish, and it was breakfast time. He thinks for a while about the menu, decides to go with fish soup, and asks the black rabbit and the sickle rabbit to clean the fish. Sejun wants to make a soup especially for the mother rabbit, who is pregnant and has very little appetite these days, and he goes to get some fresh cherry tomatoes to use. He harvests a bunch of them using his named dagger, and that gives him the usual amount of job XP and the harvest skill proficiency. But now that the proficiency of his skill harvest has finally increased to its limit, it goes up from level 3 to level 4. And Sejun learns that new effects have been added to his skill now. Sejun is curious about it and reads the information window of his skill, along with the usual ability to make slightly overripe or underripe fruits optimal for harvesting. He has the bonus ability to increase the level of his harvested crops by 1 level. Although the system mentions a very low probability of this happening and it sounds ambiguous, Sejun is pleased that he can occasionally have higher level crops. He is happy just thinking about being able to eat even tastier cherry tomatoes. But then he wonders if there are additional effects to skills when they reach level 4, or was it just with the harvest skill? And he realizes that he can only find that out by leveling up his other skills in the same way. Then the father rabbit calls him, telling him to work quickly. And Sejun realizes this is not the time to get distracted. He prepares the food, garnishes it with some fine carrot leaves, and presents the clear fish soup to the pregnant mother rabbit. He is pleased with his creation, and the information window for the fish soup is displayed. It was a clear soup that was filled with Sejun's love and consideration for the mother rabbit, and was made by cooking fish, carrots, and green onions for a long time. Sejun tells the mother rabbit that she must eat well even if she has no appetite because it is important that she take good care of her health when she is pregnant and expecting babies soon. The father rabbit is a bit embarrassed, and Sejun tells him that the rest of them were handling the farming activities pretty well on their own, so he should not worry about other things and focus only on his wife. As the father rabbit starts feeding his wife, Sejun tells the black rabbit that they will see his little siblings soon, and he is also very excited for that. Then the bear cub calls Sejun from outside the roof, and he replies that he was here just in time. Sejun puts on his backpack and carries a big basket made of green onion leaves, and tells his rabbit friends that they should go out and eat. He leaves the crops inside the cave for the cart rabbit and sickle rabbit to handle, and takes the rest along with him. He first ties the basket to a rope and then ties it around his waist firmly. Once he has confirmed that it is nicely tied, he signals to the baby bear to start pulling him up, and he uses a giant rock as a pulley and pulls Sejun out. The work is not much for the baby bear, and as Sejun goes up, he tells his rabbit friends that he will meet them outside. A few days ago, he had arrived at an easy method to come out of the cave using a giant rock as a pulley to build a manual elevator. Sejun greets the baby bear and then thinks about how they have been starting their day with him coming to their cave every morning to start his work and eat his breakfast. But then he looks at the giant rock and is amazed by what it signifies. A few days ago, he just asked the mother bear to bring him a big and firm rock to tie a rope to, and she bought something that was big even for her size. Sejun still cannot help but be surprised by it, and he thinks that the scale was different here on the 99th floor. But thanks to that, he was able to climb out of the cave comfortably. Then Sejun pats the baby bear, who has grown quite big to be called a baby, and he says that he did a good job this time, and it appeared he was growing bigger and stronger every day. The bear is also happy, and Sejun says that seeing how quickly he pulled him out earlier, he must really have wanted to see him quickly. But as the bear starts sniffing and scratching the breakfast basket, Sejun realizes that he just wants to have his breakfast quickly. He gives the bear what he wants and shows that he has brought a bunch of roasted sweet potatoes for him. He says that the bear has always eaten them raw, so he wants him to try the roasted ones too. Sejun had left some of the sweet potatoes he cooked last night, and the manager sulked about that too. But the bear is not even listening to him as the taste of the sweet potatoes blows him away completely. He is amazed and starts eating them quickly, including the onion leaf cover outside them. Sejun tells him to slow down, but by then, only one sweet potato is left. The baby bear has an idea, and he runs with the sweet potato in his mouth and then begins digging around. Sejun asks him what he was doing, and the bear proudly points towards the roasted sweet potato he has just planted in the soil. As he covers it with soil and pats it, Sejun asks him if he was planning to eat the sweet potato after it grows, and the bear proudly says that it was correct because he has finally learned the concept of farming. But then Sejun and the rabbit start laughing and rolling on the floor, and the bear is shocked. They can't control themselves, and Sejun calls him cute as he gets up and explains what the bear was doing wrong. He tells him that the sweet potato won't grow just because it was planted in the soil, because the concept of farming does not work with cooked food. The bear is stunned and aghast, and Sejun tells him that if he liked it so much, he will make it again for him. But then he wipes out the tears that came out while laughing and says that he had the best laugh in a long time thanks to him. But it seems that the baby bear's antics are not over yet, and as Sejun hears a squishing sound, he turns around and is horrified to see fish planted in the soil. The bear cub had planted the fish brought for his breakfast in the ground, and Sejun and his rabbit friends are shocked and speechless. He says that they will have to give the bear some more classes about farming, and the rabbits seem to agree, as opposed to the bear, who is hungry because he just put all his food into the ground. But just beneath them, on the roof of the cave, something is happening inside the honeybee comb that has become a full-fledged inverted castle. The queen poisonous honeybee is sitting all alone in her room, and she looks gloomy and uncertain as she looks at a special egg in her hands. The next day, outside the cave, the baby crimson bear stands on its hind paws menacingly as it gears to face the black warrior rabbit, who has his wooden hammer drawn out. The rabbit is serious as he goes ahead to deal a strike on the bear cub. But the bear is not serious at all and takes it more like a game than training. He rushes towards the black warrior rabbit, who jumps up to dodge his charge and then quickly lands 3 strikes on the bear's back in the time it takes for him to stand up. The rabbit was satisfied with the result and let its guard down for a second, during which the bear cub attacked him with his paw. But all he did was catch the black warrior rabbit and hug him while licking him. They both laugh, and the black rabbit tries to free himself from his big friend's grip. They get back to their play fighting again, and Sejun looks at them while relaxing and wonders if they are actually training or just fooling around. The chubby cart rabbit comes to him with tomato and honey juice in the carrot cups, and Sejun picks up a cup, thanking the cart rabbit as he was just feeling thirsty. The rabbit returns his greetings, and as Sejun takes the first sip, he notices the poison honeybees coming out of their nest. He thinks that the bees are going out on their daily patrol, and as he tells them to take care, he is surprised when he notices the queen honeybee also coming out. She looks very serious as she carries a small, round object wrapped in onion leaves and flies straight towards Sejun. He expresses his confusion upon seeing the queen bee out and asks her what she was doing outside her hive as she was busy spawning. The bee says something and then gently and gracefully places the small round object in Sejun's palms, and he asks what it was. The queen bee shakes her head as she starts flying away, and so do the other bees with her. The queen bee flies away back to the cave without looking back, and as she enters the cave, Sejun decides to check what the thing is that he was just given. He begins to unpeel the round object and is surprised by what he finds inside. There was a poison honeybee cocoon, and it was not just an ordinary cocoon but that of the poison bee queen. The caterpillar had accidentally ingested royal jelly, and when it became a cocoon, it was destined to evolve into a queen bee and not just an ordinary worker bee. There were 10 days left for the cocoon to hatch, and the queen bee that would emerge from it would recognize the first target it saw as its owner. Sejun is still in awe as he realizes what he is holding in his hand. He realizes that it has not been long since the bee he knew became the queen, and that is why the power of her hive is not strong. His two rabbit friends are also intently listening to him talk about the details. Sejun knows that if a new queen is born into a beehive that is not yet ready to split, it will mean that the already weak strength of the hive will be halved. And he realizes that the queen bee gave him the cocoon for that reason only. Sejun thinks that this must be a precious child to the queen bee, and he gets up suddenly, making the rabbit on his shoulder fall to the ground. Sejun exclaims in joy, thinking that this was a brilliant opportunity for him. He decides to work hard so that the cocoon can hatch into a wonderful queen poison honeybee, and he cheers up the future queen inside the cocoon. He tells the bee that he is looking forward to the day they meet for the first time. On the other hand, Theo has just returned from his sales trip on the lower floors to the 99th floor. As he laughs and sings on his way back to the cave through the forest, he celebrates that he is almost back and that it is almost time for him to be rewarded. Theo is happy and lost in dreams as he says that now Sejun will kneel down before him and he will enjoy the authority of the CEO. But those happy dreams of the cat merchant are interrupted when he sees the crimson bear cub outside the cave. He is shocked when he realizes that it was the fearsome giant crimson bear, and snaps out at the baby, asking him who he was and what he was doing in front of the cave. The confused baby bear turns around to look at who is shouting, and it has Sejun's bag in his mouth, and seeing that gives Theo the biggest shock. He screams that it was Sejun's bag and wonders what it was doing outside the cave, as the confused bear still has no idea. Then Theo suddenly becomes horrified as he asks the bear cub if he killed Sejun. He loses all hope, falls to his knees, damning it all, and curses himself. He says that his ominous thoughts always prove to be true, and he would have liked them to be wrong this time. But then Theo's expressions change from grief to rage, and he says that he should have seen this coming as he felt something was off ever since going into the 38th floor. As he takes out his claws, the cat merchant says that he felt like running as soon as possible, and now he knows why. But then he screams at the bear that he has still not used up all his time as the sales cat yet, with tears in his eyes. Blinded by his rage, Theo jumps at the bear cub so that he can claim revenge for losing the privilege of sitting on Sejun's lap, and the bear cub is shocked by what is happening. But as Theo is just about to reach the bear cub, Sejun starts coming out of the cave, and he is pleasantly surprised to see his sales cat. Theo is also greatly surprised, and he makes a soft landing after ignoring the baby bear, then darts towards Sejun, jumping over his face as he was trying to get out of the cave, and he barely holds on to the rope somehow. The cat merchant is in full panic mode as he examines the human's face, asking him if he was alright or if the bear cub had taken a bite out of him. Sejun is confused and asks Theo what was wrong, but the cat merchant has already moved down to his legs and is examining his knees now. He asks Sejun if his knees were fine, and then asks him how he was getting out of the cave, and Sejun tells him to stop moving because he could fall at this rate. But Theo is not yet done with his questions, and he asks Sejun what the deal was with the giant crimson bear cub. Sejun has had enough of the cat's questions, and he tells him to ask them one by one. Then he comes out of the cave and explains everything to his sales cat. He introduces the crimson bear cub to the cat merchant and says that their relationship began when the bear cub fell into the cave, and they became friends quickly. Now, he has made a deal with the bear's mom, where she protects the surrounding areas for him, and in return, he gives the cub food and honey. Theo still finds it hard to believe, and even his rabbit friends tell him that Sejun was telling the truth. But now the cat merchant is a bit relieved after hearing the full story, and he tells Sejun that he fears that he was eaten by the giant crimson bear. Sejun also finds his doubts understandable because even the cub was big enough to kill and eat a human. But then he suddenly realizes that it was too ambiguous to call the baby bear simply a cub all the time, and he wants to give him a name for convenience's sake. Sejun takes Theo's help to ask the bear cub for its name, and when the cat talks with the bear, he translates its answer for the human, saying that the bear cub says that it was just a bear cub and did not know anything about a name. Sejun thinks in that case he can give the bear cub a temporary name, and he has something very good in his mind. The bear cub is really excited to get his new name, and as he eagerly waits, Theo asks Sejun what he was thinking to name it. He laughs smugly as he says that he has an amazing name in mind and then proceeds to name the bear cub Kyung. Sejun is really happy to declare that name because it was based on what the baby bear cries out every time, and he feels that it was the perfect name to give it to him. Only Sejun thinks that, because while the bear cub is still confused, neither Theo nor the two rabbits find it good, and the fat cart rabbit's face says that it is a terrible name. Theo comes up front and shows a thumbs down to Sejun, saying that he has no sense in naming people, and he is shocked. He begins to coddle the baby bear, asking if he does not like his new name. He gives him chin rubs and head pats as he calls him by his new name, Kyung, and asks him what he thinks. But before the bear cub has any chance to reply, Sejun begins to tickle him until he is rolling on the floor laughing and has nothing to say. The rabbits and Theo realize that this was Sejun's trick to convince the bear cub into accepting his new name, and it seems that he worked. But Theo is frustrated by all the attention Kyung is receiving, and he climbs on Sejun's head as he tells him to stop tickling the bear cub and look at what he has. He opens his bundle and hands him the pouch of tower coins, saying that he completed all the missions this time too, and sold everything as well. Sejun is pleased to learn that, and then Theo asks him how much time he would get to be the sales cat for these results. Sejun compliments the cat merchant, telling him that he did a great job. As for his duration as the sales cat, he says that combining the leftover time from before, he has around 38 hours to be in his favorite post. As the rabbits start climbing on their bear friend, Theo celebrates that he has a lot of time to enjoy the luxuries of being a sales cat. He tells Sejun that he is going to use them all up now and asks him to give him the churu. Sejun gladly holds the cat in his lap and starts feeding him the churu with his hand. Theo is pleased and says that he really did a great job this time. He is fully enjoying his favorite snacks while in Sejun's lap. But then suddenly, the baby bear pushes him to the side and licks the churu instead. Theo realizes this and gives a condescending look to the bear cub before asking what it was thinking it was doing. And Kyung has no idea. The cat attacks him out of nowhere and then begins shouting at him, saying how dare he put his tongue on his churu and how dare he step into Sejun's lap when he was there. He is furious and tells the bear cub he will never forgive him, ready to attack him again. But Sejun somehow holds him back in position. But Kyung is hurt and is sobbing about the pain, and then suddenly he cries so loudly that everyone near him is stunned. The forest starts shaking moments after it, and as Sejun realizes what is going to happen, he is terrified. But there is not much time for him to do that, as suddenly the mother bear jumps out of the forest with great speed and power, and Sejun and Theo can only stare at her with their mouths gaping as she prepares to land right next to them. The mama bear lands in front of them, and the shockwave from that knocks Sejun off his feet. The mother bear looks menacing and furious as she takes her baby under her cover, looking at the reason he was crying. And in front of her are Theo, Sejun, and the rabbits, and as Kyung tells his scary mom about what just happened, she stares down at Theo. Now the cat merchant has his tail between his legs, and he is terrified out of his wits, while Sejun also realizes that this situation is as bad as it can get. Now, the mother bear stares menacingly at the terrified Theo, who is thousands of times smaller than her. He is trembling and sweating with fear as he holds his hands in front of him and his tail between his feet, and introduces himself to the mother bear. He says that he is a wandering merchant and even shows her his wandering merchant badge so that she will not harm him. Theo tries to tell her that he had a little misunderstanding with her baby, but before he can elaborate, the deafening roar of the mama bear stuns him and everyone else. The roar echoes throughout the 99th floor and continues for a few seconds, almost blowing Sejun and the rabbits away. When she stops roaring, the mother bear asks Theo something, and the scared cat merchant cries and apologizes, saying that they won't fight anymore. Sejun also enters the conversation to save the sales cat and says that it was just a little argument and nothing serious had happened. But he and everyone else are still terrified of the mother bear, who just stares at them. Then she huffs loudly and turns away, going back to the forest for her patrol. Sejun and Theo patiently watch her go, and then they breathe in relief, saying that they were almost in big trouble there. Theo is still crying and having hiccups, and Sejun goes to comfort him. He asks him if he is fine, and then asks him to calm down. Theo speaks in between his sobs and thanks Sejun for standing up for him. As Sejun holds him in his arms and consoles him, saying that he should have told him about the bear family earlier, the cat merchant does not stop crying. The rabbits are also worried about him, and they pity the cat as they surround him. Then the black rabbit takes initiative and starts licking Theo. He feels ticklish, but that invites even more of the rabbits to join in grooming the cat. Theo feels better and starts laughing, and then the rabbits climb up on Sejun's shoulders and start licking him too, and he also laughs. But the bear cub is watching them from some distance, and he feels quite bad about what just happened. He approaches Sejun and Theo slowly with a sad expression on his face, and then starts licking the cat merchant while still being worried about him. That was his way of apologizing, and Theo understands that. He replies that he is also sorry for acting out so impulsively and tells Kyung that they should be friends from now on. But while the bear cub still licks him, Theo requests that he not eat his treats from now on, wiping away his tears. The sudden relief gets to Sejun, and he yawns loudly, saying that they should all be good friends and live happily together. The yawn is contagious and first affects Theo, and then even Queen and the rabbits yawn simultaneously. The rabbit couple who were in the cave heard the commotion from earlier, and they came out to check what was happening quite late. As soon as they pop out of the cave, the husband rabbit spots Theo's bundle, with the straw hat he bought earlier sticking out of it. He takes it out, thinks that it was a nice hat, and even shows it to his wife, who has spotted Sejun, Theo, Queen, and the rabbits sleeping together. They are all cuddled up on top of each other, and the rabbit couple has an idea. They take the straw hat and place it gently on Sejun's face to protect him from sunlight, and he sleeps peacefully. But a slight smile spreads across his face as he realizes what his rabbit friends did. But in another place, that is, in a different dimension from the tower and from the real world, another series of events is unfolding. In a cosmic realm, a bunch of black dragons have gathered on a floating building, surrounding a bright blue light. As they all stand patiently around the blue light, a dragon in human-like form is trying to use his magic on a big magic stone. He puts all his power into the stone, releasing blue lightning everywhere. But no matter how much power the man with dragon-like features uses, he does not get the desired result. He is shocked and frustrated at the result because he was trying to open a portal to the tower, but was failing each time. Another dragon in human form, named Anton Furtani, asks the elder dragon to calm down. But the older dragon, whose name is Kaiser Furtani, does not calm down and instead gets even more agitated upon hearing his words. He shouts, saying that how can he calm down in this situation when he can't see Aileen anymore. He is worried about Aileen, saying that it has been 10 years and several days since the last seizure she experienced. Kaiser finally managed to obtain the medicine for her condition, and now the portal to the tower was not opening for some reason. On top of that, the emergency system of the tower was not reacting either, so there is no way for them to cross over. Now, they are stuck in this dimension without knowing what was happening in the tower. Anton is more composed and optimistic compared to Kaiser, and he concludes that since the emergency system of the tower has not been activated, it is proof that Aileen has not had a seizure yet, and they still have time to reach her. He tells Kaiser that he and the other black dragons understand his feelings because they are all Furtanis. Every one of them was gathered here because they were worried about Aileen, and they are anxious too. He says that the tower manager's cabin is at the center of all the mana that supports the tower, which is managed by the Furtani dragons. All the dragons take turns managing the tower and using the place and its mana flow to grow stronger. And every dragon had given up on using such a place for Aileen, who was sick, so that she could get better by being in the mana flow. Anton then adds that in order to look for the medicine for Aileen, the dragons risked a great loss, and they are still here to help her get healthy. Her body was unstable since it was broken by her dragon heart, and they wish for her to become healthy. Anton says that all the dragons here feel the same for Aileen, but Kaiser is still not satisfied. He says that they are still helpless, even if they have such strong feelings for the girl. But Anton replies that he understands what he means, calling him father, and says that this is why he is so calm. Aileen is his daughter, and though he is worried about her, Anton says that he believes in her more than anyone else. He is certain that his child is fighting the seizure well on her own. Kaiser is finally calmed down by his passionate words and decides not to be in a rush. He tells the other black dragons of the Furtani family that they have to stand by till the tower opens, and they nod and accept his command. They fly off to nearby places to rest and wait, leaving the father and son in the building. Anton says that it is already past the date of the seizure they were expecting, and he is as optimistic as he is worried. He asks his father if there was a chance that something good happened with Aileen's dragon heart in the tower, and Kaiser can only hope that it is the case. But as he turns back to the magic stone, he again starts worrying about his granddaughter and hopes that she is at least eating well. And she is indeed eating well. The black dragon, Aileen Furtani, is the gluttonous tower manager, and she is relishing the delicious taste of magical cherry tomatoes she received from Sejun. She is relaxing on a beanbag while reading a book and eating cherry tomatoes like popcorn. She thinks that because the rank of the cherry tomatoes rose from E to D, their taste has grown much stronger. Earlier, she could only manage to taste them when she filled her mouth with them. Now, only a few tomatoes at a time were enough to feel their taste. As she is enjoying the tomatoes, she suddenly feels something strange as her heart vigorously beats. Aileen is shocked because she can't believe what just happened, and checks her heart again. She looks at herself, recalling that her dragon heart has never beat once in the last 200 years. But right now, it moved on its own and even absorbed mana for a while. Aileen is still surprised by this turn of events, and then she remembers another detail about her medical conditions. She was prone to seizures, and it was almost time for her seizure to happen again. Aileen thinks for a while and arrives at the probable conclusion that it must be because of the magical cherry tomatoes. She picks one tomato and starts reading its information window again, saying that it was the crop grown by humans that could increase mana slightly. She had forgotten about that part of the crop's properties till now because she only thought about its taste. Aileen says that she thought it only tasted good, but it even has the ability to heal a dragon heart. She starts laughing and giggling to herself, and then loudly declares that the great black dragon Aileen Furtani, who is 200 years old, has finally found something she wants to protect. She thinks that since her dragon heart beat again, even if it was just for a moment, she is glad and thinks that the Tower Farmer Park Sejun has a role in it, and she is determined to protect him from now on. Aileen laughs to herself smugly, saying that Sejun should feel honored that someone like her was choosing to protect him. She uses her magic crystal to look at him, and she finds him sleeping. But as she sees him with another unrated item that he got while she was not looking at him, she smiles wide, saying that he is seriously unstoppable, and laughs to herself. But Sejun only gets a slight itch in his nose as a sign that the tower manager was thinking about him and had decided to protect him from now on. She watches him with her magic crystal and finds him with a straw hat, which was an unappraised item, and she wants to do something good for him. A bunch of system messages pops up before Sejun's face, where tower manager Aileen asks him for the straw hat. But he is still half asleep, and the messages are too close to his face to read anything properly. As soon as Sejun realizes that there is a message window in front of his face, he screams at the manager that it is too close, but that is not the reason he is so annoyed. The manager takes the message window a little backwards before asking Sejun if she has not told him before that using unappraised items recklessly can put him at risk. He is quite surprised and asks the manager what she means by an unappraised item, and then feels the hat on his head. Sejun is surprised to see the straw hat and wonders how it was on his head. The husband rabbit shows him Theo's bundle to tell him that he took it out of it and put it on his head. Sejun realizes that this was the item Theo bought for him this time, and he tries to wake the cat merchant to confirm it. But Theo does not want to wake up and asks him to let him sleep longer. Sejun accepts his wishes and lays him gently on the back of the crimson bear cub. Then he decides to check what he can see in the information window of the hat. Sejun learns that it was called the Farmer's Straw Hat, a grade D piece of equipment that could only be used by those who were above level 20 and had both their strength and stamina attributes over 20. While some information is hidden and mentioned only as question marks, the skill protection of Mother Earth is displayed on the information window. At level 1, it offers a weak protection of Mother Earth to all owned farmlands, and the intelligence recovery is a bit faster. Sejun is amazed to learn about the skill protection of Mother Earth, which does not have a field size restriction. The benefits are quite good, but the problem is the level restriction, which Sejun does not yet meet. The tower manager tells him to get the straw hat appraised first, and Sejun asks her to give him a quest. She creates a new quest, asking him to send the unappraised straw hat to her, and Sejun immediately completes it. In her cabin, Aileen receives the straw hat and smiles as she decides to show off her skills. She uses her appraisal skill on the straw hat, and as it glows, Aileen realizes that this item is extraordinary. She sends a message to Sejun too, telling him that she has appraised the item and is happy. She even congratulates him on how excellent it turned out to be. Sejun is surprised to receive the congratulations, and then Aileen sends another quest his way. This time, she wants him to promise that he will offer her crops full of the blue moon's energy during the next blue moon. The reward for completing this quest will be the appraised straw hat, and upon refusal, she will not return it to him. As Sejun reads her message, he realizes that the next blue moon night is not far away. He thinks that now that his field has grown so much, he can afford to give some of his special crops to the manager, so he promises to give her some. On hearing this, Aileen sends a message, informing Sejun about her name and telling him to hold his pinky finger forward and then make a promise. She also tells him that he should feel honored that the great Aileen Furtani told him her name. Sejun is shocked, and he makes an amused face as he says that she did not have to give her name to him. This angers Aileen, who fumes through the message window and asks him if he does not want his straw hat back. She even tells him that she was banging her feet on the ground, insisting that it was a great honor for him. Sejun agrees to calm down her tantrums, and he calls her by her name, saying that it was an honor to learn it. He holds his little finger forward to promise to give his crops imbued with the blue moon's energy to her when he harvests them in the next astronomical incident. Aileen replies that this was his first promise to her, and Sejun looks a bit confused. Inside her cabin, Aileen sees him through the crystal ball, and she is pointing her little finger towards him too, so that they can make their first promise. With that, the quest is completed, and Sejun receives his reward, which is actually an artifact called the Straw Hat of St. Patrick of Earth. Sejun is shocked as he receives the straw hat, which now seems to be glistening, and wonders what an artifact is. Before learning that, he gets to see the information window on the hat. It was the straw hat worn by the farmer Patrick, who was called the Saint of Earth because he saved many starving people through farming. The straw hat is one of the only 10 artifacts that exist in the Black Tower, and the restrictions on its use will be lifted according to the job level of the user. Also, the restrictions on using the hat have been changed, and now those with jobs related to farming can use it. The manufacturer is St. Patrick himself, and the skill that was previously displayed is still unchanged. Sejun is stunned to learn that the hat was one of the 10 artifacts inside the tower, and it was his first time hearing about named equipment being classified as an artifact. He reads the information window again to find that the level and stat restrictions mentioned earlier have disappeared, and a new restriction has been mentioned. But since he is a farmer, he already passes it. Sejun sees that the grade of the hat depends on the grade of the user, and it will grow along with his progress too. So he decides to put the hat on to find out what grade it is right now. As soon as Sejun wears the straw hat, a series of system messages pop up in front of him. The straw hat of St. Patrick confirms his grade as D, and it adjusts its own grade to D2. The E-class restrictions on its functions are restricted, and the skill protection of Mother Earth increases to level 2, and Sejun gets another skill called Farmer's Body level 1. Then the D-class restrictions are also lifted, and both the skills Sejun just received increase by 1 level. He also gets an additional skill called Wishing for a Good Harvest at level 1. The information window of the straw hat changes, and Sejun reads the description of the 2 latest skills. Farmer's Body keeps him healthy and strong, and Wishing for a Good Harvest gives him a very low probability of enabling a good harvest from some of the owned lands. The good harvest will be in an area of 36 square feet, and will last for 1 week, during which the yield will increase by 50%. Sejun is flabbergasted, thinking that the skills and attributes he got from the hat were really amazing, and he realizes that the artifact was really wonderful. He thinks that with the newly gained skills, he can easily cultivate the barren wasteland outside the cave too. Sejun is really happy that his hunch proved correct again, and Theo showed that he had golden hands and could pick treasure out of trash. He cuddles with the sleeping cat, calling him the lovely sales cat, and even kisses his paws. Theo wakes up just then, and he is quite anxious about what Sejun was doing to him. On seeing the cat awake, Sejun tells him that he will get to be the sales cat for the next week. Theo is stunned and cannot believe that he is going to get his desired position for a week, and not just 38 hours. As Sejun praises him and frolics around with the cat merchant, his other animal friends wake up. Theo does not know the reason for this sudden, generous decision, but he is really happy and does not care about the reason. Soon, the rabbits are sitting restlessly in the cave, with the black warrior rabbit more tense than his chubby brother. Sejun is equally anxious, and he is shivering from anxiety while uncontrollably shaking his feet. Theo is on his lap, and he is getting irritated by the constant shaking, and he asks Sejun if he can stop it because it is uncomfortable. He replies that he can't help it because of his anxiety, as it has been a long time, and yet there was no news from the burrow of the parent rabbits. Sejun and his rabbit friends are eagerly waiting for the mother rabbit to deliver babies, but Theo is getting bored, and he asks him to give him a churro to keep him refreshed. Sejun agrees, thinking that it might take some more time, so they should all take a bit of rest. Just as he is about to put the cat merchant down, the door of the burrow opens. The sickle rabbit comes out, holding a cloth bundle in her hand, and Sejun eagerly asks her how many were there and if they were healthy, and the rabbits have the same questions too. The sickle rabbit shows them the 3 cute newborn rabbits in the cloth bundle, and everyone exclaims that there were 3 of them. But that is not all, as the father rabbit comes holding 3 more babies, and Sejun is overjoyed. As all 6 rabbit babies are placed on the ground, everyone surrounds them to see them sleeping. Sejun decides to cook some light soup for the mother rabbit so that she can recover her strength after straining so hard during her labor the entire morning. But he still cannot bear to leave the side of the cute rabbits. Theo is sitting away from the circle, and Sejun asks him to come closer. The cat is quite nervous about it, and he brings him forward, asking him if the rabbit babies are cute. Theo says that they were so small, and Sejun tells him that now he has become an uncle. The cat is shocked, and Sejun repeats himself, telling Theo to take good care of the baby rabbits as the cool uncle. Theo suddenly takes out a packet of churro he had been hiding, and he says that he will give his favorite snacks to the babies. Sejun tells him that the babies are too small to eat them, and the cat is shocked. But then he asks him if he was secretly hiding churu, and Theo nervously tells him that it was for an emergency. He asks Sejun to overlook it this time, and he replies that he will let it slide since today was a happy day. It was the 179th day of Sejun being stranded in the tower, and it was also the day when he welcomed new family members. Meanwhile, something is happening at the base of the waypoint, which is the passageway to other floors. A bunch of monsters are gathered in front of the magic stone of the waypoint, and their ferocious leader addresses them. He tells the bull-like monsters that the blue moon is coming soon, and asks them not to give in to their hunger yet. He orders them to find everything they can eat in the barren wasteland. The leader of the monsters is a huge axe-wielding minotaur, who is also the boss of the 99th floor, as well as the king of horses and cows. Unaware of this, Sejun and his friends are happily going around their days, with the baby rabbits adding some more energy and excitement to their routine. This chapter starts with the system window displaying that wishing for a good harvest level 1 has been activated, and it will cover 36 square feet of the magical cherry tomato field that will produce 50% more crops till the next week. The bees are very busy as they swarm over the cherry tomato field, trying to pollinate them. Sejun stands next to the field, wearing the hat of St. Patrick, and he thinks that the number of flowers in this particular patch of cherry tomato plants is much higher, and that is why all the bees are here. He realizes that this is how the harvest will increase by 50% because of the skill of the hat. The 7th blue moon since he entered the tower is going to come soon, and Sejun wonders if Kyung and his mom are doing fine. They had not come to the cave today, and he thinks that they must be preparing to pass the blue moon. He takes a good look at his tomato plants, thinking that he should also go and prepare. But then he is distracted by the cries of the newborn rabbits who are running around the field, and Theo chases them as he tells them to stop running. He keeps the curious rabbits away from everything dirty and dangerous, including clean fish bones and fire. He picks 2 of them and rounds the others, telling them that everything was dangerous, so they should stay near their uncle. As Theo takes care of all the baby rabbits, Sejun is surprised because he never thought that the cat merchant would be so good at being a guardian. He approaches him and asks how his duty as the cool uncle is going. Theo is clearly exhausted and tells Sejun that, but he also adds that it is enjoyable since he is an uncle. Hearing that greatly pleases the rabbit couple, who won't have to care for the kids all the time, and they give a thumbs up to Sejun. He also shares the sentiment because he remembers how hard raising the first generation of rabbits was. Then Theo leads the rabbit babies on an adventure inside the cave by carrying them on his shoulder, and Sejun tells him to return before dinner. Soon, the arrival of the blue moon is very near, and everyone is starting to prepare for it. The bees close the entrances to their hives with wax doors, and the doors of the rabbit households are tightly shut too. Sejun is also prepared with a blanket and a bag loaded with food to get him through the blue moon. Just then, he notices Theo stepping into his bundle and asks him what he is doing. Theo replies that he will hide inside his bundle to avoid the effects of the blue moon because it has a feature that can block the blue moon's energy. He adds that his bundle is quite small, but it is still comparable to a tent, but the wealthy wandering merchants have bundles that are as huge as houses. Sejun is surprised to learn this new information, and he thinks that the bundles had more functions than he imagined. But then he thinks that it will be better to let Theo take care of something he has and asks the cat to hide it with him in the bundle. Sejun hands him the cocoon of the queen bee, and Theo is shocked to learn about it. He understands that his mission is to keep the cocoon safe, and he hides it in his fluffy fur so that it can stay safe. With that, Sejun hears a loud roar coming from outside, and he realizes that the blue moon has begun. He hides in one corner of his cave as he looks at the sky and wonders if Kyung and his mom are doing fine right now. But then he realizes that he should be more worried about himself, as many terrifying monster roars shake the cave. Sejun tries to calm himself down by consuming the magical cherry tomatoes and increasing his MP temporarily. And he also uses earmuffs made from onion leaves to protect his ears. He is hearing these roars for the first time and wonders if any other kind of monster suddenly entered the territories of the crimson giant bears. Then suddenly, an earth-shattering scream from a monster that sounds like a cow's moo rattles him completely. Sejun wonders what it was as the sound gets more distant rapidly. He has realized that it was a cow's cry and wonders if there are any cows on this floor. Then, he notices that some of his magical cherry tomatoes have absorbed the energy of the blue moon, and they are glowing blue now. and this time, their numbers are much higher than usual. Sejun is shocked as he wonders if the energy of the blue moon is more intense today to produce such results. Then he also spots a corn cob glowing under the blue moon's light, and he realizes that he will soon harvest a corn blessed by the blue moon's power. Sejun laughs to himself, thinking that he was quite lucky, and then he realizes why there were so many blue cherry tomatoes today. It was because of the skill wishing for a good harvest, and that is why he was having a good harvest of the special fruits too. Soon, the blue moon is over and everything returns to normal. Theo peeks out of the cave and looks around to see if there are any monsters around, and then he turns down and tells Sejun that no one was here. Sejun is happy, and he comes out of the cave using the manual elevator. Theo does not think that it is a good idea, and suggests that he should wait for Kyung and his mom to come here, as the outside can still be dangerous. Sejun replies that earlier during the blue moon, a monster was wandering around the cave, and he just wants to check if it has done anything to the field. He adds that he will just check if the fields are safe, and then they will go back to the cave quickly so he can harvest the blue crops. Theo understands, and he jumps onto Sejun's leg as he says that he will also accompany him even though he is tired, and Sejun thanks him. A shock is waiting for Sejun and Theo as they go to the site of their outdoor field, which has been completely dug up and there are hoof marks all around it. Sejun had somehow expected his field to be destroyed because there were sweet potatoes planted here, and the monsters would have tried to eat them. Then he notices the giant hoof prints on the ground and wonders what kind of monster can leave such footprints. He thinks that the monster wandering around his cave must be incredibly big and strong to leave them, and it is quite clear from how deep the earth has been dug and how high the dirt pile is. But then Sejun notices something and climbs to the top of the dirt pile in a hurry. Theo asks him how long they are going to stay out and suggests that they should go back for their own safety. Sejun replies that there is something he needs to check out, and he starts clawing out some soil from the pile. The texture of the soil was much different from the barren soil on the surface. It was not crumbly and dry, but was soft and retained some moisture, and judging by the color, Sejun could tell that it was rich in nutrients. He is really happy to find that such fertile soil was underneath the barren surface soil, and he thinks that the possibility of rebuilding the wasteland has opened up. Sejun imagines the bountiful field he can create outside his house using this soil, and can clearly see all the types of crops he wants to grow. But then he realizes that they need to till the entire land, turn everything upside down, and mix the soils to achieve that. However, he does not have the required farming tools needed for it, as something like this will need tractors and plows, and digging it will be too much for the shovel rabbit. Then Sejun gets a message from tower manager Alien, who is flustered and asks him what he is doing here. He climbs down the pile as she says that the blue moon has just disappeared, but the monsters could be lurking around, so she warns him to quickly go back to his cave. Sejun replies that he was just about to do that. Then he asks Aileen if she was doing well last night, and she replies that she was doing well and does not need him to worry about her. Instead, she wants him to worry more about himself as the tower farmer. Sejun gives her a smug smile as he says that she was caring more for him than usual, and then he remembers that it must be because of the blue moon crops. He smiles and tells her that he has had a good harvest, and she can look forward to it. Sejun and Theo climb down to the cave, and the latter immediately goes to sleep as he is too tired. After that, Sejun goes straight to the cornfield to harvest the corn cob blessed by the energy of the blue moon. The system window tells him that he has harvested the corn of stamina blessed by the energy of the blue moon, and his job and skill XP increase. Sejun is really excited as he peels the covers of the corn to find that all its seeds are blue, and he wonders what properties the corn of stamina has. He reads its information window and finds that, when consumed, the corn increases the stamina stat by 0.1 permanently. Its shelf life is 60 days, and its rank is D. Sejun is excited and thinks that since it is a D rank crop, its effects must be twice those of an E rank corn. But that is not important for him right now, as the only thing he cares about is testing how tasty the corn is. Sejun is drooling as he opens his mouth to take a bite of the corn, but then Aileen sends him a message, asking him if he has forgotten his promise. Sejun stops what he was doing and wipes his face as he says that he couldn't control himself. He goes to the cherry tomato field and harvests the blue cherry tomatoes. Sejun tells the tower manager that this time he got a good yield for the blue moon crops, so he will give her 5 of them. Aileen thanks him as she accepts the offering and says that she will make sure to repay him later. Sejun says that he will be waiting for it, but he thinks that, going by the previous trends, she might take a long time for it. Inside her cabin, Aileen has received the 5 blue cherry tomatoes, and she is really excited about them. She thinks that if the normal cherry tomatoes can make her dragon heart beat, then the blue moon cherry tomatoes can certainly work miracles. She eats them all at once and is overwhelmed by their taste. But then she gets a grip on herself and says that taste is not important right now. Aileen decides to focus on the flow of mana in her body instead. She concentrates as much as she can, and the mana of the tower starts flowing inside her, and then suddenly she feels her dragon heart becoming active again. But this time, it is not a happy occasion, as she feels a sudden stroke. Aileen collapses on the floor, with her dragon heart gathering magic and going out of control as she cries out in pain. After giving the share of the blue cherry tomatoes to the tower manager, Sejun goes ahead with his plans to eat the blue corn. He rips its husk and then places the corn on it inside a pot over a mild fire, until the water inside the pot starts to boil, and steam starts rushing out from the sides. Sejun sits in front of the pot eagerly, thinking that the pot sales cat Theo bought the other day is giving its debut performance right now. Sejun had carefully put the layer of husk under the corn so that it does not boil, but gets steamed instead. While his corn is being steamed, he focuses on the second thing he is doing at the same time, which is drying the corn leaves to make corn silk tea out of them, and he is happy that he will have more variety in drinks now. Soon, the rabbits also wake up and come out to greet Sejun, and he wishes them good morning too. He looks at the house of the parent rabbits and asks the father rabbit if he was not going to bring his kids for breakfast, and he signals that the babies are sleeping with their mom. Sejun understands, and then he shows them the harvest of the blue moon cherry tomatoes, and the rabbits are excited to try them. Sejun also tells them about the blue moon corn he harvested and tells his friends to wait while he finishes steaming it. But then the father rabbit tells Sejun something, and he understands that he was satisfied with just the blue cherry tomato, and wanted Sejun to have the corn to himself. Sejun is really happy to hear this, and he says that the father rabbit is his best friend, who always thinks about him first. Sejun pats the father rabbit, who wags his tail. But the black warrior rabbit and his chubby brother are not happy about this arrangement since they wanted to taste Sejun's corn too. Sejun turns to them and says that he can't eat the entire corn alone, so he will share it with them, and then they can start working. The rabbits are happy to hear this, and the chubby rabbit can't stop drooling as he imagines eating the corn. Later, the poison honeybees frolic around the cherry tomato fields with their queen, and by this time, Sejun has finished steaming the corn. He lifts the lid of the pot to reveal the steaming hot, juicy, and delicious-looking blue corn that shines in the sunlight like it is made of pearls. Sejun takes it out of the pot with his bare hands and then complains that it is too hot. He thinks that since it is a D-grade crop with the energy of the blue moon, it should taste much better than ordinary crops. He says he will dig in now, and by this time, the rabbits have already started their breakfast. They start eating the blue cherry tomatoes, and while everyone takes their time to savor it, the chubby one has already finished it. The husband rabbit takes 2 cherry tomatoes and goes to his burrow to share them with his wife, and Sejun tells him to enjoy the tomatoes. With everyone already full, Sejun decides to taste the blue corn and takes a hearty bite. It feels like an explosion of flavors in his mouth, and Sejun can feel the sweetness and taste of every single kernel. He can't resist the taste and starts nibbling on the corn as he says that it gets even tastier the more he chews it, and the rabbits stare at him angrily for not sharing any with them. Just then, the system displays the message that Sejun has consumed the corn of stamina containing the energy of the blue moon, and his stamina has permanently increased by 0.1. Sejun is satisfied after cleaning every last kernel from the cob, and he throws the remaining part into the fire as he gets up and gets ready to work. He asks his rabbit friends if they are ready to harvest some corn, and they affirm. Sejun goes to the corn field, where the plants have grown taller than him now, and they are laden with big and mature corn. Sejun plucks out one of the corns from its plant and then wonders what effect a normal corn has. The system displays that he has harvested a ripe corn of stamina, and got job XP and harvest skill proficiency because of it. Then, he looks at the information window of his new crop, and it starts with the same old things that it is nutritious and tasty because it was grown in the tower. When consumed, the corn breaks down 20 grams of fat in the body and also increases physical strength by 0.2 for 10 minutes, and this effect can be stacked up to 10 times within an hour. If it is consumed by people who have not awakened as climbers yet, they only get the fat breakdown benefit, along with healthy and elastic skin. The corn's grade is D, and its shelf life is 60 days. Sejun likes the properties of the corn, especially the part that talks about improving skin elasticity. He thinks that his mom will like it, as she is always worried about getting wrinkles. Sejun thinks that he will soon send another message to his family, and he should try to send some crops to them too. He asks his rabbit friends what they think, but they are busy harvesting the corn. Just then, the giant crimson bear and her cub come to the cave, and Sejun welcomes them. He climbs out of his cave with the help of the manual elevator and asks the bear family if they were fine during last night's blue moon. The mama bear says that they were fine, and Sejun immediately goes to the bear cub queuing to give him his treat. Sejun pours honey into his hands, saying he must have been hungry yesterday as he didn't come to the cave, and Kyung's eyes gleam as he sees his favorite food. Sejun then tells the mama bear that he will bring some roasted fish for her later, and she thanks him with a big smile. Soon, Theo also comes out of the cave, and he is still sleepy as he tells Sejun that he is going on another sales trip. Sejun tells him to sleep some more, but Theo is determined to not waste his precious time as a sales cat by just sleeping. He says that he needs to get back to work because he has the highest standards as a professional wandering merchant. Sejun compliments his mindset, and then Theo clings to his leg and asks him to carry him to the wandering merchant passageway. However, Kyung grabs Theo's robe in its mouth and takes him away with his mom. Sejun tells Theo best of luck traveling with the bears, and the cat flails around as he wants to be carried by the human. Sejun thinks that until Kyung returns after dropping off Theo, they should organize the destroyed field. He stares at the huge holes and equally huge piles of dirt riddled by giant hoof marks, realizing it is going to be hard work. On the other hand, the big bad boss of the 99th floor is holding a meeting with his subordinate monsters at the base of the waypoint gate. He sits on his throne as he asks the minotaurs under him to present what they found during the blue moon. The first one brings wet mud, and the second one brings dry soil, and the boss is disappointed that his useless subordinates could only find soil when he clearly asked them to fetch something to eat. One minotaur nervously laughs, and his boss snaps as he moos angrily and asks them what in the world they did last night. He becomes the Gordon Ramsay of the tower and insults his subordinates, asking them if they want to eat the mud they brought. One of the bulls is brave enough to tell his boss that there is no grass in their territory, and it has been a long time since they saw greenery here. Even if they turn the earth upside down, they can find nothing but mud. Their boss curses his situation as he gets back to this throne and asks why this is happening. He gets nostalgic as he thinks that in the past, this floor was a cow paradise with lush green meadows of high-quality grass, and as the strongest monster on the 99th floor that guarded the waypoint, he was its ruler. The Black Minotaur was a super strong monster, and he expended a lot of energy during the blue moon, and to replenish it, he needed to eat a lot. That is why he ordered his subordinates to scatter throughout the territory during the blue moon and eat as much as they could. However, this was a problem because the Minotaur race was already too big and had a very big appetite in the first place. They already ate too much, and thus, the rate at which the grass disappeared was much faster than the rate at which it grew. In the end, because of their excessive grazing, the entire land became a barren place where not a single blade of grass grew. The Black Minotaur returns to reality after thinking of his glory days, and he worries that the newborn calves do not look healthy at all. As proud Minotaur warriors, they needed to be big and strong, and for that, they must consume high-quality grass. But nothing like that is available anymore. The Black Minotaur gets back to collecting the tribute from his subordinates and calls the next one in line. But Ox number 3 is nowhere to be seen. He gets angry, thinking that number 3 must have stupidly ventured into someone else's territory and couldn't return. However, Ox number 3 returns just then, and he apologizes to his boss for being late. He says that when the blue moon ended, he found himself very far away. The Black Minotaur says that it is fine as long as he returns safely, but then he pauses mid-sentence as he notices something peculiar about Ox number 3. His eyes widen in shock, and he starts sweating as he impatiently approaches the latecomer, who is afraid of the look in his boss's eyes. The Black Minotaur asks him what is on his head, and Ox number 3 has no idea what his boss is talking about. The boss asks him again what the delicious-smelling sweet root is on his horn, and the ox realizes that there is a sweet potato stuck in his horn without him realizing it. However, none of the Minotaurs seem to know what it is or if it is edible at all. On the other hand, in the manager's cabin, Aileen, who had collapsed earlier after getting a stroke, finally wakes up. Her head still feels heavy, and she strains as she tries to get up. Aileen wonders why she lost her consciousness suddenly because there were no symptoms before. She gets up, and her head bangs with the chandelier on the roof, and she complains that the lights are too low. But then she looks down and realizes that something is much different than usual. It was not the light that came down, it was she who had suddenly grown in size after hitting dragon puberty. Alien picks up her magic crystal that has become too small for her now, and then looks at her body, wondering if she grew so much in one night. Alien has confirmed that her dragon heart can be healed, even if it is just for a little while. She is really happy and thankful to Sejun and kisses his picture inside the crystal ball, saying that he was a pretty little thing. But then she sees him eating the blue corn, and that does not sit well with her. Alien screams that how could Sejun eat tasty things while leaving her out? But she can't even properly judge what he is eating because the crystal ball is now too small for her. She hurries to find the big crystal ball that her grandfather used to have, but her giant frame roughly fits through the doorway. Her wings get stuck in the doorway, and Alien can't even call her stepbrother to help her out. As she strains to free herself, she screams that she also wants to eat tasty food today and wants Sejun to give it to her. Meanwhile, Sejun and his friends are chilling in their cave. Queuing is outside, and he greets the rabbits and bees inside, who are also busy with their jobs. The queen bee leads her family across the cornfields to pollinate them, while the shovel rabbit stands on a pile of harvested corn cobs. Beside the pile, the parent rabbits sit and diligently remove the husks from the cobs as their children frolic around. Some of them get chased by bees, while others curiously watch what the black warrior rabbit and the sickle rabbit are doing with the corns. One of them even sits on the cart full of corns being carried to Sejun by the chubby rabbit, and they pass one of the elder rabbits roasting the corns on an open flame. Sejun praises the baby rabbit, calling him the captain of the cart, and the baby is delighted. Sejun then tells the chubby cart rabbit that he finished steaming all the corn and asks him to call everyone over for dinner. The cart rabbit leaves as Sejun holds the baby rabbit in his arms and checks the corn in the pot. As he lifts the lid of the pot, both Sejun and the baby rabbit drool at seeing the delicious steamed corns and smelling their aroma. He takes them out of the pot and places them on a giant plate made of onion leaves when he gets a message from the tower manager, Alien, who also wants to taste the corn. She is very polite today and asks Sejun if she can have one, and she gives him a new quest. He must share the corn with the tower manager in exchange for extreme gratitude, and upon refusal, he would be punished by extreme disappointment. Sejun replies that he was going to give her some corn anyway and asks her to wait a moment. He tells Alien that the grilled corns are about to be ready too, and he wants to give them to her along with the steamed corns. She nods and replies that she will wait patiently. Other rabbits come to Sejun with the grilled corn, and he tells them to lay them down on the onion leaves. Sejun is amazed to see the grilled corn spread out on the carpet of green onion leaves and the steamed corn in the tub. He then picks up some grilled corn and says that the seasonings Theo brought earlier are a godsend for this recipe, as it could not be completed without them. Sejun wanted to cook the original recipe of butter grilled corn, but since he has no butter, he has to be satisfied with the changes he made to the recipe. He had first applied sugar to the corn and grilled them until they were brown, and now he sprinkles some crushed Parmesan cheese over the cooked corn. Sejun wonders whose idea it was to bring cheese to the tower, but he still thanks them for it. It is time to add the finishing touches to the grilled corn, and for that, he excitedly takes out chili powder from his backpack. Sejun had found the pouch of chili powder in Theo's bundle after he came back with the straw hat, and fell asleep without telling him anything. Sejun was not happy that Theo did not tell him about such a precious ingredient, and he thought that he should be disqualified from being a sales cat. But he decided to let it slide because of the amazing straw hat. Now, as Sejun sprinkles red chili powder over his grilled corn, the recipe is complete, and the information window claims that the whole grilled corn tastes so addicting that no one can be satisfied with just one piece. Sejun takes a bite, and he feels that the taste is really unbelievable. It is sweet, savory, and spicy, and he thinks that he can get a taste of his home world even in the tower. He thinks that watching cooking videos on YouTube every day was worth it, as he could cook so well thanks to that. After Sejun got a taste, he delivered the promised grilled corns to Alien, and she told him that she was extremely grateful that he had completed his quest. Sejun then turns to his rabbit friends and asks them if they are enjoying it, and they reply that it is very delicious. The parent rabbits, on the other hand, are not able to enjoy their food as they have to feed their children one kernel at a time. Sejun decides to help them, and he uses a spoon to remove the kernels from a cob quickly and puts them all in a bowl. He tells the parent rabbits that now they don't have to feed the babies one at a time, and they can eat by themselves. They are relieved as the baby rabbits go to the bowl and start eating on their own. Sejun tells the parent rabbits to eat their food comfortably, and he will watch over their kids for the time being. He also decides to dig in, but just as he takes a bite, the baby rabbits call for his attention. And seeing what they have done shocks Sejun so much that he spits out what he just ate. He cannot stop laughing as he sees the baby rabbits covered in corn kernels that they have attached all over their bodies. He picks out the kernels one by one and feeds the rabbits, telling them that they are going to drive him crazy at this rate. Sejun thinks that working while taking care of babies is not easy, and he misses Theo, who was better at looking after kids. However, Sejun marks this day in his diary of getting lost in the tower. It was the first day he harvested corn, enjoyed it with friends, and later shared it with Kyung and his mom too. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor of the tower, the hunters of the Phoenix Guild, who have set camp to meet Theo, are getting desperate. They are anxious and frustrated that the wandering cat merchant was not coming and was taking much longer than usual. Their leader, Kim Dongshik, also wonders what is going on. But he asks his teammates why he was after the cherry tomatoes because last time his girlfriend had bought enough for both of them. The man tells Dongshik about the rumors that rich people outside the tower were starting to show interest in the magical cherry tomatoes, and they were buying them at an enormous price. A single cherry tomato could be sold for about 500,000 Korean won, and the man wants to stockpile as much as he can before people who are affected by the rumors start gathering here to buy the cherry tomatoes to resell them in the outside world. However, there is another problem. A member of the party asks Dongshik what they should do now because there was a scheduled tower raid after a few days, and if they don't return now, they won't be able to complete the raid. Also, if they stay here for any longer, their supplies will run out. Dongshik thinks for a while and then comes up with the idea of letting only a few people stay behind while sending everyone else back to Earth to prepare for the raid. He volunteers to stay here just in case because he is well acquainted with Theo. The members of the Phoenix Guild head back, and only 3 people stay back. Dongshik had thought that the diet-conscious Jessica would stay behind to get some more cherry tomatoes, and he did not expect Suha to be here instead. Suha replies that Jessica claims to have lost all the excess weight, and that she no longer needs the magical cherry tomatoes, and that is why she left her position to her. Dongshik asks her if she is going to join the auction because of her interest in cherry tomatoes, but Suha replies that she is actually interested in giving Theo his churu. He laughs, saying that Theo is quite popular with the ladies. Meanwhile, Theo is casually strolling down the tower while thinking of completing the sales trip quickly to return to the baby rabbits who were waiting for their cool uncle. He finally reaches the wandering merchant passageway on the 60th floor, which is a huge cave at the base of an even more gigantic tree. A lot of wandering merchants are gathered in front of the passageway, and Theo says that the passage on this floor is the biggest in the tower, and he feels that the tree reaches the heavens. He gets down and enters the line, where a Chihuahua officer asks him to name his agency and grade. Theo introduces himself as a beginner wandering merchant, and informs him that he is going to use the ordinary merchant passageway that connects to the 38th floor. However, he has not noticed 3 menacing figures looming behind him, staring at him. They are 3 wolves, and they hold a poorly drawn image of Theo and think that he is their target. The picture drawn by the blacksmith is too ridiculous, and the only thing that matches Theo is the fact that he is a cat and his color. The wolves are mercenaries from the Silver Wolf tribe, and one of them named Elko says that he doesn't notice the straw hat with the cat merchant. The other wolf, Elki, replies that the cat must have hidden the hat in his bundle because he was not going to wear it outside. But both the wolves are curious about why Landlord Grid is looking for an ordinary straw hat, and they ask this question to their leader Elka. Elka replies that it does not matter to them, as they are the Silver Wolf tribe, the best mercenaries in the entire tower, and they should just act according to the mission given to them. Elka tells his subordinates to keep following the cat for the time being and asks them if they have all brought their mercenary association identities, but they themselves are unaware that someone else is spying on them. Inspector Zerath was out looking for Theo, but now her attention has shifted to the mercenaries from the Silver Wolf tribe. She wonders why there are such dangerous people after the cat merchant, and realizes that it must be because of the straw hat that he got into such trouble. Zerath wonders how valuable the straw hat is if Landlord Grid needs to hire mercenaries to get it back, and she decides to follow them. She doesn't know what might happen, but she fears that Theo could be in serious danger. It is another perfectly sunny day on the 99th floor of the tower, and Sejun's rabbit friends are hard at work, trying to reclaim the land damaged during the previous blue moon. The shovel rabbit digs out the soil from heaps, while the cart rabbit transports them, and the black warrior rabbit compacts the soil and breaks stones with his hammer. Even the Crimson Bear family helps Sejun by leveling the field after it was dug by the monster during the blue moon. Sejun is happy that the huge piles of soil have vanished and the deep pits have also been filled up in a short period of time. Once that is done, he is all set to plant the seeds in the newly prepared field, and his friends eagerly surround him to see what he has in the pouch in his hands. This time, Sejun has a pouch full of peanut seeds, which is his next crop. As Sejun and his rabbit friends plant the peanut seeds, we learn that this morning, he harvested all the corn in the cave, and that made him level up 6 times. With higher agility after eating his special crops, he was fast enough to plant the entire outdoor field in just a few hours. There was another remarkable thing that happened today. It was the day the seed store reopened, and this time, the 3 options Sejun got were 100 cucumber seeds for 0.2 tower coins, 100 radish seeds for 0.1 tower coins, and 1,000 peanut seeds for 5 tower coins. He had no doubt in his mind when he saw peanut seeds in the options, because it was a good crop that could restore the fertility of the soil. Since they were known to be a hardy crop that grows well even in harsh environments on Earth, he selected them. As soon as Sejun bought the peanut seeds, 5 tower coins were deducted from his bank account, and he achieved 50 seed store mileage points. With that, a total of 106 seed store mileage points were accumulated, and he became eligible to upgrade his seed store to the next level. 100 mileage points were deducted, and Sejun watched in awe as the tier of his seed store was upgraded. His tier rose from rookie to commoner, and at the commoner tier, the seed store offered him 2 new benefits. First, now he would be shown 4 types of seeds randomly instead of just 3 types. The second benefit was that he could purchase any amount of seeds as long as their total price was not over 5 tower coins. The level 2 seed store still needed a 30-day cooldown too, and after displaying that message, a pouch full of peanut seeds manifested in front of Sejun. He was really happy as he repeated the benefits he got after advancing his seed store tier from rookie to commoner, and decided to wait eagerly for the next seed store opening. He got greedy and started wanting more and more types of seeds. Back to the present, Queuing carries a pile of corn stems and leaves to Sejun, who knows that once a corn plant has been harvested, it will not fruit again. That is why he decided to put the remaining plant parts to other uses. Sejun thanks Queuing for carrying the leaves to him, and the bear cub is happy to get a head pat from him. Sejun was using the leaves of the corn plants that had been cut and moved outside to cover the area of the field where the peanuts were planted. By using the corn leaves as mulch, he would prevent moisture from evaporating from the freshly cultivated soil since the leaves would protect the soil from uninterrupted sunlight. Since Sejun no longer needs to constantly water the peanut seeds planted outside, he decides to use his time on another productive task. He is back in his cave with a corn cob and a wooden bowl. Sejun extracts the seeds from the corn cob one by one, and he is exhausted by the time he is done with just one cob. The system tells him that he has obtained job XP for doing that, and also that the proficiency of his skill seed gathering has been increased to its limit, and its level has increased from 1 to 2. Thankfully, Sejun has enough seeds now, and he plans to soak them in water for a day, and then plant them the next day. Just then, the baby rabbits come to him, and they try to eat the corn seeds he has taken out. Sejun picks up the bowl and takes it out of their reach as he tells them that these were not meant to be eaten. The baby rabbits have different reactions to that statement, but Sejun knows that all of them are quite bored. Everyone was busy trying to expand the field outside, and there was no adult rabbit to look after the kids or to play with them, so that was to be expected. Sejun suddenly has a bright idea, and he calls the babies closer as he says he will give them some chores now. He looks inside his bag for something, and moments later, he fawns over how cute the baby rabbits look while carrying tiny bags. He has used the pouches he received seeds in earlier, and some other small bags as backpacks for the baby rabbits and filled them with carrot slices. After Sejun is done praising their cuteness, he tells the baby rabbits to tie the bags they carry while they walk around and give 1 carrot slice to each adult rabbit working hard. The rabbits lack self-control, and one of them starts eating the carrot slices immediately. But Sejun tells everyone not to be greedy. He tells them to return to him once their bags are empty, and he will refill them. He calls the baby rabbits the supply unit and commands them to be dispatched on their first mission, and the rabbits rush to the fields. There, they give their elder siblings and their parents carrot slices while prancing around. As Sejun looks over them, he plans to talk to Theo about buying some cute outfits for the baby rabbits to wear. He imagines them wearing cute clothes like a sailor uniform and a frock, and that fills his heart with joy. But he regrets that there is no way he can take their picture. On the other hand, a soul minotaur has ventured far from its territory and is approaching Sejun's cave. He is confused as he tries to look for something but has no idea where to look. The Minotaur complains that his memory was disturbed because of the blue moon, but the captain still ordered him to complete a ridiculously hard and dangerous task. The Minotaur in question is Ox number 3, who previously went late to the meeting of the Minotaurs, and their boss found a sweet potato plant stuck on its horn. The boss asked the Minotaur where he found the sweet-smelling plant, and he could only reply that it was probably somewhere near the border of their area. The Black Minotaur boss asked him if he ventured into another monster's territory, but Ox number 3 nervously tried to convince him that he did not do that. He claimed to have no idea since his memories are cut off because of the Blue Moon incident. However, the boss was sure that he had never seen the sweet potato in his territory. He thought that the plant smells good and popped it in his mouth to see what it actually tastes like. As the boss chewed the sweet potato, other Minotaurs looked at him while drooling. Then he started to moo loudly while drooling heavily, and he exclaimed that the more he chewed the root, the sweeter it got. He felt the effect of the sweet potato on boosting his strength and claimed that his muscles were energized and pumped. The Black Minotaur commanded Ox number 3 to find the place where he found this delicious plant immediately. He even went so far as to declare that the future of the Minotaur race was at risk and only he could save them. He ordered Ox number 3 to succeed in this mission with the honor of a warrior. So now, Ox number 3 has no choice but to look for the place where he found the sweet potato plant, because if he fails, the captain is sure to beat him up with his gigantic muscles. He eventually reaches the point where the forest area and their territory of wilderness converge, and he nervously looks around for any threats. Ox 3 calls the giant crimson bear Mom Red Fur and hopes that he does not meet her since he has no confidence in being able to fight her. Then suddenly, he gets a whiff of delicious smelling grass, and he can no longer remain shy and nervous. Ox 3 exclaims as he sees Sejun's peanut field covered with corn leaves. He can only think that it is green grass, and on top of being plentiful, it looked delicious too. He starts eating the corn leaves while picking up the rest of them, and the taste is really as amazing as he thought it would be. Ox 3 gathers all the corn leaves while wondering what kind of grass it is. He has no idea, but he does not care much about it either, since it was good as long as it tasted well. He has gathered all the corn leaves and happily walks back to his base with them, thinking that his captain will surely compliment him for this. However, someone else takes notice of his deed before the Black Minotaur. The giant crimson bear felt the presence of an intruder in her territory, and she woke up startled, causing her child to tumble down from her lap. The mother bear is furious and growls menacingly. Meanwhile, Aileen is in her cabin, enjoying a drink while relaxing in a spa, pretending to be a grown-up. She is happy that ever since her body grew, she can now use the adult spa because, when she was small, it was too hard to enjoy it fully. Just then, she gets a message and wonders what is happening. She sees that the giant crimson bear is trying to call her, and she arrogantly asks how dare she disturb the rest of the tower manager. But when she learns what the matter is, Aileen is shocked. She immediately messages Sejun, who is peacefully sleeping in his bed, and gets disturbed by the tower manager's message. He is still sleepy as he reads the message, but the sleep vanishes from his eyes as he reads that the mother bear detected traces of another monster near the surroundings of the cave. Sejun is shocked to learn this, and just as he finishes reading the message, he finds the mama bear at his doorstep, calling him outside. Once Sejun and his friends reach their outside field, they are shocked to find the ground bare and the corn leaves vanished. He is shocked and wonders what happened here, and the rabbits are also confused as they pick up the few remaining leaves. Sejun cannot believe that the corn leaves he laid on the field to protect the seeds are gone, and he scratches his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Theo has reached the 38th floor for the routine trade again, and he excitedly greets the humans who have been patiently waiting for him. The mother bear tells him something, and the tower manager interprets for her, stating that it was probably the doing of the vile horned monsters. Sejun is shocked to hear about the horned monster, and his mind immediately makes the connection that it was the same monster who dug his field during the blue moon, and he thinks that it was a troublesome situation. However, he is relieved that whoever the thief was, they only took the green leaves that were laid on top and left the field untouched otherwise. The black warrior rabbit understands that, but he is quite sad. Sejun tells him that they can just bring back the cherry tomato leaves from the cave and cover the field again. Mama Bear tells him that she will expand her territory and start patrolling more actively near the border starting today. Sejun thanks her but still asks her not to overdo it, stating that being safe and healthy is the most important thing. As Mother Bear leaves, Sejun says that the best thing is that no one was hurt, and he is satisfied with that. However, he knows that they need to take more safety measures. He thinks that he definitely needs the power to defend himself, and the bear cub looks at him curiously. After that, Sejun stays out of the cave for the time being. The rabbits cover the cocoon of the queen bee with green onion leaves to protect it from direct sunlight. It is kept on a comfy cushion in a tiny bed made from green onion leaves, too. Sejun thanks the rabbits for their help and tells them that he will see them later as they go back into the cave. He is sitting under a giant onion leaf umbrella on a chair made from the same material. Today is the day the queen honeybee cocoon will finally hatch, and contrary to what we were led to believe earlier, the cocoon was not with Theo, but Sejun had it the entire time. Sejun has taken a day off to watch over the cocoon hatch, and he has left the farming to the rabbits. According to the system, he will need to watch the cocoon hatch to reap the ultimate benefits. In the description of the poison bee queen's cocoon, it was clearly mentioned that the first person the queen bee will see will be recognized as the owner. Currently, the number of bees inside the cave has already reached 200, and it is still rapidly increasing. Sejun eats dried sweet potato strips as he thinks that if the second queen bee that hatches today grows her hive outside the cave, it would expand his power. An outdoor hive under his control would be enough to deter any intruders from entering the area and prove a good defense mechanism. The hatching of the cocoon takes longer than expected, and Sejun is feeling sleepy waiting for it. He realizes that taking a break from farming for the first time in a while has made his body go lax, and he was feeling sleepy because of that. Sejun picks up 2 kinds of flowers he has brought, and he plans to gift them to the newly hatched queen poison bee so that they get along when they meet for the first time. He wonders what kind of flowers she would like better out of the 2 options he has, tomato flowers or sweet potato flowers. He thanks the queen bee for being born in advance, but he has already hit his limit and falls asleep. As Sejun is in deep sleep, the cocoon starts showing signs of change. It begins to shake and crack, and then it starts shining brightly. The bright light of the cocoon hatching is blocked partially by the leaves covering it, and Sejun does not notice it. The light then subsides, and a tiny bee arm comes out from under the leaves. The newly hatched, adorable queen bee throws the leaves away as she sits in her comfy bed and stretches. She is a second-generation queen poison bee, and she looks at herself for the first time. The bee then turns around and notices her wings flapping. She strains herself as she tries to control their flapping and manages to lift herself up in the air. The bee then flies to the sleeping Sejun, and she is stunned to see his face. That was what was needed for her to identify him as her master, and the system displays the message that the second-generation queen poison bee has regarded tower farmer Sejun as her owner. The bee gets on his chest as she happily exclaims, but he is not getting up to hear her. Then she notices the flowers he is holding, and it makes her really happy that her master brought flowers for her. While the new queen bee is watching the flowers, her mother comes flying out of the cave to see her. The original queen bee greets her, and the new one is perplexed. The first-generation queen bee tells her daughter everything she needs to know about Sejun, basically stating that he was her daddy, and she understands. Then the 2 queen bees take to the sky and frolic around over Sejun. There, the second-generation queen bee bows before her mother to thank her for everything she told her, and then flies straight to Sejun. She snuggles with him while he is sleeping, and he wakes up only after she has flown away. Sejun is immediately shocked as he wakes up when he sees the system messages in front of him that state that the queen poison bee has hatched and recognized him as her owner. Thanks to that, the proficiency of his beekeeping skill had increased, and its level had increased. However, Sejun is stumped because he missed it all. He looks around, wondering where the queen poison bee is because she is not in her bed, and he fears that she has disappeared. On the other hand, ox number 3 has reached his territory, and he shows the green corn leaves to his boss. The boss finds it hard to believe that such juicy grass was found abandoned on the land bordering their territory. The ox number 3 reaffirms what he just said. The boss, the black minotaur, thinks that this is a different type of grass from what they have seen the previous time, and by that, he means the sweet potato. He claims that this grass is something he has never seen before and deems it too small to be shared with others. However, ox number 3 apologizes to his captain, signaling towards his stomach that he could not control himself, and ate it himself. The black minotaur cannot do anything but forgive his underling, as it is their instinct as minotaurs to have a big appetite. Then he tastes the corn leaf, and the first thing he notices is its sweet smell. Just as he gets a taste of the leaf, he is overwhelmed and feels like firecrackers are bursting in his taste buds. He exclaims that the grass is too tasty and is making him overflow with energy. The black minotaur compliments ox number 3, saying that he did it, but he is taken aback by his suddenness. The boss says that if they had a lot of grass like this, they might even be able to bring back prosperity to their barren land. Now, he is curious as to what is going on in the forest area. As long as he knew, the forest was an abandoned place, and now this type of sweet grass was found there. The Black Minotaur predicts that some changes are taking place on the 99th floor without his realizing it. If it were up to him, he would like to go to the forest himself and secure as many plants as possible. But he cannot mindlessly leave the waypoint unguarded, especially because he does not know how much grass is actually there in the forest. The Black Minotaur says that since the time for which he can be away from the waypoint is limited, he will have to think of another way. He once again commands the stumped ox number 3 to go and find the exact source of the grass he brought just now. He believes that if it were just lying on the floor, there would be more of it there. He commands him to find out the identity of the person behind it if it was grown intentionally. But ox number 3 wants to say something before accepting the mission. He says that before he accepts the mission, he would like to take a short nap. He feels sleepy and informs his captain that he ate a lot after a long time, and that is why he is getting a rush of food coma. The Black Minotaur is not going to let him slack around, and he shoos him away by brandishing his axe, and ox number 3 runs away immediately. Meanwhile, Theo is on the 38th floor, and he greets the humans eagerly awaiting his arrival. They rush towards him and ask him why he was so late. Theo smugly apologizes, stating that something came up that made him late. But he informs the humans that, to make up for that, he is selling special magic cherry tomatoes today. The hunters ask him what he meant by that, because magic cherry tomatoes are already special. Theo tells them that this time, they are better than ever before. He takes out a cherry tomato and loudly declares that this time, he has brought a D-grade magic cherry tomato for sale. The information window of the cherry tomato clearly displays its grade and the improved shelf life, and the hunters are shocked to see that. However, Suha is still only focused on how cute Theo looks. Kim Dongshik and his Phoenix Guild take the tomatoes and read their information window in detail to find that D-grade cherry tomatoes break down 20 grams of fat, and the mana boosting effect has also doubled along with the shelf life. Dongshik is astonished to see the D-grade cherry tomatoes for the first time. He thinks that this way, he can eat and store the equivalent of twice as many cherry tomatoes as before. Theo then draws out the buckets filled with cherry tomatoes and declares that today he will be selling them in lots of 400 units each, and a total of 2,000 magical cherry tomatoes. The bidding immediately starts, and the price rises to 90 tower coins for 400 tomatoes before Theo declares that the first batch has been sold. After selling everything, Theo gets the money for his sale. He happily cradles the money pouches, saying that with this trade, his total trade volume has reached over 1,000 tower coins. He is overjoyed that he can finally become a veteran wandering merchant. Theo laughs, saying that once he becomes a veteran wandering merchant, the restrictions on the description of the items he sells will be removed, and then he won't need to hide them from Sejun anymore. Then, Suha approaches him for a picture, and the overconfident Theo says that he shall move on to the next business as a veteran wandering merchant. He arrogantly tells the humans to form a line before him to touch his paws and give him the reward for that. But he is stumped when he sees that there is no one but Suha in front of him. Theo is shocked and asks her why she was alone as he looks around. He wants to know if there is really no one else here, and Suha replies that it was because he took so long to come, so the people waiting for him had no choice but to go down the tower. Theo is stunned to hear this, and this is the first time he realizes that there were fewer people at the auction too. Suha tells him not to be disappointed and says that she will give him churros, but it doesn't seem to work on Theo, who is in a slump and says that his pride cost him. He is upset because he wanted to earn a lot of things for Sejun and gain more sales cat time. He looks at his front paw, believing that it is not his lucky charm anymore. However, just then, 2 girls come to him, and they exclaim that they can finally meet the wandering merchant cat. They fawn over him, calling him cute, and then confirm if he is the wandering merchant Theo, with whom they can take pictures. Theo is confused and asks them how they know that, and the girls exclaim that they saw him on Instagram, clicking a selfie with Suha. The girls also want to click a picture with him, but Theo is more interested in knowing about Instagram. His eyes gleam as he senses that there could be a great deal of money waiting for him somewhere along this route. He confidently stretches his paw out, telling the girls that if they want to click a picture with him, they need to give him a reward. Theo sees the Instagram account dedicated to his photos that Suha runs, which has well over 23,000 followers. Theo looks at the various pictures, including the selfies he clicked with Suha and her friends, and asks her if the pictures she uploaded on this app were the reason why humans suddenly approached him for selfies. Suha affirms and apologizes for not telling him about it in advance. Judging by how intently Theo is staring at the screen, she fears that he might be angry and upset since she did not seek his permission before posting the photos. Then Theo screams at her, telling her that she should really be sorry for doing this. He is angry that Suha did not tell him that something like that existed earlier. She is confused about what he means, and Theo gives her the phone, telling her to wake up from her stupor and start clicking pictures of him. He does some very cute and adorable poses, and Suha gives it her all as she clicks his pictures from all angles. She exclaims that Theo is very cute after she is done clicking pictures, and he basks in her praise. Theo stirs another pose as he tells Suha that from now on, anyone who wants to meet the cute wandering merchant cat should come to the 38th floor, and he claims that if someone gives him a lot of rewards, he will even dance for them. Neither Suha nor Theo realize that this is the moment when the greatest cat star in history is about to be born. After that, Theo heads back to the 99th floor, and on the way, he complains that clicking pictures was harder than he thought. He licks his fur to groom it, thinking that this time the photos came out well, and the next time he will come ready to look even cuter. He laughs to himself, thinking that this may surely lead him to getting much more rewards, and soon he will be promoted from the post of sales cat to the post of chairman. As Theo is laughing while imagining his bright future, a strong gust of wind ruffles his hair. He is frustrated that his fur got ruined after he worked so hard to smooth it, but as he turns around, he sees the most terrifying sight. Two huge wolves are standing behind him, staring down at him. Theo immediately crouches from fear upon seeing them, and then he notices another wolf right behind him. This one looks even more menacing and dangerous than the others, and Theo screams out instinctively. The wolf stomps his paw near him, and Theo is terrified. The wolf asks him if he is the wandering merchant who bought the straw hat at the smithy in the merchant district. But Theo is too scared to even utter a word. His voice shakes as he asks what they mean while crouching like a scaredy cat. The wolf gets even more aggressive and shouts at him to clearly tell them what he did with the hat he bought at the smithy. The wolf threatens to tear Theo apart if he does not give him an answer, and Theo can only cry as he meows for mercy. However, just as the wolf is about to grab him, something is tossed near them. The boss wolf looks at the object that looks like a pine cone and wonders what it is. But then the cone starts releasing smoke, and the wolves realize that it was a smoke bomb. Not only that, it was a smell bomb, and the smoke had a terrible stench that hurt the sensitive noses of the wolves. As they hold tight to their noses to prevent the smoke from entering, the shadowy figure of Zerath emerges from the smoke. She grabs Theo's hand, and he immediately recognizes her even though she is wearing a mask to protect her identity and her sensitive nose. Zerath tells her to be quiet, and she runs away with him. The wolf boss notices that their target is running away, and he commands his men to get up and follow them. However, they are on the floor because the terrible smell has greatly weakened them, and they were asking their boss to save them. He realizes that they have failed this mission and gives up on capturing Theo. At some distance, Theo and Zerath stop to catch a breath. They are both panting, and Zerath assures Theo that the wolves will no longer pursue them now. Theo thanks her, claiming that he was in big trouble before she intervened. She cheerfully replies that he also saved her from being scammed by Scarum, so it is only fair for her to return that favor. Theo says that even then, he must feel indebted to her and promises to repay her kindness someday. He pats her shoulders, asking if she likes grilled fish because he plans to treat her. Zerath thinks that this is her chance to get some information out of Theo, and she asks him if he doesn't mind letting her accompany him on his way. She says that she would like to see him in action and learn more things about being a good merchant from him. Theo doesn't see anything wrong with letting her come with him and tells her that she can join him, and Zerath thanks him. She suggests that they should go to the merchant district in that case and offers to take Theo there with the quickest route. He has no objections to that. But before that, he plans to visit the merchant guild to apply for promotion to the rank of a mid-level merchant. As he tells Zerath this, she cannot believe her ears. She asks Theo what he means by getting promoted to a mid-level merchant, as he has not been an active wandering merchant for long. After revealing the fact that she knew Theo's merchant carrier was only a few months old, Zerath realizes that she screwed up. She shuts her mouth, but by then, Theo has already grown suspicious of her. He asks her how she knows that he has been a merchant for only a few months. She has no excuse for this and thinks that her cover is about to be blown. Zerath fears that if she gets caught as an agent of the Wandering Merchant Secret Inspection Bureau, the reputation of her unit will go down. Theo openly voices his suspicions, and as Zerath tries to come up with something, he saves her from the predicament himself. He exclaims that she must have heard it all from Scarum, who was boasting about the people he had tricked before. Zerath is stunned to hear his silly logic, but she immediately chimes in, saying that was indeed the case. She claims that she didn't even ask the goblin merchant anything, and he told her everything by himself. Theo curses Scarum for being a loose-lipped jerk, and Zerath is relieved that she can still pretend to be a merchant around Theo. Then she once again asks Theo how he managed to earn 1,000 tower coins in such a short span of time. She states that it was a huge amount that lowly wandering merchants like her couldn't even imagine earning, and she asks him if he can tell her about the special items he is selling. While Zerath tried to be a little pitiful to get a reply, what she said was not far from the truth. Without special support, it was impossible to earn 1,000 tower coins in such a short period of time. She still suspects that he has some connection with the goblin Scarum and wonders if he has some powerful backer or if he sells some ridiculously dangerous item. She is determined to arrest Theo to save the honor of the inspection bureau if there is anything suspicious about his product. But then he tells her that he sells cherry tomatoes. Zerath was not expecting anything like this, and she asks Theo if he means the small, round red fruits. Theo affirms, and Zerath's disbelief is visible on her face. Theo tells her that he has sold out everything right now, so he can't show what he is talking about, but he promises to keep some to show her next time. Then he tells Zerath that they should hurry to the Merchant Guild because he is a busy man. However, she is still processing the shocking news and can barely move. Zerath is not ready to believe that Theo earned 1,000 tower coins by selling cherry tomatoes, and her suspicions grow once more. She follows Theo, pledging to uncover whatever dark secret he is hiding. Meanwhile, in the outside world, someone in the USA is testing out the new D-grade magic cherry tomatoes. It is Michael, the chairman of Gagel, the largest food company in the world, and also an awakened hunter. He reads the information window and finds that the D-grade tomato can break down 20 grams of fat, which is double the effect of the E-grade cherry tomato. He pops one in his mouth and finds that even the taste is much stronger than the E-grade tomatoes. Michael then calls out to his business partner, Jenny, the CEO of one of the world's major pharma companies. He asks her if there are any results from planting the magic cherry tomatoes on Earth, and she places a pot with a tomato plant on his desk. Jenny explains that, as they had both expected, the magical cherry tomato seeds only grew to be a normal cherry tomato in the outside world. Michael wonders if it is because the cherry tomato is a tower item that cannot be replicated outside. After that, he asks Jenny what became of their plan to plant the magical cherry tomatoes in the tower. She replies that, with her skills, she has already completed most of her plan. Jenny claims that they sowed 100 seeds of the E-grade cherry tomatoes on the first floor of the tower. 10 of those seeds have successfully germinated, and the fruits will be ready to be harvested soon. Michael is really happy to hear that, and he praises Jenny for her hard work. She thanks him for his continued support of this product and claims that this success was the result of their companies coming together and combining their technological knowledge. Jenny believes that they will be able to raise the germination percentage up to 50% soon, and Michael says that it means things are going great. Jenny reminds him about the budget for the Tower Farm project, and he replies that it has already been passed to the board. Jenny also tells him that she is hiring the Awakened to create a farm and push out the monsters from the area. He laughs, thinking that the Tower Farm project has been his dream for a long time. It was halted for a long time, but now it is back in operation. Michael thanks the magic cherry tomatoes for this, but he has no idea where the tomatoes actually come from. This episode starts with Theo receiving a silver badge that signifies that he is now a mid-level wandering merchant. The dear receptionist at the Wandering Merchant Guild congratulates him on the promotion as she gives him his badge, and Theo is in the mood for celebration. Zerath also extends her congratulations to the ecstatic Theo, who says they should continue with this momentum and go to the trading market and buy the necessary items. Zerath is immediately shocked as she hears the name of the trading market where Theo plans to go. The trading market was a market in the mid-level merchant area where wandering merchants could show off their skills as much as they wanted. It was a busy and flourishing area and had many attractions for the merchants. The main attraction there was the auction house, where people could buy good quality items from the farmers and craftsmen on other floors at competitive prices. And depending on how a merchant could buy the items that would give maximum profit while keeping the risk to a minimum, their ability as a merchant was evaluated. As Zerath follows Theo to the trading market, she thinks that this place is like a fierce battlefield, where one cannot afford to have even a moment of hesitation. It does not look like Theo has the word hesitation in his dictionary, and Zerath is worried because she knows that this place is on a different level from the junk shop the other day. She wonders if his bargaining technique will be of any use here, but in the meantime, Theo has decided where he wants to go first. Zerath looks up at the store Theo wants to enter and finds that it is a miscellaneous goods store. They enter the shop, and there, Theo buys 2 cooking utensils, a thread and needle set, and a saw. The cat merchant asks the hyena shopkeeper for the total price, but Zerath wants to interrupt him before that. She asks Theo if he wasn't here to buy wholesale items to sell on another floor, and he replies that he doesn't deal in such things because he gets all his money from selling cherry tomatoes. Zerath gets a headache whenever she hears the word cherry tomatoes, but that is just because she doesn't know their power yet. She was just wondering if Theo would display his real skills in this place. Then, the hyena tells Theo that the items will cost him 2.4 tower coins, and Zerath is surprised. She knows the market rates and can tell that pots are cheap and the total goods cannot exceed the cost of 2 tower coins, even if they have Gucci stickers on them. She realizes that the shopkeeper is trying to rip off Theo, and her imagination runs wild as she pictures them fighting the battle of negotiating the prices. However, Theo has the perfect reply for the overcharging shopkeeper, and he asks him to give a discount. Zerath is shocked that the cat was relying on his too crude and simple technique once again. She thinks that his technique would have worked in the junk shop because the items there were generally of bad quality, but things were different here. The hyena shopkeeper tells Theo that he is offering the goods to him at a wholesale rate already, and claims that he will give Theo a discount and sell things at 2.2 tower coins because he likes his vibe. As the hyena laughs and rubs his hands, Zerath realizes his trick. It was an old technique where shopkeepers initially stated a higher price, and that played around with the customer's mentality. As the shopkeepers reduce the price of the goods, the customer thinks that they are getting a discount, but they are still being charged more than the actual price. Zerath's imagination runs wild, and she sees the hyena attack Theo again, thinking that he won't be brave enough to refuse the discount and not buy anything. She realizes that the shopkeeper is not an easy opponent to deal with, but she is underestimating Theo's abilities too. He uses the only weapon in his arsenal and demands that the shopkeeper give him a discount. The hyena is taken aback and nervously tells Theo that he is already offering the goods at a wholesale rate. He even adds that the cat won't be able to buy these goods at this price anywhere else. Theo says he will take him for his word and then suddenly turns around and asks Zerath to follow him, shocking the hyena shopkeeper. Zerath is also surprised and asks Theo if he is not going to bargain more, and the cat merchant replies that the shopkeeper has already told him that there will be no more discount. These words work their magic, and the hyena shopkeeper tells Theo to not be so impatient, as he is willing to bring down the price to 2 tower coins. The hyena sighs, thinking that Theo looked like easy prey, but he was not a pushover. However, Theo is not done yet, and he tells the shopkeeper that he will buy the items for 1.8 tower coins, or he will just leave the shop. Zerath is stunned to see this unfold, and to her surprise, the hyena accepts the price and sells the items to Theo. Now, Zerath starts to see the greatness in Theo's bargaining technique, which leaves no openings for the seller to fight back. Right now, she witnessed the hyena getting utterly destroyed after trying to rip off Theo. She realizes that their fight was not even fair to begin with, and the cat merchant always had the upper hand. Zerath recalls that she received special training from her family to be a skilled merchant, but even she could not have gotten the deal in her favor so fast. She believes she would be content to buy the items for 2 tower coins and starts to believe that Theo is a great merchant. She is inclined to believe that he really earned 1,000 tower coins just by selling cherry tomatoes, and she wonders if she is seeing the history-defining moment of a genius merchant being born. However, she has no idea that Theo received this technique from Sejun, who told him to ask for a discount 3 times. And since the naive cat believed in him with all his heart, he was able to stand his ground firmly. After that, Theo and Zerath leave the shop and explore the trading market. Zerath tells Theo that she will be going back now, and Theo asks her to join him for a meal before leaving, as he will treat her. Zerath smiles and says that she can't inconvenience him any further, and she thanks him for showing her his wonderful technique. She thanks the cat for giving her a chance to look at her arrogance, but Theo does not understand what he did to deserve such praise. Zerath laughs, saying that Theo was as humble as he was skilled, and then tells him to be careful as the wolves could still come after him. She leaves, and Theo can only remark that she is a strange fox. With that, he decides to go back to the 99th floor and take a nap on Sejun's lap. Zerath returns to the investigation bureau and begins to pen down her report on Theo. She feels exhausted when the secretary comes and tells her that the director wants to schedule a meeting with her regarding the goods stolen from landlord Grid. The secretary asks Zerath if she is busy with work right now, and she replies that she will visit the director's office as she hands her the report. She tells the poodle secretary that it is the report about the wandering merchant cat who was under their radar recently. Zerath wants the report to be sent to the merchant passageway manager and leaves instructions to exempt Theo from their surveillance from now on. The secretary reads the report, and she is surprised to see that Zerath sees him as a genius at bargaining. Zerath feels oddly inspired by Theo and claims that, for the first time in a while, she met a real merchant. With that, the story moves back to the 99th floor, where Sejun and his friends are working their best to cover the outdoor field with leaves again. Sejun thinks that Kyung's mom is on patrol right now, so there should be no thieves around for a while. He and the rabbits have even planted corn and cherry tomatoes outside today, and he finally feels like he has really expanded his field outside the cave. One rabbit is using his watering can to water the plants, but then it stops releasing water, and the rabbit hits it to fix it like an old remote. Sejun asks him if the water is not coming out, and he is surprised to learn that because the water inside the can was supposed to be infinite. Suddenly, the black warrior rabbit comes to Sejun screaming about something, and his chunky brother follows him. Sejun tries his best to understand his sign language and realizes that there is something in the pond. He gets back to his cave, where he sees something really strange inside the pond, as the queen bee perches on his shoulder and the other rabbits hide behind him, while the black warrior rabbit stands in front of everyone to protect them. There are many aquatic creatures in the pond, and Sejun recognizes them as crayfish, only much bigger than the ones he has seen on Earth. He is shocked to see them and wonders where they came from. His biggest guess is that they came from the same hole from where the piranhas come, and he wonders what kind of ecosystem is inside the hole. However, Sejun's shock soon turns into desire as he imagines the gourmet foods that he can cook with a crayfish. His gluttony is even contagious, and the queen bee and rabbits start drooling along with him. Sejun says that he has heard that crayfish are extremely delicious on YouTube, and he wants to eat them. He asks the black warrior rabbit to catch them, but the rabbit freaks out because they do not look edible to him. Sejun assures him that no matter how they look, the crayfish are extremely tasty, and he will also like the taste. He draws out his dagger, and even the warrior rabbit summons his hammer. Sejun declares that more than taste, they can't lose their opportunity to gain new protein. With that, he and the black rabbit get ready to hunt some crayfish, with everyone else cheering on them. The hunt begins, with the crayfish attacking them to protect their lives too. That was a big mistake, as he skillfully hits them all with his dagger and sends them flying backwards. Each crayfish he hunts adds to his XP by 30 points. Behind Sejun, the black warrior rabbit is ready to do his job, and he jumps in the air to intercept the crayfish, and hits them for consecutive home runs. The other rabbits transport the dead crayfish, using the cart or by carrying them in their arms. The sickle rabbit prepares to cut the hunt into smaller pieces, while the mother rabbit watches her with the babies. However, the sickle rabbit is not able to make a dent in the tough shells of the crayfish. She turns to her mother and shakes her head in disappointment. But then Sejun arrives there and tells her the facts of the day. He says that crayfish shells are quite hard, so it is very difficult to cut through them unless they are cooked and soft. He explains that they will need to cook them whole and says they should wrap them up in green onion leaves to cook them. Sejun wraps the crayfish in the leaves and then puts them to be roasted over the fire. The smell makes him drool like a toddler, and he exclaims that the delicious scent of the roasted crustacean is covering the entire cave. The rabbits agree with him, and they eagerly wait for the crayfish to be cooked. Soon, Sejun unwraps one of the packs to see if it is cooked, and he is overjoyed as he finds that the crayfish looks ready. The information window also confirms, saying that the crayfish was covered in green onion leaves and roasted alongside corn and tomatoes. The seawater that the creatures lived in has imparted a natural salty taste to their flesh, which is already soft and rich. Next, Sejun tells the rabbits the correct way to eat the new delicacy. He holds a crayfish, grasps its head and body tightly, and then twists it to open it easily. The rabbits are amazed to see his skill. Sejun is more interested in the rich and smooth flesh that has been cooked to perfection, and even the rabbits cannot stop drooling as they see it now. Sejun tells all his rabbit friends to take one each, but I doubt that is going to work for the chunky rabbit, who has started eating before everyone else. The rabbits are mesmerized by the delicious taste of the crayfish and exclaim in joy. Sejun becomes a food critic, saying that the meat was delicious and it was perfectly seasoned without adding anything from the outside, not even salt. While everyone is busy eating, the mother rabbit picks up a detached head of the crayfish, possibly to discard it, but Sejun has another use for it. He tells the mother rabbit that they are not going to throw away that part because it can also be eaten. Sejun explains that the organs inside the crayfish's brain have turned into mush, and thus, it can be used as the most excellent dip. He licks his lips as he dips a piece of flesh into the gooey stuff, claiming that it is an incredible delicacy. He tastes it and remarks that it is incredibly savory, which reminds him of the food back at home. The Black Warrior Rabbit is also curious about the new sauce, and Sejun hands out the head container to him. The Black Rabbit dips his head into the sauce, and he is not impressed that it looks like puke. However, he decides to give it a try, and just as he tastes it, he feels heaven on his tongue. Sejun asks him if he also thinks that it is delicious, and the Black Rabbit probably praises the new dip as he begins feasting on it. He drinks straight from the source, and Sejun tells him that he can have more if he likes. Meanwhile, the other rabbits have also started using the brainy dip, while the Sickle Rabbit helps her parents feed the young rabbits. As they are enjoying their meal, the bear cub Kyung arrives outside the cave, and he can smell that there is something delicious. Sejun tells him to wait a moment, as he will bring some crayfish for him too. The bear cub is very excited, and Sejun says that he will fall at this rate. A few moments later, Sejun puts a huge pile of grilled crayfish before the bear cub, who is really eager to eat them. Sejun explains how he has to eat the crayfish by twisting open its body, but by the time he finishes doing it, he finds that Kyung has consumed the crayfish whole, including its shell. Sejun is taken aback, but Kyung affirms when he asks if it is tasty. Sejun remarks that it is not a bad thing to eat shells because they also have some important nutrients. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the second floor of the tower, something troublesome is going on. The skeleton village is under attack, and it looks torn and tattered. The skeletons are under attack by human hunters, who show no mercy in defeating them. The skeletons run for life as if they were alive in the first place, but the humans are ruthless in and hunt them all. They chase the fleeing skeletons and kill those who fall behind mercilessly. As a detached skull pops around and lands near a man's feet, he crushes it under his soul. It is Michael, the chairman of the largest food company in the outside world, and he scoffs at the pitiful skeleton he just obliterated. The hunters welcome Michael, and he remarks that things seem to be going well in securing the land for a large farm. The leader of the hunters gives him a tour as he states that they have currently mobilized all the mercenaries they have and seized more than half of the skeleton villages on the second floor. Michael is not impressed by his answer, and the leader says that he is sorry, but they cannot move faster than this. Michael asks him to give him a tentative timeline for the project to finish, and he replies that, considering that the area is too vast and the new mercenaries are still low level, it will take them a few more months to finish the task. Michael has no patience, and he cannot wait that long. He starts fiddling with his status window and presents some information to the hunter, who is shocked to see it. He asks what it is, and Michael smugly replies that it is the list of the people who are indebted to them. They took huge private loans to get awakened with the help of a ticket, and his company made them sign lifetime contracts with them in exchange for covering their debt. Michael says that these people don't even need to get out of the tower, so they have all the time in the world to work. He gives the hunter 1 week to finish conquering the entire area, and tells him to focus on his job. After that, Michael goes to the experimental farm labs, where a scientist greets him, saying they were waiting for him to arrive. She claims that the cherry tomatoes have grown to their full size and have ripened, and she asks Michael if he will like a taste. He is really excited and says that his dream project has finally reached a conclusion. He plucks a cherry tomato, but is not surprised when he finds that it is not an item, despite being grown in the tower. He decides to pop it in his mouth and takes his time to enjoy its taste. However, he is in for a rude awakening, and he spits out the tomato because it felt horrible. The scientists ask him what is wrong, and he furiously demands that they tell him what is going on here. She asks him what happened, and he replies that the damned tomato did not taste like anything. The scientist can't believe that, so she tastes one, but her colleague has already tasted one, and she spits it out as she agrees with Michael. The head scientist is perplexed because they added all the highest quality nutritional supplements to the field, but it still has no taste. Another scientist adds that the test results state that the nutritional components of these tomato fruits are below the standard level, and they are at the lowest grade of marketability even in the outside world. Michael is furious that his grand plan failed and rampages in the field, crushing the cherry tomatoes under his feet. However, he is shocked to find something new about them. He sees that the tomatoes were nothing but vegetable balloons that barely had any flesh, and no seeds inside. Back to Sejun's cave on the 99th floor, Sejun and his friends are sleeping peacefully as it is the night phase for them. At the same time, the lone minotaur that has snuck into their field twice has reached them again. He picks up the new batch of mulch Sejun has placed over his crops. The Minotaur starts enjoying the fresh grass right at the spot, unaware that danger is lurking nearby. Inside a decent house, which once belonged to the skeletons on the second floor of the tower, Michael sits with a single cherry tomato in front of him. It was not the ordinary cherry tomato that he bought from the wandering cat merchant. Instead, it was the tomato that his firm cultivated inside the tower themselves. Earlier, Michael got the shock of his life when he found out that the cherry tomato has no seeds. Without seeds, he could not even cultivate the crop further, and things like improving its variety were too far-fetched. He thinks hard and wonders if it is because of that one bane of the tower. 10 years ago, Michael was just a budding businessman working for his dad's company. Soon after the towers first appeared and inducted the first batch of people through the vanishing, he was one of the lucky people who was sucked inside. Like other people, Michael was also confused by whatever was happening, but he still accepted his role as a warrior inside the tower. However, the adventure part never resonated with him. What gave him joy and a sense of excitement was when he found how vast and spacious the land inside the tower was. In his childhood, Michael dreamt of opening the ultimate farm, and that almost came true when he saw the tower. There was everything he could need to create the farm of his dreams inside the tower. The sun was always up in the sky, and the land was fertile too. Michael thought that if he could grow crops on his land, he would create the ultimate farm, and with its help, he would dominate the global food market. So, he leveled up to a certain extent and then left the tower and went back straight to his dad to convince him about his dream project. His father saw some merit in his project and approved it, and everything went well as Michael started the tower farm project. With his team of agriculture experts and farmers and a large amount of seeds from different crops, Michael started working. But the problems arose unexpectedly. The ground did not let a single seed out of thousands sprout. Michael screamed and cursed the ground as he wondered why no plant was growing here. He shouted at the soil, asking why it was so barren for him, even after he had invested an unbelievable amount of money in seeds and in creating a suitable environment to grow crops here. The truth soon came to light. The news talked about the latest groundbreaking research that indicated that the awakened lose their reproductive abilities the moment they enter the tower. While for the awakened, it meant they could have some raw fun with their partner, the researchers warned against that too. They said that the loss of reproductive abilities was a side effect of their body suddenly adapting to the mana. However, reproductive abilities are restored when the level of the awakened exceeds 10. Amidst the worries about the declining birth rate, this news came as a shock to everyone around the world. Further research showed that losing fertility applied to the crops as well, and that is why they cannot grow inside the tower. Moreover, there was no way to level up the seeds coming from the outside, as they couldn't possibly kill monsters for XP. Michael knew he had to find another way, and then he had his eureka moment. He thought of using the crops that were grown and consumed in the tower already, because edible crops and food were sold in the tower just like on Earth. One day, Michael found a wandering dog merchant and asked him to sell some seeds. The merchant told Michael that he couldn't sell the seeds to him as they were all monopolized by a greedy guy named Grid on the 55th floor. At that time, Michael had climbed only up to the 10th floor, so going to the 55th floor was harder than climbing Mount Everest without an oxygen cylinder and barefoot. In the meantime, he had used up a lot of his dad's money, and his dad as well as other directors of the company treated him like an incompetent man. That time, the only excuse he could make was that it was the spirit of youth that drove him to take such a risk. And in front of the tall obstacle known as the tower, Michael's dream farming project shattered before yielding any results. But now, as he stares at the seedless cherry tomato, he decides that he can't give up like this. He commands his men to gather all the hunters they have and take them to the 38th floor at once. His subordinates are taken aback, but then Michael places a thick pouch of tower coins on the table, telling them that he does not care about how much money they spend. He wants them to buy all the D-grade magic cherry tomatoes from the wandering cat merchant by all means. Michael thinks that if E-grade magic cherry tomatoes don't work for him, he will try cultivating D-grade cherry tomatoes, hoping to get a different result if the grade is higher. He crushes the cherry tomato in his hand, saying that he will surely get his hands on it. The cherry tomatoes may put a restraining order against this man based on how he treats them. Back on the 99th floor, Theo is about to reach Sejun's cave when he spots some leaves on the ground. Theo recognizes those leaves as the green onions that Sejun grows. He keeps on collecting them, realizing that they were indeed Sejun's green onion leaves. As he is collecting them, Theo bumps into something, and when he looks up, he sees a black minotaur carefreely enjoying the leaves. The minotaur is surprised to see a wandering merchant, and Theo arrogantly asks him where he got the leaves he is eating. The Minotaur points towards Sejun's field and says that he just picked up what was left on the ground over there. Theo shouts at him, saying that it is not possible. He claims that Sejun cherishes this grass, and he won't just leave it on the ground. Theo tells the Minotaur all the uses of the green onion leaves, as Sejun had told him. It could be used to make bowls and ropes, and it can also occasionally be used to wipe himself clean after relieving himself in the morning. The Minotaur should hope that he is not eating a leaf used as toilet paper. Theo asks the Minotaur how dare he steal that precious grass, and he is taken aback. But then it is his turn to be angry, and he gives Theo a death stare and crushes the ground with his fists, as he asks Theo if he is accusing a proud warrior like him of being a thief. He asks him if he thinks a Minotaur who lives and dies by honor will steal some petty leaves. The Minotaur tells Theo that even if he is protected by his privileges as a wandering merchant, he can't let his rude comments slide. Now Theo is terrified of him, and he crouches in fear before the Minotaur. But he regains his courage immediately and says that he did not lie earlier. He tells the Minotaur that they should ask Sejun about it, and he will tell the truth. The Minotaur accepts his challenge to see who is right and asks Theo to lead him to the man called Sejun. Theo confidently tells him to follow him. As they approach the cave, the Minotaur is certain that Sejun must have thrown out the grass. He can't see any other reason why such delicious grass would be left on the ground. However, he is also happy to meet him because his commander has tasked him with finding out the source of the grass. The Black Minotaur becomes his commander's fangirl as he thinks that the commander will praise him again for finding out about the source. Inside the cave, Sejun is sleeping peacefully when Theo calls him the chairman loudly as he declares his arrival. Theo's arrival literally rocks Sejun's world as he lands on his stomach and Sejun gets the equivalent of period cramps. As he crawls around because of the pain, Theo tells him that it is not the time to lie down and do nothing because he must come outside right away. Sejun somehow collects himself while dealing with the immense pain, and he asks Theo what the matter is. Theo proudly proclaims that he caught a thief, and Sejun wonders what he means. He climbs outside using the manual elevator and finds the Minotaur waiting impatiently for him near the entrance to the cave. Sejun's face turns blue, and he wets his pants as he stammers and asks Theo if this was the thief he caught. Theo jumps outside first and declares that this cow walking on two legs was indeed the thief. He tells Sejun to come out and scold him. Theo then shows him the green onion leaves he found the Minotaur eating and claims that he stole the grass. Sejun recognizes the leaves of the spring onion that he used to spread on the field. The Minotaur aggressively asserts that he just picked up what he found lying on the ground. He tells Sejun that if he wasn't going to throw the grass away, it wouldn't be lying on the ground outside his cave just like that. Sejun reads the information window of the creature, which just says that it is a black Minotaur. He wonders if he is the horn guy the mama bear was talking about. Sejun recalls that the horn guy dug up the ground during the blue moon and also stole the leaves he used to cover the field a few days ago. He is certain that the Minotaur was caught stealing the leaves red-handed by Theo today. As the Minotaur proclaims to be an honorable warrior and declares he would never steal, Sejun silently judges him, while Theo replies that the Minotaur is indeed a thief because they didn't throw away the leaves. However, Sejun is not listening too keenly to them. He thinks that Minotaurs are just cows who can walk on 2 feet and dig the ground deep, and it gives him an idea. Theo calls for Sejun's attention, asking him to tell the thief that he did not throw away the leaves. Sejun says that, of course, he didn't throw away the leaves, leaving the Minotaur aghast. Sejun claims that the grass had an important role, and was spread on the field to conserve moisture in the ground. The Minotaur is suddenly regretting picking a quarrel with Theo, and he finds it hard to believe that he stole something. He apologizes to Sejun, who claims that a simple apology won't work after stealing. Sejun then straight up demands 100 tower coins from the Minotaur, saying that it was compensation for making a mess of his field and stealing his grass. The Minotaur is stunned as he learns that the little grass he ate was 100 tower coins. He thinks it was too much, even if the grass was manufactured by Gucci. The Minotaur is dejected as he realizes that becoming a thief can have some really terrifying consequences. Now Theo is more confident than ever, and he tells the Minotaur to hurry up and empty his purse. He even goes so far as to do a body check and finds that the Minotaur is broke. Sejun simply says that the payment will be made by any means possible, and if the Minotaur has no money, he should pay with his body. Someone might interpret it as his interest in furries. Theo and the Minotaur don't understand how he can pay the money back with his body, and Sejun tells the Minotaur to come here and work as a laborer every day. He promises to pay him 1 tower coin every day, and like that he can pay his debt. The Minotaur has never heard of such an arrangement and confirms it with Sejun, who smugly shows off how good an employee he is and tells the Minotaur that the working conditions will be good. He states that the Minotaur will get food while he works here and he can eat as much green onion as he likes. Sejun tries to establish himself as a kind employee, and as he asks the Minotaur what he thinks, he finds him overexcited. The thought of getting to eat delicious grass every day makes him agree to the work agreement without learning more about the terms and conditions. Sejun says that they have a deal and asks the Minotaur to come to work starting tomorrow. The Minotaur is really happy to get this job and shakes Sejun's hand while Theo watches them, completely baffled. He has learned another great business tactic from Sejun, that when one does not have money, one can pay with their body. He thinks that Sejun really is a genius and writes down his golden advice before he forgets it. I wonder how the girls are going to react when the cat merchant asks them to pay for his services with their bodies. Soon, Sejun and Theo say goodbye to the Minotaur, and Sejun tells the cat merchant that he did a great job in catching the thief, which led to him getting a new worker. Theo is excited to hear this and asks Sejun to elaborate on how well he did. He smugly replies that Theo will get his sales cat status extended by 1 month, but he does not seem to be happy about it. Theo clings to Sejun's leg and demands better rewards, even as Sejun tries to shoo him away, fearing his only pants are going to get ripped. The next day, Sejun and his black rabbit friend get to work hunting the crayfish that have completely replaced the piranhas in the pond. This time, the black warrior rabbit does most of the hunting and smacks the crayfish without mercy, while Sejun only finishes them off with his dagger. Sejun looks back at the pile of crayfish they have hunted and the 2 rabbits transporting more of the hunt to the pile. He decides that this much is enough for feeding Queuing and his mom and says they should stop now. The black rabbit hears his words and comes out of the pond, and Sejun praises him, saying he worked hard this time too, and the result of his practice is showing. Then suddenly, the black warrior rabbit starts glowing, and neither he nor anyone else has any idea what is happening. Suddenly, his wooden hammer starts levitating and shining like a Pokemon that is about to evolve. In its bright state, its shape changes, and it transforms into a hammer with one pointed end. Sejun exclaims that the shape of the hammer changed, and the surprised black rabbit is still trying his best to process what just happened. However, as Sejun says that this is different from regular level up, and it seems that the black warrior rabbit has achieved his second awakening, he becomes more confident. As Sejun says he did amazing, and his siblings clap for him, the black rabbit feels like a celebrity. Then Sejun tells him that he will leave all the work of crayfish hunting to him from now on, and the rabbit gives him a thumbs up, probably wanting to tell him that he did all the work today too. Just then, the mama bear calls out to Sejun, but he doesn't speak bear, so he goes out and asks the bear and her cub what she was saying. Queuing points towards the rock that works as the base for the manual elevator, and Sejun is astonished as he sees a beehive under it. He loudly asks since when it has been there, and his voice brings out the new queen bee. The cute queen bee is so excited about seeing her master that she immediately rushes towards him. Sejun is initially taken aback a little, but then he recognizes her as the second-gen poisonous queen bee that hatched from the egg he was caring for. As the queen bee cuddles with him, Sejun smiles and tells her that it is a pleasure meeting her. He asks her where she was till now, because even though he found out that he was imprinted as her owner, she was not nearby, and that caused him a lot of worry. The bee then calls out her children from her hive and introduces them to their human grandfather. Sejun is happy to see them and realizes that the second queen bee left without telling him to create her own swarm, and he is relieved that she returned to him quickly, safely, and soundly. Queuing is also curious about her, and Sejun tells him to greet the new queen bee, who hatched from her cocoon not long ago. As the queen bee perches on Sejun's hat, he tells Queuing that he should take care to protect her hive well, because that way she will work hard to make the honey he loves so much. Queuing is really excited to hear that, and the new batch of bees immediately take a liking to him and pat him as he rejoices. Queuing's mom is also happy to see her son making some more friends. Then suddenly, the Black Minotaur comes there and tells Sejun he is here to start working. Sejun welcomes him, but then suddenly, the whole atmosphere changes. The mama bear stomps her foot so hard that Sejun almost loses his balance before she lets out a terrifying roar. Even the Minotaur is taken aback for a bit, but then he realizes that the boss of this area, the Crimson Giant Bear, is standing in front of him. The mama bear is ready to fight against the intruder, and Minotaurs are not one to back from a fight because they are a warrior species. The Black Minotaur says he never thought he would run into the Red Bear so soon as he gets ready to fight. Sejun realizes that this means trouble, and he tries to calm down Kyung's mom, asking her not to fight. He asks her to listen to him, but she just smacks him away along with her son. Theo and the rabbits come out of the cave because they heard the noise, and the cat asks Sejun what is going on here. Sejun puts Theo on his shoulder and asks him to somehow stop the fight as he rushes to the two fighting giants. Sejun says that they will get hurt if they fight, and he can only rely on the sales cat. He reaches them and tells both of them to stop, but it does not appear like they are going to obey. Sejun tells the mama bear that the Minotaur is here to work and he is not an enemy. She says something, and Theo interprets that she wants Sejun to go back to his cave because she cannot tolerate the Minotaur who invaded her territory. Seeing that her case is hopeless, Sejun goes to the Minotaur and asks him to understand at least. However, he declares he is from a warrior race, therefore he won't avoid a battle. Sejun is aghast as he wonders what he should do, but then Kyung approaches Theo, who snitches to Sejun that the baby bear wants his churu. Theo asks Sejun to scold the bear, but then another problem pops up in front of him. He gets a message from the tower manager Eileen, who is begging Sejun for something to eat as her mouth is bored, and that honestly sounds like me. Sejun tells her that he is a bit busy right now because the Minotaur and the mama bear are fighting. Eileen doesn't really care, but she still asks Sejun why there is a Minotaur here and then tells him to resolve the fight quickly because she is hungry right now. Sejun complains that if it were that easy, he would have already done it, but neither of the two monsters is willing to listen to him. Meanwhile, Kyung is chewing his shirt because he is hungry, and Theo interprets the same for him, while the rabbits also look at Sejun eagerly because it is their lunch time too. On the other hand, the mama bear and the Minotaur are almost ready to clash, and Theo is still pestering Sejun to return to the cave to give him some food. The constant stress from all sides makes Sejun reach his limits, and he furiously declares that if no one listens to him, he won't give them any food. That's the technique my mom uses on me and my siblings. His words immediately stun everyone into obedience, and they realize that fighting means staying hungry. The mama bear and the Minotaur are stunned, but not more than Kyung and the rabbits. But the most shocked by this declaration is our tower manager, Eileen, who screams from her cabin. Theo also clings to Sejun with tears in his eyes and apologizes to Sejun, saying that he was wrong, even though he did nothing but translate for others. Sejun is still fuming, and all the creatures around him have learned that it is not wise to make the only food producer angry. From small to big ones, everyone shivers as they fear that Sejun will really keep them hungry today. Now, Sejun furiously commands everyone to sit down, and it's not a surprise that they obey. From the little rabbits to the giant crimson bear and the black minotaur, all creatures sit before him. Even Aileen sits down on her knees in her cave because she is terrified of Sejun's rage now. Sejun then addresses the mama bear and the minotaur, saying that if they both go on a rampage like this, not just the field and the crops but other people around them, like him and the rabbits, will also be harmed. The two giant monsters seem to understand his words, and then Sejun thinks of an interesting way to break their fight and make them come to an understanding. He thinks that having a meal together will bring them closer and immediately turns to his rabbit friends. The rabbits wonder what he wants, and he tells them that it is time to eat now as he claps his hands. Soon, the rabbits get to work. The black warrior rabbit effortlessly hunts down crayfish and normal fish with his upgraded hammer, while the sickle rabbit harvests spring onions for everyone. One rabbit grills corns, while the remaining two transport food, with the fat cart rabbit drooling as he carries roasted corns. In the meantime, Sejun is roasting the spring onions on a cast iron pan, and soon the entire tasting menu is ready. They have grilled corn, roasted fish, and roasted spring onions, which are a grand surprise for the two fighting giants. They start eating, and the Minotaur thanks Sejun for the food. Sejun sits in front of them and tells them to take their time to eat. He also sends a basket of grilled corn to the tower manager, Aileen, and tells her to enjoy it. Aileen takes it and thanks Sejun. The Minotaur remarks how delicious the food is as he stretches his hand towards the corn platter, but at the same time, Mama Bear also wants a corn. As their hands reach near, the situation again gets tense, and they are ready to fight with each other over food. Sejun and the rabbits wonder how to calm them down, and he decides to start with some introductions. He tells both of them to hear him while they eat. First, he introduces Kyung's mom as the bodyguard and protector of the fields. The Mama Bear is grumpy as her introduction is going on, but Kyung is happy that his name was called. Then Sejun goes to introduce the Minotaur, but he hasn't even learned his name yet. The Minotaur introduces himself as Ox number 3. Sejun just repeats that and says that from now on, Ox number 3 is going to help him with the fieldwork. Kyung's mom is not impressed, and then Sejun addresses both the giants and tells them that they must not fight here, because if they do, there will be no food for them. Both the Mama Bear and the Minotaur are terrified that they won't get anything to eat if they fight, and they decide to leave behind their enmity for the sake of food. They shake hands, like the enmity between North Korea and South Korea has come to an end. They don't leave each other's hands for quite some time, and Sejun thinks they like each other better now. Theo also tells him that the Mama Bear wants him to focus on the handshake. After that, Ox number 3 asks Sejun the most important question. He wants to know what kind of work he needs to do here. Sejun realizes that the Minotaur was too greedy for food and forgot the most important part. As he cuddles with Theo on his lap, he tells him that the work he has to do is obvious. After that, Sejun takes Ox 3 to the vast barren plains outside his cave. He tells him to dig up this field just like he did during the blue moon. Sejun tells Minotaur that he just needs to turn the soil upside down and bring up the soft, fertile soil on the surface of this patch of land before lunch. The Minotaur thinks it is child's play and asks Sejun if this is all he needs to do, and he will be given lunch for doing this on top of breakfast and paid for doing that. Sejun says, of course, he will get some good benefits because he is a kind employer. Ox number 3 immediately gets to work and crouches on the field, and Sejun and Theo curiously watch him. The Minotaur brings forth its real power and enlarges its horns, and Sejun and the cat merchant are stunned to see it. The Minotaur starts digging through the soil with unbelievable speed. It almost does an action between sprinting and swimming through the field as it moves loudly. The Minotaur is lost in the fantasy of the food he will receive after doing this work. He is motivated to work hard because of it, and Sejun is happy with that. He thinks that now it will be very easy to plow the ground, and plans to plant spring onions on the ground outside because it is a hassle to carry out small portions of the crop one at a time whenever they have to eat outside. His rabbit friends agree with him, and they have already prepared ahead of time for this. The shovel rabbit and the watering can rabbit are ready to work, while the cart rabbit has the cut stems of spring onions in his cart. Sejun tells them that, for some reason, he feels like he needs to increase the yield of his spring onions, and doing that is not that difficult either. While Ox number 3 shows off his muscles to Kyung, who is the son of the monster who was his archenemy just now, Sejun is in the foreground, planting spring onion stems in freshly cultivated soil. He knows that all they have to do to increase the area under the spring onion is harvest moderately grown spring onion leaves, leaving only the portion close to the roots. Soon, the roots of the spring onion will split, and new plants will grow from the cut portion. After that, all that is left is to separate the new growth from the original plant and replant it. He thinks that the new roots he has now are quite healthy. By expanding his field by 200 units of a Korean land area measurement unit, Sejun gets 200 XP. The field expansion is complete, and Sejun is really happy that it was much easier than he thought it would be. As he holds the last root of the unplanted spring onion in his hand, he thinks that spring onions grow really fast inside the tower. He thinks that if they exploit this feature well, they can expand their outdoor field many times its original size in no time. They just need to cut the onions close to the base, and each time they split, they should plant them on new land. However, there is one more problem Sejun needs to solve now. He sees his rabbit friends watering the freshly planted spring onions with their watering cans. Suddenly, the water coming from Father Rabbit's watering can stops, and he smacks it so that it will start working again. It is neither an old remote nor your child that will start working by doing that. Sejun approaches him with unsolicited advice and says that there is a limited amount of water in the watering can. Even though it seems like too much, it eventually ends, and they cannot water the entire field with just that. He thinks that this will be a more serious problem if the field expands while the two rabbits are confused about what to do. Then suddenly, Sejun notices light coming out of the father rabbit's body, signaling that he is about to evolve. The father rabbit also seems pleasantly surprised about this change, and his watering can suddenly turn golden as he evolves. He is really happy, and Sejun shares his enthusiasm. He congratulates the father rabbit on evolving, even though it was a bit later than his son, the black warrior rabbit. He thinks that because he used his watering can to its limit many times recently, he unlocked its golden skin. The timing is also perfect because if the amount of water increases after the evolution, it will help with field irrigation. Sejun asks the father rabbit if the capacity has increased, and the father rabbit signals him that the water holding capacity of the can has increased by 2 times. Sejun exclaims on hearing this and declares that they don't have to worry about expanding the field now, with the rabbits joining him. Meanwhile, the boss of the 99th floor, the leader of the Minotaurs, is getting impatient because Ox number 3 has not yet returned from the mission he has been sent to. Soon, it will be another new experience for Sejun, as it is the first time he is taking the baby rabbits out of the cave. He has carried them outside in his backpack, and as he takes them out, they begin exploring the area. Hyung and Theo are in front of them, and Sejun introduces the baby rabbits to the baby bear, whom they have never seen before. Hyung is happy to meet the rabbits, who are curious and approach him. He licks one of them, and the rabbits try to run away because they are startled. After they have gained some distance and fallen to the ground in their haste, they realize that the bear is not dangerous, and they all jump on him. Hyun laughs and rolls on his back as the rabbits are on his belly. Sejun is pleased that the bear cub can look after the baby rabbits well, but Theo is not happy that he is not getting any attention from his rabbit niece and nephews. He scoffs, saying that Hyun has met the rabbits just today, but he is already their uncle. He asks the baby rabbits to come with him so that their uncle can take them on an adventure outside the cave. However, not even a single rabbit leaves the comfiness of the Crimson Bear. They are having fun with him, and Theo is devastated. He breaks down as he says that the babies forgot their uncle and terms this as the top betrayal in history. Sejun just remarks that kids grow fast, and Theo throws a tantrum as he says that they abandoned him after all the things he went through to raise them. Sejun picks up the sad cat and tells him to not be so sad. He puts Theo on his lap as he tells him to sit here comfortably and eat some churro. Theo accepts his offer, and then Sejun asks him if it isn't almost time for him to go down to the lower floors for his trade trip. The cat merchant sighs as he says that he wants to go down too but can't do that. Sejun asks him to elaborate, and Theo nervously narrates the incident with the Silver Wolf mercenaries while Hyung plays with the rabbits. Sejun is shocked to learn that a bunch of wolves were looking for this straw hat. Theo apologizes, saying that he can't go down because things have become quite troublesome for him. Sejun realizes that the straw hat is quite special and its effects are great, but it is still an unnecessary item for anyone who is not a farmer. He wonders who would try to steal it and ponders if there are tower farmers on other floors too. As he puts the straw hat back on his head, Sejun confidently smiles and tells Theo that he doesn't need to worry about that anymore because he has a way to solve his problem. Theo is shocked to hear that Sejun has a solution and asks him what he can do from this remote floor. He asks Sejun to tell him about his idea, and Sejun tells him to hire some bodyguards for his protection. He suggests that he can hire Ox number 3 as a free mercenary to guard him, and Theo is amazed by the idea that never crossed his mind before. A free mercenary was another job class inside the tower, just like wandering merchants. Only those who are born within the tower can have this job class, and most often, tough creatures like crocodiles, wolves, and dogs choose this line of work. Through an agreement between the Free Mercenary Association and the Wandering Merchant Association, the free mercenaries are also allowed to use the merchant passageway at any time by paying the toll. Moreover, if a wandering merchant makes a request, even those who are not registered as free mercenaries can be temporarily hired, and they will also get the right to cross the passageway, and that is what Sejun wants Theo and Ox number 3 to do. Sejun tells Theo that he would love to go down the tower as a free mercenary too, but just like wandering merchants, this job class was exclusive to only those who were born within the tower. Theo is impressed that he remembered this bit, and then he turns to the more important question and asks Sejun if Ox number 3 will be ready to act as a free mercenary. He is not certain that he will be up for the task because, even with his great power, he is just a monster from the 99th floor. Sejun had also considered this possibility, and that is why he has another idea for that. Sejun declares that if Ox number 3 decides to accompany Theo to the lower floors as his bodyguard, He is going to pay him 3 tower coins, which is 3 times his daily pay. Theo is greatly impressed by his idea and takes off Sejun's hat to pat his head. He calls him the genius chairman and says that he could never have thought of such a brilliant idea. Sejun tries to act modest, saying that Theo can also do this with experience. He puts his hat back on as he takes out a packet of churro and asks him if he wants to eat it now. Needless to say, Theo is excited for his snack time in Sejun's lap. As he eats the churro, Theo thinks that one day he will take this situation as an example and use it himself too. On the other hand, Ox number 3 is at his home, and he nervously looks around before leaving for work. However, his girlfriend catches him leaving and asks him where he is going. Ox number 3 is startled, and his girlfriend angrily complains that she has been looking for him for 3 days since he was not anywhere nearby. I am not a biology expert, but I can say that a cow's milk udders are not where they are with this one. As the minotaur named Ox or cow number 4 walks towards her boyfriend, he is terrified. He nervously tells her that it is nothing and tries to shoo her away, but this makes her even more suspicious. Cow number 4 takes a good look at his face, which looks more healthy and full, and she deduces that he has been eating somewhere secretly. Ox number 3 is speechless and nervous, and then his girlfriend starts shaking him, telling him to take her where there is food. He tries to tell her that it is just all in her head, but cow number 4 is not to be gaslighted so easily, and she tells him that if he doesn't tell her the truth, she will tell everything to the commander who has been looking for him. She claims that everyone will know that Ox number 3 has been eating something in secret, and then he will be punished. He is terrified of her threat and gives up, letting his girlfriend celebrate that she won another battle against him. Ox number 3 leads her while telling her to be quiet because the place he is taking her is a secret. She promises to stay silent after hearing this. Soon, they reach Sejun's cave, where he comes out using the manual elevator and is stunned to see another minotaur outside his house. Theo is also surprised, and while Ox number 3 is nervous about his partner, cow number 4 is just curious. Sejun comes out of the cave and asks Ox number 3 if he brought a friend, and the cow introduces herself before telling Sejun that her boyfriend told her they could get grass if they dug up the ground. Ox number 3 nervously asks Sejun if he can let his girlfriend work here too, saying that if she is not given food, she will be in big trouble. Sejun can only stare at him with mild disappointment. He thinks for a bit and then says that plowing the field is not a top priority now, so he doesn't need more workers to do that. He then gets an idea and tells cow number 4 that he will hire her, but for another job. She is eager to hear him out, and Sejun tells her that the wandering merchant cat Theo is being threatened by a bunch of wolves right now. Theo also smiles as he says things are troublesome, and then Sejun continues his explanation. He tells the cow that if she agrees to become Theo's bodyguard as a free mercenary, he is going to give her 3 tower coins per trip, which is 3 times more than her boyfriend's daily wage. He asks her what she thinks, and cow number 3 directly tells him that she does not want that. Sejun is taken aback and asks her if she doesn't want to work, but the cow tells him that she can't eat tower coins. Sejun realizes that he took the wrong approach, and he immediately corrects his offer, telling the cow that she will get 3 meals a day plus snacks if she takes up the job. She doesn't hesitate, even for a bit, and says that she is ready to leave the job right away. Even Ox number 3 is willing to become a free mercenary for food, and Sejun realizes that they are both crazy for food. He agrees with letting both of them serve as Theo's bodyguards because that would be more reliable. Sejun tells them that he will also pack up some food so that they can eat while they are traveling too, much to their delight. Cow number 4 hugs her boyfriend, saying that she is really happy that he introduced her to such a good place, and he blushes as he says that he is also happy working with her. Seeing them get cozy with each other makes Sejun feel jealous because he has never had a girlfriend his entire life. Soon after that, Sejun gets busy working and harvests green onion leaves from his outdoor field. The field is vast, and therefore the amount of leaves he has harvested is great too. However, as he stares at the pile of leaves with the parent rabbits by his side, he wonders if this will be enough to feed the 2 minotaurs. Just then, Theo comes there and asks Sejun if he should take all the grass with him, and he asks him if this will fit in his bundle. Sejun is concerned that Theo won't have space to carry the cherry tomatoes if he takes this much grass, but he assures him that there is no need to worry. Theo unfurls his bag and throws it over the pile of leaves. The bag magically sucks all the green onion leaves inside and falls into Theo's hand as Sejun exclaims that the bag seems to fit more stuff than usual this time. Theo smugly tells him that it is because now he is a mid-level wandering merchant. He shows off his badge to Sejun, telling him that when he got promoted to a mid-level merchant, the capacity of his bundle also increased. Sejun is curious about this and takes a good look at Theo's badge and realizes that its color is different than before. Theo complains like a tsundere girlfriend, calling Sejun tactless for noticing it just now. Sejun pulls his cheeks as he tells him to stop wasting time and get ready quickly for his sales trip. After that, he tells the cat that this time he has a present for his family that he wants to send them and asks him if he knows what to do. Theo is not really in the mood to reply because he is still upset about his cheeks being pulled. Then he smugly tells Sejun that he has it and tells him to leave things to him. Soon after that, he leaves with the 2 minotaurs flanking him on both sides to guard him from unseen threats. Sejun tells them to take care, and he asks the 2 minotaurs to protect Theo well. He watches them go, with his best bud, the black rabbit sitting on his shoulder and the other rabbits standing on the ground. Sejun thinks out loud, asking himself if the minotaurs won't try eating Theo after finishing all the onion leaves, and the black rabbit is terrified of his pessimistic thought process. Meanwhile, in the beautiful passageway village, which is the living area for wandering merchants inside a cave in a giant tree, the wolf mercenaries are waiting for Theo. One of them brings food for the group, and their captain, Elka, tells him that he did a great job. He asks him about the money they have left, and the wolf tells him that they are almost out of money. The third wolf, Elko, is upset and whiny, and he refuses to eat as Elka offers him food. He is feeling sad and homesick and asks the captain how long they have to stay in this place. He complains that he is tired of staying here and watching people pass by, and now he wants to return to their home on the 85th floor. This makes Captain Elka furious, and he shouts at Elko, telling him to stop saying nonsense. He asks him to think about their tribe members on the 85th floor who are waiting for them to succeed in the mission while they starve. He says that if they cannot complete this mission, they won't be able to receive their food rations from the landlord grid, and the survival of their tribe depends on them now. Elka is determined to succeed in this mission, and Elko cries while apologizing to him. He admits that he was wrong and asks the captain to not be angry with him. Elka sighs and lets go of his anger, and then tells the whining wolf to eat something even though he is not feeling like it. The second wolf also comforts Elko, telling him that this is the precious food they bought from the money that their tribe gathered for this mission, and they must use it well to remain strong. He offers the food to Elka too, but just as he takes it, the captain notices something and immediately gets ready for chase. He has smelled Theo before he can see him, and just as he confirms his presence, he swears that this time he will make sure to obtain information about the straw hat from him at all costs. Unaware of the dangers waiting for him, Theo is casually strolling through the passage village, but there is something else that has attracted everyone's attention. The 2 giant minotaurs are exotic races for all of them, and the merchants stare at them in awe. They exclaim that they could have never seen black minotaurs in their lives because they were from the 99th floor, which might as well be on another planet. The merchants are really excited to meet the wandering merchant who hired them as free mercenaries. They believe that he must be the Elon Musk of the wandering merchants, but they are in for a surprise as Theo is standing right in front of them and asking them if they are talking about him. The 2 doggy merchants look at him with surprise and wonder what the deal is with the overconfident-looking wandering cat merchant standing in front of them. Theo declares loudly that he is the magnificent wandering merchant who has hired the minotaurs as free mercenaries, almost acting like a mad villain. As he laughs maniacally, the other 2 merchants ask him if he really is the employer because he doesn't look like it. They claim that they are hearing the name Theo for the first time, and they tell him that he shouldn't lie to them just for some fake hype. Theo is furious at this and decides to show off his authority by summoning the minotaurs to his side. However, as he turns around to see them, all he finds is a vacant lot. Theo is embarrassed and also panics because losing his bodyguards like this is a big deal, and he wonders where the 2 food-oriented muscleheads went. They are actually running around, exploring the food options in the market, as everyone should have guessed. Cow 4 points towards the cabbages on sale and tells her boyfriend that it was quite an odd-shaped grass, while the poor rodent merchant selling them is afraid for his life. The poor guy is shivering and crying as he sees the 2 giant minotaurs, who don't even realize his dilemma. Cow number 4 asks him if he sells this grass, while ox number 4 remarks that it looks delicious. The poor rodent merchant can only beg for them to spare his life, as he squeaks. He would have given his products to the 2 minotaurs for free out of fear if Theo had not arrived there just in time. Theo is fuming as he walks towards the 2 minotaurs and calls out to them, saying that he has been looking for them everywhere. He lashes out at them, saying that they have been hired as mercenaries and that they should do their job properly by protecting him. He asks them what the hell are they doing here, and ox number 3 nervously apologizes, saying that they got sidetracked because things here were so interesting. Even Theo is a bit taken aback as he hears this and asks them if this is their first time coming to the Passage Village, and the ox affirms, saying that they have never left the 99th floor before this, so it is indeed their first time outside. Then ox number 3 asks Theo why this place is called the Merchant Passage, because he has heard that everyone born in the tower has the right to access the tower's passage. He feels it is excessive to call it the Merchant Passage when they are not the only ones who use it. Theo laughs at his question and calls the Minotaur a country bumpkin from the 99th floor if he doesn't know this, and ox number 3 considers that statement racist. Theo wants to show off his knowledge, but any show-off is incomplete until others are looking up at him. So he spots a carriage nearby and jumps atop it to begin his lecture about the history of the Tower Passage. He tells the confused Minotaur couple that the mid-level wandering merchant Theo will now kindly explain some important things to them. He starts the story, which takes place a long time ago, much before the tower was as organized as it is now. He claims that in the earliest days, all the passageways of the tower were arbitrarily stretched out like the branches of a tree, going from the first floor to the 99th floor. That wasn't a good thing at all, because living in the tower was like playing a real-life version of snakes and ladders at that time. There were too many passages. No one knew which one led them where, and on top of that, no one knew which passages were safe and which ones had dangers in them. At that time, a group of brave hearts assembled and decided to sort things out. They were the first wandering merchants of the tower who joined forces to organize the passages. They took care of the dangerous pathways and reinforced the safe ones to be used by others. The merchants were assisted by the two other forces in the tower, namely, the Free Mercenary Association and the Magic Tower. They entered into an agreement with each other to develop and manage the passages, with the mercenaries and magic users providing the manpower, while merchants provided resources to run the passages. However, since the management rights went to the Wandering Merchant Association, the passages were called merchant passageways. Theo's lecture impresses ox number 3 and his girlfriend, who clap for him, saying that he is quite well informed, and the cat basks in the glory. Theo confidently says that this much is the basic knowledge for a mid-level wandering merchant, when it was something even simpler than that. This information was given on the first page of the Guide to Beginner Wandering Merchants, and Theo has that evil grin on his face as he thanks himself for reading it beforehand. He then continues his lecture, saying that while all residents of the tower can access the passages, there are also premium passages that are hidden behind the paywall. He claims that these paid pathways can only be used by merchants, and they act like shortcuts to their destination. As ox number 3 holds out his hand for Theo to jump into it, he asks him to elaborate about the paid passages. Theo jumps onto his palm, saying that it is just as the name suggests. Only merchants and those who can pay can use it, and right now, they are able to cross it because of him. He explains that if they go through a normal route, it will take a long time to reach their destination. Also, the Passage Village was the center of the area where all the paid passageways are concentrated. Theo climbs down from the Minotaur's hand, declaring that they have to go to the 38th floor, so they will use the paid passageway that takes them down quickly to the 40th floor, and from there they will transfer to the regular passageway. Ox number 3 says that this way appears to be too complicated, and Theo agrees. That is why, before they start the second leg of their journey downwards, they must eat something. The two Minotaurs are more excited than him to take their lunch break and even start drooling as they follow Theo to his favorite fish restaurant. However, as he turns around to ask the Minotaurs what they like, the leader of the wolf mercenaries, Elka, pounces on him, ready to end his game. Theo realizes the danger when he is too close to him and freaks out as the big bad wolf makes its landing right next to him. Elka stares at him menacingly, saying that he finally found the wandering cat merchant. Theo is trembling from fear as he recalls the wolf mercenary who attacked him before. The wolf asks him to tell him where he got the straw hat from, totally unaware that something massive, fast, and heavy is coming towards him. He was lucky that the black Minotaur missed his punch on purpose, because otherwise it would be his skull that would be crushed instead of the ground. Elka backs away, still ready to fight, as he wonders what the hell a Minotaur is doing here. Ox number 3 asks him who he is, and Theo screams that he is the wolf who attacked him before. He explains that he is the leader of the gang that has been chasing after him, and the Black Minotaur is ready to deal with him right away. He steps forward, saying that they should get rid of him, but just then, the other two wolves jump in on the action to support their captain. They are aiming at ox number 3, but they don't know that his girl has got his back. Cow number 4 quickly covers for her boyfriend, punches the two wolves, and sends them flying. Their leader, Elka, is worried about them, while cow number 4 says that she didn't know there were 2 more of the cute puppies. She tells her man to keep protecting Theo while she takes care of the wolves, and he leaves all of the fighting to her. Theo is uncertain about her fighting abilities and asks ox number 4 if his girl will be fine on her own. But he replies that they are the minotaurs of the 99th floor, and such little dogs are no match to their power. Then he blushes as he hypes up his girl, saying that she is even stronger than him, and Theo doesn't really get what is happening. He still yells at cow number 4 to not kill the wolves, but she replies that she can't promise anything yet because she doesn't know how weak her opponents are. She walks towards the 3 wolves, who are getting up and regrouping. Elka asks the other 2 if they are fine, and they reply that they are still okay. They ask him what they should do now, and Elka replies that they cannot back away now. He is serious about getting Theo and claims that if they fail to capture him here, they won't have any other chances. He takes the lead and tells his subordinates to get ready to fight because they will need to combine their strength to defeat the big monster in front of them. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, something entirely different is happening. The sickle rabbit is using her immaculate skills with her tool to groom everyone. She finishes giving her chunky brother a haircut, and Sejun claps for her, saying that her skills are extraordinary. She has trimmed the fur of the black warrior rabbit before the fat boy, and both of them are pleased now. Next up is Sejun's turn to get a fresh fade, and he claims that he is getting too uncomfortable because of his long hair. His hair has been coming down to his eyes and causing him a lot of problems, so he just needs the sickle rabbit to cut down the length a bit. He wears a cloth made of the same old green onion leaves while the sickle rabbit climbs on a stone to reach his level, and Queuing watches them from behind. The bear cub tries to tell the sickle rabbit something, but his warm, moist breath tickles her, and she prepares to launch a devastating sneeze by rabbit standards. Unfortunately for Sejun, she still had her sickle in hand while she sneezed and managed to slice off a patch of hair from his head. That kind of reminds me of that one Mr. Bean episode. It may be funny to us, but the sickle rabbit and Queuing are absolutely mortified to see what they have done. Poor Sejun has no idea what has happened, and he is still looking forward to getting a haircut. 3 silver wolf mercenaries, who are ready to face the challenge in front of them in the form of cow number 4. Despite knowing that they are not strong enough, they rush towards her. Their leader, Elka, takes the lead and leaps high in the air to attack cow number 4 from above. She gets ready to punch him into oblivion, but that was what the wolves were banking on. Their plan involved letting her loosen her defenses as she got on the offense, and a second wolf came to her side, shocking her. The third one also rushes towards her foot from the other side, and cow number 4 realizes that she is surrounded. 2 of the wolves bite her arm and leg, while Elka prepares to deal the finishing blow. He holds her horn and yanks her head to the side, exposing her neck. He quickly swings behind her and uses all of his jaw strength to bite down on her neck. Cow number 4 stands incredibly still as the 3 wolves bite her, because they were not doing any damage to her. Elka realizes that his sharp fangs weren't able to cut through the minotaur's tough skin, and he wonders what the hell is happening here. Cow number 4 asks him if he is surprised before rubbing salt on his wounds, telling him that a minotaur's skin can't be pierced through so easily. Then she gets on the offensive and smacks the wolf biting her arm with what looks like her milkers, I suppose. I guess she punishes her boyfriend like that too when he makes a mistake. In any case, the minotaur milker slap is too powerful for the silver wolf, who bleeds from his nose as he is flung away. Cow number 4 grabs him and then eats him away towards the wooden staircase. The wolf who was biting on her feet till now loosens his grip as he sees a comrade getting injured. But that was a serious mistake because a kick from cow number 4 was waiting for him. He also gets flung away, and now only Elka is left on the minotaur's shoulder. He realizes that there is no chance for them to win as his friends got taken down with a single hit. However, he is determined to not let her go, but that doesn't happen since cow number 4 yanks him away from her shoulder and slams him into the ground. Elka takes some damage and then looks pitiful as cow number 4 readies to finish him. As her heavy punch comes right towards his face, he screams no in his mind, and then his memories suddenly drift to his childhood. His grandfather was once the wise and respected leader of the tribe of silver wolves. He used to often tell him stories about how they were the pure-blooded silver wolves. When they die and become spirits, they turn into guardian spirits that protect the living members of the tribe. Their tribe was stronger than those of other wolves, and they also had the ability to grow their skills to track and hunt prey. They could inherit the will of their ancestors, and that made them proud silver wolves. Elka's grandfather used to tell him that their honor is the honor of the ancestors, and they must behave properly and live proudly, so that they do not ruin the honor of the ancestors who guided them. His grandfather told him that by living their lives honorably, they would arrive at an answer to their life's purpose one day. At that time, little Elka was really excited to hear those stories and promised his grandfather that he would live for the honor of his ancestors. However, instead of finding an answer about his life's purpose, all the young wolf found was a long-lasting famine that dried up all their food sources. One day, he found a fish in the remains of a pond and brought it back home, where the adults were on their edge because of the famine. There was nothing to eat, and Western tribes were even pillaging and slaughtering one another for food. The fire of their pillaging soon came to Elka's village too. The attackers burned their village and killed everyone who could not escape, and Elka could only get carried away by his parents as he saw his grandfather sacrificing his life to save them. Years later, he became the new chieftain himself and led his tribe through the wasteland. One day, his tribesmen asked him if it was true that he had started to work under the landlord grid. They asked him if he was not embarrassed to trample on the honor of their ancestors by doing that. Not only was he serving someone, he was serving the lowly boar, who was the one who caused all this in the first place. Elka commanded them to shut up, saying that they had no other way to survive. Even living for one more day was no less than a miracle, and he wanted to do everything he could to save the children. He was determined to sacrifice his honor and everything along with it for the sake of his tribe's children. I'm not crying. The onion-cutting ninjas are in my room. Elka thought that his ancestors would understand his reasons, even as he served a fat, greedy pig landlord and did his dirty deeds. On the command of Grid, he harassed and extorted money from ordinary creatures and killed those who failed to pay. As he waits for the Minotaur's punch to finish him, Elka only wants to know if his grandfather understands him. Lucky for him, cow number 4 was not as heartless as she let on and had spared his life. She hit the area next to his head, but Elka was already knocked out cold because of the mental and emotional stress. He keeps saying that he would do all things for the sake of children, as Theo comes to check up on him. Theo checks the wolf and wonders if he really passed out, and cow number 4 suggests an idea to deal with him for good. She wants to break his legs so that he cannot follow them around anymore, and Theo panics on hearing that. He acts vain and kind at the same time, saying that even though the sin of going after his life is too great, breaking the wolf's legs is too cruel. He commands the 2 minotaurs to take the wolves away for now, because it should be Sejun who makes the decision about them. The minotaurs obey his order and pick up the 3 unconscious wolves. Meanwhile, something interesting is going on with Sejun in his cave. He was getting a haircut in the last chapter, and to say the least, it started horribly. Now he has a blind spot on the back of his head that shines like a diamond, and queuing in the sickle rabbit, who are responsible for this, are sweating buckets. They discuss amongst themselves and wonder what to do, but Sejun asks them why it is taking so long. He checks his hair, asking them if the haircut is complete, and the 2 culprits realize they are so screwed now. Sejun soon finds the bald spot on his head, and he freaks out, while Queuing and Sickle Rabbit wonder what to do now. The Queen Poison Bee also comes there and takes a look at Sejun's bald spot, which is not visible to him. He thinks that if he knew something like this would happen, he would have asked Theo to get him a mirror. The Sickle Rabbit sincerely apologizes for being a bad barber, but Sejun tells her that it is okay since everyone makes mistakes. He tries to calm her by saying that no one will even notice it, since he is the only human here and everyone else is a monster. He laughs as he puts his straw hat on, saying that if he uses this, no one can even see it. He keeps on laughing as he says that it is fine, but then goes to sulk in the corner because it is not fine after all. As Sejun is sitting in a corner, the mother rabbit comes there and asks her daughter in Queuing what is happening. On learning that the Sickle Rabbit messed up Sejun's hair, she gets furious at her, and through his tears, Sejun tells her that he is fine. The mother rabbit can see that he is not fine, so she volunteers to fix the mess caused by her daughter. She tells Sejun to sit down for a haircut again and takes out a pair of sharp scissors from her 4th dimension pocket. On the other hand, our favorite tower manager, Aileen, is reading a book while snacking on cherry tomatoes. She says that reading is fun, but then notices that she is out of cherry tomatoes already, which is not fun at all. Ever since Aileen got bigger, the amount of food she used to get from Sejun has become too little for her now. She can't satisfy her hunger like this, but she can't even risk asking Sejun for more food. Aileen remembers how he misunderstood her last time and asked her if she was a winged pig, and she doesn't want to take that chance again because she is still irritated by it. However, her hunger wins over her fear of embarrassment, and she calls Sejun to give her a snack. However, she sees something in her magic crystal that surprises her. She asks Sejun what happened, and he looks back at her message while being shrouded in an air of mystery. Sejun takes off his hat to reveal his new hairstyle to Aileen. He explains that his hair were getting too long, so the mother rabbit cut it off for him, but he deliberately hides the part about the bald spot. Sejun is feeling a bit awkward about his new haircut, and he asks Aileen if she also thinks the same. Well, judging by how dashing he looks, it might be possible that he just wants Aileen to praise him. Her reactions when she sees him in a new haircut are really animated, and she freaks out in silence for a while. Sejun wonders why is she not answering him for so long, and once again asks her what she thinks about his new hairstyle as he moves his hand in front of the message window. Inside her office, Aileen is blushing like crazy and sweating a lot as she stares at the handsome face of Sejun. She is like a teenager meeting her celebrity crush for the first time, and lets out a scream as Sejun moves closer to the message window, and she sees his face more clearly. She tells him not to come closer to her, and Sejun only wonders if anything is wrong with her. Aileen replies that it is nothing, before saying that she couldn't take her eyes off him for a second. After blurting out her honest feelings, Aileen quickly moves to the reason she contacted him in the first place. She wants food, specifically the crayfish he gave her the other day. Sejun puts his hat back as he sighs, saying, what else could the gluttonous manager contact him for? He tells her that she might have to eat her protein a bit slowly for some time. The crayfish population has been slowly decreasing, and it has fallen to 1/3 of what it used to be. Also, the piranhas are not showing their faces because of the crayfish, and Sejun is at a loss. He complains that he feels empty these days because he is eating only vegetables. Maybe if he had been wiser and more judicious about hunting the fish, it would have been better for him. Sejun then tells Aileen that it feels good to nurture one's body with different types of food and decides to give her some corn instead of meat right now. She asks her if she will be fine with tomatoes and corn, and then remarks that she might have run out of dried sweet potatoes too. Sejun gives a big basket to her, and Aileen thanks him before hesitating to give him another message. Sejun waits for her to finish her sentence, and then Aileen tells him that the new hairstyle suits him. With that, the message window in front of him vanishes, and Sejun has a smug smile on his face as he says that it seems that the stingy tower manager knows to give out compliments as well. However, now that he has dealt with her, he decides to get back to work again. Meanwhile, Aileen is in her cabin, and she is trembling as she holds the basket of corn. She is still red from embarrassment about seeing Sejun earlier. Her chest beats like crazy, even though her heart is supposed to be inactive because of her disease. Aileen wonders what is happening with her, and her best guess is that it is another anomaly in her dragon heart because she doesn't know that it is actually her first love. She shakes away all the thoughts and speculations from her mind as she claims that she was just taken aback to see Sejun in a new look so suddenly. She decides to forget about it all and focuses on eating the food. However, that also reminds her of her love, Sejun, and how he said it would be good to nurture one's body with different kinds of food. Aileen immediately reaches out to her library and searches for a book. She soon finds the Great Cookbook, and smiles to herself as she thinks that she is going to do something special for Sejun. She starts blushing again as she thinks about him, and hides her face behind the book. On the other hand, Theo has finally reached the 38th floor to do business with humans. As soon as he declares his arrival, the human hunters flock towards him. They seem to be even more fired up today, and asks Theo how many tomatoes he has today. They say that a lot of people need the tomatoes right now, and Theo asks them why they are in such a hurry. He then breaks out the good news to them as he carries out a basket from his bundle. He declares that this time, he has a total of 36 cherry tomatoes, which will be sold in batches of 400 each. This is news for the hunters, and a rather shocking one too. They can't believe that Theo has so many cherry tomatoes at once, but it works in their favor. The bidding starts, and the price of each batch of 400 cherry tomatoes reaches up to 200 tower coins before Theo closes the deal. One by one, he sells 4 batches of the cherry tomatoes, and now 2,000 more units are remaining. As Theo is about to proceed with the auction, a man steps up to him and tells him that there is no need for that. He volunteers to buy all of the 2,000 magical cherry tomatoes for 16 tower coins. The man is the subordinate of Michael, the Gaggle Food Company's vice chairman, who sent him here to buy all the D-rank cherry tomatoes he could find. The man looks at other hunters and taunts them, asking if there is anyone who wants to enter a bidding war with the Gaggle Company. Obviously, no one has either money or guts to do that, and Theo sells the rest of his product to the subordinates of Michael. Meanwhile, the rest of the hunters worry about the scarcity of cherry tomatoes in the outside world and complain that it is unfair for a large corporation like Gaggle to monopolize the entire market. Kim Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, also agrees with them and thinks that ordinary hunters like them can't manage to buy anything at this rate. His teammates panic because they wanted the magical cherry tomatoes badly. One of them had even staked his marriage on the chance of impressing his future in-laws with magical cherry tomatoes. As everyone panics, Dongshik is relatively calm because he is personally acquainted with Theo. He also knows about Sejun and thinks that it is easy for him to make a direct connection with him. However, he is in for the shock of a lifetime, as one of the hunters who purchased the cherry tomatoes noticed something new. It was an employee of Gaggle who found out that the information window of the cherry tomato was displaying something new. The name of the cultivator, which was previously hidden, is now shown. Everyone is excited to learn this, and they think that the name of the cultivator sounds Korean. As one of them speaks it out loud, revealing Tower Farmer Park Sejun is the cultivator of the crops, Dongshik can't believe his ears. He snatches a tomato out of one man's hand and says he will return it after taking a look at it. He finds that the information window of the tomato has really been modified, and the name of Sejun is on the bottom as the cultivator of the crop. More than anything else, Dongshik is shocked to learn that Sejun was actually a tower farmer. The revelation of the cultivator's identity creates an uproar among the Gaggle employees. Their leader tells everyone to head back to the earth as fast as they can and find out about the man called Park Sejun. He commands them to mobilize all the manpower they have to ensure that he comes over to their side. The leader of the mission starts laughing like a madman, saying that since he found out about such a vital piece of information, he will certainly be given due credit by Michael. He even thinks that he has secured a promotion for himself with this discovery. However, Dongshik is in panic mode because the connection he has with Sejun has become less valuable. But even more pressing than that is the issue of Sejun's family's safety. Dongshik thinks that the family is in danger because, for the rich, the magical cherry tomatoes are the most valuable thing right now, and they won't stop at anything to get their hands on them. He fears that since they cannot get to Sejun directly, there is a high possibility that those people will try to blackmail him by kidnapping his family so that they can monopolize the supply. Dongshik thinks that according to what he already knows, Sejun has never left the tower because of a quest, and he cannot reach to help his family. He also realizes that Sejun won't know about the situation outside the tower since he has no contacts, and he won't have any idea how dangerous things have suddenly become for his family. Just then, Theo reaches Dongshik to talk about their usual business, and without wasting a moment, Dongshik picks him up and runs away to an isolated spot. Theo is confused and asks him what is wrong, and after confirming that they are alone, Dongshik asks him what the deal is with the cultivator's name in the information window. He asks why the name, which was previously censored, is suddenly visible to all. Theo replies that it is because he became a mid-level wandering merchant, and shows off his badge too. He explains that to protect the suppliers and producers of newbie merchants, their names are hidden, but that feature is taken back when they are promoted. He asks Dongshik what is wrong, only to learn that Sejun's family might be in danger. Theo freaks out on hearing this and wonders what is happening, so Dongshik explains the situation outside the tower to him. He claims that in the real world, everyone is in an uproar because of the magical cherry tomatoes. Till today, everything was fine because the name of the cultivator was hidden. But now that it is revealed, things are different. Dongshik claims that there are many people who won't hesitate to do bad things to get a monopoly over the magical cherry tomatoes, and the easiest way to do this was to target Sejun's family. Theo's jaw drops on hearing this, and he panics as he wonders if all this is his fault. He asks Dongshik if it is because he became a mid-level merchant, and asks what he should do now. He fears that Sejun will be angry at him, but Dongshik tells him to calm down. He promises that he will save Sejun's family at all costs, even if he needs to put the honor of the Phoenix Guild on line for that. Theo thanks him, and Dongshik says that he will quickly return to the lower floors of the tower now. Before he goes, Theo has another favor to ask of him. He takes out 2 baskets from his bundle, saying that they are gifts for Sejun's family. The baskets contain carrots of agility and corn of stamina, and Dongshik can't believe his eyes as he reads their information window. Theo tells him that the reward for completing the favor is the same as the last time, which is 200 magical cherry tomatoes. Dongshik is amazed to see this and remarks that if the world finds out about these crops, it will be a riot. However, he doesn't tell Theo everything and asks him not to worry about anything. Dongshik asks the cat merchant to relay his message to Sejun, telling him that he will deliver everything to his family safely. With that, Theo leaves the 38th floor, and Dongshik thinks that things are getting out of control, and he must inform his master about this. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 38th floor's passageway, the Minotaur couple and the Silver Wolf mercenaries are waiting for Theo. While the Minotaurs munch on grass, the leader of the wolves, Elka, lashes out at them. He calls them small-headed idiots and asks if they have no pride. He asks them how they can be working under a lowly wandering merchant cat and obey him without complaint. He insults them, saying that the legends about the monsters on the 99th floor were fake after all. Cow number 4 is getting irritated because of his rambling and asks her boyfriend if she should hit Elka's head one more time. He tells her that the poor wolf will die if she does that. Just then, Theo comes running to them and tells them that they have to immediately return to the 99th floor because it is an emergency. Ox number 4 asks him what's up, and Theo says that he will explain everything along the way. The Minotaurs pick up the wolves, who continue to curse them as they demand to be freed. However, before they can depart, Sejun tells the Minotaurs to wait for a bit since he has spotted something in a stall. He goes to a stall run by a raccoon merchant and asks him for the price of a necklace with a violet gemstone. The merchant tells him that it is worth 2 tower coins, but Theo is planning to use his ultimate bargaining technique and asks the poor merchant for a discount while the 2 Minotaurs look over him. Meanwhile, Dongshik thought that he cannot handle the matter alone and must seek the help of his master. Dongshik goes to the headquarters of the Awakeners Association in Korea and enters a room that is much below room temperature. Even though he is wearing enough clothes to survive on the North Pole, he is still shivering as he reveals details about Sejun to his boss. Dongshik says that Park Sejun is said to have entered the tower through the vanishing a few months ago, and he quickly rose to level 40 in no time. The man to whom he is revealing this is his master, who reads the detailed report. He says that the precise location of Sejun is not yet known, but he is famous for his magic cherry tomatoes that are sold by a wandering merchant cat. The master is an old man named Han Tae-jun, sitting in the ice-cold room in just a t-shirt and shorts while blasting the AC and fan at full power. He was once the guild master of the Phoenix Guild, but now he has become a member of the Awakened Society of Korea. Dongshik asks Tae-jun if his body is holding up well, and the old man is silent for a while. However, then he repeats his question sarcastically and immediately turns into Endeavor from My Hero Academia. He is enraged that Dongshik thinks he will be fine when so many bad things are happening. Tae-jun's hair become fire, as he says that Dongshik kept the identity of a great talent hidden from him when he had even cleared the 40th floor. On top of that, Tae-jun has to stay locked up in this ice-cold room and do nothing except sucking his fingers because of his powers. He asks Dongshik if anyone will be okay in this condition, and he takes off his hood as he tells his master that he is acting rashly. He asks Tae-jun that didn't he also go to the 52nd floor of the tower unofficially, but the old man is having none of his crap. He asks Dongshik not to put those two things together and then demands to know if he is hiding something else from him. As Dongshik says that everything is just as reported, Tae-jun calms down a bit, but the report has already become ash by now. Dongshik then adds that the job of the tower farmer is a new one that has never been seen in the history of the tower. Tae-jun is not interested in hearing more about boring things, so he sits down. Suddenly, burn marks appear all over his arms because of his power, and Dongshik remarks that the curse of the flame is spreading further. The tough old man laughs it off, saying that it is nothing more than ticklish. However, the truth is that his curse has kept him locked up in this room when he would be heading into the tower instead. After that, Tae-jun asks Dongshik what he is here for, because this meeting could have been an email, and he would not have come all the way here to see his master struggle. Dongshik replies that he is here to request support from the Awakened Association to protect Sejun's family. He claims that since the name of the cultivator of cherry tomatoes is out, pressure from all over the world will arrive at his family. Dongshik wants to keep them safe, but Tae-jun tells him not to worry about that at all. He is not just an old man locked up in a room, and he had already predicted that a lot of people would try to reach Sejun's family as soon as he got Dongshik's call. He reveals that he has already set up a security team for Sejun's family. Tae-jun then tells Dongshik to take charge of the situation personally because he knows the family and it will be convenient for him to deal with them. He is determined to not let a great talent like Sejun's be stolen by another country. Tae-jun also hears that there have been some attempts from other countries to reach Sejun's family and asks Dongshik to confirm it too. Dongshik is shocked to hear that because he had no information regarding this. He realizes that his master has not lost his touch and thanks him. After that, he gives him a gift, which is a small basket of the magical cherry tomatoes. The old man is surprised to see the tomatoes, and Dongshik tells him that these are the magical cherry tomatoes grown by the tower farmer Sejun. He says that he got these as a gift from the wandering merchant cat Theo. Dongshik says that while the effect of the tomatoes is not related to the curse, they will still help Tae-jun because of their nutritional value. Tae-jun is amused by the cherry tomato and pops one in his mouth to find that it is delicious. Soon after that, Dongshik goes to Sejun's home, and his family is shocked to see the gifts he has brought for them. There are huge buckets of magical cherry tomatoes, carrots, and corn in front of them. While Sejun's parents are just some boomers who don't know what trend is going on, his brother, Sedal, knows what he is seeing. He remarks that the cherry tomatoes of weight loss are the most popular diet food right now. He is amazed that his brother grew these tomatoes as well as the carrots and corn, and his parents are also surprised. After that, Dongshik tells them that they might not be aware of the situation outside right now, but there are many people targeting Sejun. He tells them that they are not safe right now, and the Korean Awakened Association wants to protect them. He asks them to quickly pack their bags and prepare to move away. Sejun's mom is quite distressed to hear that they have to move away from their house. His dad also thinks that they are going away for a long time and complains that they haven't yet paid off the loan on their house. Dongshik tells them not to worry about that because the Awakened Association has prepared a house for them in a posh neighborhood called Hanamdong. Sedal is really excited to hear the name of the neighborhood because many famous celebrities live there. He wants to know who lives near their place, and Dongshik says that he lives there with his family. Sedal is not impressed by learning this because he was hoping that there was a cute idol group living near their place. What a simp. Dongshik asks him if he likes idols and then asks him if he has heard of the well-known group called the LJSN group. Sedal smiles as he says that he is a big fan of the group, and it is famous all over Korea. As Dongshik whips out his phone, Sedal is shocked as he realizes that the man has some connection with the LJ group. He then shows a picture of himself and his daughter and tells Sedal that his daughter, Sira, is a member of the said LJ group. He tells Sedal that since he is a big fan, he would like to invite him over to his house. Sedal loses his cool as he learns that the idol Sira is Dongshik's daughter. She is the leader and the main vocalist of the group, and she is a genius when it comes to songwriting, composing, and singing. He screams that she is too beautiful and can't contain his excitement. He bows down before Dongshik, saying that he had only heard that her father was a hunter, but he didn't know that he was the leader of the Phoenix Guild. Sedal gets too carried away and starts calling Dongshik's father and asking him to take him in. He thanks him and sucks up to him, and while his real father wonders why a stranger is taking away his place, the mom is more concerned about other things. She is worried about Sejun, who is obviously her favorite son. Dongshik told them that Sejun was working in the tower as a farmer, and they did not know that bit before. Earlier, they only thought that he was working hard in the tower, but it is even more difficult to farm. She hopes he is doing fine and wonders if there is anyone taking care of him. Well, there is someone trying to take care of him, and it is none other than the Tsundere dragon alien. She is cooking something from a recipe book, especially for Sejun. She puts in some wonder-working mushrooms and then a millennium-old dimension-starving demon in the stew before seasoning it with ordinary rock salt. With that, the stew begins shining brightly, indicating that it is done. Aileen is really happy that her gift is finally complete. On the other hand, Sejun is in his outdoor field, looking at the spring onion plants that have grown well. He had collected some seeds from the onion flowers a few days ago, and then planted them outside. Now, 2 weeks have passed, and the seeds have grown into mature plants. Sejun is with his best bud, the black rabbit, and tells him that they can harvest the onion plants now. He hopes to get an item by harvesting the plants grown from seeds, but as he cuts a leaf using his dagger, he finds that it is just their regular green onion leaf, and it has no information window. Sejun is disappointed that it is not an item and wonders if it is like that because it is not a fruit. However, the black warrior rabbit has an idea, and he pats the ground with his foot to tell Sejun to try uprooting the plants. Sejun gets the idea and immediately plucks out a green onion plant from the ground. Just as he does that, a system window appears in front of him, informing him that he has harvested a detoxifying green onion. His other skills also take effect following that. Thanks to his skill harvest, which has reached level 4, the crop he harvested is 1 level higher than usual. His job experience has also increased by 36 EXP points, and his skill proficiency has also increased. Sejun then reads the information window about the green onion he just harvested. He finds that it is a C+ rated crop, and when ingested, it can detoxify poisons of grade C+ or lower for 1 hour. Also, it boosts the functions of the liver for 24 hours after consumption. The shelf life of the green onion plant is 135 days. Sejun is amazed to see a green onion, which is classified as an item. He has confirmed his hypothesis that if he plants fruits or seeds, the product is an item. He thinks that he should have thought about collecting green onion seeds and planting them a long time ago, and the black rabbit agrees. The two men then decide to find out what the detoxifying green onion tastes like and take a bite. They don't find anything special about it, and it tastes just like their usual one. Also, there is no way to tell if its detoxifying power is working or not. Sejun thinks that its liver-strengthening power will be very helpful for alcoholics. He thinks that since green onions grow quickly, once there are a lot of them, he will sell all of them. Just then, the chunky rabbit comes there to call Sejun and the black rabbit for lunch, or more precisely, for preparing lunch. However, as they reach the pond, they find that there are no fish or crayfish there. All of them are dejected, and Sejun remarks that he tried to lure the fish out by using blood as a bait too, but it was all useless. He says that they should give up on eating meat for a while, and while the black warrior rabbit is just sad, the chunky rabbit feels like his reason for living has been taken away. Just then, Sejun gets a message from Alien, who says that she has prepared a gift to celebrate Sejun's 200 days in the tower. He is shocked to realize that it has already been 200 days since he came here. While he is busy talking about their 200-day anniversary with Alien, the black rabbit is consoling his heartbroken brother in the background. Sejun then asks Alien what the gift is that she is giving him, after saying that he feels touched that she prepared something for him. To give him the gift, Alien generates a quest and asks Sejun for only one cherry tomato in exchange for the surprise gift. She doesn't put a penalty on the quest because she is certain that Sejun won't refuse her gift. He does as she says and gives her a cherry tomato to complete the quest. The system shows him a message that, as a reward for completing the quest, Sejun gets Alien's health soup. Suddenly, a big cauldron materializes out of thin air and falls on the ground, shocking Sejun. He screams at what is happening as he sees the soup in the cauldron. While the system called it health soup, it looks more like a black magic curse soup with dead frogs, wasps, and monster eyes floating in it. The information window for the so-called health soup says that it is the first dish the great black dragon Alien Fratani has created. The taste of the dish cannot be guaranteed, but it will certainly have great effects, but only if the consumer survives at first. Upon eating the soup of health, all the stats of the user will go up by 3, but he will also get poisoned. He will be affected by a grade C paralyzing poison and a grade C acidic poison after eating the soup. Despite the curses, the grade of the soup is A. Sejun is shocked to see that it is an item, or, speaking the truth, a cursed item. His rabbit friends are also disgusted by the soup, and Sejun asks Alien if she really made this for him. Alien replies that she is going to sleep now because she put a lot of effort into cooking for him. Sejun wonders how much effort she put into getting so tired, and Alien just laughs as she is bundled up in her pillows. She tells Sejun that she made it with great care, so he must finish it. She says that once she wakes up, she wants to hear his review, but if he doesn't finish it, she will kill him. Alien falls asleep with that, and Sejun panics as he tries to wake her up. He realizes he is doomed because of the soup and immediately turns to his rabbit friends. He says that he is recruiting them to eat the soup for him, but they are already running away for their lives. Even the chunky rabbit knows that the soup is not worth eating. Sejun tells them not to abandon him, but they don't listen, and even the queen bee and her kids feel sick upon smelling the soup. As the tower manager enjoys her peaceful sleep, Sejun finds himself grappling with the ominous task of confronting her cursed soup alone. Sejun fixes a repulsed gaze upon the cursed soup, his facial expression grimacing with a distinct sense of disgust. He carefully weighs the potential advantages and drawbacks of eating it. Despite his revulsion, Sejun couldn't help but admit that the item was really good, as it would boost his stats by 3. However, he cannot simply ignore the risk of consuming acidic poison and grade C paralyzing poison. Just then, the black rabbit gives Sejun a brilliant idea to use grade C detoxifying green onions in order to minimize the adverse effects of the poisons. Sejun agrees to the black rabbit's suggestion with gleeful enthusiasm, knowing he won't at least die from the poison if he eats this. He consumes several detoxifying green onions, making him cleansed from grade C plus or lower poisons for an hour. Upon the completion of careful preparations, a sense of anticipation permeates the air as a collective gathering forms around Sejun, all eyes fixated on him, eagerly awaiting the moment he starts eating the soup. Sejun lifts the spoon to his lips, thinking and hoping that the soup might offer a taste superior to its visual presentation. The black rabbit, serving as an encouraging companion, watches him as well. However, the initial enthusiasm soon breaks down. Sejun's facial expression deforms into sheer disgust, and he ends up vomiting in revulsion, prompting the others to instinctively retreat in astonishment and concern. It's clearly not a good time to use the phrase "don't judge a book by its cover." Overwhelmed by the repulsive taste, Sejun, now distraught, begins shedding tears. His distress is soon compounded by the abrupt emergence of multiple message windows, rapidly detailing the process of his repeated poisonings and subsequent detoxifications. The continuous notifications add to his growing dismay. Despite the common belief that the worse the medicine tastes, the better its effectiveness, Sejun categorizes this soup as the absolute worst. Frustrated and disheartened, he directs his anger at Alien, labeling her a pig brat and accusing her of attempting to harm him with this dreadful concoction. However, Sejun shows no signs of relenting. Determined to make a bold move, even if it seems like a risky endeavor, he decides to consume the entire bowl of soup at once. Plunging his mouth into the cauldron, he leaves the others astonished by his audacious act. With his eyes closed, Sejun continues gulping down the soup, hoping that avoiding direct eye contact with the revolting mixture will make it more bearable. He persists in his quest to consume the entire serving, maintaining unwavering focus. Shutting his eyes tightly, Sejun shields himself from the seemingly revolting sight of the soup, filled with the unsettling presence of dead frogs, wasps, and monstrous eyes. Amidst this daring act, Sejun notices the soup is running out. Opening his eyes in anticipation, he is met with an unexpected surprise, a peculiar, slimy visage lurking at the bottom of the pot. The shock prompts him to involuntarily drop the pot, which plunges into the water below. A sudden burst of message windows disrupts Sejun's culinary ordeal, announcing his successful consumption of all of Alien's health soup. To his surprise, his stats experience a commendable boost of 3 points. The unexpected bonus comes in the form of an additional 2 EXP earned by Sejun. The persistent cascade of message windows leaves Sejun increasingly perplexed as the notifications keep rolling in. Each pop-up details his conquests over multiple piranhas and crayfish, with every victorious encounter contributing to a steadily growing pool of EXP. The pinnacle of astonishment arrives when the system reports his triumph over a colossal electric eel, resulting in a jaw-dropping 5,000 EXP. This shocks Sejun. He and his friends soon come to the realization that this underwater soap opera was a result of Alien's so-called health soup that had been dropped in the pond. As they all stare at the pond, they find it completely poisoned. The rabbit, Chonky, seemingly leaps up, possibly due to a well-timed release of gas, and expresses his disappointment, while Sejun, quick to apologize, clarifies that his startled reaction led to the accidental dropping of the cauldron. With a weary sigh, Sejun acknowledges the unfortunate consequence that they won't be able to enjoy any pond-sourced delicacies for the time being. Despite this setback, he optimistically suggests that the issue of drinking water can be resolved using the water from the rabbit's water can. But what Sejun is highly concerned about is the hole in the pond. A lot of piranhas and crayfish died after being poisoned, and even a giant electric eel has been killed, which means that there is a larger ecosystem in the hole. However, Sejun worries about the hole in the pond. The aftermath reveals a significant loss of life, with piranhas and crayfish succumbing to poisoning. Notably, even a giant electric eel met its demise, hinting at the existence of a more extensive ecosystem within the depths of the now compromised pond. Inspired by a need to obtain future protein sources, Sejun contemplates solutions. The determined black rabbit suggests that he is swimming and navigating the pond hole to explore potential resources. However, Sejun hesitates and dismisses the idea, emphasizing that the pond water remains contaminated. Even if the black rabbit consumes the detoxifying green onion, the hole is too restrictive. Sejun expresses concerns about potential dangers, fearing that if the rabbit attempts to cross the hole and encounters difficulties, it may get stuck, leading to potential harm or even death. This makes the black rabbit sulk. He had worked so hard on his scuba diving lessons. Despite understanding the black rabbit's eagerness, Sejun affectionately caresses him, saying he gets his feelings, but he is so precious that he cannot send him off to such a dangerous place. Instead, Sejun suggests a more cautious approach, proposing to reconsider the idea once the pond water has undergone sufficient dilution, ensuring a safer exploration for potential protein sources in the future. He cheers up the rest by informing them that they have food still saved up that will last them for a while. Meanwhile, within Waypoint, the central base of operations for the Minotaur King, an undeniable air of impatience permeates the majestic throne room. The king, a figure of immense authority and stature, finds himself grappling with a growing sense of unease and impatience as the prolonged absence of Ox 3, a trusted subordinate, becomes increasingly noticeable. The king, seated upon his throne, contemplates the potential reasons behind Ox 3's extended delay. He ponders whether this member may have unintentionally overlooked or, more disturbingly, forsaken the royal directives that govern their actions. The gravity of the situation propels the king to seek immediate clarity and information. Turning his attention to Ox 1, another member of his council, the king implores him for updates on the ongoing mission assigned to Ox 4, that is to find Ox 3. Ox 1 doesn't mince words as he discloses the disturbing news. Ox 4, too, has not returned and is now deemed Mia. This revelation intensifies the king's already unease. Ox 1's concern deepens as he contemplates the possibility that the adventurous duo, in their quest for delectable grass, might have unwittingly ventured into perilous territories. His worrisome scenarios include the ominous domain of the red fur, notorious for its dangers, or the treacherous vicinity populated by venomous bees, all for the sake of a mere culinary pursuit. He even hints at the presence of those terrible bastards in a certain unknown location. Ox 1 shares ominous rumors, suggesting that even their very bodies may not endure if they ventured into those hazardous regions. The king, acknowledging the potential vulnerability of Ox 3, admits to the possibility. However, he affirms his faith in Ox 4, recognizing the latter as a tough warrior unlikely to succumb easily. Faced with the pressing need to take control of the situation, the king issues a directive to Ox 1, entrusting him with the responsibility of overseeing 100 Ox soldiers at Waypoint. This temporary leadership assignment is aimed at maintaining order in the Minotaur King's absence. Convinced that personal intervention is vital, the king resolves to step in and find the missing Ox 3 and Ox 4 himself. Meanwhile, Sejun and his friends have managed to cultivate an abundance of green onions. Sejun contemplates whether it's enough to satisfy the voracious appetite of 100 Minotaurs until they're happily full. Kyung, in a state of pleasant exhaustion, sprawls across the plush bed of green onions, surprised by their unexpected softness. Sejun smiles at his adorableness and suggests to Kyung that he gather some of the fresh produce to enhance his sleep experience and perhaps share a portion with his mother. Suddenly, a message window pops up, activating level 1 of the Wishing for a Good Harvest feature. The notification reveals that a benevolent blessing has been bestowed upon 70 pyong of green onion fields, resulting in a significant boost in the harvest rate by 50% for the upcoming week. Sejun, witnessing the miraculous effects of the Wishing for a Good Harvest activation, marvels as the crops flourish instantaneously before his eyes. He takes note and decides to harvest the green onions 3 times now instead of the usual twice. Sejun's attributes experienced a rapid surge, all thanks to Aileen's soup. Another message window pops up, stating that the tower manager is inquiring whether he has eaten up all of the soup she made. Sejun admits that he did level up, giving credit to Aileen for the unexpected boost. When Aileen inquires about the taste, Sejun hesitates at first. Aileen expresses how sad she is and asks if it tastes bad. Seeing this, Sejun quickly reassures her that it is delicious, claiming it is delicious. He says it's true, or he wouldn't have finished it all. He remarks, laughingly, that it was a taste worth dying for. Suddenly, another message window appears, and it's from the tower manager, holding her pot and expressing her willingness to whip up another batch if Sejun liked it that much. Spotting this, Sejun hurriedly urges Aileen not to trouble herself. Curious, Aileen inquires about the reason behind his request. Once again, a new message window pops up, reaffirming the tower manager's eagerness to craft a fresh serving if Sejun found the previous one delightful. Sejun, a bit anxious, advises Aileen against it, pointing out how she exerted all her energy last time, working exceptionally hard to prepare the soup. He suggests that she not go to such great lengths for his sake. Sejun shares how he enjoys these heart-to-heart conversations, assuring Aileen that she shouldn't exhaust herself for his sake. With genuine warmth, he steps forward, offering to take on the cooking responsibilities to treat her to delightful meals. His heartfelt words work like a charm on Aileen, just as he had intended. Deeply moved, Aileen reflects on the depth of his consideration and how much he cares about their connection. She laughs as she thinks about his words, playfully extending her arm to meet the wall. In an unexpected turn of events, this playful act unintentionally transforms into a lively collision, causing the wall to succumb to a boisterous impact and crumble into pieces. Undeterred by the unintended destruction, she joyfully expresses her pride in Sejun, the skilled tower farmer. She ultimately affirms her agreement, inducing a profound sense of relief in Sejun, who, in turn, expresses his gratitude for her understanding. Curious about the evening's culinary offerings, Aileen inquires about the dinner menu. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the earth beneath their feet begins to tremble with violent intensity, causing bewilderment for Sejun and his companions. In the midst of their confusion, echoing footsteps reverberate through the cultivated field, wreaking havoc on the promising growth of green onions that had been recently cultivated. To their shock, emerging from the disarray is none other than the formidable figure of the Ox King. His imposing presence towers over Sejun and his friends, creating an aura of intimidation. The ground continues to quiver under the Ox King's feet as he ferociously makes his way towards Sejun and his companions. On the other hand, Sejun, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of yet another Minotaur, watches with a mix of surprise and uneasiness as the Ox King steadily makes his way towards them. This leaves him and his friends on edge, uncertain of the unfolding events that now seem to be in the hands of the formidable Ox King. As the Minotaur King heads towards Sejun's group, trampling the green onion plants, which I think is out of character for someone who desperately needs food, he moves loud enough to create strong gusts of wind. As Sejun covers his ears, the mama bear looks menacingly at the intruder. Sejun loudly exclaims that a Minotaur other than Ox number 3 and cow number 4 is heading towards them, and Aileen drops him a message telling him that he is not just any Minotaur but the Minotaur King, the boss of the 99th floor. Sejun craps his pants, while Aileen further explains that the Minotaur King has the duty to guard the waypoint, and that is why he cannot leave the area of the waypoint under normal conditions. Sejun sees a threat as well as an opportunity. He thinks that the Minotaur King is the monster who guards the way out of the tower, and he is the one the mama bear told him about. He then wonders why the final boss is here so suddenly. Aileen also has no idea, but she is willing to talk to the Minotaur King on Sejun's behalf. But first, she checks the rulebook that her grandfather gave her, which states that the Minotaur King cannot leave the area of the waypoint. She thinks that she must question him directly about the anomaly, and uses her authority as the tower manager to summon him to her. However, the system says Saiken refuses to carry out Aileen's order. She is aghast as she reads this and wonders how this can happen because the tower manager's rights are absolute. Aileen tells Sejun that she won't be able to talk to the Minotaur King, and she can't help him. Sejun is nervous and wonders what is going to happen next as the rabbits cling to him while the Black Warrior Rabbit stands in front of them to carry out his duty. Sejun screams at the tower manager, asking if there is no way to stop the monster rampaging towards them. But Kyung's mom gets on her hind feet and roars, telling him to leave the fight to him. Sejun knows that the Minotaur King is much stronger than the mama bear because he is the boss of the 99th floor. The Minotaur King kicks the ground hard and jumps up, crushing the green onion plants, which is a crime that won't be forgiven. He lunges towards the mama bear, ready to strike her down, and Sejun and the rabbits cling to Kyung, fearing that they are going to die. Even the Black Warrior Rabbit has given up the thought of protecting others. Aileen screams Sejun's name because she doesn't want him to die, but then suddenly, the Minotaur King's axe lands at a safe distance from him with a great impact. Sejun opens his eyes and wonders what is happening, only to find the Minotaur King hogging the green onions he had just harvested. The Minotaur King roars in pleasure as he feels the delicious taste of the green onion leaves, and everyone on Sejun's side realizes that no matter how powerful he is, the king is still a hungry bull after all. They are low-key disappointed that he turned out to be just like the other Minotaurs they know, who are ready to give up everything for food. After the Minotaur King has filled his stomach a bit, he carries as many green onion leaves as he can carry in his hands and starts running away, much to Sejun's shock. He carries his axe in his mouth, pretending that he is Rananoa Zoro as he leaves deep hoof marks on the field. Sejun wonders why the hell was that guy here, and Aileen informs him that he seems to be heading back to the waypoint. That is a good thing for Sejun, who can heave a sigh of relief. He falls to the ground, holding the chunky rabbit, admitting that his legs almost gave out. He knows that everyone else was also terrified, and thanks Mama Bear for trying to protect them. While they are safe now, Sejun gets disheartened as he takes a look at his field, which looks like a storm just passed through it. He sadly collects all the green onion plants that have been uprooted or otherwise destroyed by the Minotaur King, and the rabbits provide their assistance to him. Everyone is sad that the Minotaur destroyed more crops than he ate. Aileen messages Sejun again, saying that she is relieved that the tower farmer is safe and feels sorry that his field turned into a mess. He thanks her for her kind words and tells her that she does not need to worry. He claims to be actually glad now and thinks that if he only knew how much of a glutton the Minotaur King was, he would have paid him a visit sooner. He exclaims that he didn't expect the Minotaur King to come here himself, and Aileen asks him what he means by that. Sejun explains his diabolical plan to take advantage of the situation. He tells Aileen that the Minotaurs are a warrior tribe that rates their honor very highly, and he believes that this will be even more true in the case of their king. Aileen takes a moment to process it, but she realizes what her man is thinking. Sejun explains the plan directly, saying that the Minotaur king not only thrashed his field, he also dined and dashed, and he must pay back for it. He has a mischievous smile on his face as he wonders how many times he should get the big black ox to pay him back. I just want to say rip to the Minotaur king in advance. The next day, Sejun prepares lunch for all his friends, which includes their regular roasted green onion stems, corn, and tomatoes. He tells the rabbits to eat quickly, because then they have to get to work and mend the field that the Minotaur king ruined yesterday. However, the kids are throwing a tantrum like someone took away their iPad. While their parents fail to console them, Sejun is not in the mood to show them any mercy. He grabs the rabbit kids, claiming that they shouldn't whine so much because they have no meat on the menu. He tells them to grow up already because they are now at the age where they should help their parents in the field, and he orders them to eat their food quietly. Sejun points towards Kyung and tells the kids that even he is eating vegan food without complaining. He tells the kids that when the next blue moon comes, they will also become adults, and he asks them if they still don't want to grow up by that time. His words work on the babies, who start eating. Sejun praises them, saying that this is what makes them cool white farming rabbits. He then goes to pat Kyung and praise him for not being a picky eater. This makes Sejun realize that Kyung is not getting bigger nowadays, considering the fact that his growth rate in the beginning was faster than the rate at which the universe is expanding. Kyung falls on his back, and Sejun asks him if he is sick somewhere, because there is no way that his diet is lacking. Just then, Sejun hears Theo's voice and turns around to see him and the two Minotaur guards carrying the wolves they captured. Sejun is about to welcome his sales cat, but then he turns his attention to the wolves and asks the Minotaurs about them. Ox number 3 tells him that they are the Silver Wolf tribe, and Theo climbs on his shoulders as he reveals that they were the ones who targeted him earlier. He says that cow number 4 taught them a good lesson, but he didn't know how to punish them. That is why he brought them here so that Sejun could make the decision. Sejun thinks that he should hear the story of the wolves first before deciding on their punishment and finds that they are asleep. Cow number 4 tells him that the wolves were being noisy on the way, so she just gave them a dose of her fists, and Sejun asks her if they will wake up again. Theo interrupts them as he asks Sejun about why the field is in such bad condition, and he sighs before turning to the two Minotaurs and revealing to them that it was the fault of their king. The Minotaur couple flinch as they realize that their king has found out about their location, and they realize that they are done for. Sejun tells them that they can worry about those things at a later time. Right now, he wants the Minotaurs to relax after their long journey, and tells them to join him at lunch. Food is one thing that can make them forget anything, and they immediately kick away the fear of their king punishing them and head towards the lunch table. They leave the wolves behind, and Sejun just watches them go. Then Theo tells him that there is something important he must tell him, and Sejun asks him what is up. The cat merchant is about to tell him about the things he learned from Dongshik on the 38th floor, but neither of them is aware that the leader of the wolves, Elka, is up and about to attack them from behind. They realize it too late, but fortunately, Sejun's personal bodyguard, Kyung, steps in and sends the wolf away with a devastating punch to the ground. He covers Sejun as Elka curses him for interfering. Theo notices that Sejun's straw hat is gone, and he panics upon realizing that. It turns out that Elka's attack was not a failure, and he quickly retreats as his companions wake up and take their positions. He holds the straw hat and thanks Sejun for returning it to him, leaving him in a state of panic about his most valued artifact being stolen. While Elka proudly holds the straw hat, Sejun's bodyguards look ready to beat the living daylights out of him. Sejun panics about losing his artifact-grade straw hat, while Theo curses the wolves, accusing them of pretending to pass out to get close to the hat. Elka doesn't mind them, and he commands his subordinates to get ready to leave. However, just as they turn around, something big, red, and furious stands in their way. It is Kyung's mom who gives the wolves a death stare, scaring them out of their wits. Elka gets a moment to express his disbelief before Mama Bear brings down her hammer of judgment upon him, forcing the wolves to step back. She roars loudly, and Elka can no longer go on pretending that he is the big bad wolf. He drops the hat and raises his hand as he declares his surrender. Sejun goes to pick up his hat and places it on his head, thanking his luck that it was not torn. With that, he decides that it is time to judge the sins of the wolves, who are stuck between much more ferocious monsters than they can handle. Cow number 4 says that she should have really broken their legs, and the mama bear agrees with her. Even Kyung is ready to throw hands at the slightest provocation. but the wolves don't have any spirit left. Sejun wonders what he should do about those angry wolves, and Theo translates Kyung's response. The baby bear says that they should eat the wolves because they haven't been getting any protein lately, and Sejun is dumbfounded. Sejun tells Kyung that murder is wrong and snaps the baby bear out of it by offering him some honey. It works, and Sejun leaves Kyung to the second poison queen bee. As the baby bear leaves, Sejun turns to the adults, tells them to stop being so riled up, and asks them to take a seat. They listen to him and sit down, and Elka can't believe his eyes. He has heard stories about the crimson bears and the minotaurs being unbelievably strong, and he wonders why monsters like them are listening to an ordinary man so obediently. One wolf says that Theo just called the human chairman earlier, and he wonders if that is a nickname or title they use only on the 99th floor. Another wolf loses his mind and starts screaming that he is not a human but a black dragon in disguise. He says that it is the only way all the powerful monsters will listen to him. He shouts that the great black dragon of the legends really exists, and chairman is the way to address him. Elka has also heard stories about the great black dragons that rule over the 99th floor, but he can't believe that the weak-looking guy in front of them is the same dragon. He is not the dragon, but her soon-to-be boyfriend. Elka thinks that Sejun must have taken the weak form to make them lower their guard, and he thinks that this is all his trial for them. He knows a tale or two about the black dragon that his old grandfather used to tell him, and he is certain about how he is going to respond to this trial because this might be his only chance. Sejun then approaches the wolves cautiously, and he first asks them why they are after Theo and the straw hat. Elka immediately prostrates himself before Sejun, calling him the great black dragon and apologizing for his actions. He declares that they are lowly beings who didn't know anything and disrespected a great being like him because they had no idea that the merchant cat was his subordinate. Sejun is shocked to hear about the great black dragon, and so is Aileen, who is watching everything through her magic crystal. She bursts out laughing as she understands what is going on and thinks that it is funnier than Friends. She sends Sejun a message, telling him that she will forgive him for pretending to be the great black dragon. Aileen issues him a new quest to show the silver wolves the majesty of the great black dragon. The reward for the quest is Aileen's happiness, while the penalty for refusing is her disappointment. She keeps on egging Sejun to pretend to be the dragon in place of her, and tells him that it will certainly help him. As Sejun reads that Aileen wants him to act in place of her, everything becomes clear to him. He realizes that the tower manager he once called a winged pig is a great black dragon, and that is a grand revelation. He takes a moment to calm himself down, as he thinks that it was obvious that Aileen would be something special since she was the tower manager. Seeing him so silent, Theo asks Sejun if anything is wrong. Sejun thinks to himself that since Aileen wants it, he should gladly put on a show for her. He acts smug as he addresses the wolves, saying that they caught him. He says that he never thought they would recognize him in this form, and then starts laughing like a menace while declaring that he is the great black dragon. Theo is the one most shocked by it, obviously. Sejun then asks the wolves how dare they try to steal his possession and threaten his dear subordinate. He declares that he cannot forgive this, and the wolves are still on their knees. This was not what Aileen had in mind when she told him to act like her, and she screams that Sejun is doing the exact opposite of what she thought. Even Ox number 3 seems to be fooled by Sejun's Oscar-worthy acting and asks his girlfriend if what he said is true. She looks at him with disappointment and gives him a light smack to the head. Theo also asks Sejun what he is doing because he is giving him the creeps. Sejun is still in character, and as he offers Theo a churu, he asks if his lovely subordinate would like to receive the black dragon's grace. That was enough incentive for the cat to join in on the act, and he declares that his chairman, Sejun, is the black dragon, and he is his direct subordinate. He tells the wolves to kneel before them, and Elka replies that they are already on their bellies, and they need a shovel to go any lower. Elka then says that they have committed a grave sin that is unforgivable. He says that he cannot atone for it even if he gives up his life as the chieftain of the Silver Wolves, but asks Sejun to have mercy on them and forgive them just this once. Sejun confidently tells them that he will give them one chance to earn his forgiveness, and the wolves are ready to take it without hearing what it is. Well, they regret it immediately, as Sejun asks them for 10,000 tower coins, stating that is the price for going after Theo's life. He declares that if they can pay him that much, he will spare their lives. The wolves exclaim in shock on hearing the amount, while Theo is moved that Sejun thinks his life is that precious. Sejun tells him that, obviously, he is the salesperson responsible for the distribution of their farm's products. He then asks Theo to bring out the contract papers, and he begins searching in his bundle. Elka then addresses Sejun as the great black dragon and nervously informs him that they don't have that much money. Theo tosses him a contract paper and tells the wolf that if he doesn't have money, he should just pay with his body. Elka is shocked to hear that, and Theo elaborates that if he doesn't have any money, he should work here to repay the debt he owes. Elka starts sweating as he hears that, and one wolf tells him that if they sign this contract, their contract with the landlord, Grid, would be in jeopardy. The wolf chieftain thinks for a while before bowing before Sejun and apologizing again, saying that they cannot do as he says. Sejun is shocked because this is the first time someone has told him no, and Theo is equally surprised. Even Aileen is furious, and she sends a message to Sejun, saying that she cannot forgive the wolves for refusing his offer when he is pretending to be the Black Dragon. Sejun decides to ask the wolves the reason behind their action, and Elka reveals the truth. He explains that the 85th floor, where their tribe is located, is currently facing a serious food shortage due to a long-term drought. That is why strong guys like him have to become free mercenaries. They got hired by the landlord, Grid, who barely provides enough food for the wolves on the 85th floor. Elka explains that the commission they got from Grid this time was to find the stolen straw hat. He sadly says that now that they have found that the hat is in the possession of the Great Dragon, they have no choice but to fail their commission. Elka says that since they would fail, the food supply to the 85th floor would be cut off, and while they three work here, the young wolves of their tribe will starve to death. He asks Sejun to have pity on them this time and let them pay just with their lives this time. Sejun asks him his name, and Elka humbly introduces himself. Sejun then asks Elka what he thinks this place is, and he looks around to see the fields. He remarks that this is a place where crops are grown, and the realization hits him like a truck. Sejun declares that he will add a condition to their contract and put the debt of 10,000 tower coins upon the entire Silver Wolf tribe collectively. That means he will provide the opportunity for all of them to work here, and for the entire duration of their occupation, he will provide them with food. Sejun asks them what he thinks, and the two wolf lackeys hug each other in joy as they exclaim that they don't have to listen to the damned pig landlord anymore. They are happy that they survived, but Elka still appears a bit doubtful. He thanks Sejun, still calling him the Great Black Dragon, and promises that they will do their best to serve him. He starts crying as he thanks Sejun for this opportunity, and everyone is happy that the whole situation came to an end. Aileen is happy as she sees how her crush handled the dilemma of the wolves on her behalf, and the quest is complete. She tells Sejun that she is happy that the wolves are praising the Great Black Dragon. With that, Elka puts his paw mark on the contract as the leader of the Silver Wolves. According to the contract, the wolves are now Theo's underlings, and he will be overseeing them in the future. The contract is finalized, and Theo gets confident as he tells Elka that he will be working under him now. He takes charge of the situation and introduces the wolves to the Minotaur couple officially as their seniors at the company. He asks them to treat them with respect, and the wolves apologize to the Minotaurs before saying that they will be in their care from now on. While that is going on, Sejun can't help but think about the landlord, Grid. He wonders if he is a big shot within the tower and believes that he may be a threat in the future. Sejun thinks that Theo might be targeted again now that the wolves have failed, and he thinks that he should have the wolves protect him whenever he goes on his sales trips from now on. With that, the Minotaur couple will be free to work on the field, and plowing will be faster. Suddenly, Theo approaches Sejun, saying that he is hungry, and asks him to give him some fish because he wants to share them with the wolves too. Sejun is a bit nervous about how he should break the bad news to the cat, but he decides to tell him directly that there are no more fish. Theo throws a tantrum as he rolls on the floor while crying, and he calls Sejun a fraud. These words don't sit nicely with Sejun, who tells Theo to stop whining because he is doing everything he can. Even the Black Warrior Rabbit agrees and gives the cat some judgmental stares. Theo is adamant that he won't go to work if there are no fish on the menu, and it seems Sejun has no choice. Well, he and the Black Rabbit were already planning to do something about that. The poison in the lake has been diluted by quite a bit, and the Black Rabbit eats some detoxifying green onions to dive in. Sejun tells him to go beyond the hole in the lake and explore their new hunting ground. The first thing the Black Warrior Rabbit does to explore the pool is use his hammer and shatter the rocks around the hole. With one powerful blow from the sharp end of his hammer, he sends the rocks flying and creates a larger opening. Sejun takes a peek inside and commends the Black Warrior Rabbit, saying that the entrance has gotten much bigger now, and he can go inside and come out with ease. The Black Rabbit decides to do a trial run and swims into the hole, but comes out complaining in just a few seconds. Sejun asks him what he thinks about their chances to explore beyond the hole. The rabbit covers his eyes as he shakes his head, signaling that there is not enough visibility inside. Sejun understands him and thinks that if the place inside the hole is too dark, it is unsafe, even if they have a large passageway. He turns to Theo and asks him if he has any items that let him see in the dark, like a lantern or torch. Theo is busy playing with his rabbit nieces and nephews, who are up to no good. Sejun's question took him by surprise, and he claims that there is no way he would have such a thing. However, he turns his bundle upside down to see if there is anything helpful in it. This is me checking my empty fridge to see if some random snacks have spawned. The first thing that falls out of the bag is a baby rabbit who was trying to crawl into it. Next, there are the pouches of money that Theo got from selling cherry tomatoes and a can of fish that he got from one of the hunters. As a rabbit baby eats the canned fish, Theo notices a purple gemstone necklace that he bought on his way back just because it looked cool. Sejun picks up the necklace and curiously looks at it. Its information window pops up and reveals that its current name is Necklace with Scratch Jewel. Most information about it is not available since it is not appraised. Now, Sejun gets an idea, and he asks Aileen if she can appraise the necklace just like she did with the straw hat and the dagger before. Aileen takes the necklace off his hands and gives him a message, telling Sejun to leave it to her. She even reveals that the necklace is the perfect item for the current situation. He is glad to hear that, and he gives her a bucket full of cherry tomatoes to complete his quest and obtain the necklace after its appraisal. The quest is completed, and as a reward, he obtains the appraised item, which is called the Necklace of Light. That's some mighty plot armor. The necklace has completely changed after being appraised, and the scratched purple gemstone has turned into a smooth and golden gemstone. Sejun holds it and says the same thing that I just said. He then reads the information window of the Necklace of Light, which has an amber stone with light magic imprinted on it. The limit on its usage is that only someone above level 5 and with more than 3 mana can use it. Its manufacturer is someone called Mage Horan of the Green Tower, and its grade is C. It has the skill of lighting, which illuminates the surroundings when the necklace is used. The intensity of the light depends on the level of the user, and the stronger the user, the more brightly the necklace shines. Sejun is really happy to read the information window, and he exclaims that with the Necklace of Light, they can easily see the surroundings inside the hole in the pool. The Black Warrior Rabbit also agrees with him, and he is equally excited. Theo looks at Sejun with insistent eyes and asks him if the thing he brought helps. Since it does, he wants more of the sales cat time. Sejun cuddles with his paws, calling them the golden paws that bring great fortune. Theo is confused about what he is doing, and then Sejun tells him that from now on, he will be the sales cat forever. There is no need to get a time period as a reward now. Finally, our boy got the well-deserved promotion. The cat merchant is not yet sure if he heard it correctly and asks Sejun to elaborate once again. Sejun lifts him up and tells him that from today on, he is officially the salesperson responsible for the distribution of their crops. He tells Theo that he has really worked hard all this time, and it is finally time for him to reap the rewards. The cat merchant finally believes him, and he rejoices that from now on, he will always be the sales cat. He laughs as he declares that he is the sales cat Theo, and then Sejun gives him another reward. As a commemoration of his promotion, he gives his sales cat the chance to be president for one day too. Theo is happy to hear that and declares that he really likes it. He immediately gets into the role of president, and in his newfound capacity, he orders the Black Rabbit to use the necklace and bring back lots of fish. The Black Rabbit gives him a salute as he puts the necklace around himself, and then Sejun tells him that they should give their exploration another go for their protein. Sejun first tries using the Necklace of Light himself and finds that the amber stone is glowing quite gently because of his mana. He exclaims that it looks really pretty, and then takes it out to give it to the Black Warrior Rabbit, who is actually going to use it. Sejun remarks that the information window said that the higher the level of the user, the stronger the light will shine, and he wants to try it on the Black Rabbit now, who is quite eager to try it out. As soon as he wears it, the amber stone starts shining brightly, and Sejun can't believe that he lost to a freaking rabbit. He can't believe that his level and mana are both lower than the Black Rabbit. On the other hand, the Black Rabbit is proud, as he should be. Sejun consoles himself by saying that it is good for their exploration because, with this amount of light, they won't have any problem seeing inside the dark hole. He then makes the Black Rabbit eat some detoxifying green onions just in case, and he ties a safety rope around him too. He tells the rabbit that if he encounters any difficulty or runs out of air, he should quickly tug the rope 2 times, and he will pull him out. On top of that, Sejun gives him a dagger because using a hammer underwater will be difficult, and a pouch to collect things. The Black Rabbit puts the pouch and the dagger by his side and gets ready to dive in. Sejun wishes him the best of luck, and the rabbit thanks him. He then takes a deep breath before diving into the water and swimming into the cave. Just so you know, rabbits aren't the best swimmers, so don't make your pet rabbits explore any water body like this. However, the black warrior rabbit is built different, and he casually swims towards a light at the bottom of the cave he is in. He soon reaches the point from where the light is coming and emerges on the other side of the cave. As Sejun once suspected, there is a whole ecosystem out there. The very first thing the black warrior rabbit sees are giant tree roots and rocks, which are a rich source of all types of precious and mystic crystals. Not only that, there are giant whale-like fish, and smaller fish simply swarm around them. The black rabbit can't even comprehend how vast the water body is. There are different types of fish and other aquatic animals as far as he can see. He is mesmerized as a giant whale passes overhead and then looks closer to him and finds several piranhas, crayfish, and even a giant electric eel. All of them are dead, and the black rabbit instantly realizes that it is because of the health potion the tower manager made. He decides to check out the electric eel first and approaches it while drawing his dagger. He digs his dagger into the eel and slices it cleanly, stopping only as he sees a bright golden light coming from within it. The black rabbit stares in curiosity as he sees a golden drop inside the eel and decides to take it. He finds that it is simply called insides of electric eel. However, he believes that it can have really good uses, which might make Sejun praise him more while giving a cold shoulder to Theo. The black rabbit snickers to himself as he puts the golden drop in his pouch. Is this the birth of a Naruto and Sasuke level rivalry? He then carefully ties the rope around the head of the eel, when suddenly he feels danger. He turns around and finds a great white shark attacking him and the electric eel. The black rabbit dodges to the side in time, but the shark bites the eel's body. The jerk the rabbit feels is so great that he suddenly gasps for breath and lets the air out. Luckily, the shark manages to tear apart the electric eel's body and runs away with it, leaving the black rabbit with the eel's head. He is losing consciousness now and decides to tug on the rope to give Sejun the signal to pull him out. Sejun receives his signal, and he commands everyone to help him pull the black rabbit up. All the adult rabbits lend him their strengths, while the baby rabbits just cheer them on from the sidelines. Soon, they are able to pull the black rabbit up, but Sejun is startled as he sees him unconscious. He holds the unconscious rabbit in his arm and tries to wake him up, but it seems to be of no use. Sejun can only scream at his friend to wake up, and everyone else, including the rabbits and the queen poison bee, is distraught as they worry about him. And next to him, the worried Theo asks what they should do now. The parent rabbits also come to the scene to check on their son. Sejun gives his straw hat to the queen bee to hold for a second, while all the rabbits anxiously watch him. The mother rabbit is already crying, while the chunky rabbit tries to stop his younger siblings from seeing the scene. Well, Sejun is going with the classic mouth-to-mouth oxygen transfer, which honestly makes him look like a rabbit molester. However, before he can do anything, the black rabbit suddenly spits out the water in his belly at Sejun because he doesn't want to do anything gay. Everyone is overjoyed that the black warrior rabbit is awake, and his parents hug him in relief. Meanwhile, Sejun is spitting the salty water that got into his mouth because of the rabbit fountain. He then turns to his friend and asks him if he is fine, and the black rabbit says something angrily, which I don't understand because I don't speak rabbit. Sejun understands it and tells him to stop complaining, but the black rabbit doesn't seem too happy. Meanwhile, Aileen is watching everything through her magic crystal, and she is fangirling over Sejun as always. He is complaining that he almost sacrificed his first kiss to save the black rabbit who is being ungrateful now, but then he puts back his hat on and says it is a relief that he is fine. He then asks him why the water is so salty, and Aileen is the one to answer the question. She tells Sejun that apparently the black rabbit was in the Sea of Dimensions. He is curious about this new term, and Aileen tells him that the Sea of Dimensions is something that is in between the floors of the tower. She explains that there are many dangerous and scary underwater monsters there, and that is why one can only rely on the passageways to safely move through the floors. However, sometimes there are water holes on some floors that can lead to the Sea of Dimensions, and this pond is one such hole. Aileen then tells him that there are different types of aquatic creatures in the Sea of Dimensions, and among them, quite a few are very tasty as well. Sejun finally understands why the crayfish were here. He tells Aileen that he finally gets why sea creatures were popping out of a freshwater pond. He then turns to the black rabbit and asks him if there were any edible-looking fish in the sea. While Theo climbs on Sejun's shoulder, the black rabbit searches inside his pouch to give Sejun what he found. He presents to him the insides of the giant electric eel, which now look like a fake dragon ball. Sejun gets a system message that he has acquired the insides of a giant electric eel, and as he holds it, he wonders what is special about it. The information window for the item opens up, which tells him that these are the insides of an electric eel that has lived for 1,000 years, and they shine with the power of electricity. Upon consuming this, the user will be able to gain the skills of rain and thunder. However, there are conditions to its usage too. Only the person who defeated the giant electric eel can use it, and even though he used a deadly poison to do that, Sejun is given credit for killing the eel. Also, he needs to have mana above 10 to consume this great item. Sejun is shocked to read this and asks his rabbit friend if he really found a giant electric eel, and he proudly explains how big it was. On the other hand, Theo only has one question: is the eel delicious? To give him an answer, the black warrior rabbit pulls out the green onion rope, and the head of the giant electric eel he tied to it earlier comes out of the water. As the eel head emerges from the pond with a great splash, Sejun and everyone else are equally amazed to see the sight. And the chonky rabbit has already started drooling. Not only that, a lot of piranhas and crayfish also jump out of the water and start swimming in the pond again. Sejun is really happy to see this, and he thinks that they were all lured here by the oily scent of the electric eel head. He lifts the black rabbit high in the air, commending him for doing an excellent job and bringing back their source of protein. While other rabbits also congratulate him, Theo is checking out the eel in the background. Sejun then orders the rabbits to get the fire going because they are going to have a meaty feast tonight. Sejun starts cooking a variety of dishes for the feast, and while the stew is boiling in the cave, he is outside, receiving shocking news. He has just learned that his family is in danger, and he cannot believe it. In the background, the minotaurs, the wolves, and the rabbits are having their lunch, while Theo is telling Sejun the details. He reveals that Kim Dongshik told him about how Sejun's family is in danger and promised to protect them in his stead. Sejun complains that his cherry tomatoes have gotten more popular on Earth than he could ever imagine, while the mama bear grooms queuing in the background. Sejun had never thought that his family would be in danger because of his success, and he is worried about them. He then asks Theo that the next time he goes down to the 38th floor, he should find out some detailed information about how exactly Dongshik is protecting his family. Theo gladly accepts the order. Sejun then thinks about Dongshik from the Phoenix Guild, who helped him in the past too. This time, he feels really indebted to him and thinks that he must somehow return the favor. Theo tells him that Dongshik likes cherry tomatoes, so that can be a good repayment. Sejun says that it is perfect, and along with the cherry tomatoes, he will gift him other crops too. With that, Theo gets on his lap and asks him to feed him some churros as his sales cat privilege. Sejun decides to give him 2 churros instead because of his good work, but as he is taking them out of his pocket, the insides of the electric eel fall out. Theo remarks that it is the bead that the black rabbit gave him earlier, and Sejun replies that he forgot all about it while he was catching fish. He then says that he can even get a skill upon consuming it. Theo doesn't really care much about the skill, but he still asks for formality. Sejun replies that the information window says it is a skill called rain and thunder, which must be an electric skill. Theo is shocked to hear this and exclaims that it is like static electricity. He jumps backwards and gets into a high alert position while telling Sejun that he hates static as it makes his fur stiff and crinkly. Sejun just laughs and teases the cat, saying that he already likes it. He then says that after coming into the tower, he only learned farming skills, but this will be the first time he will learn another type of skill. He laughs, saying that he finally feels like an adventurer now. Theo is quick to give him a reality check and says that he has barely gotten out of the cave. He then asks Sejun why he is not eating the insides in that case, because the sooner he gets a skill, the better it will be for him. Sejun sadly tells him that he can't eat it right now because he lacks the mana for it. He cries as he shows that his current mana is only 8.05, and he needs a minimum mana of 10 to gain a skill from the insides of the electric eel. Theo suddenly bursts out laughing and says that Sejun doesn't have mana. He calls him weak and pathetic as he rolls on the floor, holding his belly. Sejun is furious at this and asks him how high his mana is. Theo just turns his butt towards him as he declares that he won't reveal that number. Unfortunately for him, Sejun has a way to find out, and he is frustrated enough to try it out. He puts the necklace of light around Theo's neck sneakily to judge his mana by the amount of light it radiates. Well, the light is too bright, and Sejun is immediately on his knees as he realizes that after a rabbit, he got defeated by a cat too. On the other hand, Theo has some newfound confidence, and he declares that he will protect Sejun from now on. Hewing also saw the necklace glowing, and he approaches Sejun to try it out too, but he doesn't want to be any more depressed and pathetic than he already is, so he doesn't let him try it. Meanwhile, the Minotaur couple is enjoying the green onion leaves, and the wolves are enjoying the fish. Elka thanks the chonky cart rabbit for delivering the food while the rest of the adult rabbits are busy eating. Sejun approaches the wolves and asks them if the food is to their liking. They immediately fall to their knees, still calling him the mighty black dragon because Sejun never told them the truth. He tells them to stop being so formal and enjoy their food. The wolves say that the food he is sharing with them is really delicious, and it shows how immeasurable his grace is. All two of them are busy praising and flattering him. Sejun notices that their leader, Elka, doesn't look so good. He understands that Elka is thinking about his tribe members on the 85th floor. The wolf leader tells Sejun that he is right and apologizes for worrying even after receiving his word. Sejun tells him to not worry about anything because he will be able to meet his tribe members soon. He knows that the blue moon is coming up in a few days, so the wolves will have to go back home to the 85th floor. Sejun promises to give them a lot of fish for their tribe members to eat, and Elka once again falls to his knees to thank him. Sejun declares that it is time to plant and harvest the crops that have been delayed and leaves that to his trusted sales cat. Theo takes charge and leads the wolves to their new job. After that, Sejun goes to the Minotaurs and tells them that they should get ready too, because there is somewhere they must go tomorrow. He wants both of them to guide him there. Ox number 3 asks Sejun where they are going, and he acts smug for a while before declaring that they are going to collect a debt from the Minotaur King. This comes as the biggest shock for the Minotaur couple, and they even drop the grass they were eating. At the same time, near the waypoint of the 99th floor, the Minotaurs are having a feast of the green onion leaves their king stole. They exclaim that it has been too long since they ate such tasty grass and scream in joy. But their leader sits on his throne with his hand to his face. The Minotaur King knows that he messed up big time, and he is depressed because of it. He had just gone to the territory border to look for ox number 3 and cow number 4. He saw the giant crimson bear and some other creatures there too, but he got too excited after seeing the heap of tasty grass and forgot his mission. So while everyone watched him dumbfounded, he made a fool of himself by eating the grass like a true glutton. The Minotaur King feels that he should be disqualified as a leader and a warrior for doing something so shameful. However, he also gained something very important from this trip. He thinks that given the neatly planted grass, the place was certainly a field, and he wonders if the beings who were with the giant crimson bear raised them. He can only remember a hazy vision of them and thinks that there is one face there that he recognizes. Suddenly, it clicks to him, and he recognizes the father farmer rabbit. He thinks that the rabbit must be the owner of the field. The Minotaur King has no idea what the white farmer rabbit was doing with the crimson bear, but he finds it interesting. As he munches the green onion leaves, the Minotaur King thinks to himself that he shouldn't steal the belongings of small monsters. The blue moon is coming soon, and then the time allowed for him to leave the waypoint will be reset. As the one protecting the entrance to the 99th floor, he is only allowed to be away from the waypoint for just 1 hour. The Minotaur King knows that it is a short time, but he plans to use it to visit the field again and pay the price of the grass he took from the white farmer rabbits. He is excited that this is his chance to negotiate for more good quality grass too. However, the realization hits him immediately. He has nothing to pay them with. Well, there is a giant crystal behind him, and the way it is gleaming, it seems to have some real value. And everyone has gotten back to work. The mother rabbit and her daughter sickle rabbit do the work of harvesting the green onion stems, while the baby rabbits carry them away. The father rabbit is watering plants with his golden watering can, while Sejun is working with the magical cherry tomatoes that look straight out of a tomato ketchup ad. Sejun tells the sickle rabbit and the queen bee that, since he is going to leave the cave for quite some time, he wants to harvest as much as he can before heading out. He is feeling quite hot and sweaty, so he asks the queen bee to hold his hat for a while. The queen bee just wants to be useful and happily holds onto his hat. Sejun then continues harvesting tomatoes with his named dagger and cuts a bunch of them. Suddenly, a system message pops up in front of him, telling him that he has harvested 9 well-ripe cherry tomatoes at once. He has gained some more job experience because of that, and this time, the EXP meter is full. His grade as a tower farmer has increased from grade D to grade C. Sejun is in disbelief as he reads this message. He was so busy working in the past few days that he didn't even notice that his job grade was so close to leveling up. The system then tells him that as his job grade goes up, his job characteristics are enhanced. This time, the characteristic that has improved is Sejun's closeness with nature. He has become closer to nature and awakened one of his hidden talents. Sejun can't believe what he is reading, and then the name of the talent he has awakened is displayed. It is called Friend of Nature and provides the user with a fairly high affinity for nature. With this talent, communication with animals and plants that do not speak the same language becomes easier and clearer. Sejun is still taking his time to process the new talent, and he wonders if the system is telling the truth. He calls out to the father rabbit, who is harvesting crops too. The father rabbit asks Sejun if he called him, and that is a shock not only to RMC but to me as well. Sejun falls on his butt while exclaiming and gasping, and then quickly gets up to ask the father rabbit to repeat what he just said one more time. The father rabbit is confused, and then the sickle rabbit comes there and calls Sejun uncle, asking if anything is wrong. Sejun immediately starts cuddling with the sickle rabbit and asks her to call him uncle again, but she is visibly uncomfortable being hugged by him. She tells him to let her go, or she is going to slash him. Sejun tells her that she should not slash him, or he will get another bald spot. The sickle rabbit finally realizes that Sejun understood her, and the father rabbit is also hit by the realization at the same time. Sejun proudly affirms their questions and tells them that he has awakened a new talent that allows him to talk to animals. The sickle rabbit and father rabbit are happy to hear this, and they immediately call everyone to them. When they tell them that Sejun has started to understand them, no one believes it. The mother rabbit immediately questions her husband, asking him if Sejun picked up and ate something weird, and he panics as he tells her that he did nothing. Sejun tells her that he didn't pick up or eat anything out of the ordinary and complains that the mother rabbit doesn't trust him. She freaks out upon realizing that he truly understands her words. Immediately after that, the black warrior rabbit leaps at Sejun, calling him uncle and once again asking him if he understands them. He claims that he wanted to talk about so many things with his uncle. Sejun sits on the ground as he holds the black rabbit in his palm. He addresses all his nephews and nieces, the black rabbit, the watering can rabbit, the shovel rabbit, the cart rabbit, and the sickle rabbit. He knows that everyone was frustrated because of the communication barrier between them, and now that it has been removed, they should talk about everything they couldn't do before. Everyone is happy to hear that, and they cheer on Sejun. Next, the queen bee nervously approaches Sejun and anxiously asks him if he can understand her too. He pats her head gently, telling her that he can clearly hear and understand her now. The queen poison bee is really happy to hear this, and she immediately drops the hat as she rushes to hug Sejun. The army of her kids follows her, and Sejun can only lay on the ground as everyone hugs and cuddles him. He can understand them now, and he tells them that he also likes them as they do. Sejun gets up and says that he should share this good news with the people outside the cave too. The father rabbit gives him his hat, and Sejun thanks him as he puts it on. Suddenly, he gets another system message, telling him that the artifact grade hat he has is resonating with the job advancement of the user. As Sejun's job grade has increased to C, the grade of the straw hat has also increased to C. Sejun is astonished to find that just by going up a grade, the grade of his straw hat also increased. The system windows in front of him show the limitations on the straw hat that have been released after reaching grade C. All the skills he got from the hat, including protection of Mother Earth, farmer's body, and wishing for a good harvest, have been freed from their restrictions and leveled up. Also, Sejun has received a new skill from his hat, which is Growth Promoter Level 1. Sejun is curious about the newly acquired skill and taps it to find details. It is an active skill that boosts the growth rate of 10 crops for a week without any side effects. The cooldown time between using this skill is 10 days. Sejun yells that the effect of the Growth Promoter skill is awesome. He gets an idea about how to use it and goes outside the cave. Sejun plants a few sprouts of the special crop he has not harvested even once, the sweet potato sun pumpkin. He plants the sprouts in the ground and, as usual, gets some job experience and skill proficiency from them, and his skill sowing level 3 increases the probability of the sweet potatoes taking root. Sejun then uses his skill growth promoter on the plants, and golden light covers them. The system tells him that the growth rate of the sweet potatoes will increase for 1 week. Sejun is glad to hear that. He was looking for the right time to plant the sweet potato sun pumpkin outside the cave and got the perfect chance thanks to his new skill. Sejun thinks that using the growth promoter skill, the plants will take root quickly and become more stable. Since there is not much safe space on his outdoor farm, he just planted them near the green onions and thinks that it should be okay. Well, apparently his luck says psych, but in a good way. The green onions planted next to them suddenly start glowing, and the sweet potato sun pumpkin plants start vibrating like an old Nokia phone. Then, in an instant, they suddenly grow big, and Sejun is surprised by the growth rate. He wonders if this is just the effect of the growth promoter skill, but the system tells him that he is wrong. The skill wishing for a good harvest was activated on the green onion field, and its energy simply seeped into the sweet potato sun pumpkins as well. That is why, until the effect of the skill on the green onion is over, the yield of the sweet potatoes also increases by 50%. Sejun thanks the god of plot armor for this double buff, and exclaims that now they can harvest the sweet potatoes even faster. Just then, he hears Kyung scream and turns around to find that the baby crimson bear is ready to pounce on him. Kyung calls Sejun dad as he jumps on him, and our poor MC can only scream in horror. They fall to the ground, and the bear cub once again calls Sejun dad, asking if what the rabbit said is true and if he can understand him now. Sejun is still trying to process that Kyung thinks he is his dad, while the bear cub licks his face. He then suddenly screams out that he is not anyone's dad. In fact, he is a pitiful virgin who has never even dated a girl. Sejun turns to Kyung's mom and asks her if she is okay with what her son is doing. She first expresses her surprise at the fact that he can really hear them. After that, she says that she actually likes it that her son calls Sejun his dad, because he is the perfect man in her eyes. She thanks Sejun for taking her and her son under his care, and that leaves the pushover of a man no choice. He decides to accept Kyung as his really cute and chonky son as he rubs his chin. Kyung tells him that he is hungry and wants to eat honey and green onions. He also wants to eat sweet potatoes and fish. He claims that he wanted to say this to his dad a lot of times, and Sejun says that since his bear son wants to eat a lot, he will prepare something special for him. Kyung asks him what it is, and Sejun tells him that he is going to harvest a new crop today, which is potato. He goes to the potato field and uproots a bunch of potato tubers growing on a single plant. The information window calls them strength potatoes that are nutritious and delicious and an absolute necessity for any gym bro. Because Sejun's grade reached C, the rank of the potatoes he harvested is also C when consumed. The potatoes break down 30 grams of fat in the body and even increase strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. And this effect can be stacked up to 10 times per hour. The shelf life of the crop is 90 days. I have a question. Does one need to consume the potato raw to have that effect? Well, Sejun simply steams the potatoes in a huge container and then tells everyone that it is time to eat. In the meantime, the rabbits have prepared other food items like roasted fish and corn. Everyone sits happily to eat, and Sejun thinks that this day is worth including in his diary of getting lost in the tower. He thinks that only good things will happen to him from now on, and the tower manager, Aileen, smiles at him as she watches him through the crystal ball while eating steamed potatoes. Everyone gathering outside the cave. The bear cub Kyung is throwing a tantrum and crying that he wants to stay beside his dad, while his mom tries to calm him down somehow. Sejun is ignoring him completely and asking Theo if he loaded his bundle with a lot of green onion plants. He affirms, saying that he has packed his bundle full of them thanks to the help of the wolf employees. After that, Sejun turns his attention to the bear cub and asks him if he is going to act so childishly. He asks him what he told him as his dad just now, and with tears in his eyes, Kyung replies that he told him to stay behind and protect his queen bee sister. The queen bee and one of her kids are perched on his head as he says this, and then Sejun asks him if he is going to keep kicking a fuss even after those instructions. Kyung finally agrees to calm down, but in return, he wants Sejun to promise that he will return from his journey soon. Sejun touches his forehead to the baby bears and tells him that he will return as soon as possible. He asks Kyung if he can trust in his dad and wait, and he nods like a little baby. With that, the leader of the wolves, Elka, calls Sejun the Great Black Dragon and tells him that he will escort him now. Sejun rides on the wolf's back along with the Black Warrior Rabbit, and Theo rides on his shoulder. It reminds me of the scene where Naruto was on top of a pyramid of toads. He also tells the Minotaur couple, Ox number 3 and Cow number 4, that it is time to depart to the waypoint, where the Minotaur King is. They start their journey with Kyung waving them goodbye in the back. Thanks to the fast sprinting speed of Elka, they quickly cover the vast distance between Sejun's field and the Minotaur territory. Sejun compliments Elka on his speed for that, but Theo and the Black Warrior Rabbit have their eyes covered because of the strong dust. Suddenly, Sejun spots a dark and eerie patch of hills in front of him and asks what that is. On first sight, it appears like a forest, but it is incredibly and unnaturally dark, almost like my future. Ox number 3 replies that it is the place where the jerks are, but that is not much of an explanation. Cow number 4 seems to be both the smarter and the sharper one of the two, and she tells Sejun about the dark area in detail. She explains that even on the 99th floor, there are many territories. The territory they are going towards belongs to the Minotaurs, while the area where Sejun's farm is the territory of the mama bear, Akka. The red fur, As for the Dark Forest, it is the territory of someone called the Corrupt Beings of the West. Sejun is curious about them, but cow number 4 doesn't tell him much apart from the fact that they were not always corrupt. She tells Sejun that right now, it is not good for him to know about the details or to go near the place. She explains that the place is dangerous and urges him not to go anywhere near it. Sejun is curious about the corrupt beings and thinks that he will ask Aileen about this in detail later. They take the long way to avoid the dark patch, and then suddenly, a ball of mud hits Sejun in the face with such great force that he throws off his ride. Everyone is worried about him. Theo is the first to react, followed by Ox number 3. Who asks him if he is alright, and then by Elka, who is terrified that someone dared hit the great black dragon. Sejun gets up and tells everyone that he is fine while wiping the mud from his face. After he looks at the mud on his hands, he looks ahead and finds a herd of minotaurs eating mud. Just seeing it makes me wanna puke, but Sejun realizes that the minotaurs have to eat mud because there is nothing else to eat in this place. He also understands that this food scarcity is the reason they get so crazy the moment they see anything green. As Sejun is still sitting on the ground, the black warrior rabbit joins him and even asks Theo to come down. The cat acts like an entitled brat and declares that he won't come down since he hates stepping on mud. While Elka apologizes to Sejun for letting that happen, cow number 4 takes charge. She asks who dared throw food at their guest, and a minotaur who looks like he is a bully comes out to greet the couple who have not come home since a long time. He asks them where they have been spending their time so amicably, and then notices the guests. He tells Ox number 3 that he is too weak to bring any toys to this place and asks him to give them to him so that he can play well with them. That earns him a crushing punch to the face from cow number 4. The punch sends the bully wannabe spinning in the air before crashing down on his back, and I think this is pretty much what will happen in the Mike Tyson vs. Jake Paul fight. With that, cow number 4 declares that they have no time, and they must immediately go to the Minotaur King. Her boyfriend is just fangirling over her from behind, and I am starting to wonder why someone as good as cow number 4 would settle for him. In the meantime, a Minotaur has rushed to their king's side to inform him that the Minotaur couple is back, but they have brought some strange-looking guys with them. Before the Minotaur King can inquire any further, Ox number 3 and cow number 4 appear before him. They declare that they have arrived with guests from Red Fur's territory, and this makes the rest of the Minotaurs a bit anxious. The Minotaur King is relieved that they have come to meet him themselves, as now he doesn't need to waste his precious time going to them. He welcomes the white farmer rabbits, whom he believes are underlings of the Red Fur, but then gets surprised as he notices that the only white thing among them is Sejun's t-shirt. The Minotaur King says that he doesn't look like a white rabbit and asks who he is, and Sejun introduces himself by his name, followed by Theo. Well, the Minotaur King has never met humans before, and it shows because he thinks that Park Sejun is the name of the species. He has never heard of this species called Parcus sejunus before, but quickly moves on and commends him for coming all the way here. The Minotaur King leans on his throne as he says that a few days ago, he had a great taste of the grass they farmed and remarks that it must have been difficult for Sejun to survive on the 99th floor with his weak powers. He adds that he doesn't know the reason he is working under Red Fur but promises to save him from the mama bear in case he is facing any kind of injustice. He declares that it is his consideration for weak monsters like him, and he allows Sejun and his group to speak freely. Well, Sejun is about to give him a fact check and tell him that he is mistaken about some things. First, he doesn't work under the mama bear, and instead, she and her baby help him out. Second thing, he is not here to ask to be saved from unfair treatment, but rather to complain about something. Sejun tells the Minotaur King that he is here to get compensated for what he stole from his farm 3 days ago. Sejun tells him with a smug expression that unless he wants to be labeled a thief, he must pay up what he owes him. The Minotaur King doesn't take his words kindly, and he starts raging at Sejun, daring him to say that again. He crushes the rock underneath his feet, asking how dare lowly beings like him accuse him of stealing. He refuses to accept the allegation that the strongest being on the 99th floor, the Minotaur King, is a thief. Sejun is barely holding his ground in front of the Minotaur King's mighty roar, but even as he keeps his hat from flying away, he asks him what he is, if not a thief, and Theo seconds his opinion. Sejun then lashes out at him, asking, aren't Minotaurs supposed to be warriors of honor? But instead of getting embarrassed about what he did, their king is getting angry first. Hearing his words, the other Minotaurs start doubting if the human is telling the truth. They wonder if their boss really stole the grass they ate 3 days ago. Seeing them question him, the Minotaur King does a 180 on his stance and tells Sejun that there seems to be a misunderstanding. He comes up with the excuse that, as the protector of the waypoint, there is a limit to his actions away from his post, and he came to his field in a rush. He did not have much time to talk, so he just took away the grass, but he had every intention to pay him back eventually. The Minotaur King is still a bit nervous about his answer, and he just laughs to hide it. He then asks Sejun what his wish is so that he can fulfill it. He is ready to give him rare or legendary grade items, but Sejun is not interested in any of those. Instead, he asks the Minotaur King if he can let him use the waypoint. The Minotaur King is taken aback and asks him to repeat, and Sejun says that the price he wishes for is being allowed to use the waypoint. Well, the Minotaur King thinks that it is acceptable and decides to honor Sejun's wishes. He calls him forth to fulfill his desires, and Sejun is elated that he will finally get out of the tower. He climbs on the platform and walks towards the waypoint, dreaming of going outside. He notices the giant floating crystal and reaches towards it. As Sejun touches it, suddenly he gets a system message in front of him. The message says that the tower waypoint on the 99th floor has been saved, and now the system is loading another saved waypoint. However, since Sejun has never been to another floor before, there is no waypoint other than the 99th floor stored in his data, and he cannot move to another floor. He is shocked that he cannot move, and the Minotaur King asks him if it is because he is someone who was not born inside the tower. He doesn't know how Sejun came to the 99th floor, but the rule of the tower states that all external entities must register themselves on the waypoints at each floor, starting from the first floor. That is the only way outsiders who are invited into the tower can move through the floors. The Minotaur King tells Sejun that, with only the 99th floor on his list, he is not eligible to go to another floor. That was enough to break him down, and Sejun falls to his knees as his hope to escape the tower is shattered.